Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Dismissed magic as nothing more than a dark art of the past. I see it as a gateway to better understand ourselves. When we return, they will not be able to dismiss the truth. You underestimate the pride of people, their inability to admit their mistakes, she said as she hugged Regal closer to her chest. Even now, they secretly despise our prince. They are fearful of his future. Oh. Are you referring to the spies that they have tried to smuggle into Dragonstone? That's just the first step of many, Kyburn. They want to monitor him, to study him. To hinder him if possible. They fear what they do not understand. And the prince has never given them a chance to get close to him. Kyburn rubbed his chin as he hummed. I admit that my order has little interest in magic and its applications, but to say that they would hinder the prince's dash. A fact. Melisandre smiled, but it was full of mockery and scorn. I have seen what could have happened if I were not present. They would have acted boldly and tried to ensure that our prince was alone. Kyburn's eyebrows furrowed. What do you mean? Prince Regal was born of the union of Aries Targaryen and Rhaegal Targaryen. His twin did not inherit his abilities, but who is to say that any future child sired from Aries and Rhaegal's line wouldn't share his powers? Westeros would see a new Targaryen dynasty full of pyromancers. I'm sure that must have been their line of thinking when they formed their plans. Realization dawned on Kyburn. You cannot mean dash. They would have tried to stop any future births, yes. She chuckled softly. My presence deterred them, for they are rightfully skeptical of my abilities and do not want to be exposed. The king holds me in high regard for my service, and they did not want to jeopardize the secrecy of their group. You must realize that the Citadel holds more than one agenda. Kyburn was quiet as he digested this information before speaking again. Does the prince know? No. For I cannot accuse them of a future that did not come to pass. The flames were always speaking, always showing. The future was in constant flux now, and sometimes it was hard for even Melisandre to keep track of it all. Where a few whispers had once existed, now there were hundreds. That was how much Regal's birth had affected the natural order of things. As expected of her gods chosen. You should have told him, Kyburn said. If they are still acting rashly dash. They cannot and will not, Melisandre cut him off. That will soon change, no doubt. With dragons returning, our prince's influence will only continue to grow. And that will frighten them. Securing the dragons had always been their top priority. If it was up to Melisandre, then she would have gladly walked into the Citadel alongside her prince and burned the entire order to the ground by now. Unfortunately, she was aware of the political ramifications of such an event. While she did not particularly care what the people of Westeros thought, she knew that her prince intended to rule one day. He couldn't very well do that if everyone turned against him. Now that the dragons were with them, they could turn their attention to the other pesky problems building up around them. It was why she was bothering to share this with Kyburn now. They could finally shift their focus elsewhere. Making such a decision like that on your own, Kyburn muttered. I'm not sure I like it. Melisandre chuckled again. Fret not, my dear. Your old acquaintances will soon realize that they cannot stop what is coming. Besides, our prince is already vaguely aware of the threat. Why do you think he has chosen to stay away from your order? Apart from you, that is. To be frank, it was not the entirety of the Citadel that had been acting against magic in Westeros for thousands of years. Rather, it was a select group of members within the organization who held this agenda in privacy. Melisandre just did not care to make that distinction. In her mind, they were all worthless. For all intents and purposes, I cut ties with the Citadel when I swore service to the prince, Kyburn said with a small shrug of his shoulders. And yet, they have never bothered to revoke your chains, Melisandre pointed out, amused. Yes. To save face. Melisandre almost laughed. If only the men before her realized that he would have gotten kicked out of the order one day. If not for Regal, he would have become more desperate with his attempts to prove his hypotheses. Now, he was happy to be patient and wait for the opportune time to start working on those experiments, all because Regal asked him to. That loyalty was the only reason Melisandre could stand to talk to the men. Well, he also had a pleasing personality, she supposed. From a certain point of view. Your expression tells me that you are making fun of me, Kyburn said. Despite his words, he did not sound insulted. Instead, he returned to his journal. If anything, I'm praising you, she reassured him. Coming from you, who holds most in contempt, I suppose I can count myself lucky. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I just hold little interest in them. It is not my fault that all others pale before our prince. Try not to inflate his pride too much, my lady. I'm not sure the realm could survive it. Melisandre laughed at this. Inflate Regal's pride. She could never. For it was already as grand as it needed to be. Waking up to a beautiful woman in nothing but his loose trousers would normally be a cause of celebration. Regal still felt annoyed as he walked into the main hall where the others were waiting. Melisandre had just laughed softly when she picked up on his mood, joking, "Not to worry, my prince. You are still pure." She took too many liberties at times. Regal knew that he wasn't really annoyed at Melisandre. He felt nothing but gratitude toward her, for without her he would not have been able to so easily accomplish his mission. No, he was annoyed at the fact that his mental defenses had finally been breached by one of his stalkers. It was a silly thing to fret over, as the female voice invading his dreams was probably the best visitor he could have had under the circumstances. All things considered, the cost to revive the dragons had been non-existent. After so many of his ancestors had tried and failed to bring them back, Regal had managed to do it relatively straightforward. All the human sacrifices notwithstanding. As he aged, Regal was able to get a better handle on his emotions so that they matched his mental maturity more closely, but there were times where his actual age showed itself. This was one of those times. Or maybe he was just naturally easily provoked when certain buttons were pushed. The verdict on that was still out. Regal did not dwell on that as he emerged into the main hall with a fresh tunic. The two dragons had awoken at the same as he had, and they were perched on his shoulders as they observed their surroundings with excellent comprehension. Melisandre was walking beside him while Kyburn was hanging back. Ser Gerald and Ser Barristan tried to keep pace with him, but it was obvious that the two knights were not sure of how to behave in front of the two newly born dragons. They were understandably wary, but the dragons were still hatchlings. Besides bites and scratches, they were harmless. His mind was still riddled with the words from his two unexpected encounters, and he wanted nothing more than to just lie down and ponder what he had learned. Unfortunately, there was something else that demanded his attention at the moment. When he reached the main hall, Regal was met with new faces. Kyburn had informed him that he had been asleep for over 12 hours, and in those 12 hours some new developments had occurred in Deep Down. Mainly that representatives from the other houses, or clans, had finally arrived. Lord Crowell was seated beside the head chair of the table, a spot that he no doubt had reserved for Regal. The Dragon King arrives. He was now a king, huh? Everyone instantly stood straight when they noticed his presence. Even Rhaegal with his dragon stood in attention. I apologize for my tardiness. Regal gestured for them to return to their seats as he walked over to his. Melisandre came to stand beside him while the two King's Guard flanked him further back. Kyburn sat down in one of the available seats next to Rhaegal. It is no trouble, my prince. Mace laughed, and it was a laugh full of delight. I'm sure the day's events must have taken a lot out of you. Stannis nodded. Indeed. It is no trouble at all. His cousin glanced at the two dragons perched on his shoulders. Regal did not think too much about it. Let his cousin be fascinated by them. It was already dark out again, and so they were going to have to spend another night in the keep before they marched back to the beachhead. More importantly than that, he was hungry and thirsty. So were his dragons. Thankfully, Lord Crowell was more than happy to accommodate as he signaled for a nearby woman to bring food and drink to him. The Skagosi was a far better host than Regal had anticipated. Brother, are you doing all right? Rhaegal's question snapped Regal out of his thoughts. Yes. I'm fine. I just needed a little rest. Unfortunately, we will not be able to set sail until tomorrow. Another night here. I don't mind, Euron said, shrugging. We're going to have to deal with a lot of nonsense when we return, and it's been fun hunting in the woods. Oh. They had gone on a hunt. In these woods. How reckless. It was nothing excessive, I swear, Brynden spoke up, already sensing where Regal's thoughts were. I made sure that it was safe. It was still idiotic, Stannis said bluntly while shooting a glare at the grinning Euron. Oberyn also grinned. You gotta learn to live a little. You're still young. Before you know it, you'll be a bitter old man with no friends to keep you company. Until then, learn to live a little. Stannis clenched his teeth as he narrowed his eyes. Enough, Tytos jumped into the conversation here. You are making fools of yourselves in front of the prince. That was enough to make Stannis back down, but Euron and Oberyn just shrugged. The fact that the two seemed to be getting along was a little worrying. But Regal was not focused on their childish back and forth. No, he was already studying the two men that had not been here this morning. Like Lord Crowell, they were tall and muscular. They easily towered over everyone else in the room even when seated. They were dressed in a strange mix of leather and fur armor. One of them was also very hairy too, with most of his face covered in a beard that must have taken several lifetimes to grow. Would Regal ever have his own beard? Wait, no. Now wasn't the time for such thoughts. As a plate of food and a mug of ale was brought to him, along with additional pieces of cooked meat to the two dragons, Regal finally addressed the two men. Welcome to Deepdown, my lords. Or are you just merely servants to those lords? Unlike the rest of Westeros, the Skagosi did not seem to have the custom of guest right in their culture. Or at least, it wasn't ritualized like it was on the mainland. No doubt after pledging themselves, a Skagosi would never go back on that pledge. It was similar to the supposed honor that was in the north, but Regal would have to experience that later when he traveled to Winterfell. The hairy Skagosi chuckled. So you're the Dragon King, I was expecting someone taller. Okay, so that really was his new title on the island. Good to know. Ser Gerald scowled. You are speaking to the Crown Prince. Show more respect. As always, he was quick to take offense when none was intended. Regal waved the knight down as he took a sip from his mug. There is no need to escalate matters here, sir. They mean no disrespect. Regal was no mind reader, but it was clear that the Skagosi were not trying to show scorn. It was the opposite. He could see the respect in their eyes as well as their wariness when they glanced at his dragons. No doubt the fact that there were 3 dragons walking about, even baby ones, was causing these Skagosi to take him more seriously. The other one spoke up, his tone more reserved. We lead our clans. I suppose that would make us lords by your laws. Our laws, Regal corrected him as he set his mug down on the table. You are subjects of the Iron Throne, and thus you are bound by its laws. The first Skagosi scoffed. You've ignored us all this time. Why should we accept your rule now? Because I can just as easily burn you down for disobedience, Regal answered simply. And I would not need my dragons to do so. They knew what he was talking about. The first Skagosi let out what appeared to be a growl. You're threatening us? No. A threat is too vague. I am stating what will happen. I would much rather work with you all, but I have no use for disobedient subjects. There was no need for flowery words, not with these men. They did not play the same games that the southern kingdoms did. That made it all the easier for Regal. The second Skagosi, the one who appeared to be more solemn, frowned and asked, What do you wish from us? It's simple. Your loyalty. The Starks have been content to ignore you, and you have chosen to remain isolated from the rest of the world. However, I offer a future with more possibilities. You will come under direct Targaryen rule. I will establish a new hold on the island. You shall retain your positions, but you will answer to the dragon now, not the wolf. I have taken quite a liking to your island. There is potential here, and I will not be opposed to seeing you prosper so long as you keep to your vows. It was a bold move. He was unilaterally ceasing territory from the Starks and transferring it to the crown. No doubt his decision would cause unrest, but Regal did not care. It was the Starks who had chosen to turn a blind eye to Skagos. If they were not going to give their bannermen the opportunity to rise, then Regal was more than happy to step up. Of course, one glance across the room told Regal that his words were causing discontent with many. Tytos and Brynden looked to be the most disapproving. He was surprised by the former, not the latter. Stannis looked conflicted while Oberyn pretended to not care, but his eyes were gleaming with caution. No doubt he was already thinking of the possibility of something similar happening in Dorne. Arthur's face was marred with worry. Rhaegar's remained impassive. Only Euron and Mace did not seem to mind. Well, Euron simply did not care if the bored look on his face was anything to go by. Mace was just following the exchange along with a wide grin. Lord Crowell was surprised. The Starks will no longer rule us. Regal almost snorted. They barely rule at all, but essentially yes. You will have new ships so long as you promise to maintain the king's peace. I will also ask that 1,000 of your warriors be transferred under my direct command. Regal still did not know the exact population of Skagos. He was going to have to introduce a census on the island, but relying on the Maesters for this would prove annoying. Although, given the trajectory of the Alchemists' Guild, perhaps he wouldn't have to. It wasn't just a census either. Regal wanted to explore the mountain to see if anything of interest could be found. The same was true for the mountains on the mainland, but that would be far more difficult to accomplish. Even without any metals, Skagos was overflowing with other raw materials. New trade routes could be established so long as the island was pacified. House Manderley would probably be interested in the venture. Anyway, given the fact that House Krall was able to put together a fighting force of 1,000 men, then it was not unreasonable to expect the two other houses to do the same together. This would very much increase Regal's private fighting force as well. He could always use more manpower, and trying to rely on the crown for it would attract too much unwanted attention. The three Skagosi lords looked among one another. They were obviously caught off guard by Regal's proposal. No doubt that they had expected for Regal to just leave once he accomplished his mission. But that was not the case. Regal's main priority was secured. The dragons were with him. Now he could focus on his other projects. And if Melisandre's words rang true, then Skagos could very well become a second Dragonstone. There was almost a full minute of silence as the three men seemed to hold a private conversation with one another as they traded glances. There was little noise save for Regal taking sips from his mug while his two dragons feasted on their meal. Rhaegar's dragon chirped in excitement as it joined its two siblings. It was a mesmerizing sight, to be honest. Very well, Dragon King. Lord Krall was seemingly chosen as their spokesperson as he faced Regal once more. Your strength is apparent to us. We have remained closed off for a long time, but if you wish more of us, then we shall follow. The hairy Skagosi grunted. It can't be worse than getting looked over. The third lord just nodded, showing his approval. Regal smirked in satisfaction. Then kneel and swear your fealty once more. Not to the Starks, but to House Targaryen. It took the men a few seconds to get into position as they got up from their seats. The fact that they were reasonable enough to bend the knee like this showed promise for the future. It was still going to be a long and probably difficult road to properly integrate these houses into the rest of the realm, not just politically but socially. And Regal knew that once word got out of his decision to take over the island, many in the Seven Kingdoms would see it as an unjust grab of power by the House of the Dragon. But at the moment, he did not care. For the Red Dragon was going to once again tighten its grip over Westeros. Chapter 18, Reaction. The departure from Skagos was met with more fanfare than their arrival. Word of the agreement between the Dragon King and the clan heads spread like wildfire throughout the island. Tytos had expected the Skagosi to be more skeptical about Targaryen rule, but with the emergence of the dragons and the approval from their leaders, the Skagosi were more than willing to go along with the change of leadership. Maester Kyburn had an official treaty drafted that was signed by the Crown Prince and the clan heads, now officially recognized as the houses of Krall, Magnar, and Stain by the Iron Throne. King Aries wasn't here to give his signature, but Tytos had little doubt that he would accept it once it got back to King's Landing. The official territories of the new houses would be confirmed at a later date, once Prince Regal was able to get a full account of the land. In the meantime, the three houses were expected to keep the king's peace and end their constant skirmishes over the rich valleys. Unfortunately, Prince Regal was unable to leave anyone on the island to enforce the peace, but no doubt he was using this as a means to test whether the Skagosi would honor their word or not. It wouldn't be too long before an official outpost was established on the island, but that would have to happen after their trip to the north concluded. Prince Regal had asked for a representative from the Skagosi to come with him, to instruct him further on the happenings on the island for later use. No doubt it had to be someone who was not openly in favor of any of the three Skagosi houses. Fortunately, the three men had nominated someone from one of the smaller clans who happened to live in the mountain. He belonged to the area that was considered neutral by the three clans, and so existed outside their control. Tytos wasn't sure how that worked, but that was the explanation that they were given. This Skagosi was also part of the cult that held the mountain as sacred, and as a result had given their reverence to the winged demon. It went without saying that they held Prince Regal in high regard now that he had three winged demons of his own. Tytos was sure that soon most of Westeros would come to regard the prince in the same manner. Where did that leave him? Tytos had been pondering many things ever since the previous day. He had been stuck in his head even when the prince decided to go on an impromptu hunt before they headed back to the ships. Apparently Euron and Oberyn had talked him into it after raving about how exciting it had been. Now that the three clans had bent the knee, the prince felt more secure about taking part. There was little risk of them being ambushed in the woods now that an official agreement had been signed. Sure enough, hunting wild unicorns was not an experience that they could have anywhere else. They were more abundant on the island than Tytos would have guessed, and he felt a sense of accomplishment in hunting one and taking a trophy for himself. It was well into the afternoon when they departed back to the beachhead with their new tag-along. Their forces marched with a sense of satisfaction. They had all seen the three dragons for themselves, and the mood among the men was one of serenity and joy. All of these men were sworn to the prince and House Targaryen, so it was no surprise that they were feeling overjoyed about their success here. It was kind of an open secret now that the main reason that they had embarked on this journey was for the dragons. To be a part of that expedition and succeed, while fighting alongside their prince, well, to say that they were feeling prideful would be an understatement. The men back at the beach were soon sharing in that pride when they saw the dragons for themselves. Montfort and his father were left gaping like a fish out of water when their eyes first landed on the three baby dragons. At least Tytos knew that they hadn't been aware of the dragon eggs either. The princes had kept the truth to themselves right until the very end, it seemed. They loaded their supplies and men back on the fleet with a large crowd seeing them off. It felt similar to their departure from Dragonstone, only now it was from a bunch of people that Tytos had considered savages just days prior. He still did to some degree. After all, they had some bizarre practices that he could not agree with. Like human sacrifices. It might not be as extreme as many thought, but the fact that they practiced it all made Tytos feel uneasy. Regardless, they were soon sailing away from the island as they started their journey down to White Harbor, where they were originally supposed to land almost a week ago. House Manderley was probably stricken with worry about their late arrival. Tytos wouldn't be surprised if they had already sent ravens to Winterfell and King's Landing warning them of their disappearance. If only they could see this right now. Tytos was stuck sitting in between a laughing Mace and a calm Stannis as they dined alongside Prince Regal and his brother. Everyone was present, including the dragons. Even days after their birth, the novelty of seeing them had not worn off. Tytos could hardly look away as he watched the three hatchlings fight over a piece of meat in the middle of the table. "I fear we may have some gluttons on our hands," Prince Regal joked as he raised his cup. "Do they eat anything besides meat?" Oberyn wondered. "Past texts suggest that, for the most part, they do not," Kyburn answered. "It just depends on the type of meat. Some prefer sheep. Others cattle. Some lived exclusively off fish, for example. I wonder how long the wildlife around King's Landing will survive." Mace exclaimed before adding, "My prince, rest assured. If you are ever short on livestock, just send word to Highgarden. We will be more than happy to accommodate your dragons and their needs." Well. Wasn't he eager to score favor with the prince? The Tyrell had been pleasant even before the dragons showed up, but since then his subservience had tripled. Not that Tytos could blame him. It was clear to him what was going on. House Targaryen was recovering its past strength. Prince Regal alone had done much for his house. In the Riverlands, many did not believe that the Crown Prince was behind some of the policy decisions that the Crown had taken in the past several years. They saw it as the work of the hand. The Lannister had proven himself ruthlessly effective when it came to his station, more so than the king, so many lords were happy to discount the rumors that the Crown Prince was gifted in ways other than his magic. A way to protect their pride, no doubt. The realm had gotten used to their autonomy. The Targaryens had been forced to make concessions many times over the years. Since they lost their dragons, the crown was unable to assert their control as directly as in the old days. They did not want to imagine a resurgence in crown authority at the hands of a Targaryen who could wield flames like the pyromancers of old Valyria. It would just diminish their own power, and that frightened them. Tytos had seen the truth for himself on Dragonstone. The Crown Prince was capable. Even without his magic, he was driven and talented. He was a great fighter already, and he had a mind befitting of a king. Adding magic and dragons on top of that. Well, that just wasn't fair. If Tytos was a more religious man, then he would say that the gods were once again favoring the Targaryens. He still just might. There lay the crux of the issue. Underneath this festive mood, sharp undercurrents were already forming. Tytos could see it in his mind. The Crown Prince had great ambitions, and although he hadn't been around his distant cousin for too long, he was starting to understand him. All of this was just the beginning. Prince Regal's ambitions were far bigger than just resurrecting the dragons. Yes, such an asinine statement was true. Tytos could not even begin to guess where the prince's mind was at, but if Skagos was any indication then his plans weren't small. The Valyrians and their fleet. The Skagosi men. The Alchemists' Guild. The Red Priestess. The new shipping lanes and censuses. All of this painted a picture, one that was filled with greater control. The current Westeros was not shaped this way. The lords were not used to direct oversight from the crown. There were going to be collisions, and Tytos was worried. On Skagos, the prince had demanded outright submission without bothering to consider how it might be taken, which then resulted in a battle. To Regal, it was natural to expect obedience, for all of Westeros belonged to him and his house. Was it just the typical Targaryen arrogance that they were known for? No, if I were him, I would probably also feel similarly. The prince's abilities could not be understated, nor could the effects that they would have on a person. Was it really arrogance when one had the skill to back up their words? Still, some lords would see it that way, as mere arrogance. Tytos did not know what was going to happen in the future, but he did not want conflict to break out where it might otherwise be avoided. Already he was dreading their meeting with the Starks and what the prince will say to them about Skagos. Thankfully, while the prince was brash in a way, he was also not one who enjoyed needless violence either. His talks with the Skagosi proved that. Rather than take further offense at their lack of etiquette and initial attack, he had accepted their surrender and willingness to bend the knee to him. There was room for negotiation here. Tytos was just afraid to be the one to bring it up. "Oh, wine. How I've missed you," Oberyn nearly moaned as he drank from his cup. "I thought you preferred the Dornish variety," Arthur said. "After being forced to go clean for several days, I'll take anything other than water at this point." "You exaggerate," Regal said with a small grin. "I grew up on this stuff. It's what feeds me." "Now that's just worrying," Rhaegal muttered. Oberyn scoffed. "What, do the two of you not partake? Do you prefer tea with the ladies perhaps?" Arthur shook his head. "Your mother would not approve of you saying that. Dornish women are an exception, of course." Oberyn raised his fist. "They're allowed to be more true to themselves." Stannis raised an eyebrow at this. "And that means being drunk?" "Exactly. Makes life easier. And more tolerable." "If being drunk is the only way that they can be tolerable, then I worry for the men who marry them," Regal mused. Oberyn smirked. "Oh, don't say that, my Targaryen prince. Aren't you the one who's smitten over a Dornish woman already?" "Well, I suppose she's not fully a woman yet." Oberyn's words caused Arthur to look uncomfortable while Mace nearly spat out his drink in befuddlement. The Dornish prince is more than a little forward, Tytos thought with an internal sigh. Regal did not look bothered by the comment as he chuckled. "I know I've exchanged letters with your sister before, but to say that I'm smitten would be overselling it." "Oh." Oberyn chuckled as well. "My dear sister will be quite disappointed to hear that. She's always talking about you. Friendships such as hers are more valuable than gold." Tytos did not need to be politically savvy to understand what was going on. "You're too forward," he once again thought while eyeing the laughing Oberyn. Despite the provocation, the good mood around the table did not sour. Only Ser Barristan and Ser Gerald remained neutral, but the two were on duty as they stood watch by the door. "Do you think it'll be snowing in Winterfell?" Montford's question brought Tytos' focus back to the table. "At this time of the year? Not likely." Stannis was the one who answered. It wasn't snowing on Skagos. The island had still been cold. Tytos could only imagine how cold Winterfell was going to be. "That place always has snow, even when it isn't falling," Euron said with a dismissive wave. "Oh." Rhaegal spoke up. "Have you ever been far north?" "No, but I've read enough. I'm not sure how anyone can stomach living up there." "I've heard the Iron Islands can get cold too," Arthur said. "More wet than cold." Euron chuckled at his own words. "But we get plenty of both. Nothing like the north, though." "That won't be a problem for the dragons, will it?" Mace asked, looking worried. Regal answered, "We'll have to wait and see. Once, Queen Alicent traveled as far north as the Wall, so I'm certain that the dragons will be fine. They are fire-made flesh." Tytos couldn't begin to wrap his head around the concept. "And what will your strategy be, my prince?" Oberyn leaned in forward as he placed his cup down on the table. "When the Starks begin questioning us about our disappearance?" "No, even before that. When we reach White Harbor, what will we tell them?" Tytos perked up. He wanted to know as well. Melisandre suddenly chuckled from where she sat next to Prince Regal. Unlike the rest of them, she had barely touched her food. You presume too much, my lord. Was she trying to insult him? Tytos wasn't certain. The Starks serve our beloved prince and his family. What do they have to complain about? Oh, you know. Just taking over an entire island that's supposedly under their dominion. Oberyn didn't look bothered by her words. He just pressed on. I'm sure that's going to get a lot of people talking. Regal glanced at his brother. While I would word it differently, I believe that Prince Oberyn raises a good point. Instead of responding right away, Regal took a few moments to look over the table. Apart from the Skagosi that had accompanied them, Lucerys, Ser Brynden, and the Celtigars, they were all here. I was expecting my cousin to be the one to bring this up, not you. Stannis looked confused. Regal shook his head with some dry amusement. No, my mistake. I should have been more clear. Tytos didn't know what his expression was when Regal turned his gaze on him, but he was sure that he looked a little startled at least. You and Ser Brynden had the same look when I ratified the agreement with the Skagosi. And he's already broached the subject with me. He had. Tytos was caught off guard, but he quickly recovered. If Ser Brynden had been able to speak his mind, then perhaps it was safe for him to do so too. The last thing he wanted was to earn the prince's ire by questioning things. It's going to ruffle their feathers for sure, Oberyn said. What do they have to complain about? Mace was more dismissive. House Targaryen is well within their rights to do as they please. Do they not serve the crown? Questioning their actions would be the same as treason. There was no reason for Tytos to wonder where the Tyrells were going to stand in the future. Euron looked annoyed. Do we have to talk about this here? It's not like it's going to change anything. You're not interested? Oberyn asked, turning to him. I don't care. The Greyjoy was socializing more, but when it came to matters of politics they always seemed to bore him. Regal was still looking at Tytos. Well, cousin. I'm curious to hear what you have to say. Will it be the same arguments as Ser Brynden? Or do you have something new to bring to the table? Well, that wasn't fair. Tytos had no idea what the knight had said. It also made it difficult for Tytos to gauge how sincere the prince was when he called him cousin. Was it just a way to try and manipulate him? No, he was probably being paranoid. It made little sense, after all. Compared to the others here, not counting Arthur, his house had the smallest reach. His father was hoping for there to be a connection between the Blackwoods and the crown again, but Tytos was still left feeling suspicious about the prince's motives. And yet, he had asked for Tytos' opinion, and he was going to give it to him. I believe that you shouldn't push too much, my prince, Tytos began slowly. Skagos has belonged to the north for a long time. Even before the Conqueror arrived in Westeros. The kings in the north made it their own. Taking it now without consulting the Starks will raise many concerns. It could cause animosity with all the houses in the north. Regal tapped his finger on the table, taking a second to ponder Tytos' words. I wonder what the old kings would have said if Aegon had first asked for their lands rather than seizing them for himself. What? Tytos was dumbfounded. He wasn't sure how to respond to that. Regal chuckled as he waved his hand. It was merely a jest, cousin. Do not fear. I asked for your opinion for a reason. Regal glanced at the others. There are times where I will need an outside perspective. Ultimately, my decisions are my own, but having more information never hurts. That made Tytos feel more emboldened. You've thought about it at least, Regal said. About what to say? Somewhat. Regal's eyes narrowed. Skagos belongs to House Targaryen now. That fact will not change. However, I also understand that I must offer some recompense. I just haven't decided on what. There it was again. Like on Skagos, the prince was approaching the situation from a very different perspective than how Tytos would have. Rather than trying to bargain for the island, he had already decided from the start that it was going to be his. It was only a matter of offering some token of recompense to the Starks for it. It was a very heavy-handed way to negotiate, and Tytos knew that many lords wouldn't appreciate that. Still, what was there to do about it? I'm sure Ser Brynden must have cautioned the prince, Tytos thought. The knight knew how such an attitude would be met by the realm. If the prince was not deterred, then he must have judged the concerns unnecessary. Or perhaps there was something else that he was missing. Tytos wasn't certain. What he did know was that their arrival to the north was upon them, and with it would come the news of the dragons as well. This left Tytos returning to the question from before, where did this leave him? The same was true for his house. If his father were here, what would he do? Despite his concerns with the prince's way of thinking, Tytos knew that he didn't have to think too much on it. He had seen the abilities of the prince for himself. He had also seen the return of the dragons for himself, with said creatures currently lounging on the table before him without a care in the world. He wasn't stupid, and neither was his father. That, and he genuinely believed that his prince was not a bad person. He wasn't trying to cause discontent for the sake of it. He was fighting for the prosperity of his house, the same as any other man would. The winds were changing, and the lords throughout the 7 kingdoms were going to have to realize that they could no longer oppose the crown the same way that they had up to this point. This trip had at least shown Tytos which direction he was going to navigate moving forward. It was with this final thought that the young heir to Raventree Hall finally allowed himself to relax and enjoy his meal as the conversations continued around him. Lord Wyman Manderley found himself flummoxed. For several weeks, he had been in high spirits. For the first time since the days of the Conciliator, White Harbor was going to play host to a royal procession. It had been nearly 2 centuries since a Targaryen had bothered to come this way honorably. There was one time during the dance when one of the strong boys flew on his dragon to try and convince the Starks to fight for Rhaenyra Targaryen, but the circumstances were different back then. The realm was currently at peace, and so things could be handled more amicably. Wyman had ordered his castle and even the entire city to be ready to greet the crown prince and his entourage, which also included his twin brother. 2 Targaryen princes, coming to his lands. It was a great honor. The best food and drinks available in his lands were prepared, as well as the best rooms. White Harbor was the most prosperous city in the north, and Wyman planned to showcase that to the crown prince. He had been watching the happenings in King's Landing over the recent years with great interest. This new crown prince appeared to be interested in setting up new trade routes with the east and had found some success already. Wyman wasn't sure if the prince was just lucky, but expanding the crown's trade routes just as Essos devolved into a trade war was more than a little beneficial. Since the Iron Throne had not openly supported any one side, all the free cities were eager to maintain their trade. No doubt some saw the inherent danger in this, but there was little that they could do about it. What was the alternative? Just deny trade and have your city suffer in the process. However, while there was great improvement in the southern kingdoms, there was barely little change in the north. The land was still miserable, and trade through the main roads was as slow as always. White Harbor had the benefit of its port, and trade was flowing in and out through the markets as it always did. The rest of the north wasn't so fortunate. Recently many had come to regard Wyman as craven and foolish, mostly due to his appearance. Ever since becoming Lord of White Harbor, Wyman had let himself go, and now his massive belly strained underneath his velvet green doublet. Wyman did not mind these descriptions, as it helped to hide the shrewd and calculating man underneath. His persona helped people feel more secure around him, and what tongue wagged more than a secure one. It was because of his true nature that Wyman was starting to see the plots that were forming around him, most notably in regards to his liege lord, Rickard Stark. He did not know the exact nature of the man's correspondence with the Aries, but years of being a lord taught him that it was not a normal one. There was something more than a friendship brewing there. These thoughts were fueled by the knowledge Wyman had about the type of man Rickard Stark was. Ambitious. For the first time since the dance, there was a Stark who was turning his gaze down south, and a part of Wyman feared for the future. There were many whispers coming out of King's Landing, and the 7 kingdoms were rapidly changing. Sure, the stability that many had hoped for from Jaehaerys's reign had instead manifested itself during his son's reign, but this was still an unsettling time. As the Targaryens tightened their grip over the Crownlands, many wondered if they would eventually do the same to the rest of the realm. Politics. It never ended. Regardless of these thoughts, Wyman, and by extension his house, were all loyal to the Starks. If Rickard Stark had southern ambitions, then Wyman would support him. He felt that there was more that they could do on their own to become self-sufficient, but he would not disobey the Starks. House Manderley owed them too much for that. And yet, here he sat in his keep, his large fingers clasped in front of him as he tried not to panic over the disappearance of the Crown Prince and his fleet. Judging by the distance from Dragonstone to White Harbor, they should have arrived by now. As was customary, the Crown Prince had sent a raven beforehand detailing the time and day of his departure from Dragonstone. This would give Wyman the forewarning he needed to be prepared to greet him. But there was no one. No ships from Dragonstone had reached the port city as of yet, and Wyman was worried. Before he had been alarmed by the number of ships that the Crown Prince was reportedly bringing with him, but now those thoughts were replaced with anxiety and fear. He had sent a raven to Winterfell a couple of days ago warning Rickard Stark of the situation, and with another day passing Wyman had sent a raven to King's Landing as well. Wyman was dreading the king's response. As he tried to think about what to do next, whether he should send some ships of his own in order to see if they could locate the Crown Prince's fleet, his eldest son burst into his private room. It was the first time in years that Wyman was seeing his son run, and Wylis Manderly was certainly feeling the strain on his body as he gasped for air. His food-stained clothes struggled to keep his round belly constrained as he panted. "Son, what's the matter?" Wyman was instantly on alert. Anything that had his usual quiet and formal son acting like this was cause for concern. Father." He struggled to speak as he caught his breath. "Ships. A large number of them. They've been sighted approaching White Harbor. They bear the arms of the Valyrians and Targaryens. The Crown Prince. He was finally here." Relief began to flow through Wyman as his muscles relaxed in his chair. "I see. That is wondrous news." He allowed himself to feel content for a few moments before he composed himself. "Have your brother join us at the harbor to greet the Crown Prince. We must greet them as best we can." Ser Marlon Manderly carried out the last-minute preparations as best he could. No one was expecting for the Crown Prince to suddenly show up today, not after his disappearance. This did not mean that he was going to go easy on the security. The last thing they needed was for the Crown Prince to suffer an accident while in their lands. He mobilized his men to secure the streets while he joined his cousin and his two sons on the harbor to await the prince's ship. He knew that his cousin had many questions about the late arrival of the Crown Prince, but right now they all felt relief at the fact that his ships turned up at all. Just what could have happened? With the mobilization of the garrison in the city, the populace began to stir up. The people had heard that a Targaryen was coming to their city, and to them it would be the first time in their lives that they were seeing a Targaryen in person. To say that they were excited would be an understatement. Marlon himself had only seen the Targaryens from afar, and that was only during the War of the Ninepenny Kings when he had spotted a young Aries Targaryen walking about in camp. Their Valyrian looks were more than a little striking, something he was begrudged to admit. Marlon let those thoughts drift away as the flagship of the prince's fleet began to dock at the harbor. Despite his cousin's immense size, the Lord of White Harbor stood straight as he prepared to greet the Crown Prince and his entourage for the first time. However, whatever words his cousin might have had to greet the Crown Prince with surely died in his throat when they noticed something very remarkable. Crown Prince Regal disembarked from the ship first, leading his group as they walked closer to Wyman and the others. Perched on the prince's shoulders were two small dragons who were chirping and hissing as their eyes darted about, trying to take in their new surroundings. If Marlon was not so shocked by the sudden appearance of the now mythical creatures, then he would have noticed a third dragon resting on Prince Rhaegal's shoulder as well. Marlon should have known that a Targaryen visiting his city would only bring more trouble than it was worth. Elia Martell had spent the better part of 2 weeks in King's Landing. Her experience was a mixed bag thus far. The city stank. Ashara had not been lying when she had warned her of this. She did not know how anyone could tolerate walking the streets with such a filthy odor always permeating the nose. Apart from one walk, with a proper escort of course, Elia had limited her time in the city. She would rather spend her time in the Red Keep where the air was more tolerable, if barely. She still remembered the first day when she arrived at court. Her uncle had been sworn in as the newest member of the King's Guard. King Aries had proclaimed as such in a ceremony before the Iron Throne. The High Septon himself had shown up to the throne room to offer his blessing to the appointment. It was not something that was mandatory, but it did add more pomp and flair to the whole event. With the ceremony concluded, her uncle took his place as one of the most renowned knights in the Seven Kingdoms. With Ser Gerald and Ser Barristan not present, it was Ser Harlan that currently led the group. Alongside the two knights were also Ser Gawain Gaunt, Ser Oswell Went, and Ser Jonothor Darry. The last two had been the newest appointments before her uncle. Now, the King's Guard was once again at full membership. Elia was proud of her uncle but also a little guilty. She knew that the men had no true desire to take up the white cloak. His proclamation to the king years ago had been orchestrated by her mother. For a long time now the Dornish presence in court had waned. In addition to trying to secure a royal marriage, her mother had tasked her uncle with joining the King's Guard in order to increase the prestige of their house. It was also done for Elia's protection. If a royal marriage came to pass, then her mother did not want her left at court to fend for herself. And Elia was no longer just referring to Regal. With the birth of a Targaryen princess, things had become more complicated. Her mother had warned her that as long as Sheena Targaryen lived, the king would never consider another match for his son. Elia had not been able to see much of the princess during their brief time on Dragonstone. She had been present in the throne room when Elia first greeted the king, asking if she could join the princess's circle of ladies. She had not missed the condescension in the king's voice when he accepted her proposal, allowing her to have a place in his court. He was looking down on her, but there was also recognition in his eyes. Her mother had once told her that the king was arrogant and thus easy to fool, but in that moment she wondered if her mother had not underestimated the king, for Elia had little doubt that the man was aware of what she was actually trying to do. And yet, he accepted her all the same. Princess Sheena welcomed her with grace but with little acceptance of her own, choosing to spend more time with Ashara and the other young ladies that had been welcomed into the court before her. These included a lady from Stokeworth, another from House Massey, and a Valyrian girl not from the main branch of the family. Ashara was technically part of the queen's ladies, but apparently she spent more time around the princess than she did the queen. Because of it, she had earned the trust of the young girl. It did not take Elia long to discern that Ashara was probably the closest confidant to the princess outside of her family. To think that the Danes have carved out a place for themselves in the court like this. Elia would not lie and say that she wasn't a little taken aback by all of this. She knew that Arthur and Ashara were close to Regal and Rhaegar, but seeing it for herself was something else. If she did not know any better, then she would think that all of this was a plot of some kind by the Danes in order to achieve more political power. Maybe it was because they were not trying to approach the royal family for gain that they were able to be so successful. Elia felt exhausted the more she thought about her situation. She knew her mother wanted to bring more prestige to Dorne, and she had not been lying when she told Ashara that she wasn't here just to get close to Regal. For her mother had said that if she could secure a match with Rhaegar that would also be acceptable. The problem was that Elia had little interest in Rhaegar. She found the prince attractive enough, and certainly he had his own charm. But he also lacked the fire that made Regal all the more alluring to her. She had only met them once, but Elia had never forgotten the show that Regal had put on for her. It was like she was watching a piece of history unfold right in front of her eyes. The fact that he was to be king one day, along with his Targaryen looks, well, any girl would fall for him. Regal was younger than her, but already he was growing into the man he was going to be. And she could easily and happily imagine herself being pinned down by that man. And if she gave him children that could inherit his flames, then Elia would be all the more happy. No doubt Ashara thought the same. Except now there was an obstacle in their way. Princess Sheena was a bright girl. She would spend her time outside of her lessons riding with Ashara outside of the city under constant watch. Apparently it was something that she loved to do with her brothers. Ser Willem Darry had been assigned as her constant shadow under the advice of Regal, and the king had agreed. There were times that Prince Darren would join them as well, but the queen was already displeased with her daughter riding on horseback despite being so young, and she did not want to endanger her youngest as well, so his time was limited. Elia felt like the queen was far too overprotective of her children, but given the loss that she had suffered at a young age, perhaps it was understandable. Her children were the future of her house, and more than that, they were all the family that she had left. Princess Sheena hadn't been shy about asking Elia's uncle for more practice with the bow either. Surprisingly, the king gave his approval, and sometimes he came to watch alongside the queen and Prince Darren. From all of this, Elia understood that the princess had more interest in the activities that were usually meant for boys, finding needlework and embroidery to be too boring. It was something that Felice Stokeworth brought up this afternoon as they enjoyed a small tea party in the Godswood. "Princess, aren't you afraid that your future husband will not think you charming enough?" Elia almost snorted into her cup at the thought. Even as young as Sheena was, the signs of her beauty were already showing. The young girl had flawless skin and a heart-shaped face that would no doubt turn many heads in the future. Her deep purple eyes were sharp and bright, and her pale silver gold hair flowed freely down her back. "My brother doesn't care about that stuff," she said with enthusiasm, not taking offense to Felice's insinuation. It was not surprising. They were much younger than Elia, and so the political jargon that was usually associated in talks between nobles was not present here. Elia was more interested in something else. "I'm sorry, princess, but did you say your brother? Is he to be your husband?" She was pretending not to know of the engagement. She wasn't sure how much Sheena had been told about her future. "Who else?" Sheena tilted her head. "Father told me that I was going to be my brother's queen one day. I'll be his Visenya, and the two of us will ride dragons just like the Conqueror did." Why should Elia have expected anything else? Of course the king would have told his daughter about the betrothal. Ashara said nothing as she drank from her cup in silence. But the dragons are gone, Valerian said. Her father was cousin to Lucerys Valerian, the master of ships to the king. Like most Valerians, she had the silver hair and purple eyes that marked her Valyrian descent. My brother will bring them back, Sheena declared with a firm nod. Uncle Eamon says so. And I believe him. When that happens we'll fly together all the time. You'll see. The young princess had an active imagination, no doubt about it. Before you start thinking about dragons, you'll have to grow up first, Ashara said gently. Sheena pouted. I know. Despite the fact that she stood in the way of what Elia wanted, the princess was too cute for her own good. Elia wanted to hug her to tease her, but she knew better than that. They were not that close yet. Before their conversation could continue, Ser Oswell entered the God's Wood. He nodded toward Ser Willem before turning his gaze on them. Princess, he began, His Grace requests your presence in the throne room immediately. A letter from your brother has arrived. Regal. Sheena immediately bolted from her seat. Due to the dress that she was wearing, she had to lift up the ends of it in order to run properly. Princess. Not so fast. Ser Willem immediately chased after her. That girl, Ashara muttered with dry amusement as she made to follow along with the other ladies. She takes too much after Regal, I swear. Elia followed as well, pretending not to have heard Ashara, and they were escorted by Ser Oswell. The king had not called for them specifically, but since the night was not stopping them from following after the princess, then they must not have been barred either. When they reached the throne room, they were met with a full audience. The great hall was packed to the brim with courtiers and others alike. Ser Oswell led them through the crowd toward the Iron Throne. At the bottom of the monstrous chair stood the small council with the other members of the king's guard, including her uncle. The queen was also present with Prince Darren, who was looking around with excitement. Somehow Ser Willem had been able to catch up to the princess, and he guided her toward the queen, who thanked the knight for his service. Elia and the others stood to the side with the queen's ladies. What do you think is happening? She leaned in to ask Ashara. Ashara narrowed her eyes. I'm not sure. It was probably more than a simple letter if the king had gathered this many people. Well. King Aries said from on top the throne as he looked down at the Grand Maester. What word does my son bring that he had me gather this large crowd? Oh. So Regal had asked for this audience. Your Grace. Grand Maester Pycelle dipped his head. I shall now read the second letter, as per the Crown Prince's instruction. As he said this, the man procured a letter from his robes. Everyone could see that it was still sealed, so whatever it contained had not been read by anyone, not even the king. The Grand Maester unsealed it and began to read it out loud in front of the entire court. It began with the usual platitudes, addressing King Aries directly along with his titles. The letter then talked about how the mission on Skagos had gone without issue and that Regal would have more to say on it once he returned from the north. Skagos. Elia was bewildered. She remembered reading about the isolated island in the north when she was younger, but she had never given the place any thought. It was an island filled with savages that mattered very little in the grand scheme of things. Except now Regal had gone there, on a mission. Is that what the ships were for? What had her brother gotten himself involved with? Based on the way the queen's face twisted in worry, it was clear that she was hearing about this for the first time as well. The members of the small council were also sharing looks of confusion with one another. Had Regal kept this a secret from everyone? Many whispers rang in the throne room, all wondering the same thing. The Grand Maester had paused after finishing the details about Skagos, and Elia figured it was done for dramatic effect. Except even as the whispers died down, the man did not continue. His hands were trembling, and his eyes were wide as he stared down at the letter. Why was he reacting like this? Is that it? Aries sounded annoyed as he glared down at the Grand Maester. Why, your Grace. Elia was sure that she heard the man gulp as he looked up at the king. The Sea Crown Prince, He says that he was successful in hatching 3D dragon eggs. That they are with him at this moment. What? A deep silence filled the great hall as the words began to register in everyone's heads. Elia was certain that she had stopped breathing herself. Just what was happening? The king sprang to his feet, his eyes filled with a burning excitement. What does it say exactly? Read it to me. He all but shouted down at the Grand Maester while everyone else was still too stunned to say anything. Mustering his strength, the Grand Maester returned to the letter as he read out loud the words. It is with great joy that I must share the news with His Grace. 3 dragon eggs were discovered on Skagos, and all 3 were successfully hatched. One of them has bonded with my brother, whom he has named Agarax. Another has become mine, whom I have given the name of Ankalagan the Black. The third awaits to be claimed when I return to King's Landing. There was more from the latter, but by that point Elia had been unable to hear the rest, for her head was filled with nothing but awe and dread. This news would rock the 7 kingdoms in more ways than one. Chapter 19, Secrets in the Snow Part 1. It took everything Wyman Manderley had to appear calm as he hosted the Crown Prince and his companions inside Newcastle. And what a lineup he had. Not only was his twin brother with him, but so was the young Lord of Highgarden, a Martell Prince, a Baratheon, and a Greyjoy. The Lord of Riverrun's brother was also accompanying him, something Wyman never would have expected. The Blackwood and Dane were curiosities, but also startling. The Valyrians and the Celtigars were the only ones Wyman had been expecting to see. It was such a continental entourage that Wyman wasn't sure if such a group had ever been assembled before. There was also the Red Priestess, one that Wyman had been hearing rumors about for some time now. No one knew exactly what her role in court was, but he was aware that some lords were not pleased with her being so close to their future king. Wyman himself did not care. He was already a follower of the faith in a kingdom that believed in the old gods. He was one of the few lords who understood how it felt to be surrounded by people who held different beliefs from you. So long as she didn't start burning people alive, as was reported that some in her faith did, then he had no issue hosting her. The presence of the Alchemists Guild was also worrying. The Order had been seen spreading their influence recently. Not just in King's Landing, but in other parts of the realm as well. There were rumors that they were in a partnership with the Crown Prince, and now Wyman was able to confirm these rumors for himself. This did not explain the exact nature of the partnership, but if the past was any indication then Wyman had his reservations. Still, it was not something that he was going to come out and say, not without cause. Wyman had also noticed a peculiar man standing beside the Crown Prince's maester. The man was tall, taller than anyone else in the group, so he immediately stood out. His hair was shaggy and we wore unassuming dark robes similar to the maesters. For reasons he could not explain, Wyman had a feeling that there was something more to this man than just his odd appearance. The presence of the White Bull and the Bold in his court was a great honor for Wyman. The 2 men were perhaps the 2 most renowned knights in the 7 kingdoms at the moment. Hosting them alongside the famous pyromancer Crown Prince would certainly go down in history. Except now the presence of these 2 famous knights paled in comparison to the 3 dragons that were currently resting inside his hall. After the Crown Prince had disembarked from his ship, the 2 sides had traded pleasantries. Wyman had stumbled over his words, his eyes fixed solely on the dragons the entire time. His sons had been no better. Their young age could excuse their behavior, but he was the Lord of White Harbor for God's sake. The fact that he was seeing the first dragons to roam Westeros in over a century could perhaps be used as a proper excuse for his poor manners, right? At the very least the Crown Prince had not taken offense to his poor greeting, his eyes expressing nothing but mirth. Guest right was offered and accepted, and the 2 sides had then traveled to Newcastle by carriage. The people had lined the streets, all cheering at the arrival of the Crown Prince. They tried to get a glimpse of him through the window, but they had little success. If only they had known that inside the carriage there were 3 dragons. They would have probably fled in terror at the mere mention of them. Wyman was sure that he might have soiled himself at one point, or maybe he was just being overly dramatic. It had been different for his sons, who had continued to stare in wonder at the dragons all throughout the ride. They dared not touch them, though. The way they hissed while staring at them was warning enough. They were nothing but hatchlings, and yet they were still terrifying to look at. But they also had an otherworldly beauty to them that could not be ignored. It was hard for Wyman to put his thoughts into his words properly. He was no poet. He was mesmerized by them, plain and simple. After arriving at Newcastle, Wyman allowed the Crown Prince and his group to settle in and relax for a few hours. No doubt after being at sea for so long they needed a break to regain their bearings. It also gave Wyman the time he needed to compose himself alongside his family. His cousin had never looked more shocked. His lovely wife was also on the verge of passing out as she sat down to settle down. His sons had just shared their observations with one another, talking animatedly the entire time. At least they were happy. Wyman had thought that, with the few hours from when the Crown Prince had arrived to when the feast began inside the Merman's court, he would be able to better handle the sight of the 3 dragons. He was wrong. Even as the feast raged inside the hall, with singers and musicians raving about, Wyman was still staring at the three dragons as they seemed to play with one another all throughout the hall. Wyman could tell that he wasn't the only one who was mesmerized, as there were times when the singers would pause mid-song to glance at the dragons and see what they were doing. All the questions that Wyman had had up to this point, ranging from what the Crown Prince was doing heading north to where he had been, faded from his memory. Just what was happening? How could there be dragons in Westeros again? It made no sense. As a sign of honor and respect, Prince Regal had taken the head seat, which resembled a throne that was usually reserved for the Lord of White Harbor. Wyman sat next to him, while the prince's red priestess took his other side. It seemed like she wanted to be as close as she could to the prince at all times. If not for the presence of the dragons, it was something that Wyman would have given more thought to. "I hope you don't mind, Lord Manderley," the prince began, causing Wyman to perk up, "but I took the liberty of using one of your ravens earlier today. I sent word to King's Landing about our safe arrival." Wyman did not mind. "It is no trouble, my prince." He tried to keep his voice steady. "I am sure that His Grace must have been worried for your safety." He trailed off, unsure of how to ask what he really wanted to know. "Your maester said that you had already sent a letter of your own." "Yes. The day before. We were all worried about your disappearance." For a moment, Wyman wondered if his letter would cause any panic in the king's court before the prince's raven arrived. Yes." Regal glanced down at his cup, which he had barely drank from. "I suppose in all of my excitement I did not consider how my time on Skagos would be noticed. I still have more growing up to do." Wyman's brain halted. Skagos. Did he hear that correctly? "My prince, did you say that you went to Skagos?" Regal glanced at him. "I did. We spent around 3 days there. It was a most stimulating experience. I'm sure my companions will not soon forget it." No, Wyman was sure that they would not. But why Skagos? The start of a conversation was doing wonders to help Wyman ease his mind away from the dragons. He focused on what he really needed to say here today. "My prince, I know I may be intruding, but why did you decide to go to Skagos? Is that why you were late to arrive?" "You are not intruding, my lord. I brought it up for a reason." "Oh." Wyman realized that he may be walking into a trap a little too late. "I went there to secure my family's legacy." Wyman didn't need to wonder what the prince was referring to. There were dragon eggs on Skagos. Unbelievable. Wyman never would have guessed it. "While there, I found myself fascinated by the land and the people," Regal continued as Wyman's mind tried to refocus on the conversation. "It's a pity that the Starks have ignored the island for so long. They have much to offer." Wyman's eyes went to the tall-robed man who was sitting beside Maester Kyburn. He was drinking, but he hadn't said a word to anyone throughout the feast. Regal followed his gaze and smiled. "I'm sure you've guessed it already, but he's a Skagosi. He and I have talked much during our journey here." Wyman was trying to connect the dots, but Regal didn't mind doing that for him. "The Skagosi did not appreciate my arrival and my demands for fealty, so they decided to battle me. I defeated them, and now the 3 major clans have sworn their allegiance to me. I have also decided to incorporate the island into the Crownlands. My father does not yet know of this, but I'm sure he'll see the wisdom of my decision when I return to King's Landing and explain the situation to him." Wyman felt a headache coming. There was so much in the prince's words just now that he didn't even know where to begin. He had battled the Skagosi. The fact that they had taken up arms against the Crown Prince could see them all hang for treason. The island was always a distant place despite it being technically under the control of the North and thus under the hegemony of the Iron Throne. No laws were enforced there. It was said that the Skagosi still practiced cannibalism and the Lord's right of the first night. Not that their ignorance would make a difference. If the Crown Prince wished it, he could see the entire island burn for their actions. Instead he had taken over the island and had the 3 clans swear their allegiance to him. Already Wyman could see Rickard Stark taking offense to this, and he was not the type to look the other way when it came to affronts, personal or otherwise. "My prince, taking Skagos away from the north is..." Wyman didn't know how to phrase his thoughts properly without potentially insulting the Crown Prince. Regal waved his hand in a calming manner. "Say what you think, Lord Manderley. This is why I brought it up in the first place. I wish to hear what you make of this, and what the North's reaction will be. Surely the Crown Prince already knew that the Starks, hell all the houses, would not be pleased with this development." Still, Wyman calmed his nerves as he said, my prince, Skagos has been a part of the North since before the Iron Throne was forged. The people there were no different from the Ironborn. They were raiders who constantly pillaged the land and took captives to sacrifice or as slaves. It was only through the Stark Kings that the island was finally pacified. And even then, they have rebelled many times throughout history. Their last revolt was during the reign of King Darren II. Lord Barthogan Stark lost his life when he tried to bring order back to the island. They eventually succeeded, but not after much death. Order. Regal frowned. You give the Starks too much credit, my lord. For they did not bring order to the island. They just restored the status quo. The Skagosi still fight among themselves over resources, and they remain isolated from the rest of the kingdoms. Tell me, of what use is that to anyone? Wyman suddenly found himself in a very difficult place. Was the Crown Prince trying to make enemies out of the Starks? Ah, my apologies, Regal said as he cocked his head. I forget myself. My frustration has gotten the better of me. Frustration. There is much potential in these lands, Lord Manderley. I aim to see Skagos prosper in the future, and I see similar potential in the north. Unfortunately, most of my predecessors were too busy resting on our laurels to do anything about it. We may have brought the kingdoms together and seen an end to perpetual war, but we can still do better. My frustration is aimed at their lack of action. Wyman's fears began to ease the more he heard the prince talk. I've had similar thoughts myself, he admitted, almost whispering the words. A part of him felt like he was betraying the Starks by agreeing with the Crown Prince, but he could not help but admit that much. Your family has accomplished much, so I can understand the feeling, Regal agreed. Despite losing your original lands, you still found a new place for yourself and even prospered from it. I was not able to see much, but I can still tell that White Harbor is a beautiful city. Clean and prosperous. I can't say the same for King's Landing, unfortunately. Wyman felt a surge of pride at the prince's words but also some confusion. From my understanding, King's Landing has remained stable during your father's rule, my prince. Regal shook his head. That's only on the surface. The people may be content so long as they're fed, but I don't feel that's good enough. There is still much poverty, and people's lives are wasted on aimless pursuits. King's Landing is a reflection on my family, and I will not have it squander like this. That's also true for the rest of the kingdom, for as kings all successes and failures ultimately rest on our heads. But I forget myself. That's a story for a different day. Right now, I must focus on the north. Wyman was starting to understand the Crown Prince just from this brief conversation. He saw the kingdom as an extension of his family, of himself. He could not stand seeing a poorly managed kingdom, for he felt as though that would reflect poorly on himself. It was such a prideful way of thinking that Wyman almost laughed. Not because he wanted to mock the young prince. It was the opposite. He just found it funny. You have an interesting way of seeing the world, my prince. Wyman settled for a more diplomatic answer. Regal just nodded before continuing, so tell me, Lord Manderley. What would the people of the north feel is satisfactory in return for Skagos? Wyman didn't know why the prince was turning to him specifically for this matter, but all the same he would make sure to give his honest thoughts. If a conflict could be averted, then all the better. The main struggle for the northern houses has always been food, my prince, he began. That, and our lack of wealth. Wyman did not include himself in that, because while his house wasn't the richest on the continent, far from it, it was still the richest in the north. It wasn't even close. They were more than a little comfortable thanks to their trade network with other parts of Westeros and Essos, but the Westerlands and the Reach had them beat. Yes. Food, Regal said softly. The one thing that ultimately drives our behavior. I had figured as much, but I appreciate hearing it from you nonetheless. You did. Wyman was a bit surprised. Many in the southern kingdoms couldn't begin to imagine the struggle that the cold presented the north with. Other than wildling raids, it was the north's biggest obstacle. Of course, it also shaped the northern lords into the hardy people that they were today. There were always two ways to look at things. Why the surprise? Regal raised an eyebrow. I will one day become king of Westeros. If I aim to elevate my land and the people living in it, then I must understand the struggles that they face. Even though I've read reports in the past, such as when my great-grandfather sent relief to the north during a particularly nasty winter, it still helps to hear from the people themselves. And among all the lords in the north, you are the most accustomed to the politics of the south. Some might call that a curse, but I see it as a blessing. It better helps me understand the people that I will one day rule, even in this remote and unforgiving land. Wyman was starting to see that the young prince was gifted in using flattery to get his way. The problem was that, even if it was a form of manipulation, his words were true. If the crown prince had approached a different northern lord with this information, then they immediately would have taken offense, which would have led to a less than amicable talk. Eyeing the young dragons again, Wyman was thankful that had not come to pass. There is also the prince's own magical abilities, he thought grimly. A Targaryen prince with both the flame and the dragon. It was a combination that had never been seen before, and Wyman almost shuddered thinking about any lord stupid enough to stand in the prince's way. On the other hand, the fact that the prince was willing to negotiate at all rather than use brute force to get what he wanted spoke favorably of his character. He was not someone Wyman was opposed to helping, especially if it led to a more prosperous north. Surely Rickard Stark would come to understand this as well. My prince, I will not mind sharing what I know with you, Wyman declared, coming to a decision. All the northern houses have gathered in Winterfell in preparation for your arrival, so you will be able to present yourself to them there. You will have my full cooperation in this. Meeting in person more often than not was better than corresponding through letters. Once the lords of the north saw the dragons for themselves, they would understand that they had to be more careful when dealing with the Iron Throne from now on. For the dragon was tightening its grip, and Wyman saw that it had the north in its sights. Regal looked pleased as he sent him a nod. I appreciate your cooperation, Lord Manderley. This will help me with other ideas that I have for Skagos. Ideas that will benefit you and your house greatly, I'm sure. Wyman returned the nod with a grateful one of his own. These were definitely changing times, and House Manderley would ride it out as it always did. Tywin stared out the window from his chamber inside the Tower of the Hand. King's Landing was in disarray. After Regal's letter was read, news of the dragon's return spread quickly through the city by the king's command. He had even ordered the High Septon to ring the bells of the Great September to celebrate the news. When told of the reason, the High Septon's face had gone pale. For a moment, it looked as if someone had physically assaulted him. Thankfully, he managed to recover and carry out the king's orders, but from the way his body tensed as he walked away, it was obvious that the news were not a happy one for him. By the end of the day, word of the dragon's return was on everyone's lips, and speculation was rampant. Just how had the prince been able to accomplish such a miracle? Once more whispers of the prince being blessed by the gods spread, and the people of King's Landing rejoiced, thinking that their future was assured with such a blessed prince as their future king. The king had not stopped there. As was his way, Aries had little sense for discretion and sent ravens to all the houses to further spread the word, hinting at the possibility of being able to see the dragons during the upcoming name day celebration for anyone who decided to attend. There was little doubt on everyone's mind that King's Landing would once again be flooded with lords, knights, and others alike in the coming days. Not since news of the prince's magical abilities had there been such fervor, and the city watch worked overtime to ensure that the order in the city remained. Tywin had never before seen his friend be so full of excitement. A permanent expression of glee had been plastered on the king's face since the news had reached him, and that had been more than a day ago. He was constantly bragging about how his son was the culmination of prophecy and that he was a clear sign of the supremacy of Targaryen rule. One would almost think that the prince's accomplishments were his own. The rest of the royal family were also feeling a wave of excitement after their initial shock disappeared. Princess Sheena and Prince Darren were more than a little eager to see the dragons for themselves, especially since one of them was still unclaimed. The small council had many questions, of course. None of them had heard about the prince's plans to go to Skagos. Tywin had discovered that a force had gathered on Dragonstone in the days leading to the prince's departure to the north, but he never could have guessed that it would lead to something like this. What else was being kept from them? The fact that Lucerys Valyrian had been allowed to accompany the prince was not lost on any of them. Whatever the exact nature of the expedition, the fact of the matter was that the Valyrian lord was the only one the prince had trusted enough to bring along. There was much jealousy from the other members in the small council who all saw the Valyrians as upstarts trying to accumulate more power in the king's court. They knew that Aries would heap rewards on any who had helped his son accomplish what many had thought impossible, and they wanted to secure those rewards for themselves. Tywin saw the petty jealousy for what it was. However, a part of him could not help but feel slighted. Surely the young prince could have turned to House Lannister for help in this endeavor. The return of the dragons was surely going to be one of the most historic moments in Westerosi history, and the fact that his house had not been a part of it irked Tywin. But what could he do about it? The moment had passed, and now Tywin had to face the future. This blunder taught Tywin that perhaps he had been underestimating Prince Regal a little too much. He recognized the prince's abilities, magical or otherwise. He had a great mind, one worthy of a king. Certainly more worthy than Aries. However, Tywin had still been thinking of Regal as nothing more than a boy. A capable one, but still not a man worth giving his full attention. For Aries was still king, and he held the ultimate sway over his house. That had been a mistake. Now the crown prince was not just a pyromancer but also a dragon rider. Such power was poised to change the political landscape of Westeros forever, and Tywin did not intend to be left behind. Tywin recalled Pycelle's warning from before, about the favor the prince was placing upon House Valyrian. Now he was beginning to see more clearly the reality of it. He might not know the full details, but the dots connected themselves. It wouldn't be long before the Valyrians and the other houses sworn to Dragonstone gained more prominence, just because of their close relationship to the prince. A mental map of Westeros began to appear in Tywin's mind as he pictured how the future might now be shaped, and at the center of it all stood the crown prince with his flames and the dragons. It was now more imperative than ever for the Lannisters to tie themselves to the Targaryens. However, there was little chance for Cersei to become queen. Not as long as Princess Sheena was in the picture. What to do? From the contents of the letter, everyone now knew that Prince Rhaegal was also a future dragon rider, for one of the dragons had bonded with him. This opened new possibilities for his house, but they were still not favorable. Tywin was not content with being second place. Already he had to endure the humiliation of being looked down on by the realm when his father had ruled. Tywin had made a vow to never endure that shame again. He wanted to make sure that his house dominated Westeros for the foreseeable future. No, even longer than that. So that by the time he finally left this world, he could do so in peace knowing that he had corrected his father's foolish mistakes. I think it's about time I bring my children to court. He had hesitated due to Cersei's young age, but he could no longer play things cautiously. The realm was changing and fast, and if he did not start making moves then the situation would spiral out of his control. The Martells had already made a move of their own, and Tywin wasn't going to allow the Dornish to get one over him. Even if Larisa Martell was a friend of his wife, the future of their house was more important than such ties. Thankfully Joanna had recently sent word that she was pregnant again, so it would be the perfect excuse to have her come to the Red Keep with their family. For safety of course, for the prince employed a very capable maester specializing in the healing arts. Kevin was more than capable of continuing to look over Casterly Rock until the celebrations of the prince's name day began. Ultimately, it would be the lion who would come out on top. He was certain of it. Regal and his group spent 2 days at White Harbor. During that time, he was able to relax from all the sea travel that they had done. He traversed through the city, enjoying the sights. It was also during this time that people of the city were able to see him and the dragons for the first time, and to say that they were alarmed was an understatement. They did not run in fear, but they were also a bit apprehensive about the dragon's presence. Despite their small size, they were fearful that they might be burned. It was only after that Regal gave assurances that they were safe that people started to become more comfortable, even going as far as looking at the dragons with wonder and celebration. It had made the rest of his stay more enjoyable. This time also gave Regal a peace of mind. After all, from when he first traveled from Dragonstone until now, he had constantly been on edge, wondering if he would be able to succeed when so many had failed in the past. It was not his fault really. So many things happened that Regal still had a hard time accepting that any of it was real. This world was hardly a simple one, was it? His talks with Wyman Manderley did more to ease his mind. It was true that he respected the man's insights, for his house was one of the most unique ones in the realm due to their location in the north. How they continued to be accepted despite their differing beliefs was a wonderful accomplishment, one that Wyman admitted was not always an easy one. However, even though he and his house still kept to the faith, they were not fervent believers either. That was not the case for the people living in the city, but it helped that House Manderley did not show any disrespect toward the old gods. They had also never attempted to spread the faith beyond the walls of their city, so the rest of the north was happy to leave them be so long as their loyalty remained true. When it was time to depart to Winterfell, Euron had suggested that they go up the White Knife for a faster route. Unfortunately, their ships were too big to fully navigate the river, as there were rapids and rocky chutes. The last thing Regal and Lucerys wanted was for their new fleet to end up destroyed in the river just because they wanted to reach Winterfell a few days earlier. Besides, Regal wanted to take part of his force to Winterfell with him, so ultimately they left White Harbor by carriage under full escort. Lord Celtigar stayed behind with the fleet and the rest of Regal's men. He had no particular interest to see Winterfell, and Regal needed someone to stay behind and in command of his forces. They were a few days into the journey, and Regal was more than a little bored. The north was vast, and there was a certain charm to seeing snow everywhere. But that got boring quickly. It did not help that the kingdom was sparsely populated, so villages and towns were separated by great distances. The temperature was quickly decreasing, and even though Skagos had been further north, it was more cold here than on the island. How bizarre. The low temperature did not seem to bother the dragons any. That was not true for the rest of his companions, with the exception of Melisandre and their new Skagosi companion. Even Regal was shivering every so often. The magic here grows stronger, Melisandre said softly as she sat next to him inside their carriage. Apart from the dragons, only Regal and Montford were seated with them. The others were in separate carriages, or in the case of Ser Brynden and the King's Guard, they were on horseback, riding alongside them for protection. It was doubtful that anyone would be stupid enough to attack a heavily armed force such as this, but stranger things have been known to happen. Magic. Montford rubbed his hands for extra warmth. They were all wearing coats for the cold, gifts from Wyman and his family. What are you talking about? It's creeping stronger now, she said, ignoring Montford. She was only looking at Regal. Even from here, I can feel it. Regal said nothing. He was not all that surprised by her words. Now that they were on the mainland, it was expected that she could sense more. If only he could as well. He was already planning on visiting the wall anyway, if only to pay his great-uncle a visit. No doubt seeing dragons with his own eyes would bring great joy to the aging man. Montford looked at Regal. Do you know what she's talking about? Best for you to not know, was Regal's answer as he stroked the top of Agarax's head. It was funny how the young dragon was making purring-like sounds from the attention. Leighton did not appear to have the same wants, as the black dragon was more happy napping on his lap than looking for attention. The third dragon was curled by Regal's side, but he knew that that would only last until they returned to King's Landing. Once there, he already had a good feeling as to who would be the one to claim the beautiful and slender dragon. He was going to have to find a way to make it up to the other, but what could make up for a dragon? Being the older brother sucks sometimes. Regal could already picture the tears, and he was not looking forward to that. However, the closer their procession got to Winterfell, the more prominent and all too familiar sensation began to spread through his body and mind. Regal's eyes narrowed in thought. How could this be? It was almost as if he was back on Skagos, and the 3 dragon eggs were calling to him. Only now that sensation was pointing him elsewhere, and as time went on it became increasingly obvious to him where the sensation was pointing to. Winterfell. Regal's mind was filled with many questions by this revelation, the most prominent of which was, how? Did the Starks have dragon eggs hidden somewhere? Did they even know of their presence? Was there another explanation? Melisandre sensed his distress, but she said nothing, merely smiling coyly from her seat. Regal did not notice this, his mind too distracted by his thoughts. All of a sudden his trip to Winterfell became all the more interesting. Chapter 20, Secrets in the Snow Part 2. Lyanna Stark did her best to remain inconspicuous from her spot near the doors leading to the kitchen. She had put on a heavy coat to hide her face, as well as protect her from the cold, so surely no one would know that she was here. The girl of 6 was staring at the gathered lords in the courtyard as they awaited the arrival of a very important guest. For weeks now, lords from all over the north had converged in Winterfell in order to meet with this important guest, who was supposed to be showing up today. Lyanna did not really get it. Her mother told her that it was the crown prince who was coming to Winterfell. This meant that he was going to be king of the 7 kingdoms one day. She knew that the crown prince was someone important, obviously, but she had never seen her father act so nervous before. It was weird for her to see her normally confident father act so skittish. Because of the prince's visit, she was supposed to be on her best behavior. Lyanna didn't get this either. She was always on her best behavior. It wasn't her fault that her father got mad at her for sneaking out all the time. But what was she supposed to do? Spend all her time inside the castle just learning boring things with the Maester? Who had time for that? While she was stuck here, her older brothers were out in the world having fun adventures. She only had Benjen to entertain herself with, and he wasn't all that fun. It just wasn't fair. At least Brandon was back. Thanks to him, Lyanna had been able to get more practice with her sword and also go out riding outside of the walls. They never got too close to the Wolfswood, not when they were on their own, but being out and about was more fun than being stuck in the castle all the time. These last couple of weeks had been exciting all on their own. Because of the prince's upcoming visit, Lyanna was able to see so many new people for the first time in her life. There were the harvest feasts that happened every couple of years, but Lyanna did not remember much about them, to be honest. This was the first time that she was able to better understand what was going on, and she was more than a little excited. Despite hating her lessons, Lyanna had to admit that they were coming in handy as she saw the many banners flapping in the wind, recognizing most of them. She spotted House Serwyn, House Bolton, House Dustin, House Riswell, House Glover, House Hornwood, House Umber, House Karstark, and many others. The lords had not come alone. Some had brought their sons and other family members with them. Apparently, according to her mother, someone from the royal family hadn't visited Winterfell in a very long time, so many of the lords were more than a little eager to meet with their future king. Not that Lyanna cared much about any of that. While she didn't care much for princes or whatever, she did know one thing: the prince that was visiting had magical powers. Maester Whaleys had told her so anyway. Lyanna couldn't believe it. She thought magic stories were just something old Nan liked to talk about for fun. Some of her stories were really scary. Okay, most of them were. But they also had magic in them, and that sounded cool. Why was it that this prince could use magic while she couldn't? Lyanna had been pouting for days after finding out about this. A part of her thought that maybe the prince was a liar and was pulling a prank on everyone, so she wanted to get a good look at him when he first arrived at the gate. Unfortunately, she had underestimated the size of the crowd that had gathered in the courtyard, and so her vision to the south gate was practically cut off. Nothing is ever easy. She was going to have to get in closer to get a better look. Before she could move, she heard someone clearing their throat behind her. Paling, Lyanna slowly turned around to see her mother standing with her hands on her hips, glaring down at her. A couple of the guardsmen were with her, and they were exchanging glances with one another, silently expressing their amusement. "I thought I told you to prepare yourself for the lineup," Lyanna Stark said, her tone leaving no room for argument. "You do understand who's coming to the castle, don't you?" Of course she did. But Lyanna had something else on her mind as she lowered her coat from her face. "How did you get behind me? I've lived in this castle far longer than you have, my daughter. You're still far too young to be able to catch me by surprise. Now come. Your father and brothers are waiting for us." That wasn't an answer, though. Frustrated, Lyanna allowed her mother to drag her along to the middle of the courtyard where the rest of their family was. Sure, she would get a good look at the prince this way, but then he would also be able to look at her too. How was she supposed to uncover his secrets when he knew that she was staring at him? Unfair. It also sucked that she was forced to wear a dress for this occasion. She didn't mind her hair being braided, but she didn't want to be paraded around like a doll either. Lyanna always felt more comfortable wearing breeches compared to dresses. She didn't particularly hate them, but they weren't her preferred choice. Her father rarely approved of that either, though. Honestly, he rarely approved of anything that she did. Sometimes it felt like he was frustrated with everything that she did. Not that Lyanna could help it. There she is. Brandon threw her a smirk as their mother forced her to stand in between him and the squirming Benjen. His usual wild brown hair was combed for the occasion. "I thought you were going to be late, little sister." "I was on a mission, okay." "To do what?" "Give our dear mother a heart attack with your absence." "That would never happen." "At least you didn't drag poor Benjen along this time." "I don't think he can handle another scolding from father." Her only younger brother grumbled at Brandon's words, but he already knew that he couldn't argue. Whenever Lyanna thought of something new to do, she always decided to bring him along for the ride. Personally, Lyanna thought it was a nice way to build memories between siblings, but the constant lectures from their father were not fun either. Enough. Their father's glance was enough to make their idle chatter stop. "The prince's procession has been spotted. We don't have the luxury to be joking around. You will make sure to represent our family with honor. Is that understood?" There it was again. Was the crown prince so scary that her father had to look so worried like this? Many people wouldn't see it, but Lyanna thought that she was pretty good at reading her father's moods. Brandon just shrugged. "I'll be sure to put on my best face, father." His words seemed sincere. But then a small smile began to form on his face after, which almost made Lyanna giggle. Ricard Stark just sighed, an almost tired expression befalling him. "I swear, where did I go wrong with these two?" Brandon seemed to take that as a compliment while their mother just rubbed their father's back in an attempt to console him. At least Maester Whaleys seemed entertained by their discussion. Considering how stern he usually was in their lessons, Lyanna considered this a win. Some of the other lords who had overheard the exchange were also chuckling, so Lyanna felt even more proud at the moment. Her focus shifted to the open gate as one of the guards shouted from above, signaling that the crown prince was finally here. It didn't take long before columns of men began to march inside the courtyard. For the first time in her life, Lyanna was seeing the sigil of a house that she had only read about, the three-headed red dragon. She didn't know why, but she felt her breath leaving her at the sight of it. It almost seemed to radiate power, but that seemed silly to her. And yet, there was a strange sensation gripping her heart right now. Several carriages soon started rolling into the courtyard as well. However, her father's gaze was solely trained on the first one that entered. Is that where he is? All of this anticipation was really getting to Lyanna now. Two men in very fancy white armor got off their horses and quickly walked over to the door of the carriage and opened it. Once they did, everyone, lord and guardsmen alike, fell to one knee and bowed their heads. Lyanna had almost forgotten her mother's instructions, having been caught staring at the dragon banners again, and was one of the last ones to do so, almost startled by the sudden movements around her. She flushed in embarrassment when she heard her brother chuckling beside her. "I'll get you later," she swore. She heard footsteps coming from the carriage. Soon, a pair of feet were walking on solid ground heading toward her and her family. She didn't look up, not until her father told her that it would be okay to do so. "Welcome to Winterfell, my prince," she heard her father say, his tone subdued. "We are most honored by your presence. You may rise, Lord Stark." The prince's voice, it was not as scary as Lyanna had expected it to be. It wasn't too deep, nor was it rough. It wasn't fully soft either. It was somewhere in between. Lyanna still kept her head down as she and everyone began to stand back up. But that didn't last when she heard her father make a choking sound, like he had just been physically struck in the stomach, hard. She heard both of her brothers let out gasps of their own, followed by many others in the courtyard, which also included her mother. It took a second for Lyanna to realize that she was the only one who was still looking down. Of all the times for her to actually follow directions. Trying to understand what was happening, Lyanna finally raised her head. She was met with a striking face with features that she had never seen before. Silver blonde hair and a pair of deep purple eyes stared back at her. Despite being around Brandon's age, the prince was taller than her brother, and her brother was already tall for his age. Even for someone as young as her, she could recognize the ethereal beauty that the prince seemed to possess. But all of that paled in comparison to the two baby dragons perched on his shoulders, their heads tilting as they gazed at them with curiosity. Lyanna felt her own breath leave her for a second time. Perhaps all of old Nan's stories weren't so fake, after all. Rickard Stark did not know what to make of the sight before him. When Wyman Manderley had first informed him that the Crown Prince had been late to arrive to White Harbor, he had understandably panicked. He did not want the king to start blaming the North for his heir's disappearance. His uneasiness about the prince's visit to Winterfell had more than doubled as several different scenarios played in his head. Thankfully, a second raven had come a few days later, informing him that the prince had finally arrived to White Harbor and would be coming to Winterfell in the coming days. When he informed the other lords of this, the impatience that had been brewing finally settled. Rickard hadn't filled them in about the prince's supposed disappearance, not wanting to cause panic when there was little need. That proved to be wise. And yet, all of that seemed to matter little now as Rickard's eyes settled on the two baby dragons. He felt his heart beat faster in his chest when his eyes landed on a third one as the prince's twin brother emerged from the carriage. Just what was happening? Why were there 3 dragons inside his castle? Why hadn't Wyman informed him of this beforehand? Rickard did not need to look around to know that there were similar feelings of awe and shock among the other lords in the courtyard. "Dragons," Maester Whaley said in a hushed tone from behind Rickard. "Impossible." Rickard was unable to find his voice to correct his wife on her possible disrespect. The prince just smiled as he tilted his head in their direction. "My apologies, Lord Stark. I told Lord Manderley that I wanted to heap this surprise upon the North and so asked him to keep quiet of the dragons. Hopefully my prank has not alarmed you too much." A prank, he called it. Dragons were pranks now. What was this world coming to? Rickard realized that not keeping up with all the rumors coming from the south may have been a mistake. On the other hand, dragons walking around Westeros would have caused a bigger noise, right? But judging from their size, they must have just hatched recently. In other words, they were a new phenomenon. This was nothing more than conjecture, but Rickard felt confident in it regardless. Not that it changed much. The fact that the Crown Prince had dragons was an undeniable fact, and Ricard found his political aspirations hitting a new wall. They have dragons. No one told me that they have dragons. Brandon rolled his eyes at his sister's excited yell as she bounced in place inside his bedchamber within the Great Keep. Their father had told them to prepare themselves for the feast while he retreated into his solar with their mother and the Maester, his face troubled. Even after the Targaryen prince was led to his chambers in the guest house, all the eyes in the courtyard had followed after him, or more specifically his dragons. Brandon could hardly believe it himself. They had been told that dragons were extinct, never to return. They had been legendary beasts that had conquered Westeros and had propelled the Targaryens into becoming the most powerful family on the continent. Now, they were back, and they were inside Winterfell. This was not what Brandon had been expecting to see today, to be honest. He thought that his family was just going to have to entertain some stuck-up prince and his curiosities. Sure, all of the North had heard of the prince's supposed magical abilities, but Brandon put little faith in the stories of Southerners. They were probably nothing more than overblown rumors meant to prop up the crown prince, nothing more. As if to slap him in the face for his ignorance, the first thing the prince showed them was dragons. Brandon was starting to believe that he may have been a little too dismissive of the crown prince's powers. If he had dragons, what else was he capable of? "Brother, are you listening to me?" His sister's pouting face freed him from his thoughts. "Did you follow me to my room just so that you could yell?" "Hey, I'm here too," Benjen spoke up from his spot on the bed. "I again ask why." "You saw them, didn't you?" Lyanna squealed in excitement. "They said dragons didn't exist, but we got to see them. They were so adorable." Benjen looked weirded out. "Sister, you think they were adorable?" "You didn't." "They looked scary," their younger brother admitted while looking down. "They could probably burn us alive." "They're too small for that," Brandon reassured him. "Although for how long, who knew?" "You think the prince will let us pet them?" Lyanna's question had Brandon rolling his eyes again. "Sister, I understand your fascination, but do not do something that will get father in trouble later on." Usually he was more than happy to play along with her antics, but for once he was going to have to agree with their father. The crown prince was not someone they wanted to get on the bad side of, and messing with his dragons was a surefire way of doing that. Lyanna pouted again. "Why does everyone think that I'm going to do something weird? Were you not the one who was trying to spy on the prince earlier? That's different. They say he can use fire, and I wanted to see if it was true." Brandon did not know how she was going to accomplish that by spying on him from the kitchens, but whatever. Trying to decipher his wild sister's thought process would just leave him confused by the end of it all. "I bet Ned is going to be so jealous that he missed this." Lyanna looked excited by the thought. That's what he gets for having his own adventures in the Vale all on his own. As if their brother had a choice in deciding to go there. "But how do you think that the prince has dragons?" Benjen's soft voice echoed through the room. "I thought they didn't exist." Despite the excitement, their little brother hadn't missed the crucial detail. "That is the question," Brandon agreed as he walked up to him and patted him on the head. "Maybe we'll get to find out." Even though the dragons were eye-catching, Brandon hadn't missed the Valyrian steel sword hanging from the prince's side. As far as they knew, the two legendary swords of House Targaryen had been lost, so why did the prince have a new one? More than that, judging from the prince's build, he was a fighter. Brandon was curious to find out who was the better fighter between the two of them. He could feel the excitement building inside him at the thought of defeating a Targaryen in combat. It was something else to look forward to, he supposed, but for now he had to set a good example to his siblings. "Go to your rooms and start getting ready. Father will not be happy if you're late." Despite their grumbling, the two did as told, leaving Brandon to wonder more about the dragons and the Valyrian steel sword. Winterfell was built upon natural hot springs that helped to keep the castle warm. This was why, despite the severe drops in temperature during the harsh winters, the people living inside were still able to survive year after year. Regal felt this warmth for himself when he and the others were led to their rooms inside the guest house within the castle. The imposing Lord Stark said he wanted to give them a moment to settle in before they began with the opening feast with the rest of the lords, but clearly he was doing it because he wanted to get his thoughts in order. The presence of dragons had really shaken him up. Regal had taken notice of the man's family, and his children in particular had been more fascinated by the dragons rather than scared. The beauty of youth, he thought with some amusement. "At least we don't have to suffer from the cold anymore," Rhaegal said as he joined him inside Regal's room. The others were all getting settled inside their respective rooms. Melisandre had offered to sleep in his room, but Regal had turned her down. Again. They were still dressed in their doublets which displayed the colors of their house. Despite the warmth inside the castle walls, Rhaegal had not removed his heavy coat. The three dragons were chirping at one another as they stood on Rhaegal's bed. There will be questions. Rhaegal looked at him. Rhaegal made sure that Brightflame was secured in the room before looking back at him. I'm aware. You have not told me what you have decided to do when Lord Stark hears of Skagos. Lord Manderley was kind enough to not share the details with him, but that will not last. Thanks to the dragons, none of the lords had noticed the Skagosi in their midst. Rhaegal had no intention of hiding him, however. The men had proved to be a great help in the short time that he had been in his service. Sharing everything from the oral traditions that he knew to the more practical matters on the island, he had been an invaluable source of information that Rhaegal intended to use for the future. The Starks will accept my terms, Rhaegal said. No doubt some of the lords will grumble anyway. They will not like that I made the island a possession of the crown without consulting them first. However, if Rickard Stark is smart, he'll understand that he has more to gain by agreeing to my terms than trying to fight it. Rhaegal let out a small hum. You know, brother, when you talk so confidently, I start to believe that you can do anything. Perhaps not anything, Rhaegal said with a small grin. But making a bunch of lords submit? I think I can handle that. The two shared a small laugh before it was time to get moving again. Rhaegal did not contemplate for a second leaving the dragons behind. They were the safest when they were with him and his brother, so the three dragons joined the group once more when the wife of Rickard Stark came personally to escort them to the great hall of the castle. Wonderful engineering they got going on here, Oberyn said when he rejoined them. They have water running through the walls from the hot springs to heat up the chambers. I was thinking that I was going to freeze my balls off while staying here. If Lyanna Stark was offended by the crass nature of his words, she did not show it as she titled her head in thanks. The Starks of old have made sure to make this a livable castle, Prince Oberyn. He laughed. I can tell. One of the servants was kind enough to tell me that you have a glass garden too. Imagine that. I guess you wolves have more comforts than you give off. The north is a hard land, but that does not mean we cannot find pleasures where we can, she replied smoothly. Although you misunderstand, Prince Oberyn. The glass gardens were not built to show off our wealth. They are a practical necessity that keeps us fed during particularly harsh winters. I'm sure that's not a struggle that you're familiar with. Dorne is not known for its winters, no, Oberyn agreed with a laid-back grin. But you'll find that the deserts have their own struggles, my lady. Lyanna did not respond to that, just nodding stiffly. Stannis looked exasperated by the exchange while Arthur just shook his head. Rhaegal didn't bother to dwell on the exchange as they continued on their way to the Great Hall. They were hit with the cold again when they exited the guest house and traversed the main courtyard to reach their destination. Along the way, Rhaegal spotted many guardsmen and other servants glancing their way, more specifically the dragons. No doubt that this would be an event that they were going to talk about long after Rhaegal returned to King's Landing. More guards were stationed by the entrance to the Great Hall. As the guests of honor, they were the last ones to arrive for the feast so that they could properly be introduced. Rhaegal cared little for this. He was more interested in the talks that would follow once the welcoming feast concluded. That, and the ever-present burning sensation that permeated all of his senses. Now that he was inside Winterfell, the burning sensation was stronger than ever. There was little doubt in Rhaegal's mind that there was at least one dragon egg somewhere in the castle. It was just a matter of figuring out where. The young 8 and 10 Roose Bolton watched on with great interest as the Crown Prince's entrance was announced. A few moments later, he led his group into the Great Hall, 2 of the dragons still perched on his shoulders. His pale eyes were fixated on the dragons the entire time the prince walked toward his seat. Roose had accompanied his father to the gathering of lords as was expected of him. When he'd first heard that the Crown Prince was coming to the north, his mind had raced with the implications of it all. Despite his inexperience in ruling, he knew the significance of a royal visit to Winterfell. It had only happened once before in history. While one of Rhaenyra Targaryen's sons had once traveled to Winterfell in order to win support for his mother, it was kind of an open secret in the realm that the boy had been no true prince. Just a bastard fortunate enough to have ridden a dragon. Not that it mattered much to Roose. Ultimately, power triumphed over all as it could even override history. Sadly for Jacaerys Valerion Targaryen, he had lacked the power to make that change permanent. Now his mother was known as nothing more than a bloody usurper while he and his siblings were regarded as bastards, a stain in the Targaryen legacy. Not that King Aegon II fared much better, but this was beside the point. Roose felt like he was watching a new power on the rise, and he felt compelled to see if he could make that work to his advantage somehow. His father was happy to keep playing as the servant to the Starks, but Roose had never once felt that inclination in his heart. The Boltons had once been kings. Was it wrong to dream for more rather than to stay as mere servants to a house that did not serve to remain at the top? Roose was not one to let impatience dominate him, however. He was aware of his house's history. They had risen up before, only to be brutally put down every time. Of course, if it had been him, he would not have allowed the disobedient house to keep on existing. The fact that the Starks had been lenient with them highlighted their weakness. Watching the Targaryen prince with his dragons presented a new player on the board. The Iron Throne had little impact on the north. The northern lords were subservient, sure, but they did not meddle much with the affairs in the south. There was little use in it. Now those southern games seemed to be approaching them, and Roose knew why. It was the dragons that had compelled the north to kneel. And now those dragons had returned, and Roose could see the expressions on the lords' faces as they watched Regal Targaryen sit on the high seat of the old kings in the north. While before curiosity and honor had bound them to greet the crown prince with respect, his supposed magical abilities notwithstanding, now there was some fear and apprehension mixed in. The extent of the prince's magical abilities were unknown. The power of dragons was not. While these lords were not well versed in playing the same political mind games as their counterparts in the south, they were smart enough to realize that there were big changes coming. This thought no doubt frightened them, for they did not know what the crown had in mind for them. For Roose, this was just another opportunity for the future, and if there was an opening for him to exploit, then he would take it. This, he swore. The feast opened up with a big toast given by none other than Ricard himself, honoring the king and for the continual stability of the realm. The other lords gave their agreements by raising their cups, or in the case of Lord Umber shouting at the top of his lungs. The man was huge, and so were the rest of his family. No wonder they were said to be descended from giants. They weren't as hairy as the Skagosi, but besides that they were practically the same in terms of physical appearance. How interesting. Regal didn't allow himself to drink too much. The same couldn't be said for the rest of his companions. Euron and Oberyn especially were going hard at it, drinking more and more with no signs of stopping. Some of the lords and their heirs took it as a challenge and began to try and match them. Regal wasn't looking forward to seeing the hangovers tomorrow. Stannis and Arthur were more cautious with their drinking, as was Tytos. Mace was enjoying the drinks himself, but not to the same extent as Euron and Oberyn. "It's not every day that we get a Reachman up here," one of the lords said to the drinking Mace, whose cheeks were flushed. Based on the sigil in his clothes, the men belonged to House Karstark, one of the branches of the Stark. "Ha. I've been setting records lately," Mace declared by raising his cup. "I was one of the first to see the dragons return to Westeros. And I'm one of Prince Regal's closest confidants. The songs will tell much of my glory." Regal almost snorted in amusement. Lord Karstark was not taking him seriously, but he nevertheless raised his own cup while laughing. "That's some achievements you got there." Some others joined in the laughter. Regal shifted his gaze to Melisandre, who was sitting beside him at the head table. As usual, the Red Priestess drank and ate very little. She was just observing the festivities with some curiosity, but whatever her thoughts, they were closed off to the world. She had been quiet since their arrival to Winterfell, and Regal had a good idea as to why that was. "Enjoying yourself, my prince?" Ricard approached him with a conversation first. The man was seated on his other side, with the rest of his family sitting beside him. Regal had not missed the eager looks on the younger Starks' faces all throughout the feast as they kept shooting glances at his dragons. "It's quite pleasant," he said, not seeing the need for extra flattery. "Winterfell is quite impressive, although I noticed that some towers have been abandoned." "Years take their toll on the strongest of fortifications," he replied. "You have not rebuilt. Such an endeavor would quickly dry our coffers, my prince. I'm sure you know that we are not the wealthiest of kingdoms. What gold we make we prefer to use for necessities. Food then." Regal hummed in understanding. "I understand. At least you have a good reason for it. King's Landing has needed repairs for many years now, and despite the gold being there, no one has seen fit to do it. It's a shame, really. Is that something you aim to do during your reign, my prince?" "Before that, if possible. But yes. I have many plans, Lord Stark. You will find that the North is involved in some of them." His words caused the men to go quiet. Regal had to admit, he was good at masking his emotions. Nevertheless, Regal could tell that his words troubled the men. Why? Regal wasn't certain. Did he think that Regal was going to purposefully sabotage parts of his kingdom? The thought was insulting. "Forgive my caution, my prince," Ricard said after a moment's silence. Despite all the noise from the feast, Regal was hearing him well enough. "The crown has never seen fit to meddle with us before. I cannot imagine what changes you might wish to implement." "There are some that I'm already running through my head," Regal admitted. "I talked about some of them with Lord Manderley on my way here. Of course, I wish to speak to you on certain matters as well. No doubt you'll be interested in hearing what I have to say." I look forward to it, my prince." Regal ignored the forced pleasantry and just nodded. The feast carried on while Regal continued trying to ignore the burning sensation that was coursing through his body and mind. No one approached him and Rhaegal directly, but Regal could tell that many of them were wanting to. Either because they wanted to hear from them directly or because they wanted to know more about the dragons he could not say. Maybe it was a combination of both. Regal wasn't certain if he was going to tell all of the lords directly about his escapade in Skagos, but the choice of bringing it up was taken from him as one of the men stood up while raising his goblet. "Prince Regal," he shouted, catching everyone's attention. His cheeks were flushed from all the alcohol. His immense size marked him as an umber. "I've been waiting to say this for a while now. Many of us are eager to hear how you have acquired 3 dragons. It's not something we expected to see today. Not that any of us are complaining." The lord from House Dustin shouted while laughing. "Aye. To see a dragon with our own eyes. Such a grand treat this day is." Another lord chimed in. More cheers rang in the hall as they turned their expectant gazes on him. Out of the corner of his eyes, he noticed one of Ricard's children almost bouncing in her seat, probably eager to hear of his story. Well, it wouldn't trouble him to share some of the details here. By now, his raven had probably reached King's Landing and news of his expedition to Skagos had more than likely spread. "I don't mind at all, my lord," Regal said as the hall began to quiet down, all wanting to hear from him. Only the dragons made noise as they played with one another. "Although I don't think the story will be as fascinating as you think." He could hear Oberyn snorting from his seat, but Regal ignored him. "You may find this difficult to believe, but the dragons called out to me, and as luck would have it they were calling to me from Skagos." The name of the island was met with several wide eyes. Even Ricard looked taken aback by the admission. They were more shocked by the fact that he had gone there than the fact that the dragon eggs were calling to him. "How funny. I set sail there immediately. I was fortunate to find 3 dragon eggs waiting for me on the island, and with the help of my red priestess I was able to hatch them. Now my brother and I have claimed 1 each. His is Agarax, while I named mine Ankalagan. The 3rd one has yet to receive a name." It was brief and to the point, but it was enough to captivate the lords. They were probably impressed just by the fact that he had sailed to Skagos personally. They knew better than most the stories surrounding the Skagosi, and it was not a place that one should wander into carelessly. They cheered. "To Prince Regal. To the prince." And many others like it followed. Regal accepted the celebrations with a calm smile as he sat back comfortably in his seat while Ricard remained silent. The feast would continue for many hours after that, and by the end of it only a few men would be left standing. Regal was not surprised that Ricard invited him to his solar after the feast began to wind down. Even though it was late, he knew that there were some things that they needed to talk about, especially after his reveal earlier. Rhaegal had wanted to come along, but Regal advised him to stay behind and keep an eye out for some of their more troublesome companions. With the way Oberyn and Euron had drank, they would be more than willing to do anything right now, and that included mayhem. Melisandre was also a wild card right now too, and the last thing he needed was for her to unintentionally, or more likely intentionally, start insulting the religion of the North. Ser Gerald and Ser Barristan followed, but Regal tasked Ser Brynden to stay behind with Rhaegal for the time being. When they reached the solar, Regal signaled for the 2 knights to stay by the door. Regardless of how the conversation went, he doubted that he was in any danger. Of course, Ankalagan and his sibling were not going anywhere, the 2 hatchlings once again taking position on his shoulders. He felt like he was a tree branch for them sometimes. Ricard's solar was sparsely decorated. There was a set of oak chairs as well as a long table where the man conducted his daily affairs. A fire was also present, and it provided the room with some extra warmth. "I apologize for keeping you up, my prince." Ricard gestured to one of the seats while he too sat down. "No doubt you want nothing more than to just rest after a long journey." "It is no trouble." I have been meaning to speak to you in private as well. It's better to do it now than to wait. Ricard slowly nodded, his eyes briefly going to the dragons once more. The man was no doubt wondering what was on Regal's mind, but he was going to let the Lord of Winterfell say what he needed to first. First, I must apologize for intruding, but Lord Manderley sent word that you were late arriving to White Harbor. At first, we all feared the worst. We are all gladdened to see you and your brother alive and healthy. Regal did not respond. After hearing your story earlier, am I right to understand that you were late because you traveled to Skagos? That's correct. Was it as you say? Did the dragons really call for you? The evidence speaks for itself, Lord Stark. Regal did not mind the skepticism. It would be hard for someone to understand unless they lived and experienced what he had. Magic was strange like that, especially at the moment when it had practically disappeared from Westeros for so long. Speaking of which, he needed to get this conversation moving. The longer he waited, the worse the burning sensation within him became. He couldn't be patient forever. Skagos is one of the reasons that I want to speak with you, my lord. While Ricard was trying to collect his thoughts, Regal moved the conversation forward. I had a feeling that there was more to it than what you initially shared, Ricard said. There is. I won't go into all the specifics, but the lords of Skagos have declared their loyalty to me. From now on, Skagos will belong to the crown. Chapter 21, Secrets in the Snow Part 3. It was hard for Ricard to describe his thoughts as he stared at the crown prince, who unlike him appeared as calm as one could be. He had already expected that the prince's visit would come with complications. Even though he reassured himself that he was still loyal to the crown, that his actions were for the good of his house and his kingdom, there were still moments of doubt, especially with how uncertain the future was. Now, he felt that uncertainty more than ever. Just what was he supposed to make of this? Why was the crown prince doing this in the first place? Ricard had many questions, and he didn't know where to begin. You're not happy. Ricard stopped himself from frowning as he looked at the young prince. Forgive me. After being told so bluntly that part of my kingdom is being taken from me, I need more than a few moments to process. It wasn't in him to be so petty and sarcastic. But at that moment, the words just left his mouth without much thought. Instead of taking offense, Regal just smiled. I can imagine that. The smile then disappeared. Since I began my discussion being blunt, then I will continue to do so. No doubt you would prefer honesty over honeyed words. Ricard would, yes. Despite what you might say, in all of these years Skagos has barely remained a part of the North. It has barely remained a part of the Iron Throne. I'm not interested in leaving parts of my kingdom unaccounted for. The same is true for the mountain clans, whom I noticed did not attend the feast today. This time, Ricard couldn't stop the frown that formed on his face. My prince, as Warden of the North, I, along with my family, have kept the peace in this kingdom for as long as the Iron Throne has entrusted us with it. The Skagosi are no better than the Ironborn. They may worship the same gods as us, but they have little interest in being part of the greater world. And that is where you have failed. Regal leaned back in his chair. Point of the matter is, there is no reason to go back and forth on this. Like I've said, the Skagosi have already declared their loyalty to me and the crown. I'll be more than happy to give you the full story later, but right now it's irrelevant. My maester has a copy of the treaty that the three most powerful clans signed, affirming their ties to the Iron Throne. What? Ricard's eyes widened a little before he schooled his futures, but it was too late. The prince noticed, and he smiled again. I believe that's more than the Starks have managed to accomplish in thousands of years. Ricard's jaw clenched, but he didn't say anything at the remark. Oh, forgive me. The prince was not sincere, and his tone said as much. I just couldn't help myself after your insinuation that I was stealing some great prize from you. The young prince leaned in closer, his eyes narrowed. Tell me, Lord Stark. If Skagos remains as part of your domain, what do you plan to do with it? The question was met with silence, because Ricard did not have an answer for it. If not for the prince's admission during the feast that he had gone to Skagos, Ricard wouldn't have even thought of the island. The Skagosi never left their homeland. It was the same for the mountain clans living north of Winterfell, but Ricard, along with previous lords of Winterfell, often went to meet with them. There was a mutual understanding. They were loyal to House Stark. Since the North became part of the Iron Throne, they had never met with a Targaryen, be it a king or prince or any other, but as sworn vassals to the Starks they fell in line with the laws of the realm. For the most part. The Skagosi were not like that. The last time a Stark had set foot on their island he had been killed. It went without saying that they did not have the easiest of relationships. None of this changes the fact that Skagos still belongs to the north, my prince, Ricard finally said, his voice measured. Trampling on the sovereignty of another house is dangerous. I call it a necessity when that land is being squandered, the prince retorted before leaning back once more, not caring for Ricard's statement or its implications. Ricard did not know if the young prince was intentionally trying to provoke him or not. However, I also recognize that there is some truth in your words, the prince added, his face relaxing again. Despite your inaction, your house has kept Skagos as part of the Iron Throne even after they dared to rebel. For that I am willing to reward you. I asked Lord Manderley what you might prefer in exchange for the island, and his answer helped me understand what I already know. Understand? Ricard's eyes narrowed this time. Don't look so suspicious, Lord Stark. While my predecessors were more than willing to let you be, you'll find that my methods are different. Don't think that I'm picking on you for any particular reason. I have a feeling that I will be having similar conversations with many lords in the coming years. Ricard knew there were many ways that he could interpret the prince's words, and none spelled anything peaceful for the future. However, as he looked upon this young prince, with his magical abilities and his 2 dragons still perched on his shoulders, Ricard realized that this was the manifestation of his fears come true. Ever since the boy's grandfather first sent a raven proclaiming him as a pyromancer, Ricard knew that something like this was coming. The Targaryens were trying to encroach in the affairs of the lords once more. It was exactly as Jon Arryn feared. Sometimes I feel as if I'm horrible at hiding my thoughts, but sitting before you now I can say that you're worse at it than I. The prince's words snapped Ricard from his thoughts. Do you think I mean to cripple your lands? Regal scoffed before Ricard had a chance to say anything. Don't insult me. The north belongs to you as much as it belongs to my house now, and I will not see it squandered if I can help it. Squandered? Ricard echoed, feeling insulted. Don't take it personally, Lord Stark. I'm not talking about you or your house specifically. I'll continue to be blunt because I know you'll appreciate it. The 7 kingdoms have stagnated. The North and the Iron Islands remain isolated from the rest of the realm. The Riverlands and the Reach are full of bickering lords, more interested in petty schemes and political fragmentation. The Vale remains troubled by their mountain clans with much of their land left desecrated because of it. The Westerlands were plagued with a revolt recently that had their houses more interested in wasting money than using it wisely. The Stormlands are united but poorer than they should be. And Dorne. Dorne is still viewed as an outsider by many and thus they remain separate from the rest of the kingdoms in more ways than one. Tell me, Lord Stark. Does any of this sound like a prosperous realm to you? Ricard could only stare at the young prince, unsure of what to say. Some of his earlier irritation started to fade away as he realized that the prince was indeed not trying to insult him. He was just doing as he'd said, being honest. He saw a problem, not just in the north but in all of the kingdoms. The common people are happy to cheer just because they have food on the table, but I'm not content with this. There's more to be done, and I will make sure that it gets done. It was a simple declaration. The boy's father had made several in the past already. One of which was to build a new wall in the north in order to add new lands to the kingdom. It never got done, of course. Just like the rest of the king's promises. They were hollow, not worth a damn. Unlike those extravagant promises, however, Ricard found himself trusting the prince more. Why was that? Was it the conviction with which he spoke? Or was it because of the prince's abilities? Ricard could not say. He just knew that any animosity he might have felt earlier was mostly gone now. Some part of him still felt irritated that the prince had decided to just grab Skagos without consulting him first, but Ricard knew that that was just his own northern pride kicking in. Thinking more calmly now, Ricard began to realize that this was actually an opportunity for him. The prince had opened up the door for negotiation. Despite showing no tact and just grabbing Skagos for his own, the prince was still willing to treat with him. It was better than nothing, and Ricard was willing to work with it. What do you plan on giving to the north in exchange for Skagos, my prince? Regal would not lie and say that he wasn't a little surprised to see Ricard Stark changing his tune so quickly and begin their negotiations. In truth, everything that he was doing were things that he had already been planning on implementing, with or without Skagos. It was no huge loss for him, one way or another. The Stark did not need to know that, though. He expected more resistance from the men, partly fueled by Regal's words. Not that he could help it. He was irritated right now, both because of the Stark's belief that he might try to cripple the North and because of the burning sensation in the back of his mind. It was like the dragon eggs had confirmed that he was here, and they were doing their best to let him know that he needed to come to them. Damn dragons. They never had any patience. Then again, his own patience was questionable, and he was part dragon. Or his soul was at least. Anyway, back to the main topic. Regal held up 2 fingers. Infrastructure and food. This is what I aim to compensate you with. Ricard was intrigued, Regal could tell. The Starks really were too honest with their feelings for their own good, but that just made dealing with them all the more easy. I saw your roads on my way here. Given the size of your kingdom, you have far too little, and they are nothing more than dirt patches on the ground. The old king was wise to build a foundation for a road system to better connect the 7 kingdoms together, but that should have been the first step, not its conclusion. What are you saying, Prince Regal? I plan on building a new road system, one that will rival the ancient highways of Valyria. Not just mere dirt roads but something more befitting of the Iron Throne. I will expand the existing King's Road to include more routes to better promote trade and communication within the kingdoms. It wasn't just the King's Road that existed, of course. There were the Gold Road, Rose Road, and so forth. The King's Road was the primary artery, and Regal wished to expand on it. How do you plan on accomplishing this? Ricard asked, his brow furrowed. The cost alone. I must keep some secrets, Lord Stark. Regal had no intention of telling the men that he was working on recreating Dragonstone. As for the cost, you don't need to worry about it. The Crown's interest in connecting the kingdoms closer together means that it will bear the brunt of the cost. Of course, that was a nice way of saying that the Iron Throne wanted to exert more direct control over the lords and their lands. Ricard went silent again, no doubt mulling this over. Then he asked, what of the food? You were once in control of a patch of land called the Gift, were you not? At the mention of it, Ricard's eyes widened. You cannot mean to dash. Yes. I will turn it over back to you to do as you see fit. Whether you rule it personally or have one of your bannermen take control is none of my concern. You know your own vassals better than I do. I'm sure you'll make the better decision. Regal had to throw him a bone somewhere. Besides, micromanaging everything would just slow him down. Certain things had to be entrusted to others, lest Regal accomplished nothing. The Night's Watch controls the Gift now. Despite the obvious glee radiating from him, Ricard was still sensible enough to understand the difficulty of the situation. I doubt they'd be willing to just give it up, my prince. It was only through the word of Queen Alicent that the Night's Watch received the Gift in the first place. Similarly, it can be taken away by royal decree. The Night's Watch was a former husk of itself. Regal did not know the full details, but his great-uncle had been kind enough to tell him some of it. Every year there were less and less recruits. These days it was more common to conscript common criminals from dungeons than to have enthusiastic recruits. In some ways, the Night's Watch had become a haven for outlaws. It was home to the worst kinds of people in the realm. I'm not sure how willing the Lord Commander will be to agree with you on that, my prince. Regal was not surprised to see the hesitation from Ricard. Unlike the other kingdoms, in the north the Night's Watch was still viewed with respect and admiration, a worthy cause to attach one's name to. Regal had no time for such vague notions. The Night's Watch can barely function as it is. They only have 3 castles to man out of the 19 that stand along the wall. As it is, the Gift is being squandered in their hands. As was Skagos with the north, but Regal did not bring that up again. He had made his point there already. But don't fret, Lord Stark. It's not as if I'm planning on ignoring the Night's Watch altogether, he admitted after seeing the hesitation in Ricard's still hold. His great-uncle Eamon had asked for his father to give more attention to the Night's Watch on several occasions, but the requests had all been ignored. Like the members in the small council, Aries saw no real benefit in giving direct aid to the Night's Watch. Regal himself had been more concerned with his other projects and reviving the dragons, so he hadn't given the matter much thought either. Now circumstances had changed. Ricard's shoulders sagged as the men let out a weary sigh. You make everything sound so straightforward, my prince. Leighton and his sibling chirped beside him while Regal chuckled. I suppose that's one benefit of being the crown prince, Lord Stark. You start viewing things from a different perspective. I doubt that's all. Regal didn't comment when the man's eyes drifted to the dragons before focusing on him again. I will not lie and say that this is not an attractive offer. For a long time, many houses in the north have wished to see the Gift returned to us. What little land we can farm now is nothing compared to what's in the gift. Regal did not doubt that. Sometimes he wondered what Queen Alysanne's motivation had been to strip the gift from the north and hand it over to the Night's Watch. It wasn't just that either. During her visit to the Wall, she also had the Night Fort close down and began the construction of other castles. In some ways, it was almost as if she was strengthening the Night's Watch. No doubt influenced by what she and her husband knew. Knowledge that later Targaryens would lose. Regal did not want to repeat that mistake. Very well. Regal's attention shifted back to Ricard as the men stood up. These terms are more than acceptable. However, I will accept only if the Night's Watch is convinced to hand over the gift peacefully. The man was going to make this difficult all the way to the end, wasn't he? As you say, Lord Stark. Standing up as well, Regal showed no hesitation as he met the man's gaze with his own. Regal was going to think of this as just another challenge for him. I was planning on heading to the Wall after my time here, so this works for both of us. Ricard nodded and the two shook hands. Regal would not say that there weren't any bad feelings left over Skagos, and he knew that many of the northern lords would still raise complaints despite his willingness to negotiate. These men were stubborn that way. However, what bad blood that might have arisen from all of this was greatly reduced, and Regal still got everything that he wanted. Now there was only one other thing to handle. Lord Stark. Tell me. Do you have any dragon eggs in the castle? Lyanna knew that she would be in big trouble if anyone ever discovered what she was doing. Sneaking out of her room in the middle of the night to see if she could pet any of the prince's dragons would earn her more than a little scolding. She just couldn't help it. Not after being able to see the dragons up close during the feast. She had wanted to ask the prince then and there if she could pet them, but her mother had stopped her on multiple occasions. How boring. Lyanna knew that she just needed to sneak into the guest house and then into the prince's room and talk to him. Surely he would understand her fascination with his dragons, right? Right. However, Lyanna found her plan almost foiled as after leaving her room she saw her father and the prince leaving his solar together. They were accompanied by two knights in the shiny armor. They were talking, but their voices were too soft for her to make out anything. More importantly, the prince had two of the dragons with him. This was her chance. But father is here. Lyanna pouted at that. Even unintentionally, her father still got in the way. This sucked. However, another part of her was curious. She had left the feast early with Benjen, mainly because her brother was sleepy, but the prince and her father had still been seated and enjoying the festivities when she had last seen them. What were they doing here together? Was the prince going to show his magic to her father? Lyanna's eyes shined with excitement at the thought and made to follow them. The prince and her father left the great keep, with the knights being dismissed by the prince once they were outside, and Lyanna instantly regretted not bringing a coat with her. Or at least a cloak. In all of her excitement, she had forgotten about the cold outside somehow, even though it was colder than normal. How embarrassing. Lyanna didn't let that deter her. She had the wolf's blood in her, her father said. And wolves didn't get cold. Or something like that. She didn't know where the two were heading, but she was surprised to see that the red-headed woman from the feast was waiting for them by the guards' hall. The prince exchanged a few words with her, which she seemed to return, but once again Lyanna couldn't hear what they were saying. Lyanna tried not to flinch when two of the prince's men came walking by her. Thankfully they were too drunk to notice her as they stumbled by. While the main feast had been going on inside the castle, the guardsmen and the prince's men had been busy partying outside as well. Lyanna ignored them and kept her eyes on her father and the prince. Some more words were said before the three started walking again. This time they seemed to be heading toward the north gate. The only places in that direction were the broken tower and the first keep. Why would her father be leading the crown prince and the red-headed woman there? Lyanna didn't get it, but her curiosity was piqued. As she made to follow, a voice cut her off. "What are you doing out here?" Lyanna froze. For a moment, she feared that it was her mother. But her mother didn't have a male voice. Still, she slowly turned around, fearing the worst. There, in the middle of the courtyard, she was met with the prince's twin brother. His own dragon was draped around his shoulders, staring at her curiously. There was also another boy with him who shared in the same looks as the brothers. Lyanna realized that she had not paid much attention to him all day. Probably because he didn't have a dragon. That, and despite having silver hair and purple eyes, he wasn't as pretty as either of the princes either. "I asked you, what are you doing?" the prince said, his eyebrow raised. The boy next to him shook his head while he shivered as a cold wind blew through the dimly lit courtyard. You could stand to be more friendly, you know. She's Lord Stark's daughter. Oh. The prince blinked as he looked her over again. Oh, yes. I remember now. You were at the feast but left early. Lyanna grumbled. Only because my brother was falling asleep. I still have plenty of energy. Clearly. The prince's voice was dry with sarcasm, something which Lyanna did not appreciate. Shouldn't you be in your chambers? She crossed her arms and huffed. Shouldn't you? The prince seemed taken aback by her response while the other boy tried to hide his laughter. The first person you try to associate with while your brother is not around and you get rejected. And it's a little girl too. At least one of them was having fun. Lyanna huffed again. I'm not little. I'm already 6. The not as pretty silver-haired boy rolled his eyes at her. And that's little. I remember you trying to argue otherwise when you were her age, and you wanted to come down to the city with my brother and I, the prince interjected. The boy spluttered. That's different. And anyway, this isn't about me right now. Ha. Lyanna didn't know why the boy was embarrassed all of a sudden, but she wasn't going to complain. Not after he called her little. Anyway, back to the main question. The prince turned his attention back to her. What are you doing out here, my lady? Now he was trying to be more respectful. Lyanna took a second to come to a decision. The longer she spent hanging around here arguing, the more likely it was that she was going to lose sight of her father and the others. So she said, "Follow me." Lyanna gestured for the 2 older boys to follow her. They traded glances before shrugging and following after her, the small dragon chirping along the way. In all of the excitement, Lyanna had forgotten about the dragon somehow. She wanted to take a moment to pet it, but she had already lost enough time talking to these 2. Right now, she was more interested in figuring out what her father and the other prince were up to. If this ends up leading us to trouble, then I'm blaming you, the boy said while giving the prince a glance. How could this end causing trouble, the prince wondered. I don't know. You brothers have a way of getting into weird situations. When has that ever happened? Should I name every moment of this trip? That's far different. Will you 2 be quiet? Lyanna threw them a glare over her shoulder. Do you want us to get caught? The fact that she was talking to one of the princes of the realm like she would with one of her brothers hadn't registered on her mind. Oh, so we're following someone. The boy's eyes lit up in the darkness as he scanned the courtyard. Who is it? Is someone causing you problems? Was there a way she could seal his mouth shut? Nah, too much work. I'm following my father. She left out the part about the prince's brother as she hastened her way past the guards' hall and the lich yard. This was the oldest section of the castle. She imagined that maybe the prince wanted to see the lich yard, or perhaps the broken tower. Instead, she was able to catch a glimpse of her father leading the prince through an old and heavy ironwood door at the end of the smaller courtyard. The crypt? Lyanna was confused. That confusion faded into awkwardness when she noticed the red-headed woman staring right at her from her spot next to the crypt entrance. Oh no. She'd been caught. She barely registered the prince and his friend walking up behind her. For someone so small, you sure can walk fast, the boy was saying, but then froze when he realized that the redhead woman was staring at them. The prince himself just sighed as he massaged his forehead. I told you this was a bad idea, the boy cried out while Lyanna still had enough sense to huff. She wouldn't have been caught if she was by herself. If it weren't for his impatience, Regal would have found some amusement in seeing Rickard Stark berate his daughter for being out and about so late at night. Their trio, now composed of 6 people, stood by the entrance to the crypt after Melisandre called out to them from outside, telling them that they had visitors expecting them. Imagine his surprise to find his brother in Montford with Rickard's only daughter. I take it that spying is a new habit of yours? Regal said while Enkelagan chirped from his shoulder. Agarax returned the chirp with one of his own while Rhaegar had the decency to look embarrassed. We did not know that it was you who she was following, just her father. As if that made it any better. What are you 2 doing out here anyway? Shouldn't you be in your rooms? When we saw that the King's Guard had returned without you, we got curious and went out looking for you, Montford said while rubbing the back of his head. But then we got distracted. Oh yes. Quite embarrassing. I apologize for all of this, my prince, Rickard said while his daughter stood next to him, her arms crossed as she huffed. I thought I had taught my daughter better than to spy like this. Indeed. Regal glanced at the girl. What say you, girl? It's not girl. Regal's eyebrow rose a bit when he found himself on the receiving end of her glare. I'm Lyanna Stark. Lyanna. Her father scowled. Watch your tongue, daughter. Have you not listened to a single thing that I have said? The girl just huffed again. Quite the wild one, this one, he thought. Not even Oberyn had been so rude during their first meeting. Regal heard Melisandre hum, almost to herself, as she stared hard at the young Stark girl. How peculiar. If it were not for the dragon eggs still calling to him, then Regal would have asked her what she found so interesting in one girl, but his impatience was getting the better of him. Enough. He didn't have to raise his voice. All heads turned to look at him. Lord Stark, I care not whether she comes or leaves, but we must get a move on. Brother. Rhaegal walked up to him. What is going on? What are you doing here? Regal turned toward the narrow and winding spiral steps that connected all the levels of the crypt together. It was dark down those steps, but thankfully he had no need of a torch. It appears as though we might have stumbled onto another piece of our legacy, brother. Rhaegal didn't understand. What do you mean? Come. I did not think to bring you, but now that you are here I want you to see it with me. He didn't bother to ask for Ricard's permission. Technically only Starks and those they permitted were allowed to enter the crypts, but the burning sensation was stronger now than ever before. At first, Ricard had denied the existence of dragon eggs in Winterfell. It was only after Regal pressed him that the men said that the only possible place where they could be was inside the crypt somehow. Why? Supposedly the crypt was connected to a deep cavern that was bigger than all of Winterfell. Given the castle's immense size, Regal was naturally curious. If a dragon found the entrance to the cavern from the outside and roosted within, it was possible that some eggs had been laid. There was no real proof of this, but it was the best lead Regal had. After stepping inside the top level of the crypt, Regal realized that the Stark's hunch had been correct. The burning sensation became stronger, as if informing him that he was close. Without a thought, Regal formed a bright fireball in the palm of his hands as he and Ricard led the others deeper into the crypt. He heard Lyanna gasp when she saw the flames, with her father glancing at them with some amount of wonder as well. Both Ankalagan and his sibling leaned in closer to the flames, almost as if they were entranced by them. Even Agarax perked up when he saw the flames from his spot, his eyes focused solely on them. Now that Regal thought about it, this might be the first time that he was using his magic in their presence. And they seemed to like it. Regal let that drift from his thoughts for now as he focused entirely on where the dragon eggs were leading him. As it turned out, it was really deep into the crypt. This place is big. Montford was staring at all the statues in wonder. They were the statues of past kings and later lords of Winterfell. Accompanying the statues of the Starks were the statues of dire wolves curled at their feet. Iron longswords were placed across the laps of all the statues. So this is where the Starks place their dead. Rhaegal seemed fascinated by the statues as well. Melisandre said nothing, just following in silence, her eyes fixed forward. Rhaegal appreciated her self-control. We should be careful, Ricard said at one point. Rhaegal wasn't sure how many levels they had climbed down by now. The lowest levels are partially collapsed. We don't want to have this place coming down on us. Rhaegal kept that in mind. There were many layers to the crypt and by this point the statues were no longer recognizable. The iron longswords had also rusted away to nothing. They were so deep down that Rhaegal doubted that even Ricard had been down to these levels. There was no light now save for the one that Rhaegal had created. Rhaegal felt himself compelled to stop at a certain point. The floor here was decayed and the farthest portion was collapsed, so there was no reaching it. However, what was interesting was that it hadn't collapsed by natural means but by very large and thick roots. Ricard's eyes recognized the roots immediately. The weirwood tree. Rhaegal recalled the layout of Winterfell, and sure enough the godswood where the weirwood tree stood was right next to the crypt entrance. Only now, with how deep they had gone down, the weirwood tree was probably right on top of them. Rhaegal's face was full of interest as he gazed at the roots. I had no idea the roots could get so big. Ricard slowly nodded. Neither did I. Montford and Lyanna were unable to say anything. Melisandre looked displeased by the sight of the roots. Foul. A simple word, but it explained her feelings well enough. Rhaegal didn't bother to correct her as he carefully stepped onto the floor while the dragons looked around. It was very wet here, surprisingly. Besides the hot springs, was there a different water system running underneath Winterfell? Although it felt strangely warm in here. Regal then realized that the heat was coming from the water. So it was the hot springs then. The burning sensation was leading him forward, and Regal's eyes narrowed as he realized that they were calling him toward the roots of the weirwood tree. It was not the first time that he felt uneasy whenever he was near one of these trees, but being this deep underground while gazing into the roots only multiplied his uneasiness. He still pressed forward, and his stubbornness was seemingly rewarded when he saw something shining in the darkness within the roots. It was almost as if the roots were acting as shields, protecting what was within them. And what he found were 2 dragon eggs, one pure bronze and the other pure silver. It was said that King Aries I and his sister wife Queen Alicent once visited Winterfell together. It was also said that Jacaerys Valerian, firstborn to Rhaenyra Targaryen, also visited Winterfell. Both instances saw dragons coming to the north along with their riders. Only one of those dragons was said to be a she-dragon, capable of laying eggs. There existed no evidence that the dragon Vermax was a she-dragon like Silverwing. Only one testimony coming from that era said that Vermax had laid eggs, and that testimony was riddled with many holes. Mushroom was known for his Flanderization, and it was easy to dismiss many of his testimonies. For Vermax and Silverwing were both large dragons by the time they visited Winterfell alongside their riders. How could they have possibly gotten inside the tunnels of the crypt? Even if there was a different tunnel system that connected to the crypt, given the state of the lower levels, it would be impossible for the two to intercept somewhere. Unless Regal had missed something, which was very possible. On the other hand, the placement of the egg suggested human intervention, and it was for that reason that Regal was willing to believe that, in this instance, the fool was telling the truth. For if Silverwing had laid the eggs, the queen would have ensured that they returned to King's Landing or Dragonstone. This also meant that tales of Jacaerys Valerian's love for Sarah Snow were more than likely true. Her existence was another mystery, but the fact of the matter was that someone had gone out of their way to place 2 dragon eggs deep within the crypt at Winterfell. If Jacaerys did wed Sarah, then everything would fall into place. That so-called pact of ice and fire may have been true as well then. Honestly, thinking about the whole thing was headache-inducing for Regal. It did not help that finding the eggs did nothing to relieve him of the fire burning within him. He knew why, of course. The dragons wanted to be born. They're restless. It was funny. He couldn't sense any magic, but when it came to dragons he probably had a deeper understanding than anyone else in the world. There were shocked looks from Ricard and his daughter, of course. The men could not believe that there were 2 dragon eggs just resting within the crypt of his castle. Rhaegar and Montford were also flabbergasted, unable to wrap their heads around the fact that someone had left dragon eggs so far north. Skagos was one thing. That was a dragon acting on her own. This was a Targaryen bastard leaving behind the source of his house's power. The only ones who were pleased, from the way they were chirping, were Ankalagan and his siblings. They almost seemed to be dancing as they circled the eggs that were now placed inside the abandoned first keep. It was a drum tower, and it had gargoyles as decorations of all things. The only other place Regal had seen gargoyles was at Dragonstone. How peculiar that the oldest surviving building in Winterfell also had them. Regal's thoughts did not linger on them for too long. He had Melisandre prepare the same ritual as before. A part of him wanted to wait until he was back on Dragonstone before hatching more dragon eggs, but he knew that his discomfort would not end until he finally did so. At least he now knew what to expect. Lyanna was practically bouncing in place as she watched Melisandre go about her work. Amazing, she tried to whisper, but everyone heard her. Ricard tried to remain aloof, but this entire situation was outside his comfort zone. His mind was no doubt still reeling from the discovery of the dragon eggs. Montford had not been able to witness this ceremony when they were on Skagos. It seemed as if fate had given his childhood friend another chance to see it with his own eyes this time. Only Rhaegar remained stoic, but his eyes betrayed his concern. Regal knew why. The last time he'd done this, he'd been forced to rest for 12 hours. And there were other factors to consider. "Do you truly wish to do this now, my prince?" Melisandre asked as he knelt in front of the eggs. Ankalagan and his siblings were still circling the dragon eggs, their interest apparent. Thankfully they were outside the symbols that Melisandre had drawn, so there was no chance of the fire reaching them. Dragons they might be, but they were still hatchlings. "This place. It's tainted with their magic," she said as she leaned in closer to him, speaking softly. It was almost like they were conspiring against the world. "Even now, I can sense it. This will weaken you, and we are very close to their source. Do you want to risk falling into their hands? As they say, nothing ventured, nothing gained." Besides, that second female voice said that it had still been difficult for her, and she had used some particular tricks in order to reach him. Maybe his other stalkers wouldn't be able to do it. And even if they did, Regal was confident in his inner protection to safeguard him against any of their tricks. For even when he was weakened, the female voice had struggled to have a short conversation with him. Regal had little reason to hesitate. "I'm ready." The fires burned as hot as they did the last time. They blinded Regal from the outside world, and he feared that he would all of his clothes again. But while the flames still burned, the world around him started to change. He was no longer standing inside Winterfell. Melisandre and the others had vanished. The dragon eggs and the dragons themselves also vanished. Now, he was standing in front of a weirwood tree in the middle of a snowy field. It had deep red eyes and a twisted wooden mouth. This was new. And also very disgusting. These things always look like corpses. It was almost as if someone had robbed the trees of their spirits, leaving them in agony. How anyone could worship them was beyond him. "You understand more than you realize, young Targaryen." Regal was not surprised to hear a voice speaking to him. What did surprise him was that the voice was coming from a crow with 3 eyes. The crow stood on one of the branches of the weirwood tree. The 3 eyes gazed directly at him, and for a second Regal froze. Those eyes. They contained so much in them. "I think it's about time you and I had a conversation, Regal Targaryen." Chapter 22, Secrets in the Snow Part 4. At this point, I feel as though I've seen everything. This whole trip to secure the dragons had become so abnormal that Regal felt lucky that his mind was still intact. First it was the distorted voice, then the female voice, and now it was a talking crow with 3 eyes. If he were a normal person, then he would have probably broken down by now. When was it going to end? Nothing is ever simple, is it? Worse still, Regal was actually talking to the crow. Honestly, sometimes he wondered if having magic was worth the hassle of all these phenomena. "You're not surprised." The voice coming from the crow was clear and easy to understand. It was smooth, but that just made it all the more eerie to Regal. Just how could a crow talk? More than that, how could a crow have 3 eyes? "You have to hide behind your animals, skin changer." Figured that part out as well. "Of course. I've had my red priestess burn down so many of yours. Despite that, you keep coming back." "Not mine. Companions. There are more than just one of us who are interested in you, Regal Targaryen." He'd heard that many times now. "I feel lucky." "We do not." "Oh." Regal cocked his head, amused. "Are you mad that I messed with your prophecies?" The crow did not respond right away. Perhaps it was surprised by his words. Regal did not know. "So you know of that as well?" Regal scowled. "There's no need to play coy. You're in my mind. You know what I've been through as of late." Although gold flames started to gather beneath his feet, melting the snow around him with ease. "This time I can move just fine. I guess you were too hasty in bringing me here. You let me in. Figured that out, did you?" Regal said sarcastically. "Honestly, I wasn't sure if it was going to work. Maybe it's because we're in the north. Or maybe it's just Winterfell. But your powers are stronger here. My red priestess has had to use all of her self-control to not burn the place to the ground." The crow said nothing. Regal did not mind as his flames began to die down. "I was just going with the flow, as it were, but I guess I can wield my defenses to go down to an extent if I focus enough." "That's good to know. You figured that out by instinct." The voice from the crow sounded bemused. "The growth of your magic is problematic. Probably because I'm not supposed to be here. Or something like that. So we've gathered." "We." "Tell me, Regal Targaryen. How does it feel knowing that your birth may lead to the destruction of everything?" The crow said. What kind of question was that? Nevertheless, Regal decided to humor him. "I can't answer that, not truly. It's not as though I asked for any of this. Indeed. It was not your choice. Regardless, your birth reeks of intervention." "Oh." Regal started to pace in front of the weirwood tree. "Are you trying to figure that out as well? Or have you already? Do you know who's responsible?" The crow did not answer. "Your silence annoys me. The circumstances of your birth are irrelevant now." The crow ignored his question. "The fact is that you are here now, and you have caused changes that have altered the natural flow of time. All of our plans. Our expectations. They are all meaningless now. The way to correct the erosion of the weirwood trees. Everything has been destroyed by you. Erosion of the weirwood trees. Regal's eyes drifted down back to the tree. The face stared back at him, its face distorted like it was screaming in pain. Once again, it looked like it was weeping. It was disconcerting in more ways than one. So these things are connected then. Time has distorted many facts, the crow said. Legends mixed with truths. Villains beheld as heroes. Past kings, now just servants. That means little to me. Your arrogance astounds me. The three eyes stared deeply into Regal, but he did not flinch. Do you believe your abilities will be enough to stop what's coming? Brute force is not enough. There were some who tried such methods, but rather than fixing the problem they merely delayed it. Now, here we stand, thousands of years later, still paying for their mistakes. It's not like I have all the answers, Regal conceded. However, I still caught a glimpse of the future. My family dead. My dynasty ruined. Did you expect me to just sit back and do nothing? Your soul is not human, but it appears that your mind still is. Your desires are small. Insignificant. For thrones of men mean little for what's to come. And that's where you're wrong. I can grasp more than one thing. You are but a child, after all. Regal was quickly losing patience. Are you here merely to try and insult me? I expect you to see reason. Meaning. You cannot continue to intervene. Before Regal could respond, the snowy field began to morph. There were many scenes that played out before his eyes, each one more confusing than the last. He saw a dragon and a wolf together on top of a tower. He saw a man with a wolf's head in a bright blue wall. He saw a chained wolf with wings trying to break free. He saw a lion with the head of a dragon. He even saw a dragon with the head of a wolf. Regal's brow furrowed as the scenery began to return to normal, leaving him once again standing in front of the weirwood tree surrounded by snow. You're not just a skin changer, are you? Wargs are more common than you think. Even before your birth, many existed in the north, and in other places. Was that right? No, what I possess is even more rare. Which is why I left behind my old life. My desires. All in service of the common good. Your great-grandfather understood this. It's why he allowed me to go north and prepare for the real fight. What? Regal's curiosity piqued. He was starting to become annoyed with all these talks of prophecies and the damage that his birth had caused them. He was in no mood to get a lecture from some unknown warg who thought himself better. But this. The fact that this skin changer knew Aegon V personally changed things. You knew my great-grandfather. While he was your great-grandfather, he was my great-nephew. One of the more competent ones. Although in the end he too was driven mad by the dragons. Regal's mind stopped on the first half of the crow's words. It did not take him long to figure out who the crow actually was, for there was only one person who matched the crow's description up to this point. You're the one they called Blue Draven. Brynden Rivers. One of Aegon IV's bastards. And Regal's ancestor. That was me, once. The crow's eyes seemed full of scorn for a second, but the second passed. Regal wondered if he imagined it. But I abandoned that. For I was born with a rare gift, even more rare than warging. I was a green seer. A green seer. This was the first time Regal was hearing the word outside of a book. The library in the Red Keep had an impressive collection of tomes that spoke of many different magics in the world. It no doubt paled in comparison to what the Citadel had, but there were mentions of men capable of having powerful visions outside of dragon dreams. There were many legends surrounding these magical users when magic was more common in Westeros. Too many for Regal to count. To know that one of his ancestors was one of them was shocking to say the least. What was next? Was Shira Seastar also a blood witch as well? So, a Targaryen is still alive this far north. Regal wasn't sure what to make of this. And he has magic of his own. All the stories from Bloodraven's era made sense now. Why he had been such an impressive master of whisperers when he served on the small council. Did you think you were the only one? In a way. Yes. I have seen many things. What I showed you is but a glimpse of what the future could have been. Now we are blind, for the future is no longer fixed, and we can no longer guide it. It seemed as if with dragon dreams, green dreams were also maddeningly symbolic. Still, Regal's mind was resolute. Your future would have seen my family suffer. His eyes narrowed. Perhaps you are strong. Perhaps you do know more than I. However, I will not bow to you. The crow stared down at him in silence before speaking. You share our family's arrogance, I can tell that much. I like to think of it as common sense. The future is not a fixed outcome. There are always ways to alter it. Perhaps you've been stuck dreaming for too long to see this simple truth. When it comes to our enemies, there is but one way. Our way. The crow paused before adding, it does not appear that you want to work with us. Regal shook his head. That work involves stepping out of the way and doing what exactly? If you would not kill yourself, then disappear. Your brother had a role to play. In time, he would have understood this in his own way. One of the heroes would have been born from him. An actual hero, not you. One possessing both fire and ice. Ice. Our family is not the only one who has a history of magic. Westeros is full of them. Even if they have forgotten that truth, the past remains. Fire alone cannot burn away the filth that has tainted the land. Of course the bastard was going to keep things vague. The truth was just too hard to share, was it? No. He just doesn't trust me. By this point, Blue Draven no doubt understood that Regal was not on his side. Knowing this, the old man was going to keep whatever information he had close to his chest unless absolutely necessary. Regardless, Regal was able to acquire a lot of important information with this meeting. Most importantly, he now knew who was one of his stalkers. He never expected it to be an ancestor of his in the form of a crow, but this was the world he was living in. Things were just never straightforward. Before you return to your schemes, tell me one thing. Where is Dark Sister? You still dash. You may not care, but I do. Regal cut him off, almost scowling. Dark Sister represents our house's legitimacy. It's part of our legacy, and I mean to see it return to us. While you fixate on the unknown, my eyes can see more than one thing at a time. The crow, or Blue Draven, or whatever it was, regarded him with silence once more. For a moment, Regal feared that his ancestor wouldn't answer him out of spite, but the crow did speak again. You have no need to regard me as your enemy. Fighting you would accomplish nothing. It would only weaken us. Somehow, Regal doubted that. You will find what you seek when you journey north. Take it as a sign of goodwill from us. Regal couldn't help but snort in derision. You want me to kill myself, and now you talk about goodwill. The man must be out of his mind. You will understand in time. The crow turned its head down toward the tree. The world has been corrupted. Long ago, these trees were as green as emeralds. If you want to learn the truth for yourself, go to the one place where they remain. Where your brother would have gone to better understand what is really needed for the future. Its head turned to him. The cold grows restless. It took us a few years to understand, but your presence in Winterfell has revealed the truth to all. Your fire is like a beacon. Be careful that it does get snuffed out or controlled, as Eldric's once was. Eldric. What are you dash? The words died out in Regal's throat. The world was morphing again, consumed into a dark void. For a moment it appeared as if Regal was going to be consumed by it as well. Instead, he was ejected from it, flying back into the depths of an even stronger darkness. Then his vision went black. Rickard Stark stood inside the closed bridge connecting the Great Keep to the armory. From here, he had a great view of the main courtyard down below where many of the lords had gathered with their men in order to practice their sword arm. And to show off, no doubt. Northern lords were rarely subtle about anything. It helped that some of the prince's men had joined. His two Kingsguard in particular were like a raging river, swift and powerful. Barristan Selmy had already defeated Lord Umber with ease, a feat that not many could boast. Not with the man's size and power. For Rickard, his mind was not focused on the sounds of laughter and steel clashing against steel. No, he was too preoccupied with thoughts of the previous night. 2 more dragons had emerged into the world, and Rickard had seen it happen with his own eyes. Despite the North's more open nature when it came to magic, Rickard had rarely taken it seriously. He had never seen it with his own eyes, and it was difficult for a man to take the unknown wholly serious. Sure, the wall was impressive, but those were feats of the past. They held no meaning in the present. How wrong he had been. Rickard could scarce believe the world that he now found himself in. What was there for him to do now moving forward? He had never felt so insignificant. My lord. Maester Whaleys came to join him, stopping beside him. You seem troubled. Probably because Ricard was not making any attempt to hide it, not when he was alone like this. Did the prince's maester have anything interesting to say? Ricard asked his own question instead. No, my lord. The man has only been interested in reviewing the texts that we keep in the library. Whaley's mouth thinned. I made mention of certain rumors to him, such as the prince's decision to surround himself with members of the Alchemists' Guild. Other than mocking my attempt to fish for information, he would not say anything specific. Perhaps you've spent too much time in the north, my old friend. Ricard chuckled softly. You're as bad when it comes to the game as I am. Perhaps so. Whaley smiled for a moment before it disappeared, replaced by a contemplative look. You sound defeated, my lord. Are you thinking of the prince and his dragons? What else could it be? Ricard clenched his fist at his side. You have offered me sound advice all these years, Maester. But now, none of it makes a difference. Dragons have a way of complicating things indeed, Whaley said. Has the prince made a difficult offer to you? It's the opposite. It almost sounds too good to be true. And you believe that it is. I no longer know what to believe. And that was the truth of the matter. In a single day, Regal Targaryen had flipped the board upside down. I believed that alliances with the south would strengthen my kingdom. For too long my people have suffered with no end in sight. I thought I was doing the right thing by turning south despite what my predecessors might think of me for it. I counseled you on that very thing, my lord. If you would have it, then I offer my counsel once more. Richard just gave him a nod in approval. Accept the prince's offer. And do not look back. Ricard's brow furrowed. You advise me to turn my back on Jon Arryn? Not necessarily. Whaley seemed to take a moment to consider his words carefully. The prince is now the most powerful man in Westeros. And that includes his father. This is undeniable. I may be in the north serving you and your house, but as you know I still have my contacts with several colleagues throughout the realm. The prince has a powerful presence in the realm already. And this was before the dragons. There will be many lords who will be eager to get in his good graces. Why should the Starks be left behind? Ricard considered the man's words. It was exactly what he had already been thinking. It felt comforting to hear someone else's perspective on the matter. I would advise you to tell the same thing to Lord Arryn. I believe the man is more proud than he would like to admit, and he believes himself to be more wise than the crown. Ricard withheld a scoff. You didn't mention this to me before when he first approached me, he joked. That is because it wasn't prudent, Whaley's replied with a small smile. As I've said, dragons have a way of complicating things. Furthermore, you just admitted to me that the prince's offer is not a bad one. Yes. It was not. I have served your family for most of my life now, Whaley's added softly. I know I'm not long for this world. I would rather leave you with sound advice than to see your family brought to ruin before I'm gone. The Targaryens are not known for their half-measures, and they have little reason to bend to the whims of the other lords now. I suggest you don't let your stubbornness lead you down a path that will spell your end, my lord. Greed has been the downfall of too many great men. Whaley's was the only man in Winterfell who was so frank with him, and it was times like this that Ricard appreciated it the most. A part of him had thought to see if he could play both sides. A fleeting thought perhaps, but it was there. Perhaps he had been influenced by Jon Arryn a little too much. Or maybe he simply wanted more than he ought to. Another part of him felt guilty about leaving Jon Arryn to dry. There was no official alliance between them, but a friendship had formed. But Whaley's was right. He didn't have to abandon Jon. He could explain the situation to the men, to make him realize that the situation had changed. They were not dealing with a weakened crown. Not anymore. Ricard would set aside his stubbornness for the good of his people, for the prince's offer was indeed a good one. And the North always remembered. A sense of calmness settled over Ricard as his mind finally settled firmly on a single path. It was just in time for him to hear the cheers coming from the training yard escalating. Brandon Stark was enjoying his day. He had gotten up early despite some of the drinking that he had done, against his mother's wishes no less. Unfortunately, he had been enjoying his freedom at Barrowton too much and forgot about his mother's presence at the feast. Thankfully, since the princes were here, his mother had been unable to berate him at the feast. Public appearances and all that. He wouldn't be safe from her wrath after they were gone, but that was for future Brandon to worry about. Right now, the present Brandon was enjoying watching the prince's men spar with several lords and other northerners who wanted to test their luck. So far, it had been an overwhelming victory in the favor of the prince's men. Sure, Ser Brynden Tully was the worst one of the three, but he was still skilled enough to win several matches and earn the respect of the lords gathered here. The strongest of them was Ser Barristan Selmy. Honestly, the way the men moved was just unfair. He had both speed and power, and the stamina to match. It was like he was dancing around his opponents. He had disarmed Lord Umber with one quick strike, sending the large man's axe flying. It was inspiring. It also felt a bit humiliating to have so many of their warriors lose to southern knights. The north took pride in its demanding environment. To them, those in the south were coddled and weak. After today, Brandon was going to have to re-evaluate this opinion. Brandon was also itching to test his own skills, but even with his temper he realized that he stood no chance against any of these men. They were older than him. They would quickly beat him down, and Brandon wasn't crazy enough to get humiliated in public like this. Still, he was itching for a fight. Almost like the old gods were answering his prayers, Brandon noticed Regal stepping into the courtyard. The prince had been missing all day, and many wondered if something had happened to keep the prince bedridden for almost half a day. It didn't take Brandon long to deduce that something had probably occurred when his eyes landed on the two new dragons currently resting on the prince's head. One was a pure bronze color with a set of striking brown eyes to match. Only its wings appeared to be a lighter shade than the rest of its body. The other was a silvery dragon with a beautiful set of blue eyes. As much as the dragons put him on edge at times, Brandon would not lie, he thought the silver hatchling was the most beautiful one. Word had spread throughout the castle earlier in the day that the prince now had two new dragons with him. How this was possible no one could answer. Brandon suspected that his father might know, and the way Lyanna had been giggling during breakfast when the news was delivered also made him suspicious. Annoyingly, neither his father nor his sister had told him anything even after he asked them. "My prince." The two Kingsguard went to greet the approaching Regal right away. Ser Brynden was more slow in his movements, but he still showed his deference as he followed his fellow knights. "Someone is finally up," the Dornish prince said with his usual smirk. Brandon had not spoken with him yet. "I suppose you had a more exciting night than the rest of us." Brandon understood what the Dornish prince was getting at, but rather than answering directly Regal just smiled. "Winterfell has been full of surprises. I shall remember it for many years to come." It sounded like a compliment, but Brandon still felt like it was not. Not fully. Still, he kept his thoughts to himself as the prince exchanged greetings with his friends. "You see the sword, don't you?" one of the Umbers said. Brandon recognized him. He was Mors Umber, and like the rest of his family he was huge. Hard not to. Ricard Karstark, the heir to Karhold, snorted. "That thing is Valyrian steel." "No doubt about it. I thought the Targaryens had lost theirs." "They had also lost their dragons." "Neither look lost to me." Several of the men listening in shared a small laugh. Brandon's eyes were following the sword. It looked different from ice. He was a bit envious that the prince could carry a legendary sword around like that while he still had to wait for his turn, but he didn't let that get to him as he began to approach the prince. "Prince Regal. I'm happy to see you here." The prince, along with his dragons, turned toward him. The others did the same as well, but Brandon kept his gaze fixed on the prince. "Brandon Stark." Regal cocked his head in his direction. "Enjoying all the sparring sessions, I imagine." "Indeed I am. I hope to become a fighter of renown myself one day, such as your knights." Ser Brynden chuckled at this. The young. Always impatient to get to the finish line. Ser Gerald Hightower raised an eyebrow. "Already considering yourself past your prime, Blackfish?" "I never said that. I think I'm more than capable of putting these young ones in their place still." He had knocked the Greyjoy and Baratheon around more than a few times so far. "It's always the older knights you have to worry about," Arthur Dayne spoke up. "They've survived for a reason." "Well said," Ser Barristan agreed. "That, or they picked their opponents wisely," but Brandon kept that thought to himself. For he was already eyeing his true prize. "What say you, Prince Regal? Interested in sparring against me?" His declaration caused many to turn toward them. Instantly his fellow northerners looked eager at the prospect. The heir of the north against the heir to the Iron Throne. It was the kind of matchup that inspired songs. Rather than answering right away, Regal took a moment to glance around the courtyard before looking back at him and smiling. If you think me worthy of the honor. Was that a jest? Brandon wasn't certain, so he didn't dwell on it. No, he just focused on the excitement he felt as he slipped on his northern armor while Regal borrowed a set for himself. Apparently the prince's personal set had been destroyed on Skagos. His dragons did not join him, choosing instead to join their sibling who was with the prince's twin brother. There were cheers from the others as Brandon and Regal stepped into the makeshift circle in the middle of the yard. Brandon tuned them out as he unsheathed his steel bastard sword. It was well made, but it paled in comparison to the prince's bastard Valyrian steel sword. Live steel, is it? Despite his words, the prince readied himself into a defensive stance. Would you prefer we fight as girls do? Brandon taunted. Regal just looked amused. You misunderstand me. I only worry for you. Bright Flame is not your average Valyrian steel sword. Bright Flame. So that was its name. Good to know. True enough, unlike ice, Brandon spotted several distinctive markings on the blade. He did not know what they were or what they signified, but Brandon kept his cool. Valyrian steel was impressive, but a sword was still a tool in the end. And a tool was only as good as the one who was wielding it. The two began to circle one another as more of their observers cheered for them. It was mostly the Northerners, although the Dornish prince and the Tyrell looked like they were joining in too. Brandon wasn't one to wait, however. Rather than be on the defensive, he preferred to have the initiative. And so, he stepped forward, both hands gripping his sword, as he delivered a powerful strike from above. He wanted to see if the prince's body was just for show. It was nothing more than a testing strike. The prince reacted quickly by lifting his blade with a straight arm and deflecting Brandon's blow by using the edge of Bright Flame, which pushed Brandon's blade to the side. Brandon also found himself losing his footing, which made him realize that he might have gotten too overzealous with his strike and not kept his foot placement properly. The prince's counterattack came swift as he immediately followed up his perfectly executed parry with a riposte. Brandon felt the blade of Bright Flame stop right on his shoulder, with the prince smiling at him. Do you yield? Well. He hadn't wanted to embarrass himself, but in the end it appeared as if Brandon had done just that. Swallowing his pride, Brandon slowly nodded. I yield. It burned his blood to say that. He was used to winning against opponents his age. Even some of the older fighters were bested by him more than half the time. But the prince had defeated him in 2 simple moves. Despite his embarrassing showing, his fellow Northerners didn't seem to mind it as their cheers increased. Brandon understood why. If there was one thing they had in common with the kingdoms in the south, it was the fact that they respected martial prowess. And their future king had just shown himself capable of that. Ha ha. As Brandon and the prince stepped back from one another, the Dornish prince walked up to them while laughing. Don't take it too personally, Wolf. You stepped into our prince's preferred style of fighting. While you look strong yourself, this one right here must be eating something special because he's packing some extra strength in that body of his. Regal looked exasperated. You exaggerate. Probably not. The prince had swatted Brandon's attack away like it was nothing. And he was used to being the biggest one in the training yard. How humbling and humiliating. Now that sounds like a challenge. One of the Umbers stepped forward. It was Jon Umber, heir to Last Hearth. He was a couple of years older than both Brandon and the prince. I would like to test my luck against you, Prince. His declaration was followed by several others who were looking eager to test themselves against a Targaryen. And I wanted to take it easy today, Regal said, bemused. The Dornish prince snorted. Should have stayed indoors then. Shaking his head, Regal stepped forward. Might as well make it interesting. It's not every day that one gets to claim that they faced a giant. Jon let out a laugh as overbearing as his body. Ha ha. Coming from you, Prince, who faced those damned Skagosi in battle, I'll take that as a compliment. There were shouts of agreement from his other family members, which included his father. From there, it was the prince who took center stage as he began to accept duels from anyone, lord and small folk alike. He was even lenient enough to show some of his magic to them, incinerating several practice dummies right before their eyes. It was no exaggeration to say that they were all mesmerized by the sight. To see a human create fire from nothing with total ease as if they were breathing was quite an experience. Brandon began to understand why some had considered the Targaryens to be gods amongst men in the past. This is my future king. Brandon was a sore loser, but in that moment he felt something akin to pride to know that his future king was such a capable warrior. The feasts continued for around 3 more days in Winterfell. Despite wanting to return to King's Landing as soon as possible, Regal found some amount of peace in the north. The lords had come to respect him. Brandon Stark as well. After their initial spar, the two of them had practiced a couple of more times, with Brandon eager to learn from him. After all, Regal's teacher was Ser Barristan the Bold himself. No one else thus far had that honor. It was just as Regal had once said. In Westeros, martial prowess was the one thing that all lords could understand and respect. Rickard Stark organized a hunt for them in the Wolfswood as well. Brandon was beside Regal alongside the rest of his group the entire time. A bond of friendship had quickly developed between the two of them, forged by their mutual interests, and it was one that Regal knew wasn't orchestrated by the boy's father. Such friendships were truly worth more than gold, especially in a place like the North where the Starks were respected above all else. With Brandon's blooming friendship at his side, Regal could tell that the Northern lords felt more reassured about the future. After all, it was the first time since the dance that such a bond had been forged between a dragon and a wolf. During this time, Regal also had to suffer Lyanna's presence. He did not dislike the girl. She was an honest one and had no trouble speaking her mind, much to the anxiety of her father and mother. No, it was just that he had little interest in showing her his magical abilities every time that she was around him. At least Regal could distract her by letting her pet Agarax. Out of all the dragons, he seemed to be the most docile, which honestly suited Rhaegar's temperament just fine. Their little brother Benjen did not speak much. He was apparently too shy to approach them. Arthur and Stannis still made an effort to try and include the boy, which surprised Regal. He wasn't going to try and stop them, though. Many questions still lingered in the back of Regal's mind throughout all of this. Knowing that Brynden Rivers, one of the so-called great bastards of the unworthy, was still alive somewhere and scheming put him on edge. Conversely, getting confirmation that the weirwood trees were at the heart of whatever was coming made Regal feel vindicated. Those trees just weren't right. He shared some of this information with Melisandre, who just smiled at him. She didn't need to voice her opinion for him to know what she wanted to do. At any rate, it couldn't all be good times. Soon, Regal and his group departed from Winterfell with Rickard Stark as their guide. They were heading toward the Wall, the final stop of Regal's northern journey. Along the way, they made a quick stop at Last Hearth, where Lord Umber shared with Regal a true northern drink. Regal had almost emptied out his stomach from one sip of the thing. He didn't ask how much alcohol was in that drink. Given the Umber's immense size, they probably needed triple or maybe even quadruple the regular amount of alcohol in order to get drunk. Regal was big for his age, but he wasn't that big. Nevertheless, the fact that he had tried it at all had apparently won him more favor with the man and his family. If only all politicking could be so easy. The temperature really started to drop around this time, and Oberyn and Euron were not shy about voicing their displeasure. Poor Montford looked like he was going to pass out too. Thankfully the dragons were okay. As a side note, having 4 dragons all over him was quite the experience. He was sure that no Targaryen in history had gone through something like this, and he was all for it. Regal could tell that the dragons were not fans of the cold, but they still endured it. Ankalagan went as far as to use his flames to warm them up. Or maybe he did it for fun. It was the first time that Regal was seeing the dragon's flames, and they were beautiful in a twisted sort of way. For his dragon's flames were the same color as wildfire, a twisted jade green that would one day consume anything or anyone in its path. That color was going to follow Regal for the rest of his life. They encountered no resistance on their journey, and it wasn't long before Regal and the others found themselves overshadowed by the behemoth that was the Wall. It was like a physical barrier that split the world into two. On one side was everything that they knew. The other. Nothing but uncertainty. Regal heard Melisandre hum as she rode beside him, her face full of contemplation. Extraordinary. I never would have imagined it, but this feels unique. Yes. One of the magical hinges of the world, right before us. A focal point. She began to smile. I have little doubt. My magic will be strengthened here. That was dangerous to imagine. Her skills were already immense due to her connection to her so-called god. Now the Wall would supposedly strengthen her further. Regal was silently glad she actually heeded his commands, otherwise she would burn all of this to ash. Regal's focus returned to the Wall and its splendor. It was the kind of engineering that certainly dwarfed anything else in Westeros. It was not the kind of structure that man alone could build. Magic had to play a role, and not the kind he used either. Ice magic. A Stark was said to have built this. The woman from his vision had said something about wolf mages of the past. Were the Starks of old ice mages? So not pyromancers, but some kind of cryomancers. Regal had no definitive proof of this, but in combination with Bloodraven's words, a lot of things would start to make sense if true. He pushed that to the back of his mind as he spotted several people waiting for them in front of Castle Black. The castle itself was not as impressive as the wall. Far from it. It was a collection of crumbling towers. Nothing more. Hopefully that would change in time. The one leading their waiting party was none other than the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch himself, the former Lord Rhaegal from Dorne. He had several of his brothers with him, and one of those brothers was none other than Aemon Targaryen, the last living son of King Mikar I. This was their first meeting, but despite the man's age some of his silver-gold locks still remained. Although now they were more grey than silver. Lord Commander Rhaegal made to speak as they approached, but the words died in his throat when his eyes spotted the dragons. And this was before Regal had a chance to get down from his horse. His brothers were not faring much better. There are dragons. 5 of them. Impossible. We must be dreaming. This was the 3rd time it was happening, and Regal still had not gotten tired seeing people's reactions to his dragons. Of course, the only reaction that truly mattered to him was that of his great-uncle. Aemon Targaryen was the last to react. He was not totally blind, but his vision wasn't what it used to be. And he had to squint in order to see what the others were seeing. Even then, it took Regal and Rhaegar coming down from their horses to greet their distant relative for him to finally see the dragons with his own eyes. When that happened, the tears from the men were inconsolable as he embraced Regal with zero hesitation, catching him off guard. You actually managed to do it. You did it. You did it. I don't even know. The words would not come out. It was the first time that Regal had a weeping old man to take care of. This was an experience that he could have done without. The stunned Lord Commander allowed Regal and his group to take refuge inside Castle Black during the duration of their stay. While the others explored the castle grounds and the wall itself, something Regal was very interested in doing for himself after he concluded his talks with the Lord Commander, the weeping Aemon led them to his private study inside the castle where they could have some privacy. I never imagined that I would live to see this day. Regal patted the old Targaryen in the back as he continued to hug him and Rhaegar while the 5 dragons watched them curiously from atop the table set up in the room. My brother and I used to dream about our eggs hatching, but they never did. And yet you've managed to do the impossible. You brought back the dragons. The prophecy is true. Despite his age, Aemon still had some strength left in him. It was surprising, but Regal didn't dwell on that too much. He also suppressed his irritation at the mention of prophecies again. I suppose we were just lucky. I don't think luck had anything to do with it, brother, Rhaegar said with a dry tone. Laughing softly with tears streaming down his cheeks, Aemon finally released them as he turned to look at the dragons in wonder. They're beautiful. He was practically cooing when he said this. If only Egg had lived long enough to see this. That his sacrifice was not in vain. Sacrifice. Regal and Rhaegar shared a look with one another before the former spoke up. Uncle, what does that mean? Sacrifice. I thought Summerhall was an accident. This was not the topic that Regal had imagined starting with, but his curiosity got the better of him. His question had the effect of causing Aemon's mood to turn somber as he regained control of his emotions. Wiping the tears from his cheek with the sleeves from his robes, Aemon replied, I suppose neither of you know the truth of that day. I don't think Aries would have wanted to talk about it. He probably figured that moving on was the best course of action for the realm and for what remained of our family. Or maybe Egg never told him the full truth. I suppose that would have been a mercy. Already Regal did not like the sound of this. I once told Egg to kill the boy inside him, Aemon said as he gazed at the dragons with a faraway look. This was back when he was declared king during the Great Council in 233 AC. That the realm needed a strong leader and that to be king sometimes you had to make choices that went against your desires. I regret saying that to him to this day. I think it drove him to make decisions that he probably wouldn't have otherwise. Then again, perhaps he was never too different from Darren and Arian. Dragon dreams took them both, and dragon dreams ended up taking him as well. It was just as Regal feared. Uncle, are you saying that our great-grandfather was a dreamer? Yes. He started having dreams of dragons shortly before your births. He saw himself emerging from fire with dragons, and that consumed him. I'm not sure if his desperation forced him to believe that it was true, or if they were actually real. The dreams stayed with him, and he used your births as a cover-up in order to gather our family in one place. Regal understood right away, and his blood ran cold. He was going to use them as a sacrifice. In order to hatch the eggs. Yes. The admission was said softly, but both Regal and Rhaegal heard it loud enough. That can't be. Rhaegal shook his head frantically. Our great-grandfather couldn't have been that kind of person. He was a good man, Aemon said with a weak nod. Even good men make terrible decisions in search of power. Power? Aegon believed that the dragons would help him shape the realm as he saw fit. To help the small folk and bring the lords to heel. He had been warring with them throughout his entire reign, and he was tired of compromises. Aemon sighed here. He forgot about the true purpose of dragons. Of Bryndon's warnings. Why he and I came here. Bryndon had already disappeared by then, so I suppose he stopped taking the warnings seriously anymore. Regal recalled Bloodraven's words. They matched what his uncle was saying now. I'm not sure how it went wrong, Aemon concluded. Why the fires got out of control. I just know that our family suffered for it. Life returned to his eyes as he focused on the dragons again. However, seeing this sight before me, seeing you two here, has made me realize that perhaps the sacrifice was necessary in order to get to this point. That's a dangerous way of thinking, Uncle, Regal warned him, remembering his visions of the other future without his birth. Do you disagree, nephew? Yes. Letting yourself become consumed with thoughts of power can lead you down the wrong path. Then again, was Regal any different? He too had been consumed with thoughts of dragons and their return. It had worked out for him, but what if he hadn't succeeded? He would have just been another cautionary tale for those that came after him. He had never once thought to sacrifice his family in order to achieve that goal, though, and Regal hoped that he would never sink so low. To think that his great-grandfather whom Regal, apart from his fanatical desire to help the small folk which turned the realm against him, had fondness of had become so consumed by prophecy in the end that it killed him, well, it was sad to think about. Aemon just smiled at him. I hope you are able to keep that part of yourself, my child. The Iron Throne has a way of changing those who sit upon it. Regal had no response to that while Rhaegal watched on in silence. All that said. Aemon turned toward his bed and began making his way toward it. Dreams and prophecies are a strange thing indeed, but I believe that sometimes they can bring some good to our family. Rhaegal was impressed to see him bend down to retrieve something from underneath his bed, and when he stood back up Rhaegal saw that it was a bundle of leather wrapping. The leather was worn, no doubt from time, but had still remained intact, but what interested Rhaegal and then Rhaegal was what the leather was wrapped around. It was a sword, and the significance of it struck Rhaegal with a sense of satisfaction. Dark Sister had finally been found again. Chapter 23, At the Wall. Dark Sister. Even though he was seeing the legendary sword for the first time, Rhaegal recognized it right away. How could he not? He had spent much time admiring the artistic illustrations of the sword in the Red Keep, a reminder of the history that they had lost when Bloodraven had taken the sword with him to the wall. It was shorter than his bright flame but still no less impressive. Age had not dulled the blade, marking it as one of the great treasures of Valyria. The pommel was carved into the shape of a dragon's head with elegant ruby eyes that seemed to glow in the dark. This was one of the two swords that had carved a dynasty. And it was finally back in Rhaegal's hands. Words could not describe the joy in Rhaegal's heart as he held the sword in his hands for the first time. Rhaegal was in awe as he inspected the sword next to him. How is this possible? I had a dream a couple of nights ago, Aemon explained softly. A vision. Of a hidden treasure hidden within the walls of this castle. Of course, in my dream I saw a little dragon emerging from the stones, but I suppose this is also a good alternative. A couple of days ago. Of course. Bloodraven. The old bastard must have sent Aemon a vision of the sword's location after his meeting with Rhaegal. To think that it was hidden inside the stones of Castle Black all this time. Bloodraven must have hidden it inside the loose foundation before he left the castle for the final time. But for what purpose? Who was meant to find the sword if not Rhaegal? That supposed hero of his? TCH, how annoying. Imagining how the sword would have continued to be lost to his family just because of Bloodraven's whims really ticked him off. So far, his ancestor was proving to be the biggest annoyance in Rhaegal's life. What a twist. I always assumed Bryndon took it with him, Aemon said, snapping Rhaegal from his thoughts. He always carried it with him, alongside that bow of his. I thought it must have been the same when he left Castle Black. Of course, I didn't see him off that day. I didn't think anything of it. He had gone on many rangings and always returned. He was always thinking about the future, so maybe I shouldn't be surprised that he left the sword behind for safekeeping. Regal didn't know what to say to that. He hadn't known the man. Now, he was just an annoyance at his side, so his opinion was more biased than his uncle's. Now, it can return to where it belongs. Eamon's face was full of pride as he looked at Regal and Rhaegal. I may be too old to help you directly, but I'm glad I was able to deliver this safely to your hands, nephew. You shouldn't discount yourself too much, uncle. Regal replied with a small smile. I may have some use for you, if you're willing. He had assumed that his great-uncle wouldn't be as active in his old age, but he was still healthy and mobile. The man's mind was sharp. These facts changed things for Regal. Aemon looked surprised by Regal's words. Me? What use could an old man such as myself be to you, my boy? All in due time, uncle. But first. Regal removed Dark Sister from its wrapping and turned to face Rhaegal. Brother, I have a very important task for you. Are you ready to bear it? Task. While still mesmerized by the beauty of Dark Sister, Rhaegal had enough willpower to give Regal his attention. What task? Regal looked down at Dark Sister. The sword felt light but also strong. He was certain that it could accept his flames well enough, but Bright Flame's runes suited him better. Throughout our history, Dark Sister has belonged to Second Sons so that they could protect our house from our enemies. Balin the Brave. Daemon the Rogue Prince. Aemon the Dragon Knight. For we have many enemies, and only united can we repel them. In the back of his mind, Regal knew that this time things were backwards, but neither he nor Rhaegal brought it up as the realization of what was happening settled on his brother's face. Brother. You mean Dash. Kneel. Rhaegal didn't give him a chance to finish. Rhaegal looked unsure but for a moment before doing as ordered, dropping to one knee while bowing his head. Rhaegal placed the tip of Dark Sister on Rhaegal's shoulder. Rhaegal Targaryen. Do you swear to bear this sword with honor, to protect our house against its many enemies? To safeguard your brother from all dangers, no matter the cost? With all my heart, I do. There was no hesitation from Rhaegal this time. Rhaegal smiled as he pulled Dark Sister back. Then stand, brother, and take hold of your new weapon. It was funny watching his usual stoic brother look giddy as Rhaegal handed him Dark Sister. Not that Rhaegal could fault him for it. Nothing could compare to a Valyrian steel sword. And this wasn't just any Valyrian steel sword either. It was one of the two legendary swords that had defined their house. Now Rhaegal was both a dragon rider and wielder of Dark Sister. His transformation was complete. Well. Aemon's voice snapped them out of their moment. He was smiling. I don't believe that such a vow was ever made before, but considering these momentous times perhaps it is appropriate. Rhaegal chuckled somewhat sheepishly. My father likes to be dramatic. Sometimes I fear I am too much like him. I don't think your brother is going to complain. True. Rhaegal was still busy admiring Dark Sister while the 5 dragons watched them with curiosity. Not many would give away such a treasure, not even to their family, but I suppose you have little need for it. Aemon's eyes looked down at Bright Flame which hung at Rhaegal's side. Dark Sister will be better looked after in my brother's hands, Rhaegal said simply. A sword was meant to be used. It was no mere decoration. Aemon just nodded, still smiling. I shall trust your judgment, nephew. Rhaegal appreciated that. Now then. Rhaegal turned his full attention to his great-uncle, leaving Rhaegal to continue to drool over Dark Sister. Uncle, I believe it's time you and I talked about the future. Aemon just looked on with curiosity. Standing atop of the wall was quite a unique experience. Even for someone like Euron, who had grown to find most things mundane, including most people, found himself momentarily speechless as he gazed out onto the frozen world that stood beyond the 7 kingdoms. Here was the edge of the world. What most people knew and understood. On the other side was the unknown. A land full of dangers and mysteries. Euron fancied himself an explorer. Like his ancestors, he wanted nothing more than to just go out into the world and uncover its mysteries. To carve out a place for himself. However, for the first time in his life, as he looked at the world that stretched beyond the known maps, something akin to apprehension settled in Euron's heart. It wasn't just from the cold, but something more raw that hit him at his very being. And he did not appreciate it. I guess I'm still just a brat, he thought, both amused and irritated. For him to feel such emotions while just standing on top of the wall was proof that he still had some growing up to do before he tackled his heart's desires. "Enjoying yourself, Euron Greyjoy?" A soft but sharp voice caught his attention from behind. Looking back, Euron found the Red Priestess staring at him with curiosity in those red eyes of hers. He allowed his eyes to roam her body. Even with that coat of hers, she did little to cover herself up. She still wore that silk gown that clung to her body like a second skin. It warranted attention, and Euron had little shame in admitting that, if she weren't Regal's woman, then he would have asked her to warm his bed by now. Sure, she could burn him to a crisp with those weird powers of hers in response, but there was a small chance that she would say yes. And Euron wasn't one to not take risks. His eyes wandered back to her face, where she was now looking at him with amusement. No doubt she could tell that he had practically been undressing her with his eyes, but it mattered little to Euron either way. "I'm just taking in the sights." He finally answered her question as he turned his head back toward the cold wilderness that seemed to stretch on forever. "I think I might be the first Ironborn in history that's come here as a guest rather than a recruit." "So sure about that, are you?" Her laughter was a treat on his ears as she came to stand beside him, her arms folded in front of her. "The wall is said to have been erected thousands of years ago. That is a very long time." "It is, but so is the Ironborn way of life. Which inevitably leads you to end up here, correct? That, or dead. For a foreigner, you catch on quickly." The Red Woman smiled. "It does not take long for one to understand your people's way of life, Euron Greyjoy." "Oh yeah." There was a challenge in his tone. He wasn't sure why. "No one else seems to understand us. They just underestimate us, and that's come back to haunt them many times." "For a time, perhaps," she said. "But you have always been pushed back. I'm sure you know your history. When there were 7 kingdoms, division, and mistrust kept you alive. A united Westeros would see your people perish if you tried returning to your old ways." Euron snorted. "Is this a lecture?" He wasn't interested in one. On the other hand, it gave him more time to ogle her tits. "Merely a warning." She stared at him, her smile disappearing. "Out of my prince's companions, you are the most volatile. I have seen your path diverge in many different ways. None end well for you." Euron's good nature changed. His eyes hardened as he leveled a glare on her. Not that it seemed to deter her any. "What do you think you know about me?" "Much." She tilted her head just a tad. "Your people are quite fascinating to me. Despite your common ancestry with the North, you diverged quite a bit when you arrived on your islands. Why is that, I wonder? The rest of the continent was infested with the old gods. But not you. You found a new religion with your own separate beliefs. I find that more than a little interesting." Euron snorted at that. "What, you're interested in our god now? Is that it? You don't care for them? I think they're more useless than people care to admit." Euron wasn't sure why he was telling her this. The words were just coming out of him, and he wasn't stopping them. "I had a dream once, where I could fly. It felt so real. I knew then that it was not impossible for humans to reach that height. To become a god ourselves. Some have done it before. Seeing Regal has made me more sure of it. Humans can become gods. It's just a matter of will." There was admiration in his voice, because he had come to admire the Targaryen. There was also envy mixed in, because Euron wanted to reach similar heights. No, even greater ones. There were many ways to go about it. You have drive." She didn't sound impressed, however. "You could accomplish much, this is true. But only if you continue to know your place." "What?" Anger began to rise in his chest. "What the hell does that mean?" "That you and your people have been tools in someone else's game for a very long time." Her tone was calm, like she was discussing what she was going to have for dinner. That just angered him further. "What do you think you know about me?" he asked her again. "Enough." She flashed him another smile. "My prince took time to bring you with him, and I would prefer that such effort does not go to waste. So let me be frank with you. Your dream was nothing more than a fabrication in someone else's design. You have gifts, Euron Greyjoy. This is why I pray that you heed my words. Do not waste them. Or else you might find yourself flying too close to my flames." Her soft smile remained even as she offered him a small bow before walking away. Euron was too busy stewing in his own thoughts to care. When Regal found the Lord Commander in his private chambers, the man was on his third cup, which he downed almost immediately after his eyes landed on him. More specifically, his dragons. It seemed the shock had not worn off yet. Regal wasn't alone as he stepped inside. Rhaegal and Aemon were with him. But so were Ser Gerald and Ser Barristan. The two knights were doing their best to keep their composure, but they had been shocked and amazed when they noticed Dark Sister hanging from Rhaegal's side. His brother had removed his normal steel sword, well forged but utterly dull by comparison, and replaced it with Dark Sister with zero hesitation, giving his previous weapon to a random recruit from the Night's Watch without a second glance. Montfort and his father had come to join them as well, and their reaction mirrored that of the two knights. Montfort had been able to crack a joke about Regal stumbling upon lost treasures every time Montfort turned his back on him. Funny. However, as festive as the mood was after the discovery of Dark Sister, Regal still had one more matter to attend to while he was here. And that was to negotiate with the Night's Watch. Not that it was going to be much of a negotiation. Regal held all the cards. The Night's Watch was a failing institution. They couldn't put much of a fight no matter how much they might want to. Fortunately for the Lord Commander, the Night's Watch still held a purpose, and it was for that reason alone that he was going to throw them some favors. Thankfully Rickard Stark wasn't here. Regal didn't want to deal with the wolf trying to meddle in the negotiations. Prince Regal. Prince Rhaegal. To what do I owe this pleasure? The man rose from his seat with a small bow proper enough for respect. The men had yet to notice Dark Sister. The dragons had all his attention. Lord Commander. I apologize for not greeting you properly earlier. I wanted to meet with my uncle as soon as possible, you see. There are very few dragons left in Westeros now, so my emotions got the best of me. Regal took one of the seats in front of the man's table while the others remained standing. Lord Commander Corgyle just nodded as he sat back down. It is no problem, my prince. I can understand the desire to want to see one's family again, especially one as well regarded as your uncle. High praise. Regal accepted it. Thank you. There is something that I want to talk about in regards to him, but that can wait. Right now, there is something more prudent for us to discuss. The Lord Commander looked weary but resigned. There is no need to dance around the subject, my prince. Lord Stark shared the reason for this talk. Crafty wolf. While Regal was caught up with his uncle and Dark Sister, the men had taken the opportunity to have a talk with the Lord Commander. He really was a meddler, wasn't he? Unfortunately, your desire to remove the gift from the Night's Watch would cripple us, my prince, the Lord Commander said with a shake of his head. The men are already underfed as it is. Taking more from us right now would spell our end. At this rate, you're already dying anyway. Regal easily dismissed the man's concerns. You don't have enough men to properly look after the land. You barely have enough men to perform your duties well. And that's only with 3 active castles. Tell me, how much longer do you think that you have before the Night's Watch ceases to exist entirely? The man's teeth clenched, and his frustration was obvious for anyone to see. As the Lord Commander, he knew better than anyone just how dire the situation was for the Night's Watch. We may be in a bad situation, but that does not justify turning a bad situation into a worse one. Do you mean to disband the Night's Watch, Prince Regal? As if. Regal had no authority to legally or appropriately do such a thing, not as long as the Night's Watch kept to their vows. And even if he could do it, Regal wouldn't. For he was one of the few people alive who understood how important their role was. That being said, the current status quo could not remain. There is no need to be so pessimistic about this, Lord Commander. Once again Regal dismissed the man's words. Once the North retakes control of the gift, do you think that they will turn their backs on you? They are the one kingdom that still respects you. You'll be better fed without having to lift a finger. Not only that, but I've had a talk with my uncle. Once I return to King's Landing, I'll make sure that my father sends coin and supplies up here as well. That'll see your suffering lessened. Of course, this depends on your cooperation. The Lord Commander did not look wholly pleased, but the mention of aid from the Iron Throne did soften the blow. After all, the man was not stupid. He had led the Night's Watch for some time now. He understood how much of a difference all of this would make for his order, especially because he knew that the North would not turn their back on them. However, as his eyes kept darting to the dragons, Regal knew what the man was really afraid of now. Why the North had allowed Queen Alysanne to take the gift away from them without a rebellion all those years ago. Dragons really made men more fearful. This suited Regal just fine. Do we have terms for this arrangement, Lord Commander? Lord Commander Rhaegal swallowed hard before he started pouring himself another drink into his cup. Do I have much of a choice, Prince Regal? Was the man sulking now? Such a strange thing to see a grown man feel like he had lost something important when he had not. Regal nevertheless took the victory with a growing smile. I appreciate your understanding. Furthermore, I propose 2 new changes moving forward. The Lord Commander stopped pouring, his eyes sharp. There is more. Rickard Stark didn't know about this, so of course the man was caught off guard. I believe I mentioned something about my uncle already. The Lord Commander did not respond, just observing him. I wish to bring him back to King's Landing with me. Impossible. The Lord Commander didn't bother entertaining the idea. He has sworn his oath to the Watch. Maester Aemon is trusted by everyone here. You would deprive us of our most trusted maester. The Citadel can send another just fine, Regal replied. After I return to King's Landing, I will be heading down to Oldtown. I will pass the matter to them. I'm sure there are many in the Citadel who would be eager to come to the Wall and serve. One that will be just as experienced with matters concerning the Wall and the Night's Watch. As I've said, there are few Targaryens left in the world now. I would prefer us to stand united. Was Regal doing this on a whim? Perhaps. But it would work just fine for his future ambitions. As for his vow, my uncle has also made a vow to the Citadel. You can release him from yours if his presence becomes needed elsewhere. Despite how reasonable he might sound, he knew that the Lord Commander would fight him on this to the end. This was different from the gift. It was far more personal. How can I be certain that you will keep your word? You'll see the validity of my claims in the coming years. Besides, it's not as though I can just take my uncle away from the Watch right now. Preparations will need to be made. You'll have time to come to terms with this change. The Lord Commander just stared at him. Regal knew. There was no friendship here. Not when the men felt insulted over silly reasons. What say you, Maester Aemon? He turned the question over to Aemon instead. I have no reason to disagree with the prince, Aemon answered. If he feels my skills are needed elsewhere, then I'm more than happy to oblige. Especially if it ensures that my brothers in the Watch will be well taken care of. Using aid as a bargaining chip. Did Regal feel bad about that? In this case, no. Not when most of these men were criminals who had chosen to come here rather than face execution or remain in the dungeons. They were already enjoying a fate better than they deserved. This is a very big move, Prince Regal. Seeing that his uncle had chosen to side with him, the Lord Commander finally turned to him directly. Releasing a brother of the Night's Watch from his vows has never been done before. The Crown can pardon criminals, not that my uncle has committed any. Besides, circumstances in the future will make this a necessity. You needn't worry about that. The Lord Commander finally sighed as he looked down at his cup. As you say. It was as much of an endorsement as Regal would get from the men. It was enough. Now. Regal leaned in closer, his eyes gleaming with intent. How about you and I discuss ways for the Night's Watch to strengthen its numbers? Aemon Targaryen felt like he was in a dream as he joined his 2 great-nephews atop the wall. When he had awoken this morning, he had felt a great sense of accomplishment, a feeling that had not left him since discovering Dark Sister within Castle Black. Despite his old age and his vows to the Night's Watch, he could be of use to his family during these uncertain times. As a maester and a member of the Night's Watch, Aemon was supposed to have given up his loyalty to his old family. He was not longer meant to be a Targaryen. It was expected of everyone who joined the Citadel, as it was expected of the brothers of the Night's Watch. Reality was never that simple. For Aemon knew that he would always be a Targaryen. He had found a new family in the Night's Watch, but he could never forget his old one. Aemon knew that he was not alone feeling this way. Old feelings of loyalty toward their past families always lingered inside every maester. It was more complicated for the Night's Watch, many of whom had no family to speak of. Circumstances had forced them to become criminals, and many of them were good people deep down. Aemon had seen it for himself many times during his service at the Wall. Unfortunately, this was probably something that his great-nephew could not understand, and Aemon did not expect him to. His great-nephew's plan for him was ambitious, and apparently it was only something that he decided on after meeting him. He claimed that Aemon still had the Targaryen fire burning inside of him, and it was something he could use in King's Landing. Aemon appreciated the kind words, but he still considered himself to be nothing more than an old man past his prime. Yes, Eamon's greatest regret right now was having been born too early to stand beside his nephew as he forged a new future for their family, especially now that the dragons had returned. The hatchlings had shown some interest in him, but no bond had formed. Aemon was satisfied with this. He was too old to become a dragon rider now. He could not be one of the 3 heads of the dragon. His greatest regret indeed. All that said, Regal did not seem to agree, and Aemon was willing to follow his lead on this. Apparently there were very few people that Regal was willing to trust, and his family was one of them. And there were so little of them left. When Aemon's father became king, he had chosen to not take up a second wife to become his queen and rule beside him. In those times, there had been many more Targaryens, and King Mikar feared an uncertain succession should he sire more children. This was what he told others at least. Honestly, that always felt like an excuse to Aemon. His father had been a difficult man to befriend or even get close to. Somehow his mother had been able to do it, and the two had loved one another. As the 4th son, Mikar had been given more freedom when choosing his partner in life when compared to his brothers. It had resulted in a happier marriage. After Diana Dane died, his father might have been too scared to replace her. Or too stubborn. Either or. If only he had known how diminished House Targaryen would become after him. "It's beautiful," Rhaegal said, causing Aemon to come out of his somewhat depressive thoughts as his nephews took in the sight from on top of the wall for the first time. "It makes you feel small," Aemon said with a chuckle. This was a sight that he had grown accustomed to after many years in the Watch, but he always felt the same every time he came. There's a whole other world out there that we do not know. With people living in it. Regal glanced at the dragons who were also studying their surroundings. I had expected them to not want to come up here. I heard that Queen Alicent was unable to make her dragon cross the wall. We're only on top of the wall, Rhaegal pointed out. Maybe if we tried to cross it dash. We'll save that for a different day. Regal shot the idea down quickly. Right now we're only here to enjoy ourselves. Montfort snorted as he shivered from the cold. You mean after doing so much work? Lucerys didn't look happy with his son's words, but he was smart enough to hold his tongue while in the presence of the 2 princes. Aemon found it amusing. Was he that afraid of Regal taking offense? His nephew wasn't so petty. Precisely so. Regal smiled. After dealing with so much work, we can finally relax before heading back down south. I suppose all the hunts and feasts up until now counted for nothing, Rhaegal said with a soft chuckle. Regal rolled his eyes. I swear. You two are always finding fault in everything that I say. It's fun, Montfort said with a smile. Rhaegal just nodded. Regal just rolled his eyes again, but the small smile on his face was evident. It was a pleasant moment. Aemon was pleased to see this. Better for his nephew to have these bonds than to remain isolated. Maegor was a great example of what happened when one became cut off from the rest of the world. There were also the others who had joined Regal on this trip, many of whom belonged to great houses. Yes, his nephew was building quite a powerful group of connections. Very powerful indeed. They took a few minutes to enjoy the sights while taking a stroll on top of the wall while Montfort nearly froze the entire time. It was a pleasant time, and Aemon felt more at ease than he had in a very long time. That mood soured a little when the Red Priestess came to join them. Aemon knew how dangerous people from her faith were, and he didn't want to see her leading his nephew down a dangerous road that he might never come back from. For now, he would keep these thoughts to himself. But he would be watching. There is much to be learned from this place, my prince, she said as she stopped next to Regal. I'll trust you on that. She smiled. Oh. Are you annoyed that you cannot sense the magic in this place? All of its protections. Its foundations. Her eyes darted to the cold and unforgiving expanse before them. You cannot sense them. Them. Aemon's brow furrowed. He had exchanged many letters with his nephews and niece, even sharing the prophecy of the promised prince, which he now knew was Regal, with them. It was the same prophecy that had captivated many in their family over the years. But this conversation was different. Could Regal know more about what was going on? There were always whispers of strange happenings here at the wall. Men claiming they've seen things. It was something Aemon had not touched on yet, as it was a mystery that he did not have an answer to. Regal followed the priestess' eyes with his own. With his back facing Aemon, he was unable to see Regal's face. But he heard his words well enough. They're cold. Thuras didn't know why he had been summoned to the inner chambers of the temple today. At 8 and 10, he was one of the youngest Red Priests active in Myr. It was not a life that he had chosen on his own, and so it was a life that he did not take very seriously. Lawler provided him with clothes and wine, though. And for him, that was more than enough. Plus, the red robes always helped to hide all the stains from the wine. Truly, what more could a man ask for? Many at the temple didn't take him seriously as Thuras did the bare minimum to earn his priesthood, but that suited him just fine. Expectations would mean more work, and there was plenty of that to go around. In recent years, the red temples throughout Myr had become more active. Thuras still remembered how quiet the temple had first been during his early childhood. All of that suddenly changed more than a decade ago. Thuras didn't know why, of course. He was still undergoing his training at the time, so there was no way he would be told about important stuff. Even now, after officially joining the ranks of the temple, he was not deemed important enough for any kind of serious information. However, even someone like him had understood something crucial: the fires throughout the temples had become stronger. And this was without the usage of any blood sacrifices. Thuras had no way of knowing if this was true for the rest of the red temples in Essos, but the red priests in Myr had welcomed the change with open arms. Blood sacrifices were still conducted from time to time, but now it was done more as a formality rather than practicality. Thuras didn't care enough to find out the reason for this abrupt change. By the standards of Lawler, he just wasn't an overly pious man. And yet, despite his indifference, Thuras still found himself walking into the most sacred of chambers in the temple. Here, a fire was always continuously burning. Supposedly it was to help them keep communion with Lawler at all times. Not that Thuras had ever felt the god's presence in his life, but he kept such heresy to himself. Inside the chamber standing around the fire were the head priests of the temple. However, there were also leaders from the other red temples in Myr. It was quite the gathering. This looked to be an important meeting. So why was Thuras here? He dared not speak as he knelt in front of the red priests and priestesses. Priest Thuras. This is your first time in these chambers, correct? Thuras wasn't sure who was speaking, so he just nodded. It is. You have only recently completed your training, but Lawler already has need of you. What? The flames have guided us to you, for you will be our messenger. You will inform the Lord of Light's chosen of our willingness to serve. And you shall deliver our gifts to him. Gifts? Thuras heard movement, and only then did he bother to raise his head. When he did, he spotted two red priests carrying a chest into the room. They placed the chest in front of him. These are the gifts, he asked, unsure. A red priestess walked forward. She placed a hand on the chest while smiling. Lawler tasked us with procuring these, and it is finally done. Now we may finally serve alongside his chosen. As she said this, she opened the chest for Thuras to see inside. And what was inside were none other than 3 dragon eggs. Chapter 24, Return. The day began slowly at the Red Keep. At least, it was slow for Ashara. The queen was probably up and about already, as was the king and the rest of his small council. The servants were no doubt going about their duties in the background, which kept the royal castle functioning. What was Ashara doing then? Sleeping in, of course. Sleeping in had not been Ashara's intention, but she had gone to bed late last night. She hadn't slept in her chambers either, rather keeping the energetic Sheena company for the night. It was something that had happened a couple of times since the announcement of the dragon's return had reached the capital. Sheena had been full of excitement since then and needed someone to share that excitement with. And Ashara fit the criteria pretty well. Then, another raven had arrived around 5 days ago from Winterfell. Regal was finally on his way back, and apparently he had some more surprises that he wanted to show before the court. The letter had contained no specifics, but the cryptic words had sent the court buzzing with rumors about what these surprises could be. After bringing back the dragons, what else could Regal be hiding? Imaginations ran wild. Sheena had been unable to contain her growing excitement. This was also true for Darren. The two of them had been in such high spirits that it was hard for the rest of them to keep up. It was worse when the two would get into arguments about who would become the third dragon rider alongside their brothers. It was so bad at times that the queen had to intervene and separate them for most of the day lest they start hitting one another. Yes, the two siblings were not on the best of terms right now. And Ashara doubted that Regal realized this. He was probably just excited to share the news with his family and sent the raven without giving it much thought. Not that she could wholly fault him. The royal family had become happier because of it. Both the king and queen had been in high spirits for the past week. The king in particular was seen humming to himself as he walked through the halls of the Red Keep with a prideful look. He made no effort to hide his own excitement, for the dragons had finally been returned to Westeros under his reign. He would forever be known as the king who achieved the Targaryens' long-held dream for the past century. In her mind, Ashara mocked the king for his ego, as this accomplishment belonged to Regal, not him. But in public she made sure to go along with it like everyone else. She might not have a highly favorable opinion of the men, but he was still the king. He was also Regal's father. For that reason alone, she would show some decorum. Queen Rhaegal had been more concerned about the well-being of her sons and swore to give them an earful for going off on their own and doing something so dangerous without consulting them. Of course, like her husband, she couldn't keep her pride hidden away either. At the end of the day, she too was a Targaryen, and the fascination with dragons was within her blood. By now, all of the realm must have heard of the return of the dragons. In preparation for the upcoming tourney and name day celebration, knights and lords had begun pouring into King's Landing like an infestation. They had started to arrive much earlier than expected, no doubt to try and see if they could catch a glimpse of the dragons before anyone else. Unfortunately for them, Regal and the others had yet to return. Based on the letter, Ashara knew that it wouldn't be too much longer. She couldn't wait to see him again. Ugh, it's too cold. Ashara's thoughts were interrupted by the mutters from Sheena, who was hidden under her sheets. If the princess thought this weather was cold, then she would probably hate the north. Not that Ashara had ever been there herself. Clearing her mind, Ashara decided to finally get out of the bed. Her hair was a mess, and she was going to need a long bath in order to wake herself up. It was a luxury that she had grown accustomed to after living for so many years in the Red Keep. The royal family knew how to live in luxury. But first, she was going to have to wake up a very sleepy Targaryen princess. The highlight of her day. Despite her thoughts, Ashara enjoyed the time she spent with Sheena. It was almost like she had a little sister. She had only grown up with 2 older brothers, so it was a novel experience for her. After calling for the servants to prepare the bath, Ashara spent the next several minutes trying to coax Sheena into getting out of bed. It was not easy, and it took Ashara resorting to promising her she could have cake later for Sheena to finally agree. The princess loved cakes. By this point, none of the female servants batted an eye to seeing Ashara spend the night with the princess. They were used to it, and they knew of her friendship with Regal. It went without saying that Ashara enjoyed many privileges in the Red Keep that other ladies were not granted. This included Elia, who had grown more frustrated over the weeks at Sheena's lack of interest in forming a close friendship with her. This fact surprised Ashara too. She didn't know why the young girl gave Elia the cold shoulder. She hadn't asked. Ashara didn't want to get involved in something that did not concern her even if she was curious. Besides, it was Elia's fault to begin with. Ashara wasn't going to help her childhood friend in her schemes to cement herself in the royal family. The bath was enjoyable as always. Despite having to make sure that the young princess properly washed herself, Ashara enjoyed herself. From there, Ashara let the maids handle the rest as she returned to her own chambers in order to get dressed herself. She wore a loose silk dress of purple and white in honor of her house. Her style reflected her Dornish background, something that clashed with the other ladies in court. It was something that Ashara had long since stopped thinking about, though. There was a knock on her door. Ashara went to answer it. There, one of the maids was waiting for her, head bowed. Lady Dane. The Queen requests you join her at the gardens with the princess at your earliest convenience. The Queen already knew they were up. Not surprising. Most of the maids answered to her directly. Thank you. I shall be there at once. Closing the door, Ashara retreated back into her chambers to finish the last of her preparations. She was not nervous. She had shared many talks with the Queen over the years. She was like a light in this fortress of schemes and double talk, for the Queen had little patience for both. She only cared for her family. In that regard, Rhaegal Targaryen was the best queen a king could ask for. Ashara left her chambers after she was finished. She wasn't one to wear much jewelry. Not that she hated it. It was the opposite. She loved to dress up. It was just bothersome to put them on every day when they got in the way. Her family had sent her the best jewelry they owned. To better represent the Dane name in court. Actually, now that she thought about it, it was more like her mother had done it. Lady Casella Dane, formerly of Vaith, was both a stern woman befitting her Dornish background but also one to enjoy the finer tastes in life. She made sure that things were always running smoothly back in Starfall, and she made sure to keep in touch with her and Arthur even though they were in King's Landing most of the time. Ashara had only returned on a couple of occasions to Starfall since joining the Queen's ladies. To be frank, she preferred her home over the filth that was King's Landing. A lot less people. Less noise. Less politics too. She knew that she wouldn't go back if given the choice, though. Ashara cleared her mind from those thoughts as she joined the Queen with her 2 children in her private garden. It was located inside the Godswood but was created as a personal area for the Queen and her circle of ladies. She would also take Sheena and Darren with her often, just as she was doing today. Ser Oswell was standing nearby, as was Ser Willem Darry. She had come to regard the latter as an earnest knight who held great loyalty to the Targaryens, and thus took his post very seriously. He was not a Kingsguard, but he was the closest to them in terms of his devotion. The 2 knights permitted her entry as Queen Rhaegal welcomed her with a smile. "It's good to see you again, Ashara. Come. Enjoy yourself." The Queen gestured to all the treats served on the table. Sheena was already eating her favorite cake while Darren played on the floor with his wooden dragons. They had been a gift to him from the king for his last name day celebration. Supposedly he had named one of the dragons Bael in honor of the Black Dread himself. He said it was the name that he would give his own dragon someday. At the time, Ashara had just chalked it up to the imaginations of a child. Now, well, things changed fast, didn't they? While she sat on the offered chair facing the Queen, Ashara watched how one of the servants prepared her tea for her before serving it. The Queen was still smiling at her. "It appears you were up late last night. There was no point in trying to lie over something so mundane." "Yes, Your Grace. Princess Sheena wanted to discuss her dragon with me. And how she was going to fly over the city alongside the prince." "Ah." The princess hummed as she nodded enthusiastically. She did not say anything, though, preferring to stuff her face with another piece of cake instead. Hungry herself, Ashara got a piece of her own. It wasn't the best of meals to start her day off with, but morning was almost gone now. Breakfast was a moot point. "These children of mine." The Queen sighed. "Their imaginations are too much for me." Despite her words, there was a clear fondness in her tone that did not go unnoticed. "How about yourself, Your Grace?" "Me?" Rhaegal tilted her head. "Yes. The dragon might choose to bond with you instead." Ashara did not know much about dragons, but she did know that they could be unpredictable. There was apparently no one clear method that guaranteed success when it came to becoming a dragon rider. Not unless the egg hatched in the crib of a child. It just seemed to come down to the whims of the dragon. "I highly doubt that." The Queen did not seem to entertain the idea. "My children seem more suited to becoming dragon riders. Not that I have never fantasized about it." She smiled softly. "I remember when I was a child I used to believe that I would find a dragon egg in the Red Keep and that I would somehow make it hatch. A child's fancies really. Nothing more." She glanced at her children with a loving glance. "Now it appears that they will have their chance where I did not." Ashara felt as though the Queen was selling herself short, but she did not argue the matter. Queen Rhaegal savored her tea for a few moments as a comfortable silence settled over the garden. However, it did not last forever as soon Septa Edith appeared in the garden, wearing the traditional white Septa robes. "Your Grace. Excuse my intrusion. Princess Sheena was late attending her lessons today. I hope everything is all right." While Sheena's mood soured at the appearance of the Septa, the Queen answered happily. "Everything is quite all right. My daughter just decided to sleep in today. However, not that you've had your fill, I think it's time you catch up with what you've missed." "But mother, those lessons are too boring." Sheena huffed. "Do I really have to?" "Yes. Otherwise, when your brother arrives, I will make sure that you are unable to see him. Or the dragons." Sheena's face went paler than usual as she shuddered at the threat. Ashara tried not to laugh. She knew then that Sheena would do as asked. Sure enough, after promising to be good, the princess practically ran to follow the Septa to get started with her missed lessons. Ser Willem followed like a silent shadow, leaving the garden to the rest of them. "Children always have to fight every little thing," the Queen said with a small sigh. Thankfully Darren was too preoccupied with his toy dragons to notice. "It does seem like a challenge." Ashara did not know what else to say. Rhaegal gave a noncommittal hum. "You will understand one day. Once you become a mother." "Yes. Ashara drank from her tea to hide her nervousness at that topic. Speaking of which. The queen stared at her. You will soon be 14, no? What are your plans regarding your future, Ashara? Have your parents spoken to you about it? I do not mean to pry, but I wish to stay informed of such things. To plan for the future, you see. I have lost many companions to their marriages and do not wish to be caught off guard. Somehow, Ashara doubted that was the reason for the queen's curiosity. She answered nevertheless. No. My parents have not spoken to me about any potential matches. To be honest, it sort of surprised Ashara. She would have assumed that her father would have tried to pressure her into some kind of marriage by now. But no letter had ever arrived speaking of such arrangements. Ashara would have fought it, of course, but the lack of a fight was what confused her. I see. Very curious. Perhaps I'm just letting my own experience cloud my judgment. I'm sure each house handles their affairs differently. Ashara did not respond, just enjoying her tea. Inside, however, her mind was trying to understand where the queen was going with this. She had not been prepared to discuss something like a marriage so soon after waking up. She was very confused. My parents had my betrothal sorted when I was around your age. Did you know that? Ashara had not. My uncle's wife, Jenny, had a friend who was a witch. I only met her once, but I will never forget what she looked like when she arrived at court. Nor will I ever forget what she said to me. Ashara tried her best to not look uncomfortable. What did she say? She prophesied that a great hero would be born to my brother and I. The queen's smile dimmed a little. Our parents did not hesitate to have us wed after that. Although I believe that they always intended for that to be the case. Unlike my grandparents, they did not shun the marriage practices of our ancestors. There was never a moment where my future was undecided. I used to think that it was unfair. Ashara could understand that. She was ready to fight her parents for her future, but she knew that much of her bravery stemmed from her friendship with Regal. Even before my betrothal, I was expected to be mindful of my actions. To not look at a certain night for too long. To not spend in the company of a man by myself. Whatever the truth may be, gossip will always find a way to twist it. And you are left suffering for it. The queen left the words hanging between them. Ashara was starting to understand what the queen was trying to really tell her. Even while Darren played in the background, Ashara was starting to feel the pressure. She had never expected this sort of confrontation to come from the amiable queen. It rattled her. Queen Rhaegal, I promise you that nothing has happened between me and Prince Regal. We are friends. The queen's eyebrow rose. No. But you have feelings for him, do you not? Ashara's mouth opened to speak. There is no reason to make excuses, Ashara. Regal has been independent for many years now. This latest venture of his proves that. But he's still my son, and I like to pay attention to those who surround my children. Ashara's mouth closed. No words left her. If I thought you were a threat, then I would have dismissed you long ago. But I know that Regal cares for you. However, the fact of the matter is that he and my daughter will be together. Neither you nor anyone else will change that. This was the first time the queen was directly challenging Ashara, and it cut her deep. To know that Regal's mother disapproved of her, it hurt, plain and simple. Rhaegal Targaryen appeared docile on the outside, but she too carried her own fire. And Ashara was seeing it for herself. I know my place, Your Grace. It was all Ashara could say right now. Rhaegal's eyes studied her for a few long moments before she finally gave her a nod. Very well. The realm is already undergoing a rapid change. My family has avoided causing too much unrest during these times. It cannot afford any more variations to tradition. Those were the queen's final words, but they would stick with Ashara for the rest of the day. It was an ambush that left her feeling defeated. Mina Tyrell watched the countryside change through the window of the carriage. She and her family had left Highgarden some days ago. They were headed for the capital in order to take part in the Twin Princes' Name Day celebration, which was set to last for a week. Except now the celebration was also taking place for another important reason, the rebirth of dragons. Information was sparse, but every house in the Reach had received a raven from the capital relaying the information. No doubt that ravens had also been sent to every corner of the 7 kingdoms, all carrying the same information. The hows were uncertain, and despite how unbelievable it sounded, her mother was at least taking the news very seriously. How long until we get there, mother? Her sister, Janna Tyrell, asked with a small pout from the other side of the carriage. Her mother, who was seated next to her, scowled. Need I remind you to behave properly when we're on this trip? There is much riding on this celebration for House Tyrell. No matter how much her mother repeated herself, Mina doubted that her little sister would understand. She was still much too young for this sort of game. But I'm bored. And I want to see the dragons. At least she remembered that piece of information. Do you think the princess has one too? Do you think we'll get to ride with her? Such an imagination. Mina envied her sister sometimes. Olenna Tyrell scoffed. You must understand something, Joanna. The princess has a brother. Younger perhaps, but still one that will one day become a man. Do you think the king would let her become a dragon rider over him? 7 hells, he might become one before she does. Mina understood her mother's logic. Dragons weren't normal. They were weapons, only more dangerous. She had been reading more about them ever since the Raven had arrived at Highgarden proclaiming their return. And weapons were meant to be wielded by men, not women. The Targaryens had defied tradition in the past, though. Perhaps they might do so again. Both of you need to get the dragons out of your minds, Olenna snapped at them. If your foolish brother has done his job properly, then one of you will be attending court with the princess. That is where we will build our strength. Princess Sheena. The future queen. Only 6 and already betrothed to her brother, the future king. Brother-sister marriages were seemingly becoming more common with the Targaryens. Mina didn't know all of their history, but she did know that the king's parents had been siblings. So were the king and the queen. And now the crown prince with his sister. Mina felt weird just thinking about it. The idea of her marrying Mace made her feel disgusted. Hopefully the princess picks me. Joanna sighed blissfully. It would be like a dream to live in the castle with her. This one, I swear. She has her head in the clouds already, their mother grumbled. Mina did not take it personally. She already knew why her mother was in such a bad mood. The Hightowers had yet to respond to her mother's offer to a betrothal between Mace and Lord Leighton's second daughter, Allery Hightower. There were rumors that the man's eldest daughter, Malora Hightower, suffered from madness. It was why she rarely appeared in public. The Hightowers were going to be at the name day celebration, so Olenna hoped to get a clear answer from them and then. This had little to do with Mina herself, so she didn't give the matter further thought. Her mother's hopes for her and her sister were to try and befriend the princess during their time at the capital. Maybe get close to Prince Darren as well. Other than the crown prince, the 2 other Targaryen princes had no matches set for them. Mina had heard that Prince Rhaegal shared the crown prince's good looks. And he was also now a dragon rider. If she could marry him, then perhaps he would take her flying on his dragon one day. Mina could only hope. It was the first time in Cersei Lannister's life that she would be leaving Casterly Rock. And it was not for a short trip inside the Westerlands. Oh no. For Cersei was going to the one place that she had dreamed of most. King's Landing. The city of kings and queens. Her city. She was going to be queen one day, after all. Her father had promised her so the last time she had seen him, and he would never lie to her. Inside the carriage next to her, her twin brother Jaime was practically bouncing in his seat in excitement, although for very different reasons. I can't wait to meet all the King's Guard. I hear Ser Barristan is the strongest of them all. Cersei wanted to scoff at her brother. She had wanted to learn to be a swordsman too, just like him. But then her father told her that that was no future for a highborn lady such as herself. That her future was much brighter than that of a mere knight. That she belonged to stand next to Prince Regal Targaryen, heir to the throne. Cersei's excitement was palpable. She was finally going to meet the one that was destined for her. She always enjoyed reading those stories about the legendary heroes and their loved ones. Now it was going to be her turn. Their mother, Joanna, chuckled softly as she cradled her belly to protect it against the tumbling of the carriage wheels on the dirt road. Remember what your father said, Jaime. Ser Barristan isn't currently at the capital. He's with the crown prince. Jaime pouted at this. I know, but he's gonna come back, right? Maybe he'll teach me. Look at this one. Their aunt, Jenna, ruffled Jaime's golden locks from her spot next to their mother. She had accompanied them as a handmaiden to their mother, who needed all the support she could get right now. Just a boy and already trying to join the men on the battlefield. Don't do that, Aunt Jenna. Jaime tried swatting her hand away, but he was much too slow. I'm definitely going to become the best knight when I grow up. I think you have more than knighthood to look forward to, little lion, Jenna joked. She then scrunched up her nose. I wouldn't get my hopes up about King's Landing either. The place is filthy. It's nothing like Lanny Sport. Not like father lets us go there very often, Cersei complained. It's for your safety, my lioness, Joanna said softly. We can't have you two wandering off whenever you like. The world can be a very dangerous place. Cersei had heard that excuse too many times to count. She tried not to get too irritated, though. For she was finally on her first worthwhile adventure. Do try to remember your father's words, my sweetlings, Joanna said, catching their attention. Befriend the princes if you can. Princess Sheena as well. That will make your father's job a lot easier. Cersei was put off at the mention of the princess. Why do I have to be friends with her? Isn't she the enemy? Cersei. Her mother all but hissed at her while Jenna looked at her with disapproval. Mind your words. Talk like that while in the capital and you will get in trouble. Jaime looked confused while Cersei crossed her arms with a scowl. But it's true. Father says she wants to be queen too, but she can't. Prince Regal will be with me. Cersei missed the hurt on her brother's face while her mother massaged her temple. Oh dear. Jenna sighed. It seems Tywin let his excitement get the better of him, telling all of these things to her. What was he thinking? He's become too obsessed with a hypothetical future, that's what, Joanna replied, her tone bitter. Cersei didn't understand. Why was her mother acting like this? Didn't she want her to become queen? Cersei, look at me. The young girl found herself staring into her mother's serious gaze, causing her to freeze momentarily. I want nothing but the best for you. You deserve that and more. But you must choose your words carefully. Saying such things out in the open will place you and us in danger. When you're at the capital, you must remember to think first before speaking. In King's Landing, there are ears everywhere. And we must make a favorable impression on the prince. The princess might just become your sister through marriage, Jenna added. Think of it that way. Her sister. Cersei had always wanted a sister. Hopefully the baby inside her mother was a girl. That would be amazing. For now, I guess the princess will have to do. Yes, the princess would need someone to console her when she realized that she wasn't going to be queen. Who better than Cersei, who was going to be queen? With her mind made up, Cersei nodded. I understand, mother. She would be the mature one. Joanna nodded while trading a glance full of relief with Jenna. Jaime didn't say anything, but there was a small frown on his face that he tried to hide away by staring out the window of the carriage. And Cersei. She returned to her dreams about her beloved prince and her future as queen. Jon Arryn had rarely felt so trapped. For many years now, Jon had felt as if he was one of the few lords left that understood just how unstable the Targaryens had become. He had lived a long life, and in his life he had seen rebellion after rebellion, all caused by the Black Fires. A treacherous branch of the Targaryens that did not seem to know when to quit. He had seen the Peak Uprising. He had seen the effects of Aegon V's policies and his staunch position to take away the rights of the lords that served the Iron Throne. Jon could understand wanting to be a pious man and support the small folk, but at the cost of the loyalty of your own vassals. It was madness. Jon also had to witness the destructive tendencies of Aegon V's children, how they squandered their beneficial matches that could have brought much power and support to the Iron Throne. Prince Duncan choosing a commoner woman rather than the Lady Baratheon, which led to Lionel Baratheon and the Stormlands seceding from the Iron Throne. Then there was Prince Jaehaerys and Princess Shira, choosing to elope together and get married rather than honor their own respective marriages, earning the ire of House Tully and Tyrell respectively. Then Prince Daeron cut ties with the Redwynes after a failed courtship with Olenna Redwyne, now Lady Olenna Tyrell. Only Princess Rhaegal had honored her duty, marrying Lionel's son and creating some peace between the dragon and the stag. And what came after Aegon V's reign? A short reign by his unruly son Jaehaerys, who had chosen to wed his children together and continue the incestuous practices of their ancestors, thus further isolating the crown from the rest of the realm. It was madness. It was clear to Jon that the glory days of the Targaryens were well in the past. Something needed to be done to check their behavior in the future, lest their rule bring about more instability to the realm. For a long time, Jon didn't know how to get his plan started. Who to approach? The War of the Ninepenny Kings had given Jon all the opportunity he needed to put his plan in motion. Through it, all of the lords of the realm had united, and it was there that Jon met Rickard Stark and Steffon Baratheon. The wolf was dissatisfied with his kingdom's isolation. He was eager to build connections with the other great houses, connections that could help strengthen the north in the future. Stefan, on the other hand, had been a young lord at the time who had just lost both parents and was looking for guidance. Jon provided him with that guidance. Thanks to these two friendships, Jon was now fostering the heir to Storm's End and one of Ricard's sons at the Aerie. His own heir, his nephew Elbert, also stayed at the Aerie with the two young lords, forging bonds of his own. Another generation was being raised to carry on the alliance should anything happen to Jon, for he was not a young man anymore. Additionally, at this point in his life, he doubted that he would have children of his own. The Seven had not been kind to him in this endeavor, this was true. Jon doubted that Stefan understood his motivations for having Robert come stay at the Aerie with him. The Baratheon lord just saw it as a way to foster more connections for the future. He was loyal to his cousin, the king. Robert did not seem to share those same inclinations, at least not to the same extent as his father. It had all been going well for a few years. The Crown Prince's magical abilities had made Jon a little weary for the future at first, but as always the Targaryens kept their focus inward. They did not bother to pay attention to the movements of their lords, which suited Jon just fine. But now, as he crumbled the letter in his hands, Jon felt all his hopes and plans melt away like snow. If he had the energy, he might have slammed his fists on his table in frustration. His nephew and heir Elbert watched his reaction with caution. He bore the traditional looks of an Arryn, blonde hair and blue eyes. He was well fit, befitting a knight of his stature. They were in Jon's private solar after Elbert had delivered the letter to him which had arrived earlier from Winterfell. It was not good news. To Jon, it was the worst news imaginable. How could this be happening? Jon no longer understood the reality that he was living in. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Elbert's voice was full of concern. "What has happened?" Ricard had written a well-detailed letter outlining everything that had occurred in the north during the prince's stay. The annexation of Skagos to the Crownlands, the return of the gift to the north, the prince's unexpected friendship with Ricard's heir, the respect the prince had earned from the northern lords, the prince's magical abilities, Dark Sister, the prince's talks with the Night's Watch, and most of all, the dragons. Jon had known of the prince's upcoming visit to the north, but all of this far exceeded his expectations. Prince Regal Targaryen was no longer just a pyromancer. He was also now a future dragon rider with a Valyrian steel sword of his own. Jon had heard rumors that the Red Priestess who had joined the court in King's Landing had somehow procured a Valyrian steel sword for the Crown Prince. But now he also had Dark Sister with him. With dragons. If the gods were real, were they just favoring Regal Targaryen now? Jon was not the most pious of lords. He understood the power behind the faith, however. And he'd heard whispers that the people of King's Landing and the Crownlands were proclaiming the young Targaryen as blessed by the gods. Maybe they were right. It was different in the Vale, though. In Jon's kingdom, the faith was well entrenched. Only those damned mountain tribes kept to their blasphemous worship. Jon wouldn't mind that as much if they didn't persistently raid his lands for goods and people. Sending any kind of a force to oppose them always proved fruitless. The mountains were a protective barrier to the Vale from invasion, but they also gave the barbarians the perfect area to hide and ambush. It was madness. Jon was getting sidetracked. He had heard of some of the unrest going on in the smaller villages inside the Vale. Some begging brothers had been spreading word that the Crown Prince was a sign of the vile ways of the Targaryens and that his birth signified the end times, similar to what had happened to Valyria during the Doom. That the prince's fires were not divinely inspired but rather were an act of evil that needed to be put down. The High Septon had asked Jon directly to put an end to these practices directly so as to not attract the attention of the king. The High Septon was not interested in starting a conflict with the House of the Dragon over something he considered to be a minor nuisance. Jon hadn't had much success in this, not when the people themselves were protecting these men from his search parties. And now the prince had dragons. What did this mean for the future? For Jon and his plans. In his letter, Ricard urged Jon to move away from trying to act against the crown. For his safety. Should Jon do that? The answer came to him quickly. No. The Targaryens had not changed. They were not gods. They were not blessed. Jon had seen many of them come and go. Died pointless deaths or be consumed by their own madness. They were volatile. And now that they had dragons, the danger they posed had only increased. This did not mean peace. It was the opposite. And Jon was probably the only one who could see that. What would be his next move, though? Jon took a few moments to gather his thoughts while his nephew watched him anxiously, still waiting for an answer. Jon would tell him everything, but not just him. For there was a trip that they needed to plan. Dragons or no dragons, they still needed to attend the prince's name day celebration. Elbert. Bring Robert and Ned in here. I have some things to tell you all. Adam Valerian gazed out into King's Landing as his ship began its course to dock. After serving for several weeks in the Stepstones, guarding trading lanes from pirates, it felt good to be able to relax and not be on edge all the time. Pirate activity in the Stepstones had been rising for the past several years. Once it was known that the Iron Throne was supplying the free cities during their trade war, outlaws began to pour into those damned islands again despite the cleanup operation the Iron Throne had conducted after the War of the Ninepenny Kings. This resurgence was supposedly being led by one of those 9 so-called kings who saw an opportunity to enrich himself. Needless to say, tensions were rising on those islands again. His father, Rhaegal Valerian, had been killed during a skirmish with pirates a couple of years ago. A stray arrow that had turned fatal. It was far from the most glorious of deaths, but the men had been satisfied dying out in sea like their forefathers. In just a few years the Valerians were once again making their presence known in the seas. Ever since the dance, their house's prestige had faded. They were no longer regarded as the masters of the seas. No, the Redwynes held that honor now. It had been a source of frustration in House Valerian for a long time now. Thanks to the Crown Prince, those days seemed to be fading into the past. And Adam couldn't be more thankful. Even now, his uncle, Lucerys Valerian, had accompanied the prince personally on a vital mission to the north. It was only recently that Adam learned how vital the mission had actually been. Dragons. How wondrous. Adam knew his story. He knew where his name came from. Unfortunately, it did not seem like he was going to be a dragon rider like his ancestor, but Adam wouldn't cry too much about that. Being the captain of his own ship was a suitable prize for him right now. Nephew. Adam watched as his aunt, Alyssa Celtigar, née Valerian, joined him on the deck. Her long silver hair flew in the wind. How long until we dock? My brother and husband should be arriving with the princes soon. I would prefer to greet the queen first before they get here. His aunt had brought her 3 children with her to the celebrations, to see if any of them could build a bond with the Targaryens. His cousin Montford was already a close friend to both Prince Regal and Prince Rhaegar. Alyssa wanted a similar relationship to develop with one of her children. Unfortunately, she had never been able to join the Queen's circle of ladies during her youth. It was not surprising. The Targaryens had stopped regarding them as fellow Valerians since the dance. This indifference was so apparent that Prince Regal was the first Targaryen to set foot on Driftmark for over a century. King Aegon III's marriage to Daenerys had been their final moment in the spotlight, not that anyone had known it at the time. Funny. His sister shared the name of the former Valerian queen while he shared the name of a past dragon rider. Out of the 3 of them, his brother, Daemon Valerian, had the worst luck when it came to their names. Their father had chosen quite the names for his 3 children. While his own long silver hair fluttered in the wind, Adam made to reply. But before he could answer his aunt, his eyes caught sight of a familiar ship approaching the Blackwater Rush just as they were. Adam smirked. Unfortunately, Aunt. I think we're a little too late. The Crown Prince had finally returned to King's Landing. Chapter 25, Different Time, Same Mistake. Archmaester Marwyn had conflicted feelings as he walked through the halls of the Citadel once more, his massive hands folded neatly in front of him. He had not been here for 6 years, and it would have been longer had his trip in Essos not been interrupted so abruptly. Normally, Marwyn would have been incensed with any sort of interruption to his work. But this was far too important to pass up. At least he had made it to Ashai. Traveling farther north to Qohor and Ibn would have to wait. If he had any free time after that is. Marwyn did not let his true feelings show as he continued on his trek to his private study within the Citadel. He felt somewhat uncomfortable wearing his mask again after so many years of going without, but he put up with it. He knew the protocols here, and a little discomfort was preferable to the alternative. This place seems more lively than I remembered. Novices and acolytes alike were like madmen as they scurried about around him. Like they were on a life or death mission. Perhaps they were. The 7 kingdoms certainly felt like they were hanging by a thread. Not out in the open, of course. Behind closed doors, where cravens and opportunists liked to meet. Marwyn didn't give them much thought, his mind plagued by his encounters in the east. How life could change at the drop of a coin. It was fascinating. He had been surrounded by books and mysteries all of his life. It wasn't until he encountered the stars that he realized how little he actually understood of this world. Funny that. As he neared his study, Marwyn began to think of his chambers in the Ravenry. He was going to have to check up on that too now that he was back in Westeros for the foreseeable future. Maybe have one of the more slow-witted novices clean it up for him. Cleaning was far beneath him. I heard you were here. Marwyn almost clicked his teeth in annoyance as his hand stopped short of the door leading to his study. He had almost made it. But of course it wasn't going to be easy for him. Knowing when to call it quits, Marwyn faced his first annoyance of the day. Archmaester Vaelin. The old bastard still looked the same, although it was hard for Marwyn to fully make out the man's features underneath that bronze mask of his. Were you going somewhere? The man's tone was full of scorn. Marwyn shrugged somewhat. I just returned to Oldtown this morning. I thought I might go through my belongings. See what needs to be in order before heading to the Ravenry. We have something more important to discuss. Come. The Archmaester did not wait for Marwyn to respond. He just turned and walked in the opposite direction, fully expecting Marwyn to follow him. Which he did, despite his immense distaste. I wonder what he plans to complain about this time. The Archmaester in front of him was well known for his less than amiable personality. Then again, most Archmaesters were like that, weren't they? It had been a few years since Marwyn had thought of his colleagues, so his memory was hazy at best. He had little interest in these stubborn men who liked to monopolize what knowledge they had of the world rather than use it. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. As Archmaester Vaelin led Marwyn to one of the deeper chambers inside the Citadel and not the man's own study, Marwyn began to realize that this was more than just a normal meeting. This is surprising. Marwyn said nothing as Vaelin pushed a large oak door open. This door led to a dimly lit room with no windows. There were statues of sphinxes inside, similar to the ones that decorated the gates of the Citadel, only smaller. In the middle was a large round table where a group of men were all seated. All of them were Archmaesters. Marwyn had not seen these men in years, and there were a few of them who were new. He did a quick mental count and realized that these were not even half of the Archmaesters at the Citadel. A small group indeed. Archmaester Marwyn has returned, Vaelin announced as he took his seat after closing the door. There was a small chance of anyone walking in here. This section of the Citadel was barred to most, but better to be safe than sorry. Marwyn remained standing as he felt the eyes of all the men in the room on him. Quite a warm greeting you've prepared for me. I did not think that you were this eager to see me again. We tried reaching you over the years, one of the men said. There was no luck. I was constantly on the move. Marwyn was not lying about that. It matters not. You have returned, and we need your help. Oh. Marwyn finally took one of the available seats for himself. With what? Your research. I have found a great many interesting things in my travels, true, but I'm not sure how much it correlates with your own studies. None acknowledged his words. Your associate, Maester Kyburn. He left the Citadel some years ago. Did you know that? Kyburn. Talk about a blast to the past. I believe associate is too strong of a word. I shared some talks with him in the past, but that was about it. He showed some interest in Prince Regal before I left. Why? Has something happened? From what we can tell, he has become one of the prince's most trusted advisors. Look at that. One of the few people Marwyn respected, moving up in the world. It was a shame he couldn't stick around the Citadel. There is more, another said, his voice tinged with frustration. That very same prince has done what many thought was impossible. He has brought back the dragons, and we do not know how. Marwyn's heart quickened at the mention of dragons, but he schooled his features. From my understanding, the prince has magical abilities, correct? He must have used those powers on dragon eggs. I'm not sure what the mystery here is. The mystery is that the Crown Prince has thus far refused the Citadel's guidance, so we do not know the exact method. He only keeps Maester Kyburn at his side, who has also refused to share his knowledge with the rest of us. Not even the Grand Maester knows much. Prince Regal no longer studies under him. How peculiar. It seemed like Marwyn's information was accurate so far. This was promising. Marwyn cleared his throat. The return of the dragons is very fascinating, but why are you telling me all of this? He could hear one of the Archmaesters grit their teeth, or what was left of them. We sent a delegation to King's Landing. Now that the dragons have returned, the king will want to see the dragon keepers restored. Who better but us at the Citadel to lead this restoration? We hold the most information that pertains to dragons. I'm sure the king will see reason. So that was their angle. Poisons hadn't worked, so it was time for a different approach. However, the main reason we called you here is because we need you to go to King's Landing yourself and get in contact with Maester Kyburn. He needs to be reminded that he took an oath to the Citadel. That he cannot remain unresponsive. He needs to see reason. Marwyn's thick brow furrowed. Reason, you say? His lack of reports despite our constant requests shows a complete disregard to this institution. It cannot be allowed to continue. They were really annoyed by this. Marwyn was silently amused at the trouble Kyburn had caused by his mere presence in the capital. He occupied a vital position now, so he could not be ignored. Marwyn did not need to wonder what these reports were about. They're taking a great risk here. Even before he'd left for Essos, Marwyn had been sort of the black sheep of the order. His appearance and disregard for what these grey sheep valued had seen him isolated. Under normal circumstances, they never would have approached him like this. Westeros was rarely normal these days, fortunately. Marwyn understood what they wanted. There is no need for me to go to King's Landing. I believe that Maester Kyburn will come to Oldtown in person soon enough. You have my guarantee. When that happens, I'll talk to him myself and then bring him before you. The Archmaesters exchanged glances, doubtful of his claim. It was Vaelin who asked, "How can you be sure?" "You said it yourself. You hold knowledge about the dragons. The Crown Prince will be interested and will have no choice but to approach you. He might even come himself." His explanation was met with silence, but Marwyn knew that they were mulling over his answer. Thankfully they took the bait. "Very well. We shall wait and do it your way, for now." "Excellent." Marwyn was dismissed after that, but he did not care. For he had a very important meeting to prepare for. It would be a lie to say that Regal did not relish in some of the gasps and cries from the onlookers as he stepped out from his carriage for the first time, with Rhaegal and Montfort at his side. It had been weeks since he had last seen the city, and despite the awful stench that was still everywhere, Regal was happy to be back. Leighton seemed to agree, and it was not because he made any sounds or anything of the sort. It was just a feeling in the back of his mind. It was not something that he could put into words, but it was there. He felt it the most with Leighton, but he could sense a similar sensation with Agarax and the other dragons too. How very interesting. Regal was dressed in his finest clothes, as were his brother and the others. Ser Barry Stan and Ser Gerald were flanking him, standing tall and proud. Ser Brynden was taking up the rear, his eyes alert. The small folk in the gold cloak stationed at the docks had been the first to greet them. Regal had seen the way their faces had twisted into shock and awe at seeing the dragons for the first time. Not just 3 dragons but 5. No doubt his family would be immensely happy, even if one of them would be left without a dragon today. Not that Regal was worried. Finding the 2 eggs under Winterfell reassured him that there were probably other dragon eggs scattered throughout the realm. The dance had displaced many, and there were stories aplenty of dragon eggs going missing. It was only a matter of locating them, assuming the dragons slumbering within didn't reach out to him first. But now wasn't the time to dwell on those thoughts. Regal already had many things on his plate. He had to stay focused. The courtyard of the Red Keep was full. Even as immense as the Great Hall was, the entrance was packed to the brim. It took the guards, aided by the other King's Guard, to clear the massive doorway for Regal and the others to start making their way to the throne. Regal could see the usual knightly stoicism on the other King's Guard fade away as they gazed at the dragons for themselves. Regal was probably never going to get over those reactions. It made him feel powerful. As he stepped into the Great Hall after they were properly announced, Regal saw why it was so packed. It wasn't just the usual courtiers and knights that were present. Lords and knights from across the realm were also inside, no doubt driven to come here to get a look at the dragons for themselves. And look they did. There were more gasps and even some fear as Regal led the others to the Iron Throne with the 4 dragons on him. They had grown slightly, and so they were heavier than before. Agarax clung to Rhaegal, of course. Montfort was doing his best to maintain his composure despite being in the middle of such a large crowd. The others seemed to be doing just fine. Oberyn in particular was relishing in all the attention while Euron continued to grumble about something. The Greyjoy had been acting strangely ever since they left the wall. Of course, Melisandre still drew the attention from some of the lords. Whether it was out of interest or distaste was hard to say right now. Reaching the Iron Throne felt longer than normal. It was not hard for Regal to miss the eager forms of his younger siblings. It took their mother's presence to keep them rooted next to her lest they break protocol and take off running to him. The relief on his mother's face was obvious. Regal knew that he was going to have to make it up to her in some way for not saying that they were heading to Skagos from the beginning. Her ladies and his sister's ladies were around her. Elia was there of course, but he ignored her for now. Instead, Regal saw it and caught Ashara's eyes, and he could see the excitement in her eyes too. Only there was another emotion in the mix too. Unfortunately, Regal did not have the time to decipher it as she looked away from him, which confused him. However, his attention was redirected to his front as he stopped before the throne and his father and knelt. The members of the small council, apart from Lucerys, were all studying him and Rhaegal with great intent. But it was his father who was perhaps the most eager as he leaned forward from his throne, a wide grin plastered on his face. "Your Grace, we have returned from the north. And better for it." Aries cackled as he clapped. "Yes. I can see that, my son. But enough with the kneeling. You are no subject of mine. You are my heir. Now rise. The rest of you as well. All who have aided my son on his journey will be well rewarded." Regal rose to his feet, as did the others. His father's proclamation was met with claps and cheers from the crowd, but their eyes were still trained on the dragons. They had already counted them and realized something shocking. Now then. Aries' eyes gleamed with interest as they went from dragon to dragon. "They are magnificent, my son. I never thought that I would see anything like this during my lifetime, but you have proven me wrong. And how gladdened I am for it." Aries' face had softened. Despite remaining clean-shaven, age was catching up to him, and he was no longer the teenager that he had been when Regal and Rhaegal had been born. Except now, Regal felt like he was looking at that young man all over again. "There are 5 of them," Tywin noted from where he stood, his hands clasped behind his back. His distinct pale green eyes that marked his Lannister heritage were honed in on the dragons who for their part were studying Rhaegal's family. "My prince, your letter only mentioned 3 of them," Pycelle murmured, his tone unsure. "This is one of the surprises that I wanted to present the crown with," Regal replied, ignoring the man's stammer. "For we made a wonderful discovery in Winterfell. 2 more eggs had been hidden away, and they were recovered and hatched like the rest." He made it sound so simple, like this wasn't a momentous occasion for the realm. Aries began to clap again as he laughed. His laughter was so loud that it filled the throne room with its sound. "Extraordinary. The gods bless the dragons once more." Those who stood in the throne room began to clap once more to show their support, but their uncertainty was palpable. Indeed. Tywin was much more measured than Aries. "And who shall become the riders to these dragons, Prince Regal?" That was the most prudent question at the moment, wasn't it? Regal had claimed Ankalagan while Rhaegal had claimed Agarax. This left 3 dragons unclaimed, and there were 4 Targaryens. Someone was going to be left disappointed today. Regrettably, it was not Regal's decision to make. Once again, he could sense a barrage of emotions from the 3 unclaimed dragons. It took a moment for Regal to understand that they were asking for his permission. Now this caught him off guard. He was certain that dragons did not typically behave this way. It was almost as if they were being submissive to him, but he was not their rider, so he didn't understand this behavior from them. Regal would have to ponder on this more later. For now, he conveyed his approval through this bond, for a lack of a better word, of theirs and let them do as they pleased. The one to move first was the slender blue dragon. The only one from the original trio who had remained unclaimed all this time. Regal was not surprised to see Ankalagan's sibling flapping its wings and gracefully making its way toward its target. The dragons had been growing rapidly, but they were still young. Despite that, they were capable of short flight already. Everyone in the throne room was mesmerized by the sight, and their captivation only grew when they saw how the blue dragon flew straight into Sheena's arms. Despite not knowing how much his sister had been boasting about becoming a dragon rider like her older brothers, the young Sheena was left speechless as she embraced her dragon for the first time. There were no words, nor were there any sounds from her. But Regal could tell that she was happy, and his mother shared in that joy as she looked at her only daughter with pride. The others in the throne room could only watch as a new bond between dragon and Targaryen was established. Usually such things were a more private affair, but given the unusual circumstances the historic occasion was put on display for everyone to see. Aries watched on with growing excitement as his daughter claimed her dragon first. Yes. Just as the old king and the good queen, my children will both be dragon riders. Regal understood the comparison, but he wasn't sure if Sheena would. Not now at least. Those in the crowd began to clap and cheer once more. Not that it seemed to interest Sheena any. She was more interested in her own dragon, starting at it like a piece of herself had finally joined her. Both Regal and Rhaegal could understand that feeling. Only Darren looked put off by this as he grumbled next to Rhaegal. Regal noticed this while withholding a sigh. He knew that one of them was going to become jealous of the other no matter who it ended up being. Luckily, there were still 2 dragons remaining. Unlike Calagon's sibling, the last 2 hatchlings took a few more moments before they moved. Not that the onlookers noticed this, too busy as they were still cheering for Sheena. It was the silver hatchling who moved first, and its wings took it straight for Rhaegal Targaryen. The Targaryen queen had been too preoccupied expressing her pride at her daughter for claiming a dragon of her own that she missed the hatchling's approach until it was right in front of her. Rhaegal was taken aback by this, and it showed. A small gasp left her lips as the hatchling circled her before landing delicately on her shoulder. There, perched proudly, it let out a small burst of white flames that illuminated the throne room for a few moments. This development caused those in the audience to look uncertain as their initial excitement died down, not having expecting for the 2 female Targaryens to become dragon riders over the prince and the king. There was no emotion on Aries' face as he took this in while Tywin observed everything with keen interest. It was Regal and Rhaegal who clapped for their mother first, causing the others to slowly start to do the same, feeling that it was safe if the princes were doing it. Once more Darren looked put off by this, and he looked to be close to tears. His young age made it harder for the prince to control his emotions, and he was only concerned with the fact that the dragons had not picked him. Rhaegal did not notice this, however, as like with her daughter she was too enraptured by her dragon to perceive the world around her. Regal was deeply happy for his mother. To him, it felt like she sometimes forgot that she was a Targaryen herself. She needed to express more of her fire, and perhaps this was just the way to do it. The last to make its move was the bronze hatchling. Unlike with its sibling, everyone paid attention to its movements, all of them waiting with great anticipation to see who would become the final dragon rider today, the king or his son. Perhaps the one who was the most on edge was Darren. He had already been heartbroken twice. Could he handle a third disappointment? Regal had to watch the hope die in his little brother's eyes as the bronze hatchling flew straight for the top of the throne. It had made its choice. King Aries Targaryen, the second of his name, was now a future dragon rider. Aries just watched on with satisfaction as the hatchling landed on his lap. The young dragon was bigger up close, but that did not seem to bother the king any. If anything, it pleased him more. The wheels of destiny turn, he said, his voice filled with elation. It took all of Rhaegal's concentration to soothe Darren, who was already sniffing, as she scooped up her son in her arms and whispered reassurances to him. The king has claimed a dragon. Lord Staunton shouted, eager to sing praises of the king. No. Aries' voice was soft as he shot down the proclamation. I was chosen. The pride emanating from the king was apparent to all. Tywin's eyes were left studying the scene with uncertainty. But Regal did not care for the lion's apprehension, for he had another announcement to deliver before he could offer comforting words to his little brother. He could use the elation in the air as momentum. These are not the only treasures we present to you on this day, your grace. Pycelle looked worried. There is more. Regal gestured to Rhaegal who placed a hand at his side, more specifically his hand landed on his sword. His twin was careful to be overt with his movements so that none were caught off guard, for drawing a weapon in the king's presence was still a very dangerous thing to do, even if he was the king's son. It was only when Rhaegal began to unsheath his blade that everyone else began to realize that he no longer carried an ordinary steel sword. Pycelle seemed to understand first as his eyes widened. This cannot be. Rhaegal took a step forward before kneeling before the Iron Throne once more, presenting Dark Sister to the king as well as the entirety of the court. House Targaryen has recovered Dark Sister once more, your grace. Rhaegal felt tired as he sat inside his father's private solar within the Red Keep. After Rhaegal's announcement, the throne room had fallen into a frenzy once more. No one had expected to suddenly see one of the 2 legendary swords of House Targaryen on this day. As with the dragons, many had scrambled to try and catch a glimpse of Dark Sister for themselves. It had been many years since the sword had last been seen in person. It carried much history with it, as well as legitimacy. The King's Guard, as well as the other guards such as Ser Brynden and Ser Willem, were forced to step in and keep the order within the Great Hall until the king had dismissed the court for the day, proclaiming that he would be spending the rest of the day with his family. Some, like Tywin, had tried to approach Regal with questions, but Aries had immediately dismissed him, reminding him that his king had issued an order. It was the first time Regal had seen Tywin back off so meekly. Dragons had the power to change dynamics, after all. And so, the family had retreated here. The king's guards stood guard outside and were making sure that no one would be interrupting them. Aries was still gazing at his dragon with wonder as it stared back at him from the table. Similarly, Sheena was scratching her dragon's snout with such tenderness that it surprised Regal. And based on the purring-like sounds coming from her dragon, it was enjoying it very much. Only Rhaegal was unable to enjoy her dragon as she rocked the sleeping Darren in her arms. The boy had finally burst into tears just before they left the throne room and had not stopped until he finally cried himself to sleep. Rhaegal's dragon just watched from the floor with some mild curiosity. Honestly, the sight made Regal more hurt than anything else. If only he had been able to find one more egg for his brother. It was almost like this was done intentionally, so that a joyous occasion such as this would still be marred with some amount of despair. Ha ha ha. Aries burst out into laughter as he came around the table to embrace both Regal and Rhaegar, the latter of which was surprised by the gesture. My sons. You have brought much prosperity to our house today. To think that I will not only be remembered as the king who brought back the dragons, but that dark sister has also been returned to us. The realm will see that we are still to be feared. Regal was not surprised at all by his father's reaction and hugged him back. Thank you, father. Rhaegar was more hesitant. It was not often that Aries displayed his love so openly to him. Whenever it did occur, he was always left feeling confused. Aries just continued to laugh before he kissed both Regal and Rhaegar on the cheek. I have always been proud to be your father. I never thought that I could ever feel more joyous than when you were born, but you keep proving me wrong. Regal just smiled a little while Rhaegar looked nervous. So dark sister dash. You may keep it. Aries did not hesitate with his decision as he returned to his seat. I'm more king than warrior now, and the sword will see more use in your hands than in mine. For I have little doubt that our enemies will stir against us soon enough. Rhaegal frowned. Aries. There is no need for such words right now. Aries shrugged. I speak the truth, Rhaegal. Many will fear our rise. He then smirked. It's better if they challenge us directly. Then we can make examples of them. An open confrontation would fix many things, true, but Regal doubted that their enemies, whoever they might be, would make it that simple for them. The realm was at peace, and because of that the lords were used to scheming in the shadows. Rhaegal still did not look happy. Wishing for conflict dash. It is inevitable, mother. Regal had to defend his father, even as blunt as he was. For there will be many changes moving forward. Indeed. Still gazing at his dragon with wonder, Aries said, I'm assuming this has something to do with Skagos and your exploits there. That's part of it. Regal placed the Skagosi treaty on the table, which Kyburn had handed to him earlier before they went their separate ways. I have decided to annex Skagos into the Crownlands and place it under our direct control. Rhaegal let out a soft gasp at this while Aries didn't bother to look through the treaty, choosing instead to look at Regal with a mere eyebrow raised. For what reason? I believe there is much potential there, father. It can easily become a second Dragonstone, for there is a dormant volcano present. Melisandre and I are confident that we can bring it back to life. It will strengthen our house as well as the crown. The clans there have already agreed to it, as has Lord Stark. In return, the North gets the gift back, which will help them grow. You wish to strengthen the North? I wish to strengthen the realm, Regal clarified. For we are its protectors and leaders. A stronger realm means a stronger throne. We shall continue to lead Westeros, father. It is only natural that it reflects our house's might. Aries chuckled. You speak true, Regal. The realm is a reflection of our house. Very well. You will have my support on this. But restoring a volcano? Rhaegal sounded concerned. Can that really be done? Our son has already performed many miracles, Rhaegal, Aries said. I see little reason for doubt. Regal was not bothered by his mother's words. He knew she was just worried about him. He returned to the conversation at hand. We must keep the dragons safe until they grow older. They must remain on Dragonstone for now, father. The flames from the volcano will help them grow. Regal had already taken a big enough risk continuing with his northern trip after hatching the eggs. There was little reason to put them at further risk now. Aries frowned at this. The realm expects to see them. Enough saw them in the throne room today, Regal replied. There is little reason to endanger them when the entirety of the realm will come in the coming weeks. You said it yourself, father. There will be enemies who might try to take advantage. Until the dragons grow, they are vulnerable. Aries did not look happy, but he still nodded. Very well. I suppose that makes the most sense. It was clear that he was reluctant to part ways with his dragon. Regal felt the same way, but right now Dragonstone was the most secure location for them. But brother, do we really have to? Sheena complained. Listen to your brother, Sheena, Rhaegal said with a firm tone, causing her to pout. Regal almost cracked a smile at this. It's for their safety, sister. Besides, you will be able to visit yours as much as you want in the future. It's not as though you can ride it yet anyway. It is still but a hatchling. Her. Sheena huffed. My dragon is a she. And you should refer to her by her name from now on. Azurax. The now named Azurax perked up at this while Regal just chuckled. Very well, sister. Azurax it is. He did not know if she already had a name prepared or if she came up with it on the spot, but he did not argue it. Quite a name, Regal hummed as he cupped his chin in thought. Sheena is nothing if not decisive, Aries added with mirth. Rhaegal just sighed, but she too smiled. Well. Aries turned his focus back on Regal. Is there anything else that you have to add? Regal nodded as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded map which he then unfolded and laid out on the table. I have many ideas, father. Ideas that we should begin to consider as soon as possible. There was still no word from the Alchemists Guild on their progress on recreating Dragonstone, but Regal had to believe that they were close. Aries began to scan the map and noticed two locations which had been marked. One was Skagos, but the other was in the middle of Crackclaw Point. Crackclaw? Aries questioned. It's not just Skagos that I want for our house, father, Regal explained. There are many houses in Crackclaw that are loyal to us but remain disorganized. We should establish a new holding on the peninsula to better strengthen the region. Crackclaw Point was similar to the North and the Iron Islands in that they remained very isolated from the rest of the realm. The houses there were part of the Crownlands on paper, but they remained separated, rarely appearing in court. Regal wanted to change that. Establishing a power base on the peninsula would only serve to reinforce the capital in the future. He knew that he couldn't do everything at once, but it was better to start introducing some of his ideas to his family now so that they could be ready for the future. What of Summerhall? Regal suddenly asked. Regal looked confused. What about it? Are we going to leave it in ruins? To be frank, Regal had not given the destroyed palace much thought. It was where he and Regal had been born, but it offered little importance in the grand scheme of things as far as he was concerned. I had some ideas to try and rebuild it, Aries mused out loud. The crown could afford it. But with all these extra projects. What of the Dragon Keepers? Rhaegal asked a question of her own, deciding to join the conversation. Now that the dragons have returned, we must find a way to keep them safe at all times. Merely leaving them on their own on Dragonstone will not be enough. One day they might lay eggs. We will need someone to keep track of them. Enough eggs had been lost. The dragon pit as well, Regal said. It has been abandoned for too long. Many things had. We must focus on one thing at a time, Regal said. Otherwise, we will not be able to accomplish anything. Unfortunately, they were not the Lannisters. They could not do it all at once. There was not enough gold. And taking out a loan was the last thing Regal wanted to do. It wasn't that he would never do it. He would just prefer to avoid it. Regal looked at Regal and said, Brother, I want you to be my hand one day and help me rule. For that, you will need hands-on experience. This is why I'm planning on giving you either Crackclaw Point or Skagos. Darren can take the other. This way, you will learn to manage your own holdings, which will prepare you for the realm. Regal knew his brother. Regal was talented. He was smart. He had the makings of a capable administrator, and Regal wanted to ensure that the talent was allowed to bloom. Regal looked surprised. It was the first time that Regal was being upfront with his expectations of him, so it was not surprising. While Rhaegal looked happy by Regal's words, Aries just chuckled. Already thinking about your rule, are you? Regal felt a bit embarrassed at being called out, even if it was just a little bit. It's something that has been on my mind sometimes. Aries snorted at this and said, "You don't have to lie to me. I was your age once." He glanced down at the map again. "Your ideas have merit, son. But you know how the rest of the realm will take this, don't you? The dragons. The annexation of Skagos. The construction of new holdings under the direct control of the crown. Many lords would be unhappy, but Regal cared very little for that. I want to avoid conflict, father, but I will not run from it. A peaceful realm was more beneficial for everyone. But sometimes conflict was useful in securing peace. Regal had learned that with the Skagosi firsthand. I have some ideas about the dragon keepers as well, but that will require time, Regal added, almost as an afterthought. I wonder how long you've had these ideas for, Aries said. I've been preparing. Regal continued to lay out a rough version of what he intended, as well as the conversation he had had with the Lord Commander regarding the future of the Night's Watch. He shared some of the conversation that he had had with Eamon, which surprised his parents the most. Aries listened to all of this intently before chuckling. Yes. I can see that you've been preparing much. Regal just nodded. These were all ideas that would take time, of course. Rarely was change immediate. Aries stood up. You need not worry, Regal. Carry out these plans of yours. You will have the crown's full support. Even though Regal had expected this, it still felt reassuring to hear it. He had been prepared to go into further detail about his plans if need be, but this was also good. For now, he could relax for a bit until the celebration began while ensuring that the dragons made it safely to Dragonstone. And of course, he was also going to have to wait to see whether Rhaegal would take Skagos or Crackclaw Point. For just a moment, Regal felt content, but that feeling did not last as Rhaegal cleared her throat. I believe now it's my turn to speak, Aries. Despite the fact that she was still holding the sleeping Darren in her arms, Rhaegal looked more threatening than ever. And Regal and Rhaegar suddenly remembered that they still had to face her complaints about their unannounced trip to Skagos. Aries raised an eyebrow at this before he waved his hand. By all means, my queen. They're all yours. Well. So much for unity. The twins would spend the next few hours trying to make their recompense before an outraged mother. By the time Regal was able to escape from his mother's clutches, it was almost dark. Aries declared that they would have dinner later where everyone who took part on the expedition was invited, but for now Regal was able to roam the halls of the Red Keep in peace. Rhaegar left for his chambers with Aegarax while Sheena did the same with Azirax. Right now his sister was more preoccupied with her dragon than anyone else, especially since they would all soon be heading to Dragonstone. Regal did not mind this. It gave him the free time he needed in order to track Ashara down. It was not difficult for him to do so. She was already waiting for him inside the Godswood, standing in front of the giant oak tree that made up the Heart Tree. This was one of their favorite rendezvous locations. Regal ordered Ser Barristan to give him some privacy before he walked up to stand at Ashara's side. Ankalagan took some sniffs while taking in the surroundings, but otherwise he did not appear all that interested. Ashara regarded the dragon with some fascination. You know, when you left, I did not think that you would be returning with dragons. Regal chuckled. We don't see each other for weeks, and that's the first thing you say. I think dragons qualify as noteworthy. More than me. Especially more than you. Regal feigned his hurt. My dear Ashara, you wound me. I'm not Mace, you know. If you were, then I would have ignored you already. Didn't you? Ashara crossed her arms. I don't know what you mean. It's not as though I could have ran into your arms like the maidens in the story. Did you want me to embarrass myself before the entire court? Regal chuckled. It would have gotten them talking for sure. Probably more than the news that will be coming out soon. Ashara rolled her eyes. You mean there's more? Why am I not surprised? There is always something else with you. Are you pouting? I am not. When Regal didn't respond but merely gave her a knowing look, Ashara scoffed. I really am not. I just thought that you trusted me more. Not even telling me about your true plans. No doubt Arthur had met up with her already and told her some of what had happened. It wasn't about trust, Regal said. I just wasn't sure if things would work out. I did not want to make a fool of myself. Announcing that he was going on a mission to bring back the dragons only to come back empty-handed would have been devastating. Keeping things quiet avoided that altogether. Not to mention that it prevented any potential interference. You still succeeded. Her face softened as her arms dropped back down to her side. And you came back. He had. Regal did not reply. He merely studied the girl before him. It was still hard for him to explain all of his emotions. If there was one thing he had struggled with in his life so far, it was connecting with others at first. It was something that came easier to him as he grew older. Maybe because his mind and body were more in tandem than before. Or maybe it was because his earlier connections had made it easier for him to build others. Honestly, this was probably something that Regal would never be able to answer. And he was okay with that, for it mattered little. You're staring. Ashara's voice was not teasing, but rather it was soft. Almost vulnerable. Confusing. It's been a while since we last saw each other. No more than when I visit Starfall. Yes. But somehow, everything feels different now. Ashara glanced at Ankalagan and smiled a little. That's an understatement. She then focused on him. What do you plan on doing now? Just relax before everyone comes to see the dragons. I'll be leaving for Dragonstone to make sure the dragons are secured. He took a step toward her. Will you accompany me? Ashara remained in place. Won't your family be there? Yes. Will that be a problem? She looked down, her face full of concern. Your mother. She does not want us to be seen together. And she is not wrong. You are already promised to be with your sister. And I am not sure what exactly I have been waiting for. But I do not wish to cause you any problems. Problems. Yes. Problems. Regal knew of the mistake that would come from all of this. He had already caused many while in the north. Brynden Tully had explained that to him. That how he viewed things would alienate many lords. Skagos was one thing. Once he began to implement his other plans, there would be more outrage. His ambitions clashed with his desire to avoid conflict. It was not something he could avoid forever. Eamon had been correct. Regal was only the future king, but already that damn chair was changing him. Slowly, but he saw it. This would just be adding more oil to the fire, as it were. There were other things to consider, but regardless, Regal stood over Ashara with firmness. You don't have to worry about my mother. She means well, but she cannot control my decisions. She had been unable to for a long time. Ashara looked up at him with longing. And Sheena. I will not abandon her either. His sister was now going to be a dragon rider. Regal would never let her go now. The dragons were going to remain solely in the hands of the Targaryens. The mistakes of the past were not going to be repeated. Ashara seemed to understand, but rather than rejecting him, she accepted his embrace as Regal wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned down to kiss her. It was a tender moment that the two of them would not soon forget. Here, in the Godswood of the Red Keep, in a different time, another love had blossomed. Similar but also unlike what had originally transpired. And the uncertain future kept steadily approaching. Chapter 26, Opportunities Part 1. You were with him for the entirety of that journey. Not once did you bother to try and probe his heart for me. To see where I might stand. Oberyn didn't look bothered by his sister's rambling as he helped himself to some more wine inside her private chamber. It was a beautiful morning in the Red Keep. It was a bit dull because Regal and his family had left early in the day to Dragonstone. This was despite the fact that more lords and their retinues kept arriving in the capital by the hour. These lords were all eager to seek an audience with the king and see the dragons for themselves. Unfortunately for them, that moment had passed. The Targaryens were not taking any unnecessary risks, and rather than keep the young and vulnerable dragons in the city, they were transporting them to their fortress. If Oberyn was any less stupid, then he would feel hurt that the royal family didn't trust any of them. In actuality, he was more disappointed at the fact that he couldn't go with them. Apart from some specific individuals, the royal family hadn't allowed any outsider to accompany them. Among them was Montford and a cousin of his who was transporting them to Dragonstone. Lucerys had to resume his duty as master of ships, so he couldn't go on another journey. The Celtigars had also made an appearance in court, and the wife of Ardrian had struck a quick friendship with the queen. The woman had brought her children with her, and it didn't take a bright individual to understand what she was aiming for. But of course, the specific individuals that Elia was interested in were the Dane siblings. More specifically, it was the sister's inclusion that was making Elia descend into her temper tantrum. This was also despite the fact that they already had this conversation the day before. Supposedly his sister was hitting barriers in her attempt to try and win Regal over, the biggest of which was the prince's lack of interest in her romantically. She had also been denied a friendship with the princess, who continued to be close with Ashara but not her. Truly, their mother must be pressuring Elia a lot to win herself a crown. Nope, not buying that. Oberyn wasn't blind. He knew that Elia truly believed she was in love with Regal. How love could develop so quickly and remain without contact for years was beyond him. On the other hand, Oberyn wasn't the sentimental type. Not that he didn't see the appeal. If Regal ever showed interest, then Oberyn wouldn't mind showing him the ropes, as it were. Are you listening to me? Elia's voice cut through his thoughts, as did her sharp glare. Putting his cup down, Oberyn sighed. I believe we've had this discussion already, dear sister. I'm not sure what else you want me to say. That Ashara isn't going to become the next queen. Oberyn didn't have an answer to that. Regal is, he has his own mind. Regal was young, and he loved his family. But the young Targaryen was willful. If he so wished, he would probably break the betrothal with his sister and marry Ashara instead. Oberyn had seen the signs for himself. He was observant, and where there was no interest in his sister, Regal showed plenty in Ashara. Not that Oberyn could fault him. Ashara was young, younger than both of them, but she was already a beauty. Maybe it's just a passing flame. It was also very possible that Regal could lose interest in the future if it was just physical. Oberyn wasn't going to lie to his sister, though. Elia, I know how much you desire him, but I would suggest switching your efforts elsewhere, Oberyn said as gently as he could. Rhaegal will now be a future dragon rider, and he wields Dark Sister. He's second in line to the throne, and odds are that he will get a keep of his own one day. Skagos came to mind. There was also Prince Darren, but he was younger and was also no dragon rider. Oberyn had heard many of the servants in the Red Keep whispering about the young prince's failure to be chosen by one of the dragons over the past day. They questioned how great he could be if the dragons ignored him. Oberyn did not doubt that the lords who had been present yesterday would also be whispering similar things. It was a mark of failure that the prince would have to carry for a long time. And he was only 4. Oberyn did not envy him. Elia looked crestfallen by his words as she fell back on her bed. Do you truly think I have no chance? Oberyn recalled all the little moments where he had probed Regal, hoping to get a reaction out of him. It was always the same. Polite indifference. No, you do not. Besides, you are forgetting about Sheena. The little princess now has a dragon. Do you think the king will allow her to marry anyone else? Never. Regal wouldn't either. It was why he felt more confident that Regal might just have a fling with Ashara rather than seriously entertain her. Hells, it was what he would do. Elia did not respond, choosing instead to retreat into her mind for comfort. But her face said it all. He had to look away lest he see her crying. He could never stand to see his sister cry. It was why Oberyn decided not to remind her of the fact that their mother was in talks with the Lannisters too. Who knew what might happen there? Instead of a dragon, Elia might just end up wed to a lion. Doran had the fortune of marrying for love despite their mother's wishes, as his older brother fell for a Norvashi woman during his trip to Essos. So it was only Elia and Oberyn who could be used to establish powerful political alliances in the realm. Oberyn just prayed that it wasn't him. Caitlin Tully did not hide her astonishment as her family's carriage entered through the gates of the capital. It was the first time that she was making her journey here, and it was more spectacular than she could have dreamed. If only it smelled better. She could see the famous Red Keep in the distance, but she knew that her family would not be staying there. Apparently her father had secured a private manor for them inside the city, which was where they were going now. Even as far as they were, the Red Keep loomed over the entire city like a dark shadow, ready to swallow all who dared to step inside. For some reason, it made Caitlyn's heart beat fast, especially when she remembered that dragons were now there. Or so the stories went. Imagining such beasts made her afraid. She never wanted to be around them if she could help it. Her younger sister Lisa pressed her face against the window beside her. Mother's castle is bigger, she said excitedly, as if she had discovered some great truth. She clutched her doll closer as she said it. There was soft laughter behind them. Their mother, Manisa Tully, formerly Went, was seated comfortably as she held their sleeping brother in her arms. Her long red hair was braided into a single ponytail. She wore an elegant yellow dress. Harrenhal does not belong to me, sweet one, she said gently. My brother is lord, remember. Caitlin remembered her lessons. Her mother's house had been lords of Harrenhal for less than 50 years. They came to power during the reign of King Mikari after a rebellion by House Lothston. Was it a rebellion? Caitlin was having trouble remembering that specific part. She would have to ask the Maester about it later. Anyway, her mother's brother was Lord Walter Went. Not just that, but another one of her mother's brothers was also in the King's Guard, marking him as one of the most distinguished knights in the realm. It made Caitlin proud to know that her relatives were such chivalrous nobles. She wanted to be like them too, in her own way of course. She was a lady, and so she would do her duty in different ways. It was what the Septa and Maester taught her, and Caitlin wanted to make her family proud. Her father did not comment. He was seated beside Mother with his arms crossed with a permanent frown etched on his face. Caitlin hadn't seen her father this upset since her uncle, Brynden, had left Riverrun without saying a word. That had been weeks ago. She missed him. He was the only family outside of her parents and sister that she was close to, and it was hard for her to understand why he would just leave. Especially without saying anything to her. Caitlin did her best to not let her thoughts show on her face as the carriage came to a stop in front of their manor. This was to be her home during her stay here. She was looking forward to it. Riverrun was beautiful, but seeing new places was always exciting. She was never able to accompany her father during his trips in the Riverlands. Something about her being too young still. But not today. It was kind of unfair that her baby brother was able to come with them too. At his age, Caitlin had never left Riverrun. But now he was here, only able to crawl but still seeing the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. Really unfair. Caitlin's mood flipped when she and her family began to disembark from the carriage. The manor was beautiful. It was a lot smaller than she had imagined, but that was okay. According to her mother, it had a garden. Caitlin could enjoy her time there. But no, the manor itself wasn't the reason for her change in mood. Her uncle was. Brynden was waiting for them by entrance, his own arms crossed. He was wearing new armor that Caitlin had never seen before. The black trout displayed proudly on his chest was new. It made him look more imposing, but to Caitlin it just looked brilliant. Uncle. Lisa's eyes lit up when she spotted him. She clutched her doll close to her again as she ran up to the man. For a second, she stumbled before finding her footing again. That did little to deter her enthusiasm as she was picked up by their uncle. Aren't you full of energy? Brynden's blue eyes were full of warmth as he held the giggling Lisa close to his chest. He then looked over at Caitlin with a small smile. What about you? No hug for your uncle. Unable to contain her own excitement, Caitlin ran up to him. It was improper for a lady of her status to do so, but she could not help it. It felt all the better when her uncle picked her up and held her next to her sister. Aren't you two getting big? While Lisa continued to giggle, Caitlin was more composed as she pouted a little. It's only been a few weeks. Really? It feels a lot longer than that. Caitlin was sure that it wasn't, though. She had counted in everything. While she tried to solve the time puzzle, her mother came to join them as she laughed softly. Her father was next to her, but his face was more stern. Around them, their retinue began to enter the manor to secure it while also starting to unpack their things from the carriage. I must admit, Brynden, you have a habit of showing yourself at the most perplexing of moments, Manisa said. Her voice was full of warmth. Caitlin knew that her mother and uncle had a good relationship. It made her very happy. Really now. Brynden still held Caitlin and Lisa in his arms. I don't know why I wouldn't be here. I'm pretty sure that everyone is going to come to the city for this celebration. It's the talk of the century. Dragons are more known than pyromancers. Pyromancers. Caitlin knew that word. The Maester had taught her about it. Same with Lisa. Apparently the Crown Prince had some sort of fire powers. Caitlin didn't understand all of it, just that magic was apparently very wicked according to the faith. It had led to a lot of suffering in the past. The fact that the Crown Prince had such power, it kind of scared her. Yes, but how did you get here? Hoster cut in with a frown. How did you know that we were coming? One of the perks of my new position. I had the city watch notify me when they spotted your colors. I wanted to greet my family. And warn you. New position. Hoster did not seem too thrilled at that, but Caitlin did not understand. Why don't we continue this inside? Manisa interjected while rocking the sleeping Edmure, her face pleading as she looked at her husband. Caitlin watched how her father stared back at her mother before slowly nodding. She was sad when her uncle set her and her sister down, but she was also eager to step inside the manor for the first time with her family. It only made it better now that her uncle was here. Caitlin was instantly mesmerized by all the furniture inside the manor. It was not barren at all. The design was different from Riverrun. There were carpets and paintings here that were far different from anything in the castle. The common area was pretty big too. There was enough space to host a small feast if you wanted. This was where her parents and uncle retreated as they found seats while Lisa entertained herself with her doll. Caitlin was too busy looking around to fully pay attention to her parents' conversation with her uncle, but she still heard it. It did not start well. "You leave, and now you're in King's Landing," her father said with a glare. Brynden helped himself to a cup of wine, which came with the manor. "Why are you so upset, brother? From our last conversation, I was certain that you wanted me gone from the world." Hoster snorted. "Stop being dramatic, Brynden. It does not suit you." He eyed the black trout on Brynden's chest. "Of course, perhaps I should reconsider my opinion of you." Brynden chuckled. "I consider it an honor." "Enough, you two." Manisa sighed as she glanced at Caitlin and Lisa. "The children are present." Caitlin tilted her head, but she did not say anything. She was getting curious about their conversation now. After savoring his wine, Brynden said, "I suppose you're right, good sister. Besides, we're getting off track. Regardless of what happened before, the fact of the matter is that I have sworn allegiance to Prince Regal." Hoster rose to his feet, his face alarmed. "You did what?" Brynden looked more laid back. "My curiosity got the better of me, and before I knew it I was swearing my vows." He looked down at his cup, his face contemplative. "I suppose it's a good thing that I did. It's how I'm able to be here today and tell you the truth of things." Hoster did not respond, still trying to process his brother's earlier statement. Caitlin found the expression on her father's face kind of funny. Manisa jumped in as the mediator. "What truth, Brynden? If you are referring to the dragons dash." "It's more than just about the dragons," Brynden interjected. "That information is already outdated anyway. There are not 3 dragons. There are 5. Caitlin felt her palms grow sweaty when she heard this. There were 5 of those terrifying beasts now. Her father seemed to share in her fear as he slowly fell back to his seat once more. How is that possible? 3 already seemed ludicrous enough, but 5. The prince found 2 more eggs in Winterfell. How, I'm not sure. But after the things that I've seen him do, I will not put anything past him at this point. Same with that Red Priestess of his." "Red Priestess?" Caitlin remembered hearing something about that too, but for some reason she currently couldn't remember it. Manisa studied Brynden's face, her eyes full of understanding. "You support him?" It was not a question. "You could say that." Brynden was able to crack a small grin. "I like to call it common sense." The grin then disappeared. "Which is why I'm here. The dragons are already causing a stir, but the prince did more than just hatch dragon eggs while in the north. He took control over Skagos and annexed it to the Crownlands before anyone realized it. Thankfully the Starks agreed to it, in exchange for other favors of course. But that was only an after-the-fact negotiation." Hoster looked alarmed once more while Caitlin was confused. "What did you say?" "The crown just took lands from the north." Brynden merely nodded. "That cannot be. Unilaterally annexing lands dash. So you understand." Brynden cut off his brother's rant before it could begin. "Once the other lords hear of it, they will not be pleased." From the look on Hoster's face, he wasn't pleased either. How could the Starks allow this? If some deal was negotiated beforehand, then I could understand. But to do it so brazenly dash. Sometimes you are too clever for your own good, brother. Brynden seemed tired just saying that while Caitlin was still trying to follow along. But she did not speak up, too afraid that her parents would realize that she was paying attention and send her away. "Husband, you should calm yourself," Manisa advised, her tone soft once more. "How can I, Manisa?" Hoster stood up again and began to pace around them. "This is madness. The crown has no authority to meddle in the other kingdoms like this. Hold your tongue, you fool." Brynden slammed his cup down as he glared at his brother. "Do you want to be brought before the king for treason?" Caitlin flinched at her uncle's tone. Even Lisa looked up from her doll at the commotion while the sleeping Edmure began to stir in their mother's arms. Melissa tried to rock him back to sleep, but her focus remained on her husband and brother-in-law, her face full of concern. It's not treason to speak the truth. Not even King Aegon was so foolish. That king had no magic. And no dragons. Bryndon's glare intensified. And remember, brother. I have sworn myself to the Crown Prince. Watch your words, before I am forced to do something that I will deeply regret. Hoster matched the glare with his own. You would turn your back on your family. Do our house's words mean nothing to you? It's precisely because I hold those words close to my heart that I am even standing here right now. Because I know that your pride would make you do something foolish that would see our house brought low. I took an opportunity, and now I can use it to try and help you. But you're too stubborn to see it. It's we who were slighted first, brother. Or did you forget the dishonor that they brought upon our aunt? She would have been the next queen. Instead, the dragons chose to continue their incestuous tradition of marrying brother to sister and shamed our house. Why are you bringing that up now? Bryndon shook his head. King Aries and our aunt are both dead. Those were the mistakes of the past. Mistakes that cost us much, Hoster said while scowling. The king could have been our cousin. A king of the Seven Kingdoms would have finally carried Tully blood in his veins. House Tully could have shared in the legacy of the Targaryens. Of the dragons. This triumph could have been ours. Instead, they chose to turn their backs on us. Is your ego so bruised about the dragon's return that you cannot see anything else, brother? It's the fact that we could have been a part of it that irks me so much. And now, this young prince thinks that he can walk all over us. Is that it? I've heard enough. Bryndon stood up abruptly. For a second, Caitlin was afraid of what might happen if her father and uncle would fight more. But instead, Bryndon turned toward the exit. I was a fool to believe that you could be reasoned with. I will try to put out your fires for the sake of my nephew and nieces, but I will not stick out my neck for you. Goodbye, brother. Bryndon did not look back as he left. Hoster did nothing to stop him. His face was incensed while Manisa could only watch in silence. Caitlin was left clutching Lisa's hand with her own. Her younger sister was close to tears, but unfortunately she could not console her. For she felt like crying too. Despite herself, Joanna basked in the allure that was the Red Keep. It had been years since she had returned. Aries hadn't bothered to commemorate his first decade as king like others in the past, choosing instead to wait until this year to hold a tourney and a celebration. Seeing Tywin again raised her spirits. As opposed to his typical nature, he was careful and even gentle as he helped her descend from the carriage. The kiss they shared seemed to reaffirm their love, not that Joanna needed such a thing to know of it. Cersei's and Jaime's smiling faces made it all the more rewarding. This was the first time they were standing inside the heart of the realm. She was happy to be here with them. Tywin traded greetings with Jenna while Tygett welcomed them as well. Tywin's younger brother had done well for himself as the Master-at-Arms for the Red Keep, dressed sharply in the Lannister armor of his. Because of his post, and because of Tywin's position as Hand, a whole section of the guard were Lannister men. It made Joanna feel more secure. Joanna's good mood did not last, though, as Cersei immediately asked where Prince Regal was and why he hadn't come to the courtyard to greet them. It reminded Joanna of her oversight when it came to her daughter and her expectations. Expectations that she was guilty of sharing. The king and his family departed for Dragonstone this morning, Tywin said. From his tone, Joanna could tell that he was not happy about that. You just missed them. Seeing the disappointed look on her daughter's face, Joanna felt disheartened. They had been slowed by her frequent nausea and fatigue while on the road and had to make many stops. This pregnancy was not agreeing with her. What about the King's Guard? Unlike his sister, Jaime was more concerned with something else. They left as well, Tygett replied, hand resting lazily on his sword. Where the king and his family go, they follow. Jaime pouted, which caused Tygett to look amused. Eager to meet them, are we? Of course. Jaime didn't hesitate to answer. We can discuss that later, Tywin said. He waved at the guards. They'll escort Jaime and Cersei to their rooms. We can continue in my chamber. The twins, while disappointed, still followed their father's command and made for their rooms with the guards and other servants while the rest of them headed for the Tower of the Hand. The steps of the tower nearly killed Joanna, but she forced her way through. She wasn't going to let her pregnancy stop her, especially since she wasn't that far along yet. The tower was manned by more Lannister guards, all of whom paid their respects to Joanna. She was their lady, after all. The respect felt nice, but it did little to settle her heart as she entered Tywin's private chamber alongside Jenna and Tygett. Once inside, Jenna huffed as she made for one of the seats. "I see you command little respect around here, Tywin. The king doesn't bother to remain to greet the family of the Hand." The audacity. Tywin's eyes narrowed as he helped Joanna situate herself in one of the seats at the table. "Watch your tongue, Jenna. The situation has changed drastically in the past few weeks." Jenna rolled her eyes. Yes. We've heard all about it. The dragons, was it? Don't tell me that you're ready to roll over now just because they've come back." Joanna frowned. She knew that her sister-in-law was not happy with her husband, but to grill him like this was unfair. "You should hear us out before you start waggling your tongue, dear sister," Tygett said with a scowl. "I guess you two have become nothing more than frightened kittens, after all." Jenna ran a hand through her long hair. "I'll bite. Who became the third dragon rider? Was it the youngest prince?" "There are not 3 dragons." Tywin's tone was icy. "There are 5 of them." That revelation knocked the confidence out of Jenna as she looked at Tywin with wide eyes. "What?" Joanna herself was surprised. "But your letter only mentioned 3. How could there be 5 now?" "We don't know the full details," Tywin said, obviously frustrated. "The king has chosen to not share anything with the small council. But rather, he will make an announcement when he returns from Dragonstone. To secure the dragons, no doubt." A part of Joanna was glad that she hadn't seen those beasts. It might have given her a heart attack. "Then who controls them?" Jenna asked, still curious to know. "Princess Sheena became the first," Tygett replied. "Of course it was her." "Then." Tygett hesitated before a wave from Tywin caused him to continue. "The other 2 have apparently bonded with the king and queen. Only Prince Darren remains without a dragon." "What?" Jenna gasped. "The queen as well." Joanna couldn't fault Jenna for her reaction. She herself was shocked. The timid and docile Rhaegal was now a future dragon rider instead of her son. It was unbelievable to consider. But she knew her husband. He would not make a joke like this. The court can hardly believe it, but that's irrelevant right now. Tywin clenched his fists. Aries now has a dragon. This will make reasoning with him more difficult. Difficult. That was an understatement. Even though Joanna hadn't interacted with the king much in recent years, Tywin kept her informed. Aries was still the same arrogant and vain man that he had been in his youth. Now that he had a dragon beside him, Joanna shuddered to think of the type of man that he would become. Reasoning. Jenna's shock changed into frustration. "Are you still thinking of making Cersei the next queen?" Tywin did not answer. But he did not have to. The answer was clear. "When are you going to let go of that?" Jenna glared at her brother. "Do you know what asinine dreams you have filled that girl with? She now thinks that the princess is her enemy. If the king hears her speaking like that, losing your position will be the least of your concerns. Especially now that he has a dragon with him." "What?" Tywin looked confused. "What are you talking about?" "Husband." Joanna tried to be as gentle as she could, but she was also mad. "It's true. On the ride here all Cersei could talk about was how she was meant to be queen, not the princess. Do you not see the danger? I told her not to dash." Tywin's teeth clenched. "This is why I did not want to bring her here yet. She is not ready." "Ready for what?" "Some dream of yours," Jenna said. "Face it. The Targaryens will never consider another match. Not with those weird traditions of theirs." "Weird traditions." "Yes. Weird. Bizarre. Unnatural. That and much more." Joanna remembered when one of the maids at Casterly Rock dared utter that her children were engaging in such activities as if they were Targaryens. She had the maid dismissed as well as separated the twins from one another, warning them of the sin of their actions. Joanna took a deep breath in to control her emotions, dismissing those thoughts as irrelevant now. She still remembered the day she gave birth to the twins. It was still one of the happiest moments of her life. She had done her duty and given her husband an heir. Someone to carry on his legacy after he was gone. But beyond that, she had also provided him with a bride for the crown prince. For the first time in the realm's history, there would be a Lannister queen. During that first year, Joanna truly believed that. She was confident that the gods were on their side. But then Rhaegal gave birth, and it was a healthy girl. Princess Sheena made everything difficult just by being alive. There was a part of Joanna that wished that the girl had died in her crib rather than continue to exist. She was only born to get in Cersei's way. And now she's a future dragon rider. Cersei could not compete with that. Aries would never allow it. Rhaegal wouldn't either. Her friendship with the queen had already suffered because of Tywin's schemes. Trying to push further would only lead to more problems. I do not appreciate your tone, sister, Tywin said, his own tone stern. Jenna was not deterred. I speak the truth, something that others have become too afraid to do. Our sister brings up a good point, Tywin stepped in, his arms crossed. There is Prince Rhaegal to consider. He is also a dragon rider now. Not to mention that he wields Dark Sister as well. He would be a fine match for Cersei. Wait, what? Dark Sister? Joanna was bewildered. She had heard of the sword. Everyone had. But it was supposed to be lost somewhere in the wall, wasn't it? Why were they bringing it up now? The prince retrieved the sword and gifted it to his brother, Tywin said after noticing their confusion, as if that explained everything. Jenna's face darkened as she caught on. Indeed. A lot has changed. Just what else had Prince Regal accomplished in the north? Tywin was left staring at his siblings, like he was judging something. It's not something that I have not considered. Prince Rhaegal is acceptable. Joanna could see the reluctance in her husband's face. He was not content with the spare. He wanted the crown prince. He was the prize. Of course he does. His ambition was never sated. It had driven him to achieve many great things, but at a certain point one needed to know when to stop. And Joanna feared that Tywin did not understand that. A silence descended upon them, but it was soon broken by Tywin as he stood up. I will not commit to anything. An opportunity will present itself in the future. In the meantime, I must have a word with Cersei. If she is to remain in the capital, then she must learn to conduct herself. It was pointless then. Tywin was shutting them out. Jenna and Tywin looked resigned, no doubt ready to just let Tywin do as he wished. No, Joanna was not going to allow that. She had reached her husband before. She was confident she could still keep doing it. Hopefully her next child did not bring so much conflict as this. Dragonstone was the same as always. The fortress stood over the island as a protective shield to the small populace that called the island home. To Regal it was his first home. He had come to love King's Landing for what it represented, but Dragonstone would always be his first love. Now, the island felt more like home than ever as dragons once again inhabited it like days past. Of course, this development came with logistical nightmares. Such as the fact that someone was going to have to make sure the dragons were kept safe while he wasn't here. In all of his excitement and drive to bring the dragons back, Regal had forgotten to adequately prepare for what would happen after the fact. In his defense, he did not think that he would make it this far so quickly. He was suffering from too much success. That hadn't stopped Regal from mocking him for it. Maybe he should start planning things then. Yes, their childish squabbles always continued. Brother, we're going to have dragon watchers again. Sheena's excitement was palpable as she sat on his lap. The two of them were inside the chamber with the painted table. Melisandre was with them, as was Kyburn, Ser Barristan, and Leighton. His father had left Regal in charge of everything. In the meantime, he spent more time with his dragon while they remained on the island, which he had affectionately named Parthurnax. Regal had no idea where the name came from, but it sounded regal enough. His mother had been more gentle with her dragon's name, calling it Moonlight. She said it was because the she-dragon's flames reminded her of the rays of the moon on a clear night. As with Sheena, she was convinced that her dragon was female. The bond between dragon and Targaryen was strong. Then again, despite not being their rider, Regal felt a connection with all the dragons. It was probably not as strong as each individual bond, but the fact that it existed at all was amazing. It must be because of the blood magic that was used to revive them. Or because of his soul. Maybe a combination of the two. Either way, he was not going to complain. I believe you mean dragon keepers, princess, Kyburn corrected her as he wrote in his journal. Oh, right. That. Sheena hummed as she placed a delicate finger under her lips. They used to watch over the dragons, right? You know your history. Good. Regal patted her on the head, which she accepted with a happy giggle. I thought you didn't bother to pay attention in your lessons. I just don't care about the boring stuff. But dragons. They're amazing. She was his sister all right. Regal looked around the table. It's just as my sister said. We are going to re-establish the Dragon Keepers, but they will be drawn from the people here in the Alchemists Guild. Leighton looked pleased by this development. We welcome your continued patronage, my prince. Of course they did. How do you plan to go about it? Kyburn questioned. What knowledge exists will be at the Citadel. Which is where we will be going once the celebrations end, Regal said. Not to worry, Kyburn. I will be there with you to keep you safe. He said the latter with a small smirk. I feel safer already, Kyburn muttered. Besides, Valyria had to start somewhere, Regal continued. If they refuse, then we press on. They are not the only ones in the world with knowledge of dragons. Essos was a big place, and he conveniently had a person who was very familiar with Ashai and its knowledge. Melisandre merely smiled but did not say anything. Before the conversation could continue, one of the pyromancers from the guild burst into the room frantically, his face haggard as he panted. What is the meaning of this? Baristan was immediately on alert. The guards standing out in the hall were looking apologetic but were not distressed. Their lack of concern eased Regal's mind as he waved to the panting men. Speak. My prince. He tried to catch his breath. We've finally done it. We've managed to recreate Dragonstone. Chapter 27, Opportunities Part 2. The excitement from the pyromancers filled the air, and Regal wasn't referring to wildfire. The excited wisdom led Regal through the dark halls of Dragonstone like a dog leading its owner to a prize that it had found. Sheena, Melisandre, Leighton, and Ser Baristan followed. A part of Regal did not want his sister to see what he was working on just yet, but if the wisdom's words were true then secrecy mattered little now. As per the agreement, the Alchemists Guild had been given their own space in the more secluded areas of the fortress to conduct their experiments. This allowed them to work in peace. It also made sure that no servants were accidentally caught in the wildfire if a mistake occurred. Thankfully none had. Regal didn't want to be remembered as the Targaryen who accidentally burned down Dragonstone. That would be an embarrassment. It did not take them too long to reach their destination. Sheena had been constantly asking questions on their way there, mostly about what was happening. Regal gave her no straight answer for now. He first needed to see what the guild had accomplished. The chamber the so-called pyromancers had chosen was spacious. Regal saw the ceiling was packed with sand, and there were stores filled with wildfire inside. The more interesting sight was the black stone resting in the middle of the chamber. It was not a small piece of stone either, reaching almost to his eyes in height. However, one quick comparison to the stone that made up the room told Regal everything he needed to know. They were not the same. Not exactly. While the stone was black, Regal could see a faint glimmer that seemed to reflect in the light. It was a murky green, and it was hard to see unless he focused on it. But it was undeniably there. In other words, this was not pure dragonstone. But was that surprising? The methods of production were very different. Welcome, Prince Regal. The Grand Master stepped forward from one of the corners of the room. Regal knew the man. He had recently ascended to the position after the previous Grand Master died due to old age. This one's name was Rossert. He had been eager to continue the partnership between Regal and the Guild, knowing just how much of a boon it had been for the organization. I can tell from your eyes that you've realized it. Regal did not answer. Whoa. Sheena looked to be in a trance as she approached the black stone. It's beautiful. Was it? Regal's lip almost curled into a smile. He recalled how often Ashara complained about the aesthetics of Dragonstone, saying that it was a very terribly dark place. Regal could not disagree more. It seemed his sister shared in his tastes. Your words warm our hearts, Princess Sheena, Rossert said with a hand over his heart. For this has been our guild's greatest accomplishment in years. Yeah. Hundreds of them. Probably thousands. It's not Dragonstone, Regal said, still studying the black stone. He could feel something radiating from it. Not exactly, no. Rossert made no attempt to hide it. Wildfire is fundamentally different from dragonfire. We were able to shape the stone, but it was never as precise. Not until a few weeks ago. Regal quickly caught on. It appears as though the return of the dragons had an interesting side effect, Rossert continued. The wildfire was strengthened once more, and it finally allowed us to complete our efforts at long last. After 8 years of work, the stone has been shaped to perfection. It sounded monumental, but Regal put little stock in words. He wanted to see how strong this modified black stone really was. If it was just as sturdy as the original, then its look would matter little. Ser Baristan. The knight stood at attention when his name was called. Gather what men you can. Quickly. And find any blunt instrument that you can. They had a stone to test. Regal felt the sweat cling to his body like a second skin as he ran through different maneuvers in the training yard, all of which seemed to do little as Arthur managed to keep up with his movements without much trouble. If Regal wasn't already aware of his best friend's abilities, then he might feel disheartened right now. Still, despite his apparent lack of success, Regal felt some ounce of satisfaction when he saw Arthur actually struggle a couple of times as Regal delivered a set of precise swings that had the Dane scurrying back rather than continue trying to defend. Regal had no idea that having a Valyrian steel weapon made such a difference in his prowess. Arthur noticed this too as he grinned. That thing seems to be making you faster than normal. More precise too. Dark Sister seemed to vibrate in Regal's hands. It just feels right. He had no other way to describe it. Dark Sister was lighter than any other sword that he had wielded, but it was also sharper. It was strange. Clearly, no normal weapon could compare to something of a magical nature. Yes, well, don't get ahead of yourself. Once I acquire Dawn, then we'll be on equal footing. Regal wanted to laugh at that. Equal footing. Even now, going all out as he was, Arthur was keeping up with him just fine. Some people were just born to be warriors. Regal's interest in fighting was born out of a desire to keep up with his brother. If Regal had not been born, would Regal be half the swordsman that he was already? It was the question he had been asking himself recently, not just concerning his skills with the sword but with everything else. The dragons. Dark Sister. The strength of the crown. Regal was shouldering it all. In comparison, Regal felt lacking. He never desired the throne, seeing it as too much of a burden. He still wanted to help his family. He just didn't know how to contribute more. But despite his growing fears of inadequacy, Regal wished for him to become his hand one day. That said more than words ever did. Distraction means death. Arthur's words were followed by a flurry of movement. One moment he was standing some distance away. Then, he closed the distance between him and Regal in what seemed to be less than a second, where he then proceeded to deliver several well-aimed strikes. There were vertical and horizontal cuts, with Arthur switching between them with ease. Regal was just able to react quickly enough to parry some of them, but unexpectedly Arthur was able to deliver a feint despite his rapid movement. It showed precise control of one's body that Regal did not think that he had yet. This had Regal blocking nothing but air, which allowed Arthur to pivot to the left on his foot and lunge from the side, his sword extended forward. Regal didn't feel the blade of Arthur's sword, but he knew that his friend had it aimed right at his side. "Seems you got careless," he said with that insufferable smile of his. There was no need to ask for a yield. Catching his breath, Regal lowered Dark Sister while Arthur did the same with his own blade. Just as in real combat, a practice match could end in a few decisive seconds. A silence descended upon them. The two of them enjoyed the silence for a few moments as they allowed their bodies to relax. "Anything on your mind, Regal?" Arthur finally asked. When it was just the two of them, there were no titles. This was something that not even Regal was aware of. "Just thinking about the future is all," Regal said honestly, valuing his friend's insight. "About my role." "Your role?" Arthur looked incredulous. "You're a prince. And a dragon rider. And you have a Valyrian steel sword. I'm sure your future is an exciting one." Regal allowed himself to smile. "I know, friend. I'm not complaining about that. I just wonder about how things might be like if Regal was not here. Where I would be. And what I should do for him." He still remembered how he had sworn to protect Regal when he was younger, even from himself. But was he really up for that task? "Well, there's no one else like your brother," Arthur said with a small shrug. "I'm pretty sure even the Conqueror would have been excited to meet him." Regal did not doubt that. "However, there's no one else like you either. I'm sure there are things that only you can do. It's just a matter of finding what that is. Like for me, for example. I have no desire nor skill when it comes to ruling. My abilities lie in combat first, so that's what I hone. So that I can be of use to you in the future. That made sense. The problem was, what could Rhaegar do for Regal beside being by his side? No, what am I thinking? Regal had said it already. He wanted Rhaegar to be his hand. Even Regal could not rule by himself. He couldn't be everywhere. Rhaegar could establish his own connections. He could learn to rule in his own way, so that he could continue to offer his own wisdom when the time came. No one succeeded by himself. Yes, that was the type of thinking that he needed. Had he been fretting over nothing? Arthur said it himself. There was no one else in the realm who had as much freedom as he did. He was even being offered his own territory for him to rule in the future. Just what had he been thinking? Rhaegar couldn't help but chuckle. I think I was getting stuck in my own head. Arthur smirked. Swinging a sword can help with that. It had. Still. I did not defeat you. How maddening. Arthur shrugged. You were doing well there at the beginning. But like you said, you got stuck in your own head. TCH, okay. Oh. Arthur looked surprised. Did the prim and proper prince just click his teeth? That's a first. Rhaegar narrowed his eyes. Regal has been too much of an influence on you. The first time they met, Arthur had been the epitome of a knight. Even at that young age, he just had that air about him. It was hard to describe. It was why Rhaegar had been confused as to why someone like Arthur would pledge his sword to him but not his brother. After a while, Rhaegar stopped worrying about it. The curiosity did remain. Maybe one day he would be brave enough to ask. Do you wish to continue? Arthur asked after another silence fell upon them. Before Rhaegar could answer, his eyes caught sight of movement coming from inside Dragonstone. A lot of people were moving about, all of them carrying a bunch of different tools in their hands. They were in a hurry. What is that all about? He pointed at the movement for Arthur to notice. His friend's eyes followed his hand, and he looked confused. I don't know. Had something happened? Regal had his arms crossed as he watched many of the guards and other servants collapse to the floor in exhaustion after trying to create a dent on the black stone. Warhammers, swords, knives. Hells, even coins were used. Anything and everything was tried to see if the black stone would break at least a little. Nothing. There was not a single scratch on it. It wasn't just the hardness that was tested. Water was poured to see if it was porous. Even if they couldn't see it, perhaps the stone had not been fused together properly and would need more work. It passed that test as well. The Grand Master had come prepared as well. He had produced some strange colorless liquid which he said could melt through regular stone in a matter of seconds. As a demonstration, he had poured the liquid on a regular block of stone, and while it had taken more than a couple of seconds to melt, the liquid did cut a hole through the stone. Conversely, the black stone did not melt. Everything but dragon fire had been tested on the stone, but Regal knew what would happen if he did. That, and a Valyrian steel sword. The conclusion was evident. It was not the same dragonstone that the Valyrians had created. It was a bastardized version formed from wildfire, but after 8 long years of research a similar black stone had been created, with all the benefits that the original provided. Regal had already summoned his father. He needed to see this for himself. Remarkable. Melisandre was studying the black stone herself after everyone had tried to put a mark on it. I genuinely believed that this venture would fail. Hayleen looked offended. Our guild has achieved much success over the years, my lady. Melisandre ignored him. Without dragon fire, or a pyromancer's flames, there is no way to recreate dragonstone. And yet, you've achieved a similar substance with wildfire. She eyed him. It's almost as if you've broken a rule, my prince. Regal took a gamble. The Valyrians had hundreds of dragons and an unknown number of pyromancers at their disposal. Meanwhile, in the present, there was only him. With 5 baby dragons. Which had not been alive 8 years ago. There was no way that he was going to succeed in recreating Dragonstone the old way. He had to cheat with wildfire, and it had paid off. It's like Valyria then. Sheena was invested enough to understand what was happening, and she was excited. She hugged Regal. This is amazing, brother. It's like going back in time. That was one way to put it. They spent a few more minutes awaiting the king. In the meantime, Regal continued to admire the black stone alongside his sister while the others just lounged around. Well, the guards and the servants that had been called to help with the testing were sent away, their job done. They were confused about what was happening, but they were also happy to have helped. Then, Aries appeared, followed by Ser Gerald and Prince Lewin. Rhaegal was with him, and she had Ser Jonothor at her side. Surprisingly, Rhaegal and Arthur came walking into the chamber as well. They must have seen all the movement from the servants and got curious. What is going on? Aries appeared to be a little irritated as he walked closer to Regal. I was performing several important tests with Parthernax. Important tests? Never mind, Regal would ask him later. He gestured to the pristine black stone still sitting in the middle of the room. I present you with another gift, Father. One that I did not think would be ready yet, but I'm happy to announce its success. Aries' irritation melted away when he saw what Regal was gesturing to. Regal knew his father. He was obsessed with old Valyria. He consumed any books about the old civilization that he could get his hands on. It was possible that he had been like that even before Regal was born, but he knew that his father had become more fanatical in Valyrian superiority since his magical abilities were discovered. What he was saying was that Aries instantly recognized the significance of the black stone. Impossible. Aries walked closer toward the black stone, his step slow. Almost like he was afraid that he was dreaming. Rhaegal, on the other hand, appeared confused. What is going on, Regal? What is that? Can't you see, Mother? Sheena bounced in place. It's like Dragonstone. Regal has traveled to the past. Well, not exactly, but close enough. Only a dutiful mother like Rhaegal could decipher Sheena's words, long used to her daughter's mannerisms. When she did, the queen began to glance around the room, taking in the black stone that made up Dragonstone and comparing it to the black stone currently sitting in front of her. Her eyes began to widen. How? Rhaegal was similarly amazed as he walked up to Regal. There was still sweat clinging to him. Probably from training with Arthur. You actually did it, brother. Regal could not look more smug right now if he tried. Aries ran a hand over the black stone, his movements gentle. It was just like when he had handled his dragon. Your work with the Alchemists Guild. This is what it's been for. Aries was able to connect the dots together. Rossert nodded, looking pleased. Exactly so, Your Grace. Your family and our guild has done a lot of marvelous work over the years. This is just the latest example of what our partnership can achieve. Regal was really beginning to dislike this guy. On the other hand, his empty flattery was useful. It's taken the guild 8 years to accomplish this, Father, Regal said as he stepped closer to the king. With the rebirth of dragons, the wildfire has become powerful enough to mold and fuse the stone together like this. And the wildfire was easier to produce now too, lowering the manpower needed. This meant less gold spent too. It was a huge benefit. You continue to amaze me, son. Aries' tone was sincere as he continued to gaze at the black stone with admiration. It's not entirely the same, but another part of our history has been returned to us. What this represents. We'll rebuild the kingdom from the ground up, Regal declared. We'll start with King's Landing. I know you wanted to expand the city once, Father. And I agree with you. King's Landing is far too small for the number of people living in it. The streets too narrow. The houses too weathered down. The water from the Blackwater too foul. And much more. There is not enough infrastructure. With your permission, I will transform King's Landing into a city befitting our family. Yes. Like before, Aries did not hesitate to answer. His eyes were full of delight, captivated by Regal's words. A new King's Landing. New walls. A bigger city. And new roads for the Crownlands, Regal said. Which we can then expand to the rest of the kingdoms. The dirt roads that the old king set up are just the first step. The ancient highways of old Valyria should be our goal. Bravos had a lot of experts on the subject. Not to mention they had the Sweetwater River. Regal had first heard of it when he had set out to hire shipwrights to help rebuild Driftmark's shipyards. Sweetwater River was a marvel. If something similar could be built in King's Landing. So many possibilities. And the gold was there. For these initial projects, what the crown had been saving would be enough. But again, Regal had to remind himself to take it one step at a time. There was much to do, but if he wanted to achieve them then he had to keep his focus on one thing at a time. Try for everything at once and he risked it all. By the time King's Landing and the Crownlands were rebuilt, the dragons would be big enough for Regal's other ambitions. Yes. Yes. Aries turned swiftly to face him, his face full of determination. "We shall see this done at once, son. The small council will be informed of this once we return." He began to laugh, his back arched back in what appeared to be genuine joy. "Ha ha. We will have many news to share with the realm, son. I cannot wait." Regal couldn't wait either. Dragonstone was filled with a greater sense of wonder in the coming days. Not only were there dragons on the island once more, but the rediscovery of Dragonstone had also introduced a new wave of excitement for all those who knew of it. Of course, this did not mean that the job was done. Regal instructed the Alchemists Guild to begin preparing for the creation of more bastardized Dragonstone, but to not do it just yet. He was going to have to wait for his father to announce the crown's intentions before production could kick off. In the meantime, Regal ordered the guild to increase their recruitment efforts, especially from Dragonstone and Driftmark. Claw Isle was another contender. Basically, anyone with a drop of Valyrian blood was the main priority right now. They would be the ones to fill in the ranks for the new dragon keepers. No doubt the dragons would feel more at ease with Valyrians overseeing them rather than Undulls, and the inhabitants from these islands were the descendants from Valyria herself. Thankfully, the guild already had some members that came from these islands, so they were going to be the first members of the new Dragon Keeper Order. It would take a while for the order to return to what it once was, however. For that, knowledge would be needed. Thankfully the dragons, young as they were smart and listened to Regal's commands, and so the hatchlings were not giving these inexperienced men much trouble. Well, when they weren't hungry. They were gluttons, that much was certain. Regal was already thinking of his other objective in recruiting so many new members, namely having his father place either Haleen or some other wisdom in the small council as their master of whisperers. Small as their information network was, it was growing every day as new members were recruited and new informants were placed in different parts of the realm. And they were sharing a lot of information, much of which collaborated some of what Brynden had told him. Speaking of the night, he had apparently met up with his family the day that Regal had departed. The meeting had not gone well, or so he was told. A pity. Regal spent this time with Darren as well. His younger brother had secluded himself inside his room. Not even the joy of being back on Dragonstone could cheer him up. There were times when he would still cry about not having a dragon, but Regal swore to him that one day he would get his own. It worked to cheer him up, albeit slightly. Darren had a lot of admiration for him, and he believed him. But Regal knew that it would not stop some people from mocking his little brother for the failure of not being chosen. In all of his excitement to show off the dragons, Regal had never considered the possibility of his brother not bonding with one of the dragons. That was his mistake, and he was going to have to rectify that one day. Regal also practiced in the yard with Rhaegar and Arthur. The sound of two Valyrian steel swords clashing was quite the sound. It was so powerful that some servants claimed that they could hear it from the other side of Dragonstone. Aries had wanted to bestow Regal with his knighthood for his bravery on Skagos, but Regal wanted to prove himself in front of the realm in the upcoming melee. There, he could see just how good he was compared to the others of his generation. Arthur was probably still his biggest opponent. He had signed up for the squire's melee as well. No doubt many others their age had done the same. Well, except for Montford. His childhood friend claimed that he had little interest in it, which was a pity. Regal also introduced his father to the Skagosi man that he had brought from Skagos. The man's name was difficult to pronounce, coming from the old tongue. So instead, Aries had the brilliant idea of calling him Stone. Very imaginative. The newly dubbed Stone did not seem to mind, and this was even after Regal explained to him that bastards from the Vale were called as such. To him, such titles were the invention of Undulls, and as such had little bearing on him. It was such a casual dismissal that Regal respected him for it. Anyway, Stone and Aries spent a lot of time together as the king expressed curiosity to learn more about Skagos. The king also included the men in his experiments with Parthernax, which meant playing games with the baby dragon. This ranged from seeing how long the young dragon could fly for, which would earn him treats in the form of finely cut meat, to seeing how strong his flames were against armor, which would also earn him more treats later. There was much bonding there. Aries wasn't the only one. Rhaegal would sing to her dragon in her room while Sheena would take hers to explore more of Dragonstone. She was only disappointed that she couldn't go out horse riding with Azirax. The island was too rocky and too steep for horses. When Regal asked her why she wanted to go riding on a horse with a dragon, she said, because no one else has. Truly, his sister had a very creative mind. Finally, there were the small moments that he spent with Ashara, despite his mother's disapproval. The fact that he had brought her along in the first place seemed to have worried her. He recalled how Ashara had told him of her conversation with his mother. It did not stop him from kissing her several more times, all of which Ashara eagerly returned. The time spent on Dragonstone had accomplished more than Regal had hoped for, but they were going to have to return to King's Landing soon. The rest of the realm awaited them. You utter bouffon. What do you mean you haven't spoken to the prince about your sisters? Mina almost felt bad for her brother as their mother shouted at him from inside the godswood of the Red Keep, where they were served tea and other treats by the servants. Mina had been expecting them to stay outside of the castle as most of the other families were. They were Tyrells, but they were not kin of the Targaryens. Nor did they hold any key position within the court. Imagine her delight when Mace met up with them at the gates, proudly proclaiming that Prince Regal had been kind enough to allow them stay within the Red Keep for the duration of their stay. It was great. Not only did Mina get to see more of the castle, much to her delight, but she didn't have to breathe in all of the nasty air of the city itself. Honestly, King's Landing was nothing like Highgarden. How anyone could stomach living here was beyond her. At least there was more fresh air inside the Red Keep. During their journey to the castle, Mace had regaled them of his time with the Crown Prince, of everything that he had seen. Of how he had participated in his first battle during his stay at Skagos and had emerged victorious. Mina wasn't sure how much she believed her brother, but she knew that it was true that the Crown Prince had gone to Skagos. It was how he had acquired the dragons in the first place, somehow. It was here that Mace delivered the first shocking update. There were now 5 dragons, not 3. Somehow, Prince Regal had managed to discover 2 more eggs while in Winterfell, but Mace did not know the details, not having been part of that particular part of the journey. Apparently everyone but Prince Darren now had a dragon, something that surprised both mother and daughter. The queen was a rider before her son. How peculiar. Or maybe it had something to do with the nature of dragons. They were wild, and understanding their thought process was next to impossible. What a time to be living in, though. Not since King Aries had the Iron Throne seen both king and queen as dragon riders. No, Mina quietly corrected herself. Despite his disastrously short reign, Aegon II and his wife had also both been dragon riders. Then there were revelations about the Wall, about the North regaining the gift in exchange for the crown acquiring Skagos. Their mother had gone quiet at that, not that Mace had seemed to notice. Her brother then proceeded to tell them how Prince Regal had found Dark Sister and gifted it to his twin brother, Prince Rhaegal. Now the 2 princes had dragons and Valyrian steel swords. House Targaryen was looking more and more fierce by the day. Their mother seemed to think so as well, as she said that she wanted to pay her respects to the king and queen immediately and thank them for their son's generosity. Unfortunately, that would not be possible as the entire royal family had left the capital for Dragonstone days earlier. Her mother's groveling would have to wait for a different day. It was after they had settled inside their quarters in the Red Keep that Mina and Joanna were able to relax a little. Riding in a carriage for so long was more exhausting than she had imagined, and she missed the usual comforts of Highgarden. So their mother prepared a small tea party for them inside the Godswood, as their family was now whole once more. Of course, as with everything else, their mother had different motives for bringing them together like this. And it was to interrogate Mace about his efforts to convince the Crown Prince to bring either Mina or Joanna to court to serve his sister. Mace had sheepishly replied that he had forgotten all about that, which led to their mother losing her temper. A lot has happened, mother. Mace tried defending himself. There just wasn't a proper time or place to bring it up. Mina believed him, but she was disheartened. Joanna was too busy enjoying her treats to care. Good for her. This son of mine. Olenna seemed to despair as she massaged her temple. Do you not understand how many opportunities you had, Mace? Why I agreed for you to go in the first place. And yet you failed in the most spectacular way. That's not true, mother. Mace quickly shook his head. I have earned the prince's friendship. He even allowed us to stay in the Red Keep. That counts for something. I'm sure I can just bring it up with him the next time I see him. Olenna sneered. Friendship? Do you think the dragons have a use for that? She stopped herself as she looked around. Mina did as well, wondering what her mother was looking for. Seemingly satisfied, Olenna turned back to Mace. I'm not sure what his motive was for bringing so many of you along on that trip, but friendship was not one of them. Don't be a fool. Already the Lions have a strong presence in court. Those damned Valyrians too. And now I'm hearing that the Celtigars are stirring up. Minor houses that pale in comparison to the Reach, but were the ones being left behind. Mace looked offended. Mother, don't say such things. Prince Regal has been nothing but kind and cordial with me. I'm sure he wanted to establish closer ties with the realm that he will one day rule. When a kind dragon sits on that damn chair is the day that I will crap gold, Olenna said flatly. Even King Aegon, with his supposed reforms, was not without his schemes. If they had succeeded, none of you would be sitting here today. Right. That topic again. Mina would never say this out loud, but was her mother becoming wistful at not having married a Targaryen herself? Mina did not want to think about what this said of her deceased father. Mother, there's no need to be so crass. Mace frowned. I understand that I made a mistake, but I can easily rectify it. Forget it. Olenna waved him off. I'll ask the queen myself when I next see her. So she wasn't going to give up. At this rate, Princess Sheena's ladies were going to outnumber the queen's. Still, Mina allowed herself to dream of the possibility of being accepted, and then meeting Prince Rhaegal and falling in love. Would it not be quite something if she was the first Tyrell in history to marry a Targaryen? It was even possible that her children might marry Prince Regals in the future, in order to bring the two lines together. Then her own grandchildren could sit on the Iron Throne. So many possibilities. Her mother would continue to complain about other matters during the duration of their time together, namely about the Hightower's lack of answer to her proposal. Mace looked disheartened about that. He had never met Aery Hightower, but the fact that she had long silvery hair like a Targaryen was enough to make him believe that she was perfect to be his wife. It made Mina mentally shake her head at her brother, but really, she shouldn't be surprised. A lot of men were apparently simple-minded like that. Mina and her family would spend another day enjoying themselves in the Red Keep. Mina did her best to explore as much of the castle as she could, with guards of course. She met many different people during this time, including the ladies that had been accepted into Princess Sheena's circle. There was a recent addition, Mylenda Celtigar. The girl was far the youngest, but it was just as her mother said. The Celtigars were making moves of their own. If Mace had done his job, then that could have been her. How frustrating. The hand of the king, Tywin Lannister, had also brought his children to the celebrations. And they too were staying inside the Red Keep. Mina had the chance to trade a few words with Cersei Lannister and her twin brother, but she got the impression that Cersei was looking down on her. It would not surprise her if that were the case. Her mother often said that the Lannisters had too much ego that was just as vibrant as their hair and gold. Mina had the misfortune of running into Euron Greyjoy. She never expected to see an Ironborn at the heart of the realm like this. The older boy had tried to seduce her, much to her horror. Thankfully the combined presence of Tytos Blackwood and Stannis Baratheon had been enough to deter him after they stepped in due to seeing how uncomfortable she was. Honestly, there were too many people at the Red Keep. It was making Mina's head spin. The Dornish prince was kind of cute, though. Very boastful and charming. His sister? More sullen and quiet. Mina did not know why Elia Martell was so depressed, and she did not ask. The next day was far more loud. As fate would have it, the Hightowers arrived at court the same day that the Targaryens returned to the city from Dragonstone. It was only then that Mina caught a glimpse of the famous family for the first time. To say they were beautiful was an understatement. She had no idea that people could appear to be so ethereal, for a lack of a better word. It was like their features were sculptured to perfection. Prince Regal and Prince Rhaegar stood out from the rest, although from what she noticed Princess Sheena seemed to share in their beauty. The entirety of the family seemed to be in good spirits as they entered the Red Keep to the applause of many. It was like the city came to life now that its rulers were back. It was quite something to see the crowds lined up throughout King's Landing cheering for the Targaryens. The royal family was well loved at the moment. Of that, there was little doubt. The only one who looked gloomy was Prince Darren, and Mina knew why. He was the only one without a dragon. The servants would not stop gossiping about it. She felt bad about some of the things she had heard about the young prince, of his supposed inferiority. It made her want to hug him if she was being honest. The small council was there personally to escort the king back to the Red Keep, and in a surprising twist her mother informed her how the Hightowers had requested an immediate audience with the king and his family. This put Olenna in a difficult spot as she had been looking forward to cornering Leighton Hightower about his actions lately. There was always a chance of King Aries rejecting the request, but instead the king accepted it. Mina didn't understand why, but despite her confusion she found herself standing inside the throne room with everyone else as Leighton Hightower entered the Great Hall with his entourage, which included his children. There was Baelor Hightower, his firstborn and heir. He had silver hair, a mark of his mother's family from Lys. Garth Hightower was the Lord's second son, and he had his father's light brown hair. Then there were the two daughters, Malora Hightower and Aries Hightower. The two of them had long flowing silver hair, with Malora having a streak of light brown hair on her left side. The Mad Maid. It was the nickname that many had bestowed upon Malora Hightower for reasons that were unknown. But seeing her now, she did not look mad. It was the opposite. Her soft features, combined with her elegant dress, made her to be very beautiful. Where had the rumors come from? In the middle of the entourage there were a couple of men carrying a chest, but few seemed to pick up on this. Mina only noticed it after her mother pointed it out to her. What was that about? Leighton Hightower paid little attention to all the murmurs in the throne room, all aimed at him and his audacious request for an audience with the king just as they arrived. He carried himself with the usual lordly pride, his hair combed properly, his clothes neat and proper. He wore a brown cloak that was adorned with many jewels, a sign of the wealth that his family commanded. "Your Grace." As soon as he was close, Leighton dropped to his knee, with his children all doing the same. "I thank you for this opportunity in answering my audience. You can thank my son and heir for convincing me to indulge in your disrespect, Lord Hightower," Aries replied with a bored look. "I express my thanks to the Crown Prince as well." "Humph, so you do." Aries seemed to glare down at Leighton from his throne. "Now tell me, Lord Hightower. And do not be coy with me. What made you want to seek an audience like this?" Under normal circumstances, the houses would all present themselves after the king called for them, not the other way around. Especially not on the same day that the king just returned to his city. "I have a gift to present to House Targaryen, Your Grace." Leighton glanced back at the men carrying the chest. "House Hightower has kept this safe for over a century. I believe that it is time it returned to its proper place." The two men set the chest down in front of the Iron Throne. Aries looked curious now, and he gestured to his Kingsguard. With understanding, Ser Harlan and Ser Jonothor stepped forward. They closed in on the chest, making sure that it was safe. Leighton watched on in silence. Once they were satisfied, the two Kingsguard began to open it. Once they did, Aries' eyes widened a little at what lied within. All the others near the throne shared similar reactions, including the rest of the royal family. Unfortunately, no one else could see what the chest contained, and it took Prince Regal walking up to the chest and picking up what was inside for everyone else in the court to get a look at the object. Mina's own eyes widened. "Is that a dragon egg?" It was. It was pale green with silver swirls. It was beautiful. Another twist. House Targaryen had just gained another dragon egg. Chapter 28, Opportunities Part 3. Regal gazed at the dragon egg in his hands with some amount of satisfaction. He had already been in a good mood upon his return to the city. The trip to Dragonstone had been a gift. Of course, leaving behind Ankalagan hurt him more than he cared to admit. Even though they had only been together for a few weeks, their bond only continued to grow with time. What amazed Regal the most was that he could still feel Ankalagan despite the distance between them. It was almost like he could sense the young dragon's fire from afar, and in turn Ankalagan could sense his. Was this normal? Did all dragon riders share such a connection with their dragons and it was not just written down? Or maybe it had been written down, but like with much other information it was lost somewhere along the way. At any rate, Regal looked forward to enjoying himself during his name day celebration, for he knew that he would be very busy after. Imagine Regal's surprise then, that after stepping back into the city he felt a similar burning sensation coursing through him. The same one that he had felt twice before. Another dragon egg was calling to him. And based on the strength of the sensation, it was close. It seemed like all these other eggs required a certain distance before they reached out to him. It was so different from the first three, which had summoned Regal all the way from Skagos. Why? This too had no answer. At least, not right now. Regal had been so eager to find this new dragon egg that he had been ready to ignore Leighton Hightower's request for an audience. It was only after Melisandre told him another piece of information that Regal was able to temper his eagerness long enough to take another gamble. Someone in Leighton Hightower's party possessed magic, and that individual was one of the many stalkers who had been keeping tabs on him from time to time. First the seemingly random dragon egg appearing in the city. And now there was supposedly a magic user in the Hightower party. And the Lord was calling for an immediate audience. These could all be random events that held no connection to another, but something told Regal that that was not the case. So he took a gamble and convinced his father to accept the request, if nothing else to just see what the Lord of Oldtown wanted. Since the dance, the Hightowers had kept their heads down for the most part. Many blamed Otto Hightower and his daughter for the dance, and any time that they acted out of line, it was simple enough to remind them that two of the architects behind the deadliest civil war in recorded Westerosi history came from their family. Was it fair? Probably not. Did Regal care? Absolutely not. A part of him was also just curious to see what the Hightower wanted, that he would make such an audacious request despite knowing how it would come off. And the gamble paid off. The Hightowers did have something interesting to present them, and it was a dragon egg. A dragon egg? Tywin murmured, his face twitching for a slight moment. How? Many have been given away before, Pycelle responded, his voice low and calculated. King Aegon IV gave many away during his reign. But this one, it seems to be much older. Regal was not surprised that the Grand Maester recognized the egg. Regal had read of it once, if it was indeed the same one. Prince Maelor Targaryen's lost dragon egg. It had been given to Lord Ormond Hightower after the young prince's tragic and savage death during the dance. Ormond Hightower would go on to die during the First Battle of Tumbleton, and the dragon egg was never heard from again. This egg matched the description of the egg that Ormond Hightower retrieved. On the other hand, Prince Daeron Targaryen spent much time in Oldtown before his death, and his dragon was the so-called Blue Queen, Tessarion. Could she have laid eggs while Daeron was in Oldtown? An egg that matched the description of Prince Maelor's egg? The answer mattered little in the end. Aries was infuriated. Dragon eggs. They are my house's treasure, and you dare keep them from us. You stand before me as a servant to the throne, but I wonder how true your commitment is, Lord Hightower. Aries' words caused the entire throne room to descend into more murmurs. Those present had many questions, and now they were witnessing what seemed to be a showdown between House Targaryen and Hightower. Your Grace, my house had long forgotten of the egg's existence. Despite the scolding that he was receiving from Aries, Leighton kept his composure, his head bowed. The egg comes from a time of great instability. The dance. After all of the death that engulfed the realm, my predecessors were more concerned with rebuilding. Over time, the egg was forgotten. It was only recently that it was found again. Once I had it in my possession, I knew that it must be returned to where it belongs. With you and your family. Regal had to fight back the urge to scoff. Was that really the best excuse that Leighton could come up with? He did not believe for a second that the egg had been forgotten. Dragon eggs were priceless. Even eggs that had become encased in stone were worth more than gold. Obviously the Hightowers had not forgotten about the egg. They must have kept it for a reason. The fact that they were choosing now of all times to return it said more than words could. But whose idea had it been? Regal's eyes narrowed just a margin when he noticed Leighton's daughter staring at him. Malora Hightower, was it? She seemed the most detached out of her family, and that was an understatement. Her eyes were almost lifeless, but there was no doubt that she was staring right at him. And with meaning. Regal wanted to pretend that he hadn't noticed, but his curiosity was getting the better of him. Regardless of their motives, the dragon egg had been returned to them. And that deserved some consideration. A convenient excuse. Aries didn't buy Leighton's tale either. But tell me something, Lord Hightower. Are you expecting something for this gesture? Do you desire something from the crown even though your actions are expected of you as mere servants to the throne? Aries' tone was mocking as he looked down at the kneeling lord. House Hightower would never boast of fulfilling our duty, Leighton replied, still calm. As you say, Your Grace, our actions are expected of us. The dragon egg never belonged to us. However, if there is one consideration that we would ask before the realm is that you consider my daughters, Malora Hightower and Aries Hightower, as a potential bride for your son, Prince Rhaegal Targaryen. That is all, Your Grace. Regal had to give it to the men. He knew how to cause a scene. His declaration caused the great hall to erupt into even more murmurs, louder this time. Another piece on the board was moved as the Hightowers struck. After the unrest that Leighton had caused in the throne room, Aries, who had been caught off guard by the shameless request, quickly dismissed the court for the day, promising that he would take the proposal into consideration. Many assumed that this meant the king was serious about the proposal. Regal had seen more than a couple of lords looking at Leighton Hightower with anger and resentment, no doubt wishing that they were the ones who could make such an offer. They assumed the dragon egg was enough to sway Aries' mind and give the lord what he wanted. If only they knew the anger that was coursing through the king right now. Aries had the foresight to not explode in the throne room in front of the realm, rather choosing to unleash his anger in private as he retreated into his solar with his family while ordering the king's guard to keep anyone else out. Regal brought the egg with him and placed it delicately on the table. He did not miss the wonder in Darren's eyes as he took in the egg for himself. "It's beautiful," he said softly. Regal could not agree more, but now wasn't the time for that. "That damned fool. Who does he think is?" Aries cursed as he paced back and forth, his face flushed red with anger. "Not only does he lie to my face in front of the whole realm, but he has the audacity to demand a betrothal between our houses. I should have cut out his tongue." "Aries, please," Rhaegal went to his side and held his arm. "I know you are angry, but you cannot lose your temper. Not right now." "I know." Aries snarled, but he did not push Rhaegal away. "Believe me, I want nothing more than to just punish that fool, but I will not let him win." "Let him win." Regal crossed his arms. "I think we're missing something here, father." There was more to Leighton's actions that they were not seeing. Rhaegal agreed. "Yes. I do not believe Lord Leighton is foolish enough to not understand the gravity of his actions. He must know that you would be angered. Do you think that fool cares?" Aries said, but was kept in place by Rhaegal. "They're just like the rest. They think that they can take advantage of us. I will not allow it. Do you hear me? I won't let any son of mine marry into that house. Fools. They almost destroyed us once, and now they want to do it again. Never." Rhaegal frowned. "I would never let anyone manipulate me and turn against Regal, father. No matter what, I promise you that much." Aries didn't answer him as he just continued to curse, too lost in his anger. Thankfully Darren and Sheena were too fascinated by the dragon egg to pay attention. They were too young to be learning this kind of language. Regal still remembered the way Malora Hightower had been staring at him during that whole exchange. For now, he was going to need Melisandre to solve this mystery. "Father." Regal caught his father's attention as he came to a decision. "I'll approach Leighton Hightower myself and find out the truth. I'm certain he's using all of this as a means to an end. Only someone like a Hightower would be arrogant enough to use a betrothal to a prince and a dragon egg as an opening act rather than the act itself. Regal would have to respond in kind. You would have me barter with that fool?" Aries said in disbelief. Regal glanced at Rhaegal. "Well, we are about to turn 14, and my dear brother has no match of his own yet," he joked. Rhaegal's face twitched. "You are trying to play matchmaker for me, brother?" How the dragon turned. After their many conversations about Regal taking a second wife, now it was Rhaegal's turn to suffer a little. "We all have to marry someday," Regal teased. "Yes." Sheena giggled as she raised her arms. "You need to find someone to be happy too, Rhaegal." Darren looked confused. "What does that mean? Such a pure soul." Rhaegal held his face. "My own little sister is making jokes at my expense now," he bemoaned. What else was new? Rhaegal cleared her throat, drawing their attention. "Children." Her expression was gentle as she looked at them. "I know you are having fun, but your father looks ready to start yelling again." True. Only Aries did not look amused right now. Letting the joke go, Regal faced his father again. "I promise to discover his true motives, father. I just ask for one opportunity." Aries locked eyes with Regal, and for a moment Regal feared that his father would turn him down for the first time. Finally, Aries turned away and went to sit down. "Do as you please, son. But know this. I will never consider a match with the Hightowers. Not now. Not ever." Regal merely nodded. Tywin's head was full of curses as he marched to his private chamber inside the Tower of the Hand. Joanna had left the throne room earlier as Tywin had been left in charge of seeing out the court after Aries practically ran away. What a mess all of this was becoming. For the first decade of Aries' rule, Tywin had believed that his power in court was unchallenged. Sure, he saw Prince Regal making deals and working closely with the houses loyal to Dragonstone. At the time, he had just chalked it up to the prince making good use of his position. He had overseen a lot of progress and brought much prosperity to the Iron Throne. Tywin respected results, and Prince Regal had delivered many. Now, he was once again seeing for himself what a fool he had become. He had allowed himself to become complacent with his position as Hand, not realizing that all the other lords were scheming to advance themselves in their own way. He just never expected the Hightowers to ever make such a move. Before, Tywin would have scoffed at the notion of a dragon egg as being important. They were nothing more than relics from a bygone era. Magic was worthless and held no place in the real world. Except that wasn't the case now. Magic was very much a real thing, and it could flip the board upside down in an instant, just as Leighton Hightower had demonstrated. Tywin did not doubt that there would soon be another dragon under the Targaryens' control. And then, all of the royal family would be dragon riders and indebted to the Hightowers. Aries might just accept that proposal depending on his mood, and where would that leave Tywin and his house? Both Prince Regal and Prince Rhaegar would be out of his reach. And Prince Daeron was even less of a prize than Prince Rhaegar was. Tywin once again let out a string of curses in his mind as he climbed the steps to his chamber. The guards stationed at the entrance did their best to pretend that they did not see the enraged expression on his face, and Tywin ignored them entirely. He walked briskly into the room before slamming the door shut behind him. Joanna did not look surprised to see him so vexed as she rested on the bed. "That took a while," she said as she watched him sit down on the edge of the bed. "There are far too many lords at the capital to count," Tywin said with a scowl. "I had to ensure that they did not eat Leighton Hightower alive as he left the throne room. What happened outside of the Red Keep was none of his concern. King's Landing could be a very dangerous city at times. Almost conveniently so." "Yes." Joanna caressed her stomach. "While you were floundering, Leighton Hightower made a decisive move before anyone else realized it." Tywin's brow furrowed. "You don't need to tell me that." He was aware of the predicament he was in. "We might lose the chance of Cersei marrying any prince," Joanna continued, ignoring Tywin's interruption altogether. "Unless you are thinking of pairing her with Prince Daeron. They are only 3 years apart, but I doubt Cersei would be satisfied with such a match." Tywin scoffed. "What she wants is of little concern. Only her duty to the family is what matters." Joanna's eyes narrowed. "Our children are what matter the most, Tywin. I will not have you barter away their happiness for mere gain. You never spoke against my methods before. Because there was no reason to. Now, things are different." Tywin's anger flared again. "For now. I can still salvage this." "How?" "I will speak to Aries. Have him explain everything to me. We are still friends." And his friend had been keeping so many secrets from him lately. "Aries is king before he is your friend," Joanna pointed out. "Do you think he will so easily give away his family's secrets to you?" "He will. When he understands." "Understands what?" "That there is no better match than House Lannister. The Targaryens have kept themselves isolated for too long. A match between our houses would see the realm strengthen like never before." "Yes, yes. You've used that argument before, Tywin. And yet, Aries has not seen things your way. Only because I've been slow to act." Tywin was not going to keep making that mistake. "You put us in danger, Tywin," Joanna said with a shake of her head. "If you push too much, Aries will push back. Look at what happened with Rhaegal. She did not even bother to greet me today." Tywin would never say it out loud, but somewhere inside him he did regret the deterioration of Joanna's friendship with the Queen. It was a useful connection, but more than that, Rhaegal was an honest person. Not the type to turn on those she called friends. Tywin was capable of recognizing that much. He could not let such sentimental thoughts distract him, though. Not right now. He looked at his wife. "What would you have me do then, Joanna?" "To consider other alternatives." The woman who had captured his heart reached over to hold his hand with her own. "For your children." Setting aside his greatest ambition. She was asking that of him. Tywin's mind was split as Joanna continued to hold his hand. He wanted to step away, to be angry at her for wanting him to be weak. But he could not. It was only during these moments, when the two of them were alone, that something inside of Tywin was able to break free. He would never dare label it, for he did not want to know what it was. Tywin finally looked away. "I will consider it." He forced himself to utter the words, if only to appease her. This was what he told himself. Tywin accepted Joanna's embrace as she hugged him. The two fell back on the bed, but Tywin's mind was elsewhere. For he was already thinking of how he would approach Aries and finally achieve the royal match that House Lannister deserved. Regal had made the conscious decision of not bringing Melisandre to court earlier today, to avoid causing a stir among the lords. For he already knew that he would be causing one once word got out of his actions in the north. Not to mention his other projects, namely the reconstruction of King's Landing. He regretted that decision, as Melisandre would have been able to better tell him right away who was the magic user within Lord Leighton's group. He had a hunch, but a hunch was less useful than confirmation. He had thought that he would have more time. He never expected Leighton to propose a betrothal between their houses in front of all of the lords. And so, here he now was, wearing a cloak to disguise his features as he traversed through the streets of Flea Bottom with Melisandre, Regal, and Ser Barristan at his side. Just as he was doing, the other three were keeping their features hidden from the crowds as they went on their way. Regal did not understand. Why would Lord Hightower be staying here of all places? Flea Bottom was far beneath the man's standing, especially since he had his daughters with him. I do not believe that this is their permanent residence, Melisandre answered with a small smile. They are merely setting a stage for our conversation. Regal glanced at her. You are enjoying this, aren't you? In more ways than you can imagine, my prince. He was not surprised. Still, when he told his father he would get to the bottom of this, Regal did not think that he would be heading to Flea Bottom of all places. Walking through the filth-ridden streets once again filled him with determination to change things. These streets were not worthy to belong in the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. They were not worthy to belong to his family. He had only come down here on a couple of occasions as he always left with a sour mood. Regal on the other hand enjoyed exploring the place more than he did. He might have given his brother too much sense of adventure. There were many who eyed Melisandre with interest, as despite her red cloak she still stood out, but Ser Barristan's presence seemed to deter them. The red woman either did not notice or did not care as she continued to lead them through the streets. Regal had to raise an eyebrow as Melisandre led them straight into a cheap-looking whorehouse. The woman herself did not miss a step, confidently walking in while Regal looked somewhat uncomfortable. Well. This was quite the meeting spot. Regal followed, which forced the uncomfortable Regal to do the same. Ser Barristan was the last to step in, remaining ever watchful of the streets. The inside of the building did not smell any better than the outside. The scent of sweat and other musky odors permeated the air, causing Regal to cover his nose to stop himself from gagging. Regal was not faring much better. How Ser Barristan kept his composure in such a place was beyond Regal. Melisandre as usual did not seem bothered. But really, apart from the north and weirwood trees, Regal wondered if anything could bother her. Many drunk men tried approaching Melisandre this time around, but the red woman merely shoved her way through, causing the men to fall back to the floor, too drunk to stay on their feet. Many of the girls present looked interested in them as well, and when Regal said girls he meant it. Some were barely older than Ashara. He ignored them as he continued to follow Melisandre to one of the back rooms. As cheap as this place was, surprisingly, it seemed to offer private rooms. What was more surprising was that no one seemed to be stopping them. Was there no one in charge here? My prince, there are Hightower men posted here. Watching us. As observant as ever, Ser Barristan pointed to different parts of the common area where men in armor were standing, all of which were watching them intently. Leighton Hightower knew that they were coming then. He must have paid the owner to just let them in. Either the guards recognized Melisandre or they had other ways of identifying them. Interesting. The back rooms had more privacy but were not as spacious. Sound still traveled through, so Regal was forced to hear the sounds of flesh meeting flesh all around him as Melisandre finally stopped at one of the doors. Incidentally, the door was being watched by two men in armor. The armor was well made, and it sported the sigil of the Hightowers. Neither man said a word to them, merely opening the door for them. Regal almost frowned as he and the others walked through. These men were very loyal if they were willing to put up with all of these idiosyncrasies from their lord. He set that aside for now as he stepped into the room. The room was not well kept. It was dirty, and the wooden floor had several holes. Not just that, Regal would rather sleep out in the dirt than ever trusting the single bed in the room. Who knew how many had used it without the sheets being washed? Leighton Hightower seemed to agree as rather than sitting on the bed he had pulled up a chair for himself and his daughter, Malora Hightower. The so-called Mad Maid. His two sons, Baelor and Garth were present as well, but they were standing. Only Aries seemed to be missing. Welcome, my prince. Even before Regal removed his hood, Leighton stood up to his feet with Malora doing the same. I was hoping you would come. It seems my daughter's intuition was correct once more. As he removed his hood, Regal glanced at Melisandre but for a second. She merely nodded. So Malora was the one, after all. You've caused quite a stir, Lord Hightower, Regal said, deciding to exchange some pleasantries first. First, demanding an audience. And then the dragon egg. You followed that by proposing a betrothal between our houses. I'm sure many lords will be unhappy with you. Leighton shook his head. I care little for politics at the moment. Otherwise, I would have accepted Olenna Tyrell's offer and made my daughter the next Lady of Highgarden. Oh, so the Tyrells were in talks with the Hightowers. It was not surprising really. The Tyrells had married into a lot of their bannermen's houses in order to shore up their power. Their position now was more solidified than it had been 100 years ago thanks to that. A marriage between Mace and a Hightower lady would continue to solidify their position. And yet, you seek my brother. Rhaegal had removed his hood as well, but he said nothing. Leighton briefly smiled. I wanted to catch your attention. I'm sure the dragon egg would have been enough. Perhaps, but Malora here said that it would not have been enough of an impression. Malora smiled a little. Her eyes were still almost blank until they focused on him. Perhaps that might have been a jest on my part, father. Although my dear sister did seem quite taken by the idea. What say you, Prince Rhaegal? Are you interested in her? She's quite beautiful. She was well spoken for someone who was considered mad. Rhaegal shifted uncomfortably. I'm a prince, my lady. I do not get to choose whom I will marry. Oh, don't say that. Your dear brother here is already carving a different path than the one your father set for him. The dragon and the star. I must say, that is a terribly frightening combination. It led to the both of you, after all. Rhaegal's eyes narrowed. What? Malora covered her mouth with her hand in what was obviously a mocking gesture. Oh my. Did your brother not know about that, my prince? My apologies. I tend to ramble about things that I know and others don't. People don't like it when I know things that I shouldn't. Baelor looked exasperated. Sister. Garth was the same. Not with the crown prince as well. While Rhaegal was still coming to terms with this development, Rhaegal was staring at him, waiting for an explanation. He would not be getting one right now. Leighton coughed into his hand. Yes, well. I believe we've gotten off topic. Whether you accept the betrothal or not is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, although it would warm my heart if you did. I know my daughter will be safe. Rhaegal glanced at Malora. Did you not offer her as well? The young woman blinked. Me. She began to smile. I only threw myself in for the excitement. No one ever seems to want me, you see. Not after I start talking. Are you saying that you're interested, Prince Rhaegal? Ah, but you already have two. I do not think that you can have all of the women in the world. Or are you perhaps asking me to be your mistress? I do not believe that I would mind. I'm interested to find out if your children will carry your abilities with them, or if you're just the exception. I fear for the realm if they do inherit your abilities, for everyone will covet them. But as a woman, it would be exciting to know that I laid with someone who possesses the soul of many dragons. What? Oh, don't look too surprised, my prince. You must have met the spirit of the Valyrian trapped in those eggs, correct? I saw it. Well, partially. The glass candle had a hard time penetrating your defenses at the time, and I was only able to take a peek because both you and your Red Priestess were weakened after the ritual. Rhaegal could only stare at the girl who was just a couple of years older than him, his mind trying to come to terms with what she was saying. One of the eyes, Melisandre whispered from where she stood, her arms folded in front of her. One came from the south. It was you. Malora nodded, excited. Yes. Our family has had a glass candle in their possession for a very long time now. Longer still than we've had the dragon egg. No one knew how to use it, though. So sad. It's such a convenient tool. Of course, what helps burn it now is my magical abilities. What has strengthened it is the prince's presence. The rebirth of dragons has only helped the candle burn ever brighter now. You can view not only distances but also through the mind. Through dreams. The possibilities are endless. It's the only time when my mind is still. Where I can focus. Rhaegal understood. You're a dreamer. Malora tilted her head. I'm not so sure about that. My dragon blood should be very diluted by now. Rhaena Targaryen only bore daughters, and only one of those daughters' blood eventually remarried into the family. Ah, but such a tragic tale for such a beautiful princess. She was the last hope for your house, my prince. Well, until you came along. But those at the Citadel could not allow that, so they conspired to be rid of her dragon the same way they got rid of the hatchlings in the dragon pit. Silverwing as well. Poor thing. She led such a tragic life and was slain when she was all by herself. But many were enticed by the Citadel's offer, and many more held a bitter hatred for dragons after the destruction that they had brought to Westeros during the dance. Poor Aegon III was much too young to know of it, and his distaste for dragons made him all the more blind. It's a tragedy all around. This woman. She could ramble. But Regal heard of it. Every word. You dash. Ah, but you did not know about all of that, did you? Malora clapped in more excitement while her brothers looked tired. Your condition is so very deliciously mysterious, my prince. You knew of things others shouldn't from the moment you were born, but yet you know nothing of others. You've only dreamed twice, and one of those had to do with a future that will no longer come to pass. Yes, yes. Very mysterious indeed. I wonder why, though. Is it because the ritual that created you was incomplete? Did it require more sacrifices? How appalling that would be. So many of your family died at once, and to think that their blood alone was not enough to fully transform you. That would be another level of tragedy, don't you think? Regal wasn't sure if he should be angered by her words or not. The longer this conversation went, the longer he was losing control of it. Or was he ever in control of it? Now he was beginning to understand why many had come to call Malora the Mad Maid. Her words were proof enough. Melisandre was looking at Malora with great interest. How much of this were you born with? And how much did you learn? Most comes to me, Malora admitted. She seemed to be enjoying herself. The glass candle provides the rest. We were trying to use it to see if we could one day hatch the egg. What? Leighton's expression was a resigned one. I was hoping we could ease more into this, but I suppose my daughter got ahead of herself. Oh. Malora blinked. Did I say too much again? My apologies. It's not every day that I get to meet a dragon in human flesh. It's so very interesting. Rather than living dragon, you should call yourself the Dragonborn. I think it's more fitting for you. It was the dragons that helped birth you, and in turn you've been helping them come back. It's like a circle. Everybody helps everybody. Regal did not know what to say. Rhaegal seemed to be in the same predicament. Right. Leighton stepped in between his daughter and Regal. I've let my daughter ramble on long enough, but everything she says is the truth, my prince. There are elements in the realm who have conspired against your family since Aegon the Conqueror first came. And they had succeeded, until you came along. While it was hard to ignore the humming Malora, Regal switched his focus to the Lord himself. Aren't you Lord of Oldtown? If your daughter's words are true, then the people you rule have committed treason against my family. Against the crown itself. The Citadel are no subjects of the High Towers, Leighton refuted. No more than the High Septon believes himself to be a subject to the throne. Those so-called scholars style themselves as our equals. We have been called their protectors, the same way we once protected the High Septon when he still resided in Oldtown. But they do not believe themselves to be mere subjects. Especially the inner circle that rules them. Your family has known, and you've kept quiet. Rhaegal accused, anger bleeding into his voice. Now that Malora's ramblings were settling in, Rhaegal was able to think more clearly and connect several of the pieces together. Leighton's face was composed. I will not lie. I do not know how many of my predecessors were aware of the whole truth. As with the Citadel, my family is not a monolith, Prince Rhaegal. However, there have been times when members of my family have colluded with the Citadel. I do not know to what extent, but many have feared the dragons throughout the years. They gave your family unchecked authority and many wanted to see the Targaryens brought under control. They even tried poisoning you once. Unable to contain herself any longer, Malora went around her father and exclaimed excitedly. Well, the Maester who served Dragonstone previously did. I do not think the Archmaesters ordered it or were even aware of it at the time. You were but only 2 then. I thought for sure you might not make it, but you proved me wrong. Those flames of yours are very strong, my prince. They guard you not only from the physical world but also the mindscape. So the Maester failed, and then he died, cursing you and your parents. Your new one is much more trustworthy. So there had been an attempt, before Melisandre had arrived. Despite knowing that he might have died while he was still young, Regal felt very little. He had survived, and that was what mattered. Besides, it was almost expected. It was the danger that they had invited in after announcing his abilities. His grandfather had gambled a lot with that move. To be honest, Regal did not know exactly when he began to distrust the Citadel. He never had proof of it. Just an inkling. Perhaps it was just his draconic soul speaking to him. For it would know more than his mind did. Now, he had proof. Yes, he was taking a supposed mad woman's word seriously, for he knew that she was telling the truth. Her conviction swayed him. And you? Regal finally had to ask one of the biggest questions remaining. He stared hard at Leighton, trying to gauge his reaction. Why have you turned your back on the ways of your family? For self-preservation. In a sense, Leighton admitted. He gestured to his smiling daughter. When Malora was born, I did not know what to do. I did not imagine that one of my own children would possess magic, the very same thing my family had been combating for thousands of years. But I listened, and I realized that there is a bigger threat out there. Many more. So he knew. Malora giggled. The prince already knows too, father. He knows what Aegon knew, or what he thought he knew. What the raven knows. He does not know of the kraken yet, though. I do not think his red priestess has told him about that yet. Oh. Melisandre's reaction was one of pleasure. You do not speak to the flames, but you do know much. Your flames will not tell you everything, dear. Malora's voice was melodic. Your god has been blinded by the prince's birth, you know. Melisandre's face went blank, and despite having said something similar in the past, she did not appear amused. Was it because Malora was not a believer? It was hard to say. These times have offered us many opportunities, Prince Regal. Leighton dropped to his knees while his sons did the same. Only Malora remained standing. I believe that your house no longer possessed magic. I thought that your house could not withstand the coming storm, but you have proven me wrong. I swear that my intentions are honest. I mean to serve, and to prepare for the future. House Hightower will work with you. We pledge ourselves as well, my prince, Baelor said earnestly while Garth nodded. Regal took all of this in with a calm silence as the world outside continued to run its course. Another piece on the board indeed. Chapter 29, Two Sides. You will be staying in the Red Keep from now on. When I return to Dragonstone, you shall accompany me. Is that wise? Many will speak, my prince. After all, my father just requested that my sister marry your brother in front of the entire court. Once I'm seen in court with you, the lords will begin talking. What will they say, I wonder? Regal glanced at Malora with some amount of annoyance, as if she weren't the cause for all of that. After the older girl had continued to ramble inside the cheap whorehouse some more, Regal had been able to cut her off just long enough to end the meeting and take her with him. He could no longer stomach the stench coming from the place and felt that staying any longer would risk the smell sticking to him. The Hightowers and Targaryens had then gone their own way, with one exception of course. Malora. She joined Regal inside the Red Keep, something which Leighton had no trouble agreeing to. Despite his words, the men might even be thinking that Regal was seriously considering a betrothal between their houses. After all, Malora had proved just how useful she could be. And dangerous. He was more likely to burn her than he was to marry her to his brother. Now, the two of them were inside one of the private chambers in Maegor's Holdfast. This was to be her residence for the duration of the celebrations. Regal had sent Rhaegal ahead to inform their father of their talk with Leighton Hightower, with some noticeable omissions. Something Regal wasn't sure of sharing yet with his parents was the extent of his magical knowledge. Not when he had more questions than answers. Ser Barristan was posted outside of the room to ensure their privacy. Melisandre on the other hand had left for her pyre in the underground passages, saying that she no longer wished to be in Malora's presence. Needless to say, the girl's earlier comment about the Lord of Light's lack of insight into the future had left the Red Priestess annoyed, which was putting it mildly. You will also turn over your glass candle to me. Regal ignored the girl's joke as he stood by the window of the room. From here, he had a good view of the Blackwater. Despite how unclean the water had become over the centuries, from a distance it was still beautiful. It will be relocated to Dragonstone for safekeeping. Oh my. Is this why you took me away from my father? To steal everything from me? That's not very princely of you. Her faux concern could not fool anyone, especially as she made herself comfortable on the bed. She probably learned how to lie from her father. The candles are legacies of Valyria. He decided to humor her for a bit. Too true. She smiled. Do you not find it strange then that there are none on Dragonstone? Regal glanced at her again. I'm sure you have an answer for that. Not as much as you might think, she replied, her smile still in place. Everything I've told you is stuff that you'd discover on your own, I'm sure. There are bigger mysteries out there. Ones that I haven't been able to crack. If you think you can talk me into giving up that glass candle dash. Oh no. Malora quickly shook her head. You can have it, if you like. Although I would think that you'd prefer your own. My glass candle has become attuned to me. I'm not sure how much use you'd get out of it at this point, not when your magical knowledge is so poor. Regal cocked his head. You know, if you're trying to get into my good graces, then you're doing an awful job at it. You insult me, my prince. Malora covered her mouth in mock outrage. The moment that I told you that we were trying to hatch the egg is the moment that I knew you would never like me. Then why tell me of it? As I said, you'd have figured it out sooner or later. It's better to reveal my hand to you now when you're more controlled. I would not risk your anger. I don't fancy being burned alive, you see. Besides, there is more than one glass candle on Westeros, and despite your lack of formal training when it comes to magic you seem to grow by instinct. She pouted. It's not fair. I've had to train since I was 3 and suffered many setbacks, you know. Even now I'm not very good at using the glass candle. But you only continue to grow. You managed to revive the eggs too despite all my years of efforts. So she didn't know about his other meeting with that unknown female voice. That was good to know. She did say that she had only taken a peek. Regal ignored the rest. I know the Citadel have some. I just did not think anyone was using them. An oversight on his part. Malora waved her hand. You don't have to worry about that. Apart from some silly test, those silly men do not know how to use them. And they're brand new too. I'm sure they would quickly adapt to your flames. That's where you excel at, right? The dragons seem to speak to you in some way, so I'm confident the glass candles will do the same. I can't wait to see what you find out when you use them. Some new purpose might be revealed, one that I cannot yet see. Ah, but you can still have mine. My father said it was better to wait and see what you would do first, so my glass candle is back at the High Tower. I told him that you were more reasonable than the rest of your family, but he didn't want to risk it. Such a worrywart, I tell you. This girl. Did she ever stop? Regal sighed as he turned back to the window. Regardless, you will not be leaving my side for the foreseeable future. Of course. Regal felt his eyebrow raise when he found Malora suddenly standing beside him, hugging his arm tightly. She was faster than she looked. This will give me more opportunities to change your opinion of me. That will not happen. His anger might not be pointed at her right now, but his feelings for her could best be described as unnecessary annoyance. Malora pouted again. That's not very fair. Are you judging me because of my family's actions? That would be hypocritical of you. Your family isn't clean either, you know. The past has little bearing to me, Regal retorted as he removed his arm from her unwelcome embrace. He could admit to himself that the older girl was attractive, but beyond that he had little interest in her in a romantic sense. My ancestors made their fair share of mistakes, but that does not represent me. Same with you and your family. You are not them. Her face brightened. Then dash. However, he cut her off. I still don't trust you. Your father might have tried to talk around it, but this is about self-preservation. You said it yourself. I would have discovered this eventually, and you knew that once I did I would come for you. So you convinced your father that it would be better to kneel to avoid my ire. It's smart. But that's fundamentally what your family has been doing for generations. You're survivors. I won't begrudge you for it, but that doesn't mean that I can trust you. Malora didn't have a chance to respond as Regal leaned in closer to stare into her eyes. The same eyes that had been lifeless before were vibrant and full of life now. Tell me. If I wasn't here, what would you have done? With all of your abilities, what would you have done for my family? The answer was clear. Leighton had already spelled it out when he was giving his vow. They would have kept looking out for themselves, working on their magic and trying to see if they could hatch the dragon egg without a care for the Targaryens. Self-preservation. It was understandable really. It was pragmatic. It just did not inspire trust. Rather than looking sad, Malora seemed delighted by his words. You connect things fast. But yes. I will not lie. Your family is no longer what it once was. I'm sure you've known that for a long time. You're at your weakest, and because of that the realm does not know how to react when they see your resurgence. When they see you. But the rest of your family? They were heading for their own destruction. Where would that have left us? Would you have us follow them to doom? When so much is at stake? Regal did not answer her. Not directly. Instead, he backed away from her. For someone so possessed with her dreams, you sounded coherent for once. You give me focus, she said without any shame, her face bright. Almost radiant. It's bizarre to me. The longer I'm around you, the calmer I feel. It's almost like your flames are full of vitality, and some of it is passing over to me. Strengthening me and my mind. I'm probably more susceptible to it because of my magic. It soothes the soul. Regal's eyes narrowed at her words. So let's keep talking. Malora quickly latched onto his arm again, or she tried to. But Regal moved out of the way. Not that it seemed to deter her any. I posed that riddle to you earlier. What do you think happened to the glass candles on Dragonstone? I personally think it had something to do with Visenya Targaryen and her son, Maegor the Cruel. They either hid them away or were destroyed during their reign of destruction, but I've never been able to get a clear read on her. She used blood magic of some kind, but to what extent? And what happened to all of that knowledge? Did it die with her? What do you think? Once I'm on Dragonstone, I think I'll go exploring. Your family might have some treasures hidden away just waiting to be discovered again. If I find something, then I think that I deserve a reward. She was rambling again. Regal could not help but sigh. This was going to be taxing on his mind, wasn't it? And here he was looking forward to taking it easy, but now he had Malora to deal with. There was also the matter of the dragon egg. Unlike the others, this egg did not seem to be overbearing with its presence, as Regal had not felt the burning sensation once after touching it. Another mystery, he supposed. At this point, what else was new? But he knew Darren. Regal was sure that his little brother would come begging for him to hatch it, sooner rather than later, so that he could have his own dragon. And who was he to deny his precious little brother? At least he would have an excuse to stay in bed for a day before he met the rest of his competition, if they hadn't arrived already. Malora's pout caught his attention. Ignoring me, is it? That's a first. And not very fun. I have many things to consider. Yes, yes. Like the egg. Malora waved off his words. I suppose I'm old news to you now, but let me cast away any doubts you might have. I will sincerely work with you in ensuring that Westeros sees a better future. That's why you're keeping me alive, isn't it? And because you don't fully trust your Red Priestess. At the mention of Melisandre, Regal went silent. Malora shot him a curious look. How much do you know of her god? She did not seem to appreciate my insight, despite it being obvious. Regal kept his silence. He thought back to the one thing he had learned on the matter, that her god was a rock. Or so the distorted voice claimed, and given the circumstances Regal saw no reason for the ancient Valyrian to have lied. But what did that mean exactly? Just what was Lawler? What are gods? Malora would never get an answer from him. Aries had many questions. Even after Rhaegar's explanation, he was not satisfied. He wanted to know why his son would be interested in having Malora Hightower join him at court if he had no intention of marrying her. When Rhaegar seemed hesitant to give him a clear answer, Aries summoned Regal. He wanted to know the true reason for all of this farce. Inside the Solar, Sheena and Darren were still enthralled by the dragon egg. Aries could not blame his children for their fascination. It was the first time that they were seeing a dragon egg with their own eyes. He too had been similarly enthralled when he had first gazed upon a dragon egg. This was when he was still a mere prince, and his grandfather was king. When he had gathered 7 dragon eggs for their trip to Summerhall for that fateful day. Back then, Aries had wished that one of them would hatch, so that he could become a dragon rider like his ancestors. That felt like a lifetime ago. Now Aries was king, and he was dealing with his own problems. It did not take Regal long to return to the Solar after being summoned. After being questioned, his heir and legacy explained to him the main reason for wanting to keep Malora Hightower close: glass candles. Apparently the Hightowers had one, and they had been using it for years. Another part of their legacy, at the hands of Undulls. Another slight. Aries was incensed. How dare they? Who do they think they are? Rather than working alongside them, Aries had half a mind to throw Leighton Hightower and his family in the dungeons where they could rot for all of eternity for all their disrespect on this day. She knows how to use them, father, Regal proceeded to say. There are more at the Citadel, which I will retrieve when I head south. But she can be another pair of eyes that can serve our house. For the danger she posed, it was too weak of an argument. Aries could sense that his son had different motivations, but what could those be? Aries considered ordering Regal to tell him but then thought better of it. His son had never led him astray so far. Rather, he had only brought immense power and prestige to their house. The dragons were once again going to be feared across the world. For that, and because of his love, Aries was willing to let the matter drop and stomach the idea of letting the Hightower girl join his son at court. Aries already knew that there would be whispers about this. The lords would not know what to make of it, especially when no betrothal would be announced between the Targaryens and Hightowers. Let them scamper, he sneered inside his mind. Aries was not in a mood to consider the concerns of the petty lords. Not after a day like this, where he was forced to deal with a scheming man like Leighton Hightower. Aries decided to make the new arrangement known tomorrow, before his small council. Along with all the other changes that would be coming to the realm. In the meantime, he participated in something far more interesting. The birth of a new dragon. Darren looked delighted when Regal announced that he would hatch the egg. Despite his young age, his youngest was bright, just like his older brothers. He knew what this meant. Really, brother? Darren was instantly hopping in place. It was the first time Aries was seeing him happy in days, and it softened his heart. He had hated to see his son so gloomy but could not offer any words of comfort. For what could he say that was worth a dragon? Regal nodded as he patted Darren's head. Of course, little brother. Better to do it now before the celebrations begin. Then it'll join the others on Dragonstone. I'll be out for a day, and that won't do me any well when I'm trying to compete. Darren was too busy celebrating to understand the rest of what his brother had said. Regal, will you really be okay? Rhaegal was of course concerned. Aries found that his sister-wife was often much too soft on their children. They were all dragons, so they needed a firmer hand. Not that he did not understand her worries. They were all that were left of the mighty Targaryen dynasty. They could not afford more losses. Regal smiled at his mother. Do not worry, mother. I've already done this before. And it's only one egg this time. It'll be much easier, I'm sure. Sheena expressed her own excitement at seeing such an important moment for herself. Like her brother, she had missed the birth of the dragons and was curious to know more. Aries could barely contain himself too. Things happened quickly after that. Aries briefly considered allowing the lords to see such a marvel for themselves but thought better of it. This was a moment among family, not for the realm. Besides, he had already dismissed the court earlier today. It would take too much time to gather all the lords and knights again. And Aries was rarely a patient man. Regal summoned the Red Priestess, who did not hesitate to join them. From there, they all headed to the infamous Maiden Vault, which stood behind the Royal September. Here, they would have the most privacy, especially after Aries ordered Ser Gerald and the other Kingsguard to lock down the entire area. Inside, the ritual was quick but powerful. Aries' eyes fixated on the flames that his son conjured. They were much more powerful than ever, which delighted him. It appeared as if his son's abilities just continued to grow more and more as he aged. It might frighten the lesser lords, but to Aries it was just proof of their superiority over Westeros. The thought of the red keep catching fire never even crossed his mind. The flames seemed to be kept in place by an invisible force. Perhaps a barrier of some kind. No doubt the work of the Red Priestess and her symbols. The more he saw of her, the more gleeful he became. Hers was a religion that understood the power of fire. The power of the dragons. Such a religion deserved its official recognition in the realm, did it not? Yes, yes. Aries could see it now. The High Septon might splutter and complain, but already the Seven Kingdoms were home to other faiths. The addition of another was of little concern now. Those thoughts were shelved for another time as the flames began to die down. Despite the barrier between them and the rest of the world, the heat had still been almost unbearable, which spoke of their intensity. Aries was sweating through his black and red doublet, and Targaryens were supposed to have some amount of heat resistance. How fascinating. Of course, that paled in comparison to the sounds of small chirps coming from the middle of the room, where a kneeling Regal held a small dragon in his hands. Melisandre was at his side, and other than parts of his doublet being burned off, his son was just fine. The new hatchling caught the attention of everyone in the room, but none more so than Darren, who was instantly running to where Regal was despite Rhaegal's warnings. Aries took in every aspect of the newly born dragon. It was of a pale green color. Its horns and wings had a very soft white shading, and its eyes were of the same pale green color. It was different than Ancalagon's darker green complexion, which was more eerie and striking. In comparison, this dragon seemed almost delicate. It was still a powerful beast of fire, and Aries admired it as such. Sheena soon joined Darren and ran for her older brother, while Regal was more calm with his movements. Rhaegal came to join Aries and stood by his side as their children all gathered around the new dragon. "It's quite a sight, isn't it?" she said softly. Her voice was full of warmth. She always became like this when she saw all of their children gathered together. After Darren's birth, they had agreed to hold off on having more so quickly, as per Maester Kyburn's suggestion. The lingering effects of Rhaegal's first birth with the twins were still there. The last thing Aries wanted was to endanger her life. Perhaps they could start trying for more now. Westeros needed the Targaryens, and there were still too few of them. Without thinking, Aries grabbed Rhaegal's hand with his own, which she accepted. And so, this was how the new dragon Bael came into existence, and her rider would be none other than Prince Darren Targaryen. Eddard Stark, or Ned, as his friends and family called him, took in the warm and pleasant air of the Riverlands with gusto as his party left behind the mountains of the Vale. He was a wolf, but he was a wolf who had come to find enjoyment in warmer climates. He rode with patience as he followed Elbert Arryn on horseback. Jon Arryn rode inside the carriage in the middle of the pack. The men could still ride if he had to, but age was not his friend, and it was more comfortable and safe for him to ride inside the carriage. The opposite was true for his best friend, Robert Baratheon. The 1 in 10 Baratheon was loud and full of laughter as he rode beside Ned while proudly wearing his house's colors. "About damn time we left those mountains, Ned," he said with a wide grin. Ned almost shook his head. Recently, his best friend had gotten into the habit of cursing. He said it was fun. Ned didn't really get it, but then again his friend was a wild spirit at heart. "I'm sure you'll start missing the mountains when we reach King's Landing," Elbert said with a small grin of his own. "I've been to the city a couple of times myself, and it's nothing like the clean air you get while on a mountain." "Less attacks from the hill tribes too," Robert japed with a loud laugh. Not that that wasn't fun either. After they had traversed past the famous Gates of the Moon, their group had been ambushed by a hill tribe. It was the first time that Ned had ever seen real combat, and he was ashamed to admit that he had frozen up in the beginning. It was thanks to the older knights in their group, namely one Lord Yon Royce, that Ned was able to survive the encounter without injury. The Lord was tall, the tallest man that Ned had ever seen. And he had the muscles and strength to complement his stature. "That's not something to joke about," Elbert scolded, but Ned knew that Robert would not listen. Whether it was in the training yard or outside of it, his friend seemed to have an appetite for battle. And the talent for it too. Robert was only a year older than him, but he was already much taller and bigger. Honestly, whether at Winterfell or at the Aerie, there was always someone taller than Ned. It wasn't fair. Bah. Robert rolled his eyes. "Don't take it too seriously. Besides, it was almost like an exercise. The real fun will be in the melee." Of course Robert had signed up. Ned had considered participating too, but he wasn't technically a squire. Not that he needed it, but tourneys and the like were more of a southern thing. Ned wasn't one to show off his skills unless he had to. Not that it had ever stopped his older brother from his boasts and wanting to take part in tourneys himself when he came of age. The thought of his older brother reminded Ned of the letters he carried with the rest of his belongings. Before leaving for King's Landing, he had received 3 letters from Winterfell. One came from his father, while the other 2 were from Brandon and Lyanna. Although he could tell that his sister had needed help writing hers. Probably from Brandon. The 2 of them were always inseparable, to the point that Ned remembered being jealous of their closeness at times. Ned had expected the letters to just be more of the usual updates on their lives, as he did with his letters whenever he wrote to them. Only now there was more to them than mere pleasantries. Dragons. The word had been stuck inside Ned's mind for some days now. If his brother and sister had been the only ones to tell him of dragons being alive again, then he would have never believed them. But when his father and Lord Arryn both corroborated his siblings' tales, then Ned realized that he was now living in a new world. One that contained dragons. It was so unreal that he still did not know what to make of it. The tales of Prince Regal Targaryen and his abilities were one thing. But now dragons too. The world was indeed a big place. I don't have to remind you to conduct yourself better when we reach the capital, do I? Elbert reminded Ned of Brandon at times, but the heir to the Aerie could also be stern when the moment called for it. You're not going to be in the Aerie any longer and proper conduct is needed. Jon Arryn tried to be strict, but Ned knew that he allowed Robert too much freedom at times. Robert snorted. Yeah. Your uncle already told me the same thing. Something about making a good impression on the Targaryens, right? Sounds stupid to me. Ned glanced at his friend. Have you ever met them? From what he could remember, Robert's father was a cousin to King Aries, right? Once. Robert sounded bored now. I barely remember it. They came to Storm's End right around the time Stannis was born. They were really boring. I never saw any of that weird magic stuff that people always talk about. They must be making it up. Elbert shot Robert a sharp look. Mind your tongue, Robert. My uncle was there when the Crown Prince showed his abilities, and the Crown Prince was supposedly only one at the time. You will not be making such comments while we're in the capital, do you understand? Sheesh, I get it already. Robert grumbled. I'm just saying what I think. The dragons must be made up too. They're already dead. Then the king would be a fool to declare such a thing, Elbert retorted. He probably is, Robert griped. I mean, he's with his sister, isn't he? How weird is that? Another sharp glance from Elbert was enough to finally make Robert clam up, but Ned knew that these were just his friend's honest thoughts when it came to his extended family. To be honest, Ned himself did not know how to feel about the royal family. He had never met them, and the Iron Throne seemed like a distant thing to him. It never really played a role in his life. Until now. He was marching right into their city, where he would meet up with the rest of his family to celebrate the prince's name day as well as the return of the dragons. Ned decided to put the matter to rest for now. Dwelling on it would do him no good, right? Hopefully he didn't come close to one of the dragons. Lyanna's letter boasted that she had petted one of them, much to his horror. His sister was too wild sometimes. Brandon becoming friends with the Crown Prince is weird too. While Ned was building his friendship with Robert, Brandon went and befriended the Crown Prince. Life was full of twists, wasn't it? Despite his intentions, thoughts of dragons and the Targaryens kept popping up in Ned's head as they continued their trek through the Riverlands. Eventually, they came across an unnamed village close to the River Trident. It was very small and overall very unremarkable. It wasn't too far off from the inn at the crossroads, where they would cross the river to the other side. Other smaller towns were in the area too, places that Ned had only read about but never seen. Like the infamous Harroway town where Maegor the Cruel had gone on a harrowing purge of House Harroway and any who might share their blood. My mind always seems to return to the Targaryens, Ned mused to himself. How worrying. Anyway, the village probably couldn't house more than 200 people, and it had no September. But as they rode through, Ned spotted a man standing in what appeared to be the village center preaching to a small audience. He wore disheveled brown robes that had seen better days. The same could be said for the man's face, which was unkempt. The man's poor appearance did not seem to take away from the strength of his voice and his message. An abomination. Already there are tales of his fire, and now dragons are returning. Hear me. These are signs. Signs that speak to dark times. For it was these same instruments that brought an end to the Valyrians so long ago. Should we allow this so-called prince to lead us to a similar fate? I say no. We must maintain our faith and speak against their abominable ways. They keep to their impious ways by continuing their blasphemous marriages. They do not belong in the embrace of the seven. The crowd was ensnared by the speech as they clapped and cheered. Ned was confused. What is he talking about? Robert looked confused too. Only Elbert appeared alarmed. Impossible. They couldn't be spreading this close to Harrenhal. Not yet. Ned didn't understand. What do you mean, Elbert? The young Arryn ignored him as he quickly turned his horse back to where Lord Yohn Royce was riding. The imposing man seemed to have already heard of the commotion, and was ready when Elbert approached him. The two shared words, but they were too far for Ned to hear them. Robert frowned. What's got Elbert looking so worried now? Ned wasn't sure, but it was clear that whatever it was had to do with this disheveled man's words. Was he a preacher? A septon? Ned had never encountered one before. He never went to the Septs in the Vale, as that was no place for an old gods worshipper like him. He thought that they were better dressed than this, though. He hadn't been paying too much attention to what the man was preaching, catching only parts of it. Neither Ned nor Robert would receive an answer, unfortunately. They only saw Lord Royce report something to John Arryn inside his carriage, which forced the much older lord to come out and see the preacher for himself. They never found out what happened after that, as Elbert ushered them forward as John Arryn stayed behind with Yohn Royce and some other men in their group. "You're keeping stuff from us now." Robert didn't look too happy. "Is it because of what that guy was saying? Talking bad about the Targaryens?" Elbert didn't answer him, not right away. Ned noticed him tighten his grip on his reins. "Robert, drop it for now. It's not something you have to worry about yet." The young Baratheon scowled but kept quiet as he faced forward, sulking. Ned glanced back to the small village as they continued toward the river. Something in his heart told him that this was far from over. Chapter 30, Changes. Leighton Hightower would like to say that he was surprised to see Olenna Tyrell greeting him at his manse early in the morning. After the events of the previous day, Leighton was just happy to still have his head attached to his shoulders, and also be free. Of course, it had to come at the cost of his eldest daughter's freedom, but Malora had been eager to join Prince Regal. Outside of her magic studies, it was the first time he had seen his daughter be excited about something, let alone another human being. His eldest, Baelor, was doing his best to entertain the former Lady of Highgarden as servants prepared some refreshments for them in the common room. Despite the permanent stink of the city, it did house impressive living areas for the lords when large events were hosted. The decorations of the manse were not to his personal taste, but then again he was not going to be staying here for too long. Olenna did not look too impressed as Baelor stumbled his way through a conversation. Leighton did not know what it even was about as he entered the room. Right away, the woman zeroed in on him, ignoring his son completely. "Well, I see you're finally up. How rude to not personally greet the mother of your liege lord." As if she had given an advanced notice of her arrival. Ignoring the relief on his son's face, Leighton joined them at the large table in the middle of the room. It was well designed, and it could sit around 20 people. One of the female servants quickly came in to set down a cup with some tea while another went to bring him his breakfast. "Forgive me, Lady Tyrell." Leighton tilted his head. "I did not know you were coming today." "Don't patronize me, Lord Hightower." Olenna snorted in obvious derision. "After the stunt you pulled yesterday, you should have known that a visit from me was inevitable. And yet, you waited an entire day." Leighton knew why. Olenna had waited to see if the king would announce that he had accepted the betrothal between his daughter and Prince Regal. Now that an entire day had passed, the chances of it occurring were low. A part of Leighton had hoped that the king would have accepted it. Or at least for Prince Regal to have tried to convince the king of the merits of the proposal. The rest of him knew how foolish such a hope was. After lying to the king and admitting that they were tampering with a dragon egg, there was little hope of the king being so kind to him and his family. This was not considering events of the past. His ancestors had really screwed up many things for him. Rhaena Targaryen's marriage to Garmund Hightower was not some great success. It was a peace offering that had only come after all other options had closed. Much like the Valyrians, the Hightowers would never again have such a strong influence in court after the dance. Leighton sometimes wondered if his house's supposed allies had accounted for that and were happy with it. So many unanswered questions. "Your ploy was not half bad," Olenna remarked, causing Leighton to focus on her again. "With dragons returning, those eggs are worth more than gold." Ah. She thought the dragon egg itself was the prize, not merely an opening gesture. Of course. For all of Olenna's supposed brilliance, she was still unable to see the bigger picture. Then again, were it not for his daughter, Leighton would probably still be the same. Westeros was blind to the true wonders that existed out there. However, it seems the king did not take your bait, she openly mocked him. King Aries might be short-sighted at times, but he knows his history. And he's a proud man. Do you think that he would have jumped at the opportunity to tie your houses together again? The politician in him had held that vain hope, yes. Leighton did not let his true thoughts show as he said, "We can skip this preamble, Lady Tyrell. We both know what this is about." Indeed. Olenna was at least graceful enough to accept his olive branch as she leaned back in her seat to make herself more comfortable. "I have come to you on whether you will accept House Tyrell's offer and bind our houses together." Some might see it as an act of desperation to have Olenna herself come to him personally with this matter, but Leighton did not. She was hoping to apply pressure and corner him so that he could finally give her a straight answer. Leighton allowed himself to smile. "You truly mean to secure your son's rule, don't you?" the red wines would back him. Her brother was still Lord of the Arbor, and the next lord would be cousin to Mace Tyrell. Securing a marriage pact with House Hightower ensured that two of the strongest houses in the Reach remained loyal to the Tyrells for the foreseeable future. It was not a bad gambit, and at this point Leighton had little reason to refuse. The future has become more fragile in recent weeks, Olenna said, her tone more subdued. There are many changes that will come, and it is unknown how they will affect the realm. Powers are shifting, and sides will be drawn. What I do know is that I will not allow the Reach to suffer through it all. Yes, yes. So noble. It had nothing to do with securing power for her new house whatsoever. Not at all. Have you met the Crown Prince? Leighton suddenly asked her. His question threw Olenna off guard for a moment, but she quickly recovered. I have not had a chance to speak to him privately, no. You might wish to take the time to do so one of these days. You'll come to realize that he has no intention of destabilizing the realm. Olenna did not answer, her face blank. Leighton was privately amused. He knew that the woman before him thought the Targaryens were too pompous for their own good. While others saw beauty in their looks, she only saw silliness in human form. Leighton did not know how much of that were her honest feelings or if she held some personal grudge against the House of the Dragon, but it was amusing nonetheless. I'll take that into consideration, she merely said before leaning in. Now. Your answer. She was not going to let up about that. Leighton knew when he was beaten, and he tired of these petty talks. I have no reason to refuse, Lady Tyrell. My daughter shall wed Lord Mace. It was a new day, but the weight of the world did not lessen as Tywin made his way to the training yard of the Red Keep. It was early, but it was not him who had called for a small council meeting on this day. With the arrival of more and more lords, Tywin had assumed that Aries would busy himself with welcoming them one by one in the throne room all day, something that he had been unable to do the previous day. Instead, a servant had delivered a message while he was still in bed with his wife. Aries had called for the small council before the rest of the court opened. What are you up to this time, Aries? Tywin couldn't shake the feeling that this was not going to be a normal meeting. On his way to meet with the king and the others, one of his personal servants, who acted as an informant for him inside the Red Keep, told him of Prince Regal's presence in the training yard. He might be cutting it close, but a meeting with the Crown Prince right now would be crucial for putting the rest of the pieces together later. And so, after a quick breakfast, Tywin headed for the training yard with haste. There, just as he had been told, the young prince was in the middle of a practice session with Ser Barry Stan. The two of them must have been out here for some time now since the prince was covered in sweat, so much so that his silver-gold hair was damp. He was wearing nothing but loose trousers as he moved through the training yard like a man possessed. A dragon's fire. The thought invaded Tywin's mind before he could stop it. There were many tales of Aegon the Conqueror's drive that had made him conquer Westeros in the first place. A drive that many of his descendants had tried to replicate over the centuries. Tywin had never seen it in Aries before. His friend was social and certainly charming to an extent, but he was secure in his position. He never strived for more. The prince seemed to be of a different breed as he clashed blades with the Kingsguard. Despite the prince's young age, Tywin was confident that he already possessed the skill of more experienced knights. It just so happened that his opponent was arguably the best knight on the continent, so the chances of victory were slim. Tywin also took a moment to admire the Valyrian steel sword in the prince's hands. Bright flame. It was a thing of beauty. It made Tywin think of Dark Sister, which was no less beautiful but also carried more history with it. Just like in days past, the Targaryens now possessed two Valyrian steel swords while the Lannisters had none. There were lesser houses out there with a legendary blade, but not the Lannisters. It was such a disgrace that Tywin had to push down the anger that was bubbling inside of him. There was no reason to be thinking about that right now. He was on a mission that was far more important than a Valyrian steel sword. Tywin waited patiently for the prince to finish his exercise before announcing his presence. Prince Regal. Good morrow to you. The young prince did not look surprised by his presence as he turned to face him, panting ever so slightly. He still held Bright Flame at his side as he inclined his head in Tywin's direction. Lord Hand. A very active morning I see. Yes. I retired early for the night, so I have a lot of energy to burn off right now. I must keep myself ready for the melee. Ah, yes. Jaime had been talking non-stop about the upcoming tourney. Tywin had never fancied himself much of a warrior. He had trained, certainly, but he let others find glory in the front lines. The prince took a moment to gather his bearings as Ser Barristan handed him a cloth for his sweat. Tywin was more than happy to just stand back, not wanting to come off as too overbearing. "Is there something that you need from me, Lord Hand?" the prince asked, his tone curious. "There might just be." Tywin took a couple of steps toward the prince, eyeing Barristan. "Although this might be a conversation better reserved for just the two of us." There were no one else around, not this early. No one except for the King's Guard. Regal's smile was subtle, but Tywin noticed it. "You don't have to worry. Ser Barristan is one of my most loyal friends. He will not share your secrets." He paused. "Of course, unless you are speaking of some treachery dash. There is no need for such a joke, my prince." Tywin didn't want to entertain that thought. "I just wanted to offer you a proposal." "A proposal?" "Yes. About the future." Regal just looked at him, curious. "As Lord Hand, I am tasked with managing 7 kingdoms, just as your father. So the future is constantly on my mind. Your father has chosen to continue the Targaryen tradition of marrying brother to sister, but I sometimes wonder if that will be wise for the realm. These next few years will be challenging, I'm sure. Many things will change, and the realm will require stability. I cannot help but worry that marrying your sister might be seen as too isolationist by the other lords. House Targaryen will require more allies, do you not agree?" His words were chosen carefully, or so Tywin thought. Because he was not lying, nor was he being truthful. He was not going to propose what he really wanted, not right now. Regal did not give a response right away. He just watched him, silent. His eyes were studying him, but Tywin did not budge. At last, Regal began to speak. "That is a most interesting thought, Lord Hand. Have you spoken of your concerns to my father? He is king." "I have not had the chance, my prince. I'm on my way to a council meeting right now, but when I saw you I felt compelled to share my concerns with you as well. I know you've sat in our meetings before. You have accomplished much already, and I'm confident that you will continue to do so. You understand how important balance is. You worry for the realm, just as much as I do." Regal did not give an answer. He just stared at him. Tywin still did not budge. "It is my hope that you will speak to the king of such concerns as well. For the future of the realm." Something flashed in Regal's eyes, but Tywin was too slow to pick up on it. "I will take that into advisement, Lord Hand." He turned away. "I will not keep you any longer. I wish to continue with my training, and you have a meeting to attend." Yes, he had dawdled here for too long. But he had accomplished what he wanted. "Thank you for your understanding, Prince Regal." With those parting words, Tywin turned and began his walk toward the small council chamber, confident that he had taken the first step. Aries might be stubborn, but his son was more reasonable. In time, the prince would see that the Lannisters could offer more benefits than his sister, even if she was now a dragon rider. For the prince already possessed a dragon. The Lannisters could provide the rest for him. Now, he just needed to find a way to talk to Aries about the future as well. Ser Gerald Hightower awoke feeling well-rested. Ser Gawain Gaunt had taken over his post for the night of guarding the king and queen alongside Ser Harlan. Right now, the two had earned their rest while the others took over. He'd heard that Prince Lewin had been summoned by the princess to help her with her archery again. It seemed like Princess Sheena had taken a liking to the Dornish prince. Or maybe she just valued his lessons. Gerald greeted Ser Oswell, who stood watch by the entrance of the small council chamber. While his fellow brothers in white were stationed at their posts, Gerald had to attend the small council meeting as the Lord Commander of the King's Guard. As he stepped inside, Gerald found that he was the second to last to arrive. Only the Lord Hand seemed to be missing, which was rare. What was more bizarre was the presence of another who had never been in one of the meetings. Gerald recognized the man. He was one of the so-called pyromancers from the Alchemists Guild who had accompanied the Crown Prince to the north. King Aries was already in his seat. "Lord Commander." "Your Grace." Gerald bowed his head before he quickly made over to his seat, all the while glancing at the pyromancer with curiosity. He was not the only one. As he sat, Gerald noticed the other members looking at the men with open curiosity. None asked any questions, though. It was quiet inside the chamber until Tywin Lannister arrived a moment later. "Apologies for my tardiness," he quickly expressed his apologies as he sat down. He did not offer an excuse. The king waved his hand, unconcerned. "It is no matter. I was the one who summoned you all on short notice. Tywin took in the presence of the pyromancer. Your Grace, who is this exactly? I have many news to share today, but I suppose this will be my first. Starting today, Wisdom Leighton will be joining the small council as my Master of Whisperers. The announcement was met with skepticism, or in the Grand Maesters' case wariness. Gerald could not fully fault them. The position of Master of Whisperers was not always filled, and typically when someone was appointed it was a sign of unrest for the realm. The last one to hold the office was the one ominously known as Blue Draven, one of the bastards of Aegon IV that had been legitimized. There had been many who had hated the men during his tenure. Leighton was all smiles as he stood up and bowed before the small council. My lords, I am very appreciative of this opportunity. I shall do my best to serve the realm to the best of my abilities. The skepticism remained, but most of the small council just nodded, accepting the appointment for what it was. Something out of their control. Gerald remained calm. Unlike the others, he would follow his king's wisdom as always. I must object to this, Your Grace. Surprisingly, it was the Grand Maester who expressed his disapproval. This man does not deserve to sit on your council. It is bad enough that he and his order have filled Prince Regal's head with nonsense, but this is too much. Nonsense. Aries turned to the Grand Maester with a glower. Of what nonsense do you speak, Grand Maester? Pycelle seemed to shrink in his seat. It was one of the few moments where he had let his emotions do the talking for him, and it was not for a winnable cause. He belongs to an order of cravens and liars, Your Grace. Pycelle said, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Their wildfire is nothing more than a dangerous curse. You dash. Leighton glared at Pycelle. You and your order have no right to speak of us. You do not understand the true significance of the substance. How dare you dash? Enough. Aries slammed his fist on the table, causing both men to go quiet. I will not allow petty grudges in this council, do you understand? Neither man responded, still eyeing the other with loathing. Gerald was mentally shaking his head. He did not know much of the history of the Alchemists' Guild, but he did know that they had been rivals of the Citadel and the Maesters once upon a time. To think that such an old grudge would still exist. It was nothing more than idiocy. Are you going to question who I place upon my small council, Grand Maester? Aries turned his anger toward Pycelle, who looked down. I would never go that far, Your Grace. I merely wish to offer my counsel. Then there is no problem. Aries' eyes narrowed. Wisdom Leighton's appointment is settled. Whether Pycelle truly accepted it or not did not stop the men from nodding as he went silent. Of course Leighton was looking triumphant. Gerald knew that the man's guild was only enjoying so much success because of Prince Regal's patronage, but it was not his place to speak on such things. As Leighton sat back down, Aries continued. I have several more important announcements to make. Firstly, Regal hatched the dragon egg yesterday, and it successfully bonded with Darren. My son has chosen to name it Bael, in remembrance of the Black Dread himself. I will have this known. Congratulations, Your Grace. Lord Staunton jumped at the opportunity to give his empty praises. Now everyone in the royal family is a dragon rider. Indeed. Aries looked overjoyed by this fact. The strength of the Targaryens will be known once more. We are still a house to be feared. Gerald probably understood that better than any of these men, for he had seen firsthand what Prince Regal was capable of. Unfortunately, he also knew that Prince Darren's failure to initially bond with any of the dragons in front of the court would probably be used against him in the future. He had tried to reproach any of the servants whom he overheard speaking of such things, but the damage was already done. Hopefully the young prince wouldn't take it to heart as he grew. This is glorious news indeed, Tywin said calmly. For Gerald, the Lannister was always the most difficult one to read. Yes, but there's more. While on Skagos, my son met with lords from the strongest houses living on the island. They have agreed to bend the knee directly to the Iron Throne. Henceforth, Skagos will belong to the Crownlands and the Targaryens. The news was met with silence once more as the lords began to trade uneasy glances. Only Lord Valerian remained undisturbed, as he had already known of this beforehand. Taking lands from the north would be dash. It is already done. Whatever objections Lord Chelstead was going to raise went unheard as Aries cut him off with a wave of his hand. Lord Stark has agreed with the annexation. In exchange, the gift will be returned to the north to do with as they please. The Night's Watch has given their assent over the matter. In the past, I have ignored their pleas for assistance, but to reward them for their obedience the crown will be sending supplies to alleviate their suffering. Furthermore, the Lord Commander and my son have come to an agreement. Moving forward, volunteers to the Watch will not have to serve for life. They can join for short periods of time. I know that there are many third and fourth sons out there looking to make a name for themselves. This will help with the shortage of manpower as well as train many more knights for the realm for any future conflict. There will still be those who can take the vow and join for life if they wish, but that will be their choice. Gerald took in the expressions of the small council. They were more than a little astonished by this development. Tywin looked bewildered. Prince Regal achieved this. He did. And I have approved it. Aries looked at his hand with a hint of challenge. Do you disagree with any of it, Lord Hand? No, I do not. I just did not imagine that Prince Regal had such aims when he went to the north, Tywin said, no doubt trying to choose his words carefully. Gerald could not disagree with that sentiment, even if it was just an excuse to mask what the man was really thinking. On top of managing to hatch several dragon eggs, the Crown Prince had also negotiated the annexation of Skagos into the Crownlands while making deals with both the Starks and the Night's Watch. It was more than a little overwhelming. These are times of change, Aries looked dismissive. The realm has stagnated. I will see it revitalized under my reign. There were no words of empty praise. No words of agreement. Only silence, for none of these lords knew how to accept such big changes right now. After all, Aries' reign had been one of stability. No major laws had been passed. No reforms. The kingdoms were stable, and the small folk were not starving. But that was it. It was the status quo. It was normal. It was comfortable. Change was the opposite of that. As such, in the coming months, I will be transforming King's Landing into a city that is worthy of being called the heart of Westeros. A city that is worthy of the dragons, Aries proclaimed with rising vigor. Thanks to my Regal and his work with the Alchemists Guild, Westeros now has access to the might of old Valyria. The forging of Dragonstone is now known once more, and with it I will transform King's Landing as well as the Crownlands. In time, I shall do the same with the rest of the realm. Westeros will soon have a highway that competes with the old highways of Essos. I shall herald a new era of construction and beauty. The king was enjoying himself. When it came to making boasts, few matched the king's skills. Only these were not empty ones. In the past, Aries had once said that he wanted to build a new city of pure marble and then never followed through. He had done the same at different times in the past decade with different promises, but for the first time the small council was taking him seriously. These men knew that the crown had access to considerable funds, and this was in addition to the taxes that the crown received from the realm. It was possible. The Grand Maester was perhaps the most surprised. How? Haleen sneered. That's a secret between the guild and the royal family. You have no need for that information. Pycelle seemed to want to argue, but a warning look from Tywin made him back down. Gerald could already tell that these petty back-and-forths would become more common in the small council moving forward. Lord Chelstead swallowed hard. Your Grace, such costs will be inconsequential, Aries said with a glare. Our trade routes will continue to expand. We will ensure that Essos continues to rely more on us as their pointless trading war continues. It is about time that I put my gold to use, and I have decided. Is that clear? There were no arguments. The lords understood that Aries would not be dissuaded, not that Gerald really understood why they would disagree with any of this. These were changes that were going to benefit the realm. No wonder I chose to take up the white cloak, he thought to himself. The politics of being a lord were not worth it. His nephew Leighton seemed to be doing well at it, though. A few more details were shared before the small council was dismissed, such as Malora Hightower's new placement in the court with the Crown Prince. That was also another piece of confusing information, as the king made no announcement of a betrothal with Prince Rhaegal and either of Leighton's daughters. They assumed that this meant that the king had rejected the proposal, but if that was the case then why was Malora Hightower being admitted to the court? A traitorous part of Gerald had wished that his king would accept the proposal, for he knew that either of his grandnieces would be treated well with Prince Rhaegal. Not to mention that the young prince was gifted, much like his twin. It would have been a great honor to have his house join the Targaryens once more, but it appeared as though that it was not meant to be. Lord Staunton suddenly found himself with new work as Aries tasked him with writing the new proclamations and laws that would soon be distributed to the realm. Needless to say, it would not be a meeting that any of them would soon forget. Cersei knew that she was in love the moment that she laid eyes on Prince Regal, just like the story spoke of. She had only seen him from afar when he returned from Dragonstone with the rest of his family, but his stature and looks were perfect. It was almost like he was a figure out of a legend, only that he was very real and right in front of her. She could already picture herself riding on his dragon with him, the two of them soaring through the sky like the Conqueror reborn. He just needed to know of her existence first. Cersei woke up early that morning with a goal in mind. She had been unable to speak to her prince the previous day because of the commotion that Leighton Hightower had caused. Her prince had vanished from the Red Keep after, and when she heard that he'd finally returned, he was already resting inside his chamber and not able to greet any guests. The world was cruel. Keeping her away from her promised one was unthinkable. And so, Cersei was determined to fix that mistake today. She had washed and dressed herself in one of her finest dresses. It was red and gold, symbolizing her house's colors. She briefly considered bringing Jaime along with her but thought better of it. After learning that she was meant to marry the crown prince and become the future queen, he had been acting weird. And Cersei didn't want her brother to distract her while she met her prince for the first time. She had asked one of the servants whether the crown prince was awake or not, and he confirmed that he was in the training yard with some of his friends. It was the perfect chance that she needed. Annoyingly, her guards looked uncomfortable with the idea of escorting her to the training yard without her father or mother knowing, but a sharp glare from her made them cower. Her mother was resting, and she usually awoke later than usual these days. There was no reason to disturb her. Cersei cheered inside her mind when the guards relented. It was exactly what her father would have done. She was a lioness. She could get whatever she wanted. And where are you going? Sadly, Cersei's luck ran out as before she could get 2 steps away from her chamber her aunt caught her. Aunt Jenna. Cersei did her best to appear innocent as she greeted her. Good morning. I hope you rested well. Jenna's eyes were fixed on her as she stood in the hallway. Not as much as you, I see. Already dressed and going out without breakfast. With one of your best dresses too. Where to? The training yard. Cersei knew lying to her aunt would be pointless. Besides, she wasn't doing anything wrong. Jaime's comments about the Kingsguard made me curious, and I heard that one of them is training over there. That was believable. She was sure that her aunt would buy it. And who is that Kingsguard training? Jenna asked with a raised eyebrow. Now, wasn't this annoying? Why did she have to ask more questions? Trying to keep her irritation down, Cersei replied, I don't know. Maybe another night? I did not ask. Of course. Cersei knew then that her aunt did not believe her. But how? She was sure that she had sounded convincing enough. You will not mind if I accompany you then? Jenna phrased it as a request, but Cersei knew that it was not. Of course not, aunt. She tried to sound cheerful. Jenna nodded as she fell in step next to her before they proceeded to make their way out of the royal apartments and into the training yard area of the Red Keep. It was not a short trip, and the silence between her and her aunt was almost suffocating. Still, Cersei tried her best to appear cheerful as they finally reached an archway that was next to the training yard. Just as the servant had said, her prince was there. He was in the middle of a sparring session with one of the Kingsguard. He was wielding Brightflame, the Valyrian steel sword that her father had spoken about in letters. It was beautiful, much like her prince was. Cersei briefly noted that Prince Rhaegal was present as well, as were some others that she had seen in the Red Keep in the last several days. Stannis Baratheon, Tytos Blackwood, and the somewhat charming Oberyn Martell. There was another boy that she did not recognize who was standing next to Prince Rhaegal, but Cersei quickly blocked him from her mind. Clearly he was not important. Her eyes were focused solely on her prince. His movements were rapid, and he wielded Brightflame with confidence. He seems to be doing well. Her aunt did not seem surprised by Prince Rhaegal's presence in the training yard. Cersei looked smug. Of course, aunt. He's the crown prince, after all. In her mind, that explained everything. While she tried to figure out a way to announce her presence without disturbing her prince, Cersei noticed movement from the other side of the training yard. Entering the training yard was none other than Princess Sheena. Unlike Cersei, she wore unflattering trousers and a tunic. She also had no regard for proper behavior as she interrupted the prince's spar with a squeal. The princess ran and jumped into her brother's arms, who struggled to keep them standing upright while talking excitedly about something. Unfortunately, Cersei was too far to hear any of what they were saying. But the sight of the princess acting so familiarly with her prince made Cersei more angry than she had felt in her short life. She was angrier than when her mother had separated her and Jaime after a simple misunderstanding. She knew that they were siblings, but the fact that they were promised to each other made her jealous. It should be her in the prince's arms right now, not Sheena. She was the one who was meant to be the next queen. So why was she standing on the sidelines while the younger girl hogged all of her prince's attention? Others began to join her prince in the training yard, but by this point Cersei was too angry to notice any of them. She could feel tears building, but she fought to hold them back. She was startled when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Looking up, Cersei was met with her aunt's sympathetic eyes. "It's okay, my dear. There are things in life that just do not work out. When you understand this, then you'll be able to be happy with what you have." Her aunt's words were not comforting to her. They only made Cersei want to cry more. Chapter 31, Melee Part 1. The days passed. Euron found himself bored during his stay in the Red Keep. There was so much politicking going on as news of Rhaegal's escapades in the north was finally shared with the rest of the realm that Euron wanted to stab someone. More ravens had been sent to every corner of Westeros with the new proclamations and laws that the king had laid out. The small folk of King's Landing were talking about them. Merchants, traders, sailors, and others were talking about them. Children were probably talking about them. The fact that King's Landing would be transformed for the first time since its foundation was causing a lot of excitement and anticipation of what it would look like. Beyond the chatter of the small folk, there were many whispers in court of the implications of the crown taking over Skagos and what this could mean for the future. There was an underlying fear of more changes, of the Targaryens taking more without the consent of the lords, but nothing was said in the open. The tension in the city was palpable, but Euron cared little for it. All of these affairs were meaningless in the end, so Euron saw little reason to pay them any mind. Only two things of note had happened in his mind. The first was that he had visited the infamous Street of Silk with Oberyn. He had briefly considered letting off some steam with some of the maids in the castle but thought better of it. He didn't want to risk going too overboard and permanently damaging one of them. Regal would not be pleased with him if that happened. Probably. The brothels there were a nice change of pace for a bit, and Oberyn had been generous enough to pay for all of Euron's visits. Of course, when the Dornish prince had offered to spend a night together as well, Euron had accepted. That night had been filled with nothing but wine and sex of all kinds. It had been an interesting experience to say the least. A willing partner was more fun than the boring ones back in Pike. They always cried, and that too became stale after a while. Even then, sex couldn't alleviate his boredom for too long. It was then that the second source of entertainment came in. As it turned out, it was not just lords and knights who were interested in the return of the dragons. The damn Maesters showed up too. The Grey Cravens had bowed before the throne and asked permission to see the dragons for study, just as they had done in the past during the reigns of Aries I and his successors. The king had swiftly and rather chidingly denied their request, stating that the House of the Dragon did not require their services at the moment. It was a rather blunt refusal that the grey rats were left reeling, stumbling over their words. They certainly had not been expecting to be denied to retake their place on Dragonstone and King's Landing as keepers of the dragons. Euron did not know why the king had denied them. The grey rats had a lot of information that could be useful. He suspected that Regal had something to do with it, but he didn't care either way. He merely enjoyed the stunned looks on their faces as they left the throne room in embarrassment. The king had not offered a place in the Red Keep for them to stay in, so they returned to the city. Even the Grand Maester had looked stunned. Euron did not care for any person, but he especially disliked the Reach and the Citadel. They always thought of themselves as the epitome of virtue in Westeros. It was all a giant joke. They were nothing more than petty schemers. TCH, this whole place is like that. The more time Euron spent in the Red Keep, the more realized how boring people were. They schemed over such pointless things that it was rather embarrassing. It was why he had been angry at himself for a while now. He had despaired over his thoughts ever since he had gotten defensive over his own people when Melisandre spoke ill of them. He had argued against her for reasons he couldn't understand. After all, the Ironborn were no better. All they cared for was petty plunder. Sure, it could be amusing in the moment, but to make that your ultimate goal. It was such small thinking that it sickened him. There was more to the world out there. Euron truly believed that. And Regal confirmed it. The more he saw, the more he coveted whatever it was that Regal was. And yet, the Red Priestess had warned him. She had seen right through him, and that both angered and scared him. That fear only made him angrier. It was like he was standing on the wall all over again. The fear reminded him that he was still so insignificant. For the first time in his life, Euron felt like the world was laughing at him. He had sulked. And he was still sulking, truth be told. What was he to do if he could not achieve a similar power? Euron did not have an answer. Not yet. He did know one thing. There was no point returning to the Iron Islands. Not right now. Perhaps if he kept sticking around Regal he would find some answer to his biggest question. That Red Priestess claimed that she had seen him, but Euron still believed that he could choose his own path. And there were many ways to go about it. When his father and the rest of his family finally arrived in the city, Euron went to greet them. Not out of some sense of affection, but because his father had summoned him. Quellen Greyjoy had arrived at King's Landing via the sea, having sailed past Dorne and coming back around. Despite the long voyage, the men did not seem bothered as he stepped onto solid land with Euron's brothers while the rest of the men unloaded their belongings from the longship. One of the men present was Lord Harlaw and his son and heir, Roderick Harlaw. For once, the bookish lord did not have a book in hand. Rather, he was taking in the sights with a sense of wonder that was borderline laughable. It was not like his brothers were any better. Balon was a fool, but the bigger fool was Victarion. And now Euron had to see their faces again. His mother had not come, which did not surprise him. She had given birth recently to his youngest brother, Aeron. Urrigan was still too young to make the trip from the Iron Islands to King's Landing, so he must have stayed behind as well. Euron. His father greeted him warmly, or what passed as warm for the men. As far as Reavers went, his father was on the softer side, but he still had his edge. Apparently the death of Euron's older brothers had hardened his heart somewhat, but Euron never cared enough to learn more of that topic. You're finally here. Euron glanced at his brothers. Victarion was already glaring at him while Balon was gazing at the Red Keep in the distance. The Red Castle towered over the entire city, even down by the harbor. We were held up at the stepstones, Quellen said with a small scowl. Damn islands are becoming infested with pirates again. Oh, yes. His father had fought in the War of the Ninepenny Kings. He had been there when the Iron Throne had cleared the islands from pirates and mercenaries. It seemed like that had just been a temporary solution. With the increase in trade, it was not surprising. More targets to pillage. Victarion crossed his arms. It was a good fight. Damn shame you missed it, being holed up here with the rest of these Greenlanders. Are you thinking of becoming one yourself, Euron? That's enough, Victarion. Quellen looked at his son with a small glare. Mind your tongue and remember where we are. Lest you find yourself burning, dear brother, Euron mocked. Victarion scoffed. Those tales of dragons. Like I believe that. As if Regal would need a dragon to burn a man alive. Then you're a bigger fool than I thought. Not even the warning look from his father would make Euron back down. Victarion was a fool, of that there was little doubt. So it's true. Balon finally tore his eyes away from the Red Keep to look at Euron. What they're saying about the dragons. Euron smirked. That's why you're here, isn't it? Quellen grunted. Enough with the hostilities. All of you. We are not here to embarrass ourselves. It's not every day that a Greyjoy comes to the capital. Victarion didn't look happy still while Balon's fists were clenched at his sides. Euron knew why his older brother was not happy. He had been trying for years to change their father's mind on his policies to little success. Balon had become obsessed with the idea of reclaiming their past glory, to break away from the shackles of the Seven Kingdoms. Euron could see where his older brother was coming from. The Targaryens were weak. Their grasp on the realm was far from what it had been during their ancestors' time. Except now dragons changed everything, and his older brother must be seething about that. As always, you think so small. It was really disappointing. While his brothers walked past him without another word, Quellen came to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm proud of you, Euron. You fought in your first battle at the prince's side. Having royal favor now is more important than ever. Perhaps for the first time in history a Greyjoy can have a place in the capital. Euron did not answer. This was as much love as his father would ever show him. It did not make him feel anything. He just accepted it with a nod. Quellen returned the nod before he too walked around him and joined his brothers. Euron trailed after them in silence, his mind filled with thoughts of the future. Seeing the capital for the first time was quite the experience for Ned. It was not a flattering sight. The streets were too narrow for all the activity that was taking place. It was possible that anyone who could travel had made the trek to the city for this occasion, and so the streets were packed with men, animals, and carriages. It also reeked. Ned had no idea where the stench came from. The people or the waste. Or maybe the ground itself. It was just everywhere. He had seen Gulltown and White Harbor, and both cities had been far cleaner and more organized. He could not believe that this was the place that the Targaryens called home. Ned couldn't stomach the idea of spending his life here. Lord Arryn had prepared a manse for them outside of the Red Keep for them to stay in. Ned had no idea where his family was staying. He wasn't sure if they had arrived yet. He was eager to see them again. Apparently Robert's younger brother Stannis was already at the capital, except the younger Baratheon was staying inside the Red Keep at the behest of the Crown Prince. When Robert heard of this, he just shrugged. Good for him. His friend had little more to say beyond that. Jon Arryn had them dress in their finest clothes as he prepared to bring them to the Red Keep to socialize. Robert was the son of the king's cousin, so he might be given an audience. Ned did not expect one. Regardless, Ned would be seeing the Iron Throne with his own eyes for the first time. It was making him nervous. The throne was supposed to be massive and imposing. Ned could not imagine what it must feel like to sit on it. It was supposed to be a throne of swords, and that only made it more terrifying. What if you accidentally cut yourself? Dying because you were too clumsy to sit on it properly did not sound fun. The Red Keep was a striking monument that always seemed to be looming over the entire city, like it was watching you always. In the distance Ned could also make out the remains of the dragon pit. With the dragons back, Ned wondered if the Targaryens were going to rebuild it. Elbert made sure to remind Robert to watch his words as they rode for the Red Keep. Jon Arryn did not take the carriage but rather rode with them. Other lords from the Vale were also with them, such as Yohn Royce and Lord Grafton with his son Gerald Grafton. However, most lords from the Vale had traveled to the city on their own rather than arrive with them. The Red Keep was as active as the city. They reached the main courtyard to little fanfare, but Ned had not been expecting a welcoming party. Jon Arryn was one of the great lords, but on this occasion he was not the main guest. Their horses were taken to the stables as another servant greeted them. He led them to the great hall where the Iron Throne was. The throne room was packed, and Jon Arryn instructed them again to mind their manners, looking specifically at Robert when he said this. Ned's friend grumbled. Come on. Let's see if we can find Stannis. He must be around here somewhere. Jon Arryn and Elbert were going to be announced to the king while he and Robert were not. This gave them some freedom to explore the throne room and find a proper place to watch the proceedings. Based on the booming voice coming from deeper inside, another lord was being ushered in. It was not easy to move through the great hall as many lords and knights blocked the path. As was typical with his friend, Robert had no issue just shoving his way past several of them, not paying any attention to the glares that were sent his way in the process. You are too much sometimes, Robert, Ned thought with a resigned smile. It took them a few minutes to find a proper place from where to watch the ongoing proceedings. It was not too close to the front as only members of the court were allowed there, but they were still able to hear and see what was happening. Ha! The squids are here too. Robert joked when they saw an alderman kneeling before the Iron Throne with several others. The sigil on his coat marked him as a Greyjoy. It was the first time that Ned was seeing an Ironborn, and he did not know what to think. They had been long-time enemies of the North. But his thoughts of that bloody history left him when he gazed at the striking throne that was at the center of all of the activity. On top was undoubtedly King Aries. Ned could make out the king's striking gold-silver hair as he sat on the throne with his back straight as he welcomed the Lord of Pike and thanked him for his son's service. So that's a Targaryen. Somehow, Ned felt underwhelmed. The man's hair was striking, sure. But he appeared to be a regular man otherwise, no different from the rest of them. Service. Robert's booming voice made Ned glance at his friend. Thankfully, the great hall was filled with noise, so Robert's voice would not be overheard. What is he talking about? Did Lord Arryn not tell you? There was a Greyjoy who accompanied the Crown Prince on his journey to Skagos. The mention of the island brought an uncomfortable feeling to Ned's chest, but he suppressed it for now. Oh. Robert didn't say anything further. There were a few more words exchanged between the Ironborn Lord and the king before he was dismissed with little fanfare. Not many were willing to show much respect to an Ironborn, even if he was a great lord. Ned took the time to glance around the massive throne room. The great hall was truly massive. Ned had never been in such a large room before. He was certain that 1,000 men could fit in here, probably more. The skulls of the dragons were displayed all along the walls, and the sight of them made Ned almost gulp. Knowing that those beasts were back just made his stomach feel queasy. Not wanting to stare at them for too long, Ned looked away while he continued to scan the room. Directly underneath the Iron Throne were several men. Some were lords while 4 of them were members of the famous Kingsguard, looking as formidable as the stories made them out to be. Off to the right were a circle of ladies, one of whom Ned quickly identified as the Queen. She was beautiful. Her black dress was modest, but her beauty seemed to enhance it. The typical Targaryen features looked better on her than the king if Ned was being honest. He did not recognize any of the ladies around her, but one of them quickly caught his eye. She had long, dark hair and striking purple-violet eyes. Her skin was fair, which just seemed to complement her looks. She appeared to be around his age, perhaps a couple of years older, which was very surprising. Why would the queen take in such a young girl as part of her ladies-in-waiting? Regardless of his question, Ned found himself unable to look away. When she smiled at something that the queen told her, his heart fluttered. She's more beautiful than the queen. It took much self-control for Ned to finally tear his eyes away from the unknown lady as a name was called out in court by one of the heralds. It was not Jon Arryn's, but rather a name that Ned did not recognize. Presenting Thuras of Myr. And his companions. Myr. Ned was confused. What was someone from the Free Cities doing here? And why was he being presented as an important guest? Ned saw the man in question making his way through the great hall to the throne. He was tall but also fat. His head was shaved, but he had a patchy side beard. He wore vibrant red robes which seemed all the more flamboyant from the lighting in the throne room. He was not alone. There were several others who were wearing similar robes but also carried a chest with them. Right away there were murmurs around him and Robert when the chest was spotted. You don't think that's Dash? No way. The High Tower was one thing. These are just foreigners. Who even is this man? His robes are similar to that Red Priestess's. Why would the king accept their presence here? Why do you think? More and more murmurs continued, and Ned suddenly felt very nervous. Now that he wasn't distracted by the lavish throne or the beautiful young lady, he saw just how grim many of the men around him looked. Like they were afraid. Restless. Maybe even concerned. It's as Lord Arryn said. The Targaryens had overstepped when taking Skagos, or at least this was what Jon Arryn had told him and Robert when he informed them of his father's letter and what had occurred in the north. His father had given in to the demands, but it was improper for the crown to just make overbearing demands from the lords in the first place. An unchecked king was a disaster waiting to happen. Ned did not know what to think. He wanted to speak to his father, to understand better. But he knew that a part of him was angry that the crown prince had made such demands from his family. And many here were maybe thinking like him. Robert did not seem to pick up on this as he focused entirely on Thuras and his group. On behalf of Rhaegal and my temple in Myr, I thank you, kind king, for allowing us to see you, Thuras said as he knelt before the throne. He was more well-spoken than Ned would have guessed. The king seemed to be delighted. It is no trouble. Your faith is always welcomed in my realm. The positive greeting only seemed to make the lords around Ned more agitated. Rhaegal once again thanks you for your generosity. For what reason have you come? Do you wish to pledge your service to my son and heir? Thuras kept his head bowed. You know much already, I see. We indeed come here as messengers and instruments of the great Lord of Light. We also bear gifts for you and your family. To show you that the Red God stands with you and your family of fire. The chest was brought forward, and Aries seemed to be overjoyed by what he was hearing. Of course. Of course. I expected no less. Already one of your priestesses has been of great help. I accept your generosity and welcome you into my service. The king did not hesitate to bring in more foreign priests into the court, seemingly unaware of the displeasure that was spreading through many of the lords present. Now show me. What gifts do you offer me and my family? The king asked, eager. Finally looking up, Thuras gestured to the chest, which his fellow priests opened for the entire court to see. Inside were unmistakably 3 dragon eggs. Ned, along with everyone else present, were left too stunned to speak by the sight. When Regal heard of what happened in the throne room, he was more than a little surprised. He was less surprised to see the one called Thuras kneeling before him in the Godswood where he had been spending time with Sheena and Darren, led here by Ser Oswell on orders from his father. His little brother had been disheartened to see his dragon be sent away to Dragonstone, so Regal felt that some family time might do him so good. He had no patience for the lords and their empty words right now, so he had not attended court, choosing instead to share a small outdoor meal with his younger siblings. Ser Barry Stan and Ser Willem Darry stood guard for them on this occasion. Choosing not to attend was apparently a mistake, as he had missed another shocking revelation. More eggs. Sheena was beside herself with joy as she looked at the chest that Thuras and his fellow priests had brought before Regal. Darren was in awe as he looked inside the chest as well. There were 3 dragon eggs. One was a deep green with bronze flecks, the second was pale cream streaked with gold, the third and final one was black as midnight with scarlet ripples. 3 more dragon eggs. Just dropped on his lap. What was strange was that he had not felt these eggs. Not until Thuras and his fellow red priests had entered the God's Wood. Regal didn't have time to focus on that as Melisandre arrived with her usual saunter. "I did not call for you. You did not have to." She eyed her fellow red priests. "I felt Lolares call." Thuras and the others looked up. They did not seem surprised by Melisandre's presence. "So you're the one." Thuras looked her over. "You hold Lolares favor." "As do you." She seemed to be at ease as she studied Thuras. "He has chosen you to serve his champion." "It would appear so." Thuras did not sound overly enthusiastic about this fact. "And yet, you were here before us." "I was guided." "How lucky of you." Melisandre just smiled. Regal ignored their little back and forth as he came to terms with this new development. For the most part, his options were limited by his father's actions. The fact that Thuras was here right now meant that his father had openly accepted their presence in court. As with Melisandre, turning them away would do him little good. Not that he would have done such a thing. The Maesters had been brazen enough to ask to see the dragons, and now that they had been denied, they were going to become a bigger problem for him moving forward. Regal was going to need a foil, and the Red Priest seemed more than happy to provide that to him. Their Red God was still a mystery, and Regal did not fully understand why the god had him in his sight. By now, their god should know that he was no promised one. He had broken all prophecies by merely being born. It was a risk to welcome foreign priests into his service, but one that he was willing to take. "You are here to serve?" Regal asked, just to be sure. Thuras bowed his head again. "Yes, Prince Regal. Lawler will stand behind you, and we will do the same. Our temples in Myr and beyond will follow your guidance." "All of the temples? Did they even have the authority to declare such a thing?" "Do not be doubtful, my prince." Melisandre came to stand beside him, her smile still in place. "I'm certain that our temples all across Essos have already been guided to the truth." Regal looked at her with suspicion. "Is this your doing?" She chuckled softly. "No. But I am an instrument of Lawler. Everything I know is through him. And everything she knew he would know too. Namely everything that had happened in the years since she came to court. We would have approached you sooner, but we needed to locate the eggs first," Thuras said, catching Regal's attention. "The Lord of Light wanted us to show you our devotion. These eggs would have fallen into the wrong hands eventually, but now they are yours. Our gifts to fight for the light." Regal did not answer. Sheena and Darren were still gushing over the eggs while Ser Willem and the Kingsguard just observed from afar. "It's not a bad gift." "Not at all. Now, there were going to be more dragons than there were Targaryens. Wasn't that just a beautiful fact?" Regal felt a smile forming on his face as he looked at the kneeling Thuras and his fellow red priests. "You are welcome at my side, Thuras of Myr." Rhaegal felt the tension rising in the Red Keep in the coming days. Her husband's acceptance of more red priests had not been seen favorably by all. Unlike before, the High Septon came to the Red Keep personally to request an audience with Aries. Her brother-husband and the High Septon had a private discussion in the small council chamber. She did not know what was said, only that the High Septon had stormed out of the Red Keep in anger. And this was only days after Aries had disrespected the Maesters too. Grand Maester Pycelle had urged Aries to change his mind about his refusal, but that too had gone nowhere. Similarly, Regal seemed happy to accept the Red Priests. He did not distance himself from them. The same was true for the rest of her children. Aries had even summoned Melisandre and other Red Priests to his solar for a private meeting. When she asked why, he just said that he wanted to know more of their faith. Rhaegal had a suspicion that there was more to it than that. She did not argue against it, though. She had her reservations, of course. She believed in the 7. But these red priests had been the ones to bring 3 dragon eggs to her family. After bonding with Moonlight, she now understood how vital dragons were for her family. Her dragon had changed her, and Rhaegal was happy to know that there would be more. Unlike with Darren's egg, Regal had sent the dragon eggs to Dragonstone for safekeeping, saying that he would hatch them after the celebrations concluded. Some of the red priests went along with the eggs in order to keep them safe. If they shared Melisandre's abilities, then Rhaegal was confident that the eggs would be safe. She did not know why these red priests were fascinated with her son, but she did no doubt their devotion. Rhaegal spent time with her children while more lords continued to arrive. Stefan came to stay with his son Stannis in the Red Keep. Later, he had his eldest, Robert, come greet them as well. Apparently the young boy had arrived with Jon Arryn. The old falcon was fostering the heir to Storm's End alongside one of Lord Stark's children. Rhaegal had seen a glimpse of the boy when his father, Rickard Stark, arrived at the Red Keep to pay his respects, bringing the rest of his family with him. Rhaegal had not missed the way many of the lords had been jeering at Lord Stark behind his back all throughout his time in King's Landing. His decision to give up Skagos had caused some lords to think that Rickard was weak. Rhaegal was able to feel better when she saw Regal and Brandon Stark, the heir to the north, exchanging happy greetings with one another. Whatever the lords might feel, it seemed as if her son had made an important friend in the north. Of course, that was also met with some spectacle as Brandon introduced his younger brother to Regal. The rest of Regal's growing friend group had been there, including Ashara. The younger Stark boy was clearly enamored with the girl, and from the way Regal acted it was obvious that he noticed as well. "Oh, son." Rhaegal had given her warning to Ashara already, but rather than listen to her advice she had noticed the two of them spending more time together instead. Just what was her son thinking? It would not be long before the realm noticed their close relationship, and tongues would be wagging. Troubles aside, the days continued. It was during the day before the celebrations began that Lysa Martell finally arrived at King's Landing with her heir. There were many Dornish lords who also arrived with her, including the Danes. Both Regal and Rhaegar offered rooms to the Danes inside the Red Keep, which they accepted. So now the Red Keep was host to another family. Lord Beric Dane was the current Lord of Starfall. The man's hair was a pale white, almost blonde color. He also had dark blue eyes which were almost purple from a distance. His hair was long which he tied in a ponytail. His skin was slightly tanned, but that was probably more from the Dornish sun than its natural color. His wife was Cassella Dane, formerly of House Vaith. She had black hair which reached to her shoulders and brown eyes. She had olive skin. Then there was their oldest son and Ashara and Arthur's older brother, Ulrich Dane. He had black hair like his siblings which he kept well groomed but also light purple eyes which betrayed his Dornish origins. The Danes had to be one of the most exotic-looking people Rhaegal had ever seen, and she said this as a Valyrian, for the Danes were not said to be descended from old Valyria. Quite a puzzle. Seeing Lysa again brought complicated feelings to Rhaegal. Rhaegal had no intention of greeting her as a friend. Not anymore. It hurt her, but after Lysa's ploy to have her daughter join Sheena at court, Rhaegal realized that Lysa was not going to be any better than Joanna. Her two closest friends had chosen politics over their friendship. Rhaegal understood that it was their duty to support their houses, just as she had her duty as queen. She would not hate them, but she wouldn't allow them to use her for their own gains either. She was no longer just a queen. Thanks to her son, she was now a future dragon rider, and that allowed her to become more reassured in her decision to cut them out of her life. For she carried the blood of old Valyria within her as well, and she would not allow herself to be walked over. Despite her feelings, that afternoon, Lysa surprised her with an invention. She wanted Rhaegal to join her for some drinks in one of the gardens. Because of her past connection as one of Rhaegal's ladies-in-waiting, as well as Prince Oberyn's friendship with Regal, Aries had given Lysa and her son accommodations in the Red Keep too. This was despite the fact that Aries had come to personally dislike the Princess of Dorne over the years. What could Lysa want? Did she want to try and convince her again to wed her daughter to Regal? Did she want to know about the dragons? A combination of the two? Or was there something else? It was foolish, but Rhaegal's curiosity got the better of her. So she accepted the invitation and went to the designated garden with Ser Jonothor as her guard. When she arrived, Rhaegal saw that Lysa was not the only one there. Joanna was present too. The Princess of Dorne greeted her with a smile. "Welcome, Your Grace. I'm glad to see that you could make it." Joanna offered her a polite smile, but it was stiff. Princess Larisa. Lady Joanna. Rhaegal greeted them in turn as she took her seat at the small table. Cakes and other treats had been placed on the table for them. Larisa continued to smile despite the lack of warmth in Rhaegal's words. I took the liberty of preparing a little bit of everything. One of us is pregnant, so I did not know what she might be in the mood for. Joanna looked a tad annoyed. Hey now. My cravings haven't been that bad. Not there yet, I see. In the coming months, that will probably change. I have given birth before. Of course. Rhaegal watched their exchange in silence. Larisa turned to her again. Not hungry, Your Grace. Not particularly, no. How odd that you would come here then, if not for the food. I was curious. Oh. Of your next ploy. Laughing, Larisa waved her hand. Ha. You make me sound so evil, Rhaegal. I know you felt it was unfair of me to send Elia here, but I had to try. Do you not understand how valuable your beloved crown prince is? Rhaegal's face hardened. He is my son. He was more valuable to her than the entire world. All of her children were. We both know that the game does not allow for such sentimentalities. Yes, you've made that clear. Sighing, Larisa said, I apologize if I made you feel like I was using you. While that was not my intent, it is not wholly inaccurate either. A part of me had hoped that our friendship would make you more amenable to the idea of tying our houses together once more. Your son is not only gifted with magic, but from everything that I've heard he's quite brilliant in other ways too. I have no doubt that he will make a fine king. Having such a man as my only daughter's husband would have filled me with comfort. However, I understand now that such a thing is not likely to happen. Yes. Even if Rhaegal wished for it, Aries and Regal would probably not agree to it. Her son could be just like his father sometimes and act on impulse rather than reason. Ashara was a good example of this. I suppose that is why I am here. Joanna said, joining their conversation as she took a bite from one of the blackberry tarts. Larisa winked at her. We can have our discussion later. I just wanted to rekindle the old days before tomorrow begins. Rhaegal did not need to wonder what Larisa meant. The lion and the sun. She wondered for a moment if that union would prove fruitful but did not dwell on it. I think it's too late to dwell on the past, don't you think? Rhaegal said. We have changed. We are no longer who we were as girls. Yes. All of us stand here as mothers and rulers, in our own ways, Larisa replied with a tilt of her head. And you are now a dragon rider, something thought impossible. When tomorrow arrives, we will have to continue to play our parts. But here right now, away from the eyes of the realm, I think we can allow ourselves a break. Such a contradiction, but Rhaegal knew that she was soft-hearted enough to go along with it. Because she had missed her old friends and the growing concerns of the court had made her tired. With a small nod, Rhaegal accepted Larisa's offer, all the while knowing that their friendship was little more than a thing of the past. Chapter 32, Melee Part 2. The tourney and the celebration at large was the most grand event of Aries' reign thus far. It was more grand than his coronation, which had been a more somber affair after the sudden death of King Aries II. The celebration began with a giant feast inside the Great Hall of the Red Keep to commemorate Regal and Rhaegar's name day. After today, the twin princes would be 4 and 10, not officially men yet in the eyes of the realm but 1 year closer. All the lords and their families were invited, from the lowest to the most powerful. The Great Hall was big enough to fit around 1,000, and so there was more than enough space for everyone. The Great Hall hadn't been host to such a grand event since the Maiden's Day Ball during the reign of King Aegon III. It was said that the amount of food and wine that was served during the feast could have fed the entirety of the Crownlands. Under the orders of Regal and his mother, the guards and other servants were instructed to hand out the leftovers to the people of King's Landing in order for them to take part in the celebrations in their own small way. After all, it was not just Regal and Rhaegar's name day. It was also a celebration of the return of the dragons. The whole realm should experience joy on this day. Not that all of the lords were celebrating. Some, in their hearts, felt frustration and fear toward the future. On this day, however, everyone was all smiles and flatteries. Gifts were delivered to Regal and Rhaegar, but as the crown prince it was Regal who received more attention from the lords. However, many still remembered Leighton Hightower's gift, and their enthusiasm had dwindled somewhat since then. They knew that their trinkets would pale in comparison to a dragon egg, especially one that had successfully been hatched. A small complication did arise during the feast. A brother of Lord Blackwood and the young Lord Bracken almost came to blows after drinking a little too much wine. They got into another argument about who owned the pair of hills between their lands, with both men shouting the hills' different known names during the screaming match to prove their point. It took several men to restrain the two intoxicated lords and separate them. Lord Blackwood and his heir Titus Blackwood made personal apologies to Regal and Rhaegal while the Brackens were noticeably silent in the aftermath. During the feast, both Regal and Rhaegal were asked to dance with many of the ladies of the realm who were near their age. After a while, Regal lost count of how many ladies had asked for a dance. His dancing skills were average at best, and despite his stamina his legs were becoming tired. The two dances that he enjoyed the most were with Ashara and his sister. Of the two, Ashara was the better dancer, but Sheena seemed to enjoy herself the most as she moved well for her age in her striking red dress. While Sheena loved her archery and horse riding, she also loved her dresses and her dances. In that sentiment, she had Regal beat, for Regal was no expert in the more sophisticated arts of a lord. Dancing with the energetic Lyanna Stark was also a noteworthy experience. She had no direction and just made up her moves on the spot. From the resigned look on Rhaegar's face, he found the experience more than a little tiring too. Brandon had just laughed at the brothers after. It was worse when Malora pulled off something similar, and it was worse because Regal knew that she was trying to get under his skin on purpose. Despite her age, she was more of a brat than Sheena and Lyanna. Dancing with the young Cersei Lannister was another memorable experience. Regal had seen her around the Red Keep over the past several days, but he never approached her. Not after her father's not-so-subtle attempt at trying to usurp his sister's place. Funnily enough, she had never approached him either. This was despite the fact that he had noticed her gaze following him every time they were near. He wondered if something had happened before deciding not to dwell on it. The girl's emotions were not his concern. The most awkward dance for him had to be with Elia. The Dornish princess did little to hide her interest in him during their time together, but all Regal could offer in return were polite but distant gestures. He did not know why she would feel anything for him, other than wanting to be queen one day, but the truth of the matter was that he had zero interest in her. In a world without dragons, it might have been beneficial for him to marry her to secure more power, but even then it would not be a union of love or even desire. Mina Tyrell looked a little bit too enthusiastic during her dance with Rhaegar, but his brother did not seem to mind and enjoyed himself. Regal shared some conversations with Lord Steffan Baratheon during the feast as well, expressing his compliments with the Lord of Storm's End over Stannis' performance during their short campaign on Skagos. The Lord of Storm's End thanked him for the words while Stannis looked proud of himself. Roose Bolton expressing his congratulations in private to Regal was another little surprise. The heir of the Dreadfort conveyed his desire to build a closer partnership with the House of the Dragon in the future, stating that he and his house were in the service of the crown in whatever they might need. It was an interesting offer, especially in a wild and large kingdom like the North. House Targaryen would need many allies there in the future, so it was something Regal took into serious consideration. Lord Beric Dane also shared some words with Regal and Rhaegar, thanking them both for their friendships with his children. The twins thanked the Lord as well, conveying their appreciation for Ashara's and Arthur's presence in court. Regal did his best to ignore the knowing glances Lord Beric's wife was giving him. Not many lords were left standing by the end of the feast, many of them drinking themselves to unconsciousness and having to be carried away once the feast began dying down. Despite some of the negative feelings lying under the surface, the feast ended with no big issue. And it would be remembered as a grand and festive affair in the years to come. The tourney began earnestly. It was a great occasion for the men to hit something, namely each other, and for the small folk to watch the lords try to kill one another for their amusement, hypothetically speaking. The tourney was hosted in the outskirts of the city, outside of the walls in the grand tourney grounds. Since it was such a grand event, many had signed up for the tourney. The rewards from each competition also were tempting on their own, and for the joyous occasion King Aries was more than a little generous with the gold he was willing to spend. The main events of the tourney included the archery competition, the axe throw, the melee, and finally the jousts. Aries also had a tourney for the singers, which would occur before the jousting competition. For the squires and younger competitors there would be two events, riding at the rings and the melee. Regal signed up for the latter while Rhaegar chose both. Regal had little interest in trying to lift a ring with his lance and so let Rhaegar have that event for himself. Of course, Sheena was disappointed. As a lover of horses, she had wanted to see him ride during the tourney. He made it up to her by promising that one day he would participate in the joust and carry her favor. She accepted the promise with a wide smile. The one who was perhaps the most excited to hear that Regal and Rhaegal were participating in the melee was none other than their second cousin, Robert Baratheon. It had been years since Regal had seen Robert, and the Baratheon lad had shaped out to be the kind of person that Regal had expected. He was loud and brash, but he was also very upfront with what he thought. In that vein, the heir to Storm's End hated the doublespeak of the court just as much as Regal did. So they had that in common at least. Regal quickly noticed the blossoming friendship between Robert and Eddard Stark, the second son of Rickard. The two had different personalities, but they clicked well with one another. Of course, Regal had less favorable thoughts on the younger Stark boy since he was always glancing at Ashara like a love-struck puppy. As she had done with Mace before, Ashara ignored him. What made this situation more annoying for Regal was the very real possibility of the boy asking his father for a betrothal between him and Ashara. As a second son, Eddard had more freedom than Mace, and House Dane was no great house. So a marriage between the two would be seen as a great honor by Ashara's father. Maybe he was just overthinking it. Regal tried to maintain his composure, and he mostly succeeded. Officially, he had no personal relationship with Ashara, so he could not be seen meddling with her affairs. It was not the first time that someone had glanced at Ashara with desire. It would not be the last. Regal also noted how there was an air of indifference between Robert and Stannis, with most of it coming from the former. The two were brothers, but the brothers shared different interests. While Stannis could appreciate the grandeur of a tourney, he did not take much pleasure in the fighting as Robert seemed to do. Because of that, Robert did not take much interest in his little brother and ignored him for the most part, only asking questions about Skagos after hearing that a battle had been fought there. It made Regal wonder what had made Robert spark a friendship with Eddard in the first place. Perhaps the seemingly quiet wolf had a louder voice when away from the public. There was not much love between brothers, and Regal pitied them. It was then not surprising to see that Stannis was spending more time with Tytos and Montfort rather than his own brother. It had happened during the feast, and it was also happening during the tourney as Stannis sat with their group rather than go to where his father and mother were. If Stefan noticed his son's absence, then he did not show it as he sat graciously in the royal box with his wife at the behest of Aries. The squire's melee as it was being called would not begin until after the regular melee concluded, so for the first couple of days of the tourney Regal did not have much to do but just watch the festivities. The axe competition was dominated by Northerners and the few Ironborn that had come to the capital, which was not surprising. It ended up being a close struggle between Jon Umber and an Ironborn from House Ironmaker. In the end, it was the Northerner who ended up taking the prize as he was cheered on by members of his house as well as by his fellow Northerners. Rickard Stark clapped for the giant of a man as well. I told you that he would win. That's because it was not fair. The judge could not see. You sound like a poor loser. Says you. Amusingly, Sheena and Lyanna ended up making a bet somewhere along the way about who was going to win, and now the two girls were arguing. Rather than stay in the royal box with Darren and their parents, Sheena had instead chosen to join Regal and the others closer to the action and sit below in a private area that Regal had cleared for himself and his group of friends. Regal half expected to see the two girls come to blows, and it almost came to that after their conversation somehow shifted from the axe-throwing competition to how Regal was a much better fighter than Brandon. The two older brothers had to step in and split them apart for the rest of the day while Sheena and Lyanna glared at one another. Perhaps letting the two girls meet was not such a good idea. The archery competition ended being a lot less tense. The winner was a low-born man hailing from a town near Stonehelm supposedly, but no further details were shared. Sheena pouted. I could have won. Regal smirked. I don't think you're that good yet, sister. While Prince Lewin was training her, she was still fresh. Ashara, who was sitting on the row above them, chimed in. You should think about beating me first, princess. Oh. Regal glanced at Ashara. You're better than my sister. Ashara looked smug. Prince Lewin says that I have talent. Arthur, who was seated next to her, rolled his eyes. Yeah, if only you trained more and didn't lounge around as much. Ashara glared at her brother for the remark, but Arthur didn't look bothered by it. I'll get better, I swear it. Sheena said with a huff. Then I'll be able to shoot while riding on Arion. Arion was the name that Sheena had given her favorite steed. Oberyn chuckled while Euron sat next to him looking bored. Is the Targaryen princess trying to become a Dothraki? Sheena tilted her head. What? Maybe you'll learn one day. Sheena didn't like the dismissal from the older boy, but she was unable to get a word in before Lyanna laughed at her from her spot. Haha. That's funny. I'm a better writer than you. Says who? Me. That means nothing. Do you want a match? Yes. Apparently not even distance was going to keep these two apart. Mace laughed. It's good to see a friendship blossoming between the two of them. Montfort looked at the Lord of Highgarden with amazement. Is that what you think is happening? Of course. Either Mace was willfully blind or he was just trying to lighten the mood. Regal was just glad that the crowd was more focused on the competitions rather than his sister. Even if he did not much care for it, perception mattered, and she was the sole princess of the realm. Her conduct reflected on the rest of the family. Although based on the way Lord Stark was glancing their way with a frown, it was obvious that he had not missed the way his daughter was behaving. It took his wife placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder for the men to relax, albeit slightly. It seems the young Lady Stark will get a stern talking to later. Feeling a bit of pity for the young girl, Regal decided to just sit back and allow his sister to have fun with her new friend. Apart from Ashara, Sheena did not have any other lady in court that she could truly get along with. Mace's mother had asked his father to allow one of her daughters to have a place in court with Sheena, and it was only because his father had promised a boon to those that had accompanied him to Skagos that he relented. His father did not have a high opinion of the Tyrells, and he saw Mace's mother as another fool trying to grasp for power. Regal had not personally met the woman, so he would reserve final judgments for when he did. He did know Mace, though, and the young lord was easy to understand. He had a greater opinion of himself than he should, but his ambitions were easy to understand. Regal did not mind him much so long as he did not grasp for more than he should. Thus, the first day of the tourney came to an end with the first two events concluded. The melee was going to be a much grander affair, with two divisions created. One was a free-for-all, while the other was a clash between two teams. Because of the large number of knights, hedge knights or otherwise, and other fighters present at the tourney, there were enough competitors to fill up both divisions with ease. While death was not planned for during the melee, it was a chaotic event, and accidents were bound to happen. So when the free-for-all started on the second day of the tourney, Regal was not surprised to see that some of the fighters were killed during the struggle. None of the King's Guard were participating in the free-for-all, nor were there any knights that Regal recognized. Aries seemed to be enjoying the spectacle from the royal box. So many aspiring warriors in one location. If only there was a vacant spot in my King's Guard. I could have awarded the winner with a white cloak and the honor of serving House Targaryen. Next to him, Rhaegal watched the bloodbath in front of her with a detached expression while Darren seemed fascinated by the fighting. Father, when can I train? Whenever you wish, Darren. At Aries' flippant answer, Rhaegal stepped in. Maybe in a few years. You are still too young, son. Not even Regal started when he was your age. Darren looked slightly disheartened but still nodded. Jaime, who was seated in the royal box alongside Cersei and the rest of his family, glanced at Darren with curiosity. You want to become a knight? Darren looked surprised that someone was talking to him, but he quickly nodded. Yes. I want to become like my brother. He's the best, and I want to beat him. Prince Regal. Jaime understood. I heard he fought his first battle. Is that really true? Of course it is. My brother doesn't lie. Can you tell me what happened? Jaime was more than a little eager to know more. Darren crossed his arms. I don't know. Regal might not be happy with me. Please. I'll owe you a favor. Oh, okay. That sounds good. That sounded like a fair deal to Darren. Rhaegal just watched the two young boys talking excitedly with one another in silence. Out of the corner of her eyes, she saw Joanna looking pleased. Rhaegal had to suppress a grimace. Why am I not surprised? Aries didn't notice as he continued to clap for the fighters down below. Several fighters started to distinguish themselves as the melee progressed. Among them were members of houses Swan, Tyrell, Peake, and Corbray. Some northern houses were also in the mix too, such as houses Serwyn and Karstark. In the end, though, it was a tall knight who had just as many muscles who came out on top. The man was wearing dark armor emblazoned with 3 running dogs. I do not recognize that sigil, Regal said as he watched the mystery knight defeat the last of his competition with a powerful swing of his warhammer. Neither do I, Regal admitted. It was only after the knight was declared the winner that Regal got his answer. The sigil belonged to a newly formed house in the Westerlands. The previous lord, Tytos Lannister, awarded a keep to his kennelmaster after he saved the lord's life. This knight was the kennelmaster's son, and what a giant of a man he was. If not for the Umbers and the Skagosi, Regal would have been more impressed. He just won more renown for his fledgling house, Regal thought, clapping with the rest at the night's victory. After a short break, it was the second and final event of the day, the team's melee. There were 2 teams, and the leaders ended up being none other than Tywin Lannister and Brynden Tully. Unlike with the free-for-all, 2 members of the King's Guard were participating this time around. They were Prince Lewin and Ser Barristan the Bold. The 2 knights ended up on opposite sides, with Prince Lewin having been chosen for Tywin's team while Barristan was in Brynden's team. With 2 opposing sides rather than a free-for-all, the team's melee was more of a mock battle, with 2 commanders to match. Horses were provided as well, so there was more diversity with tactics. Brynden displayed his shrewd nature as he was able to envelope Tywin with a direct pincer attack, led by Barristan himself on one side. During that initial clash, Barristan defeated 2 knights from House Royce with practiced ease. The sight of the house reminded Regal of the theft of their Valyrian steel sword, but he did not dwell on it. Brynden led the front in a relentless assault as he kept Tywin pinned down in order to prevent the Lannister from redirecting men to his flanks. In that violent struggle, Brynden managed to duel Prince Lewin to a standstill. He did not win, and it was very possible that if they'd kept clashing Brynden would have eventually lost. Thankfully, that did not come to pass as Barristan shattered what remained of Tywin's line with his envelopment. It was a decisive victory on Brynden's part, and the Blackfish's already positive reputation would no doubt continue to grow after this showing. The fact that the knight was sworn to Regal would bring more prestige to Regal himself too. The only ones not happy with the outcome were Tywin and Brynden's brother. The lion's disappointment was self-explanatory. His brother's poor performance reflected on him, or so he thought. With the way the men supposedly perceived slights, he might even start to hold a grudge against Brynden. Hopefully the man was not so petty as to go that far. The Lord of Riverrun was an interesting case. From what Brynden's own reports as well as what informants the Alchemists Guild currently had told Regal, there were many whispers of heresy among the faithful in the scattered villages of the Riverlands. If Regal was paranoid, then he would assume that the discontented lord was behind this unrest. As Regal had no proof of that, he would not go that far. Still, according to Brynden, the Lord of Riverrun felt dissatisfied by many things, namely the fact that their aunt had not been queen after Aries was named heir, which just made Regal snort in his mind. The arrogance. His grandparents' actions might have been foolish, but they had nothing to do with the present. Of course, Regal knew the men just wanted to reap in the benefits that his dragons would bring, but that was a foolish hope. The past could not be changed. Regal did not dwell on the trout for too much longer as the second day of the tourney concluded. The squire's melee was next, and Regal could finally have some fun of his own. There were cheers from the audience as Regal completed his 3rd attempt at riding at rings with much fanfare. Regal could tell that his twin was enjoying the spotlight and the performance of it all. A real entertainer this one. Other participants included Arthur, Tydos, and surprisingly Stannis and Montford. Montford's riding was by far the clumsiest as he spent the least amount of time on horses in their group. His showing was still decent overall. No doubt Montford's father had encouraged Regal's childhood friend to participate in at least one event during the tourney, and the riding at rings was the less hectic of the two. As Regal expected, it was Regal who was named the winner. While his skills with the sword were not on par with Regal's or Arthur's, Regal's skill on a horse was better than either of theirs. Of course, that wouldn't matter when it came to the melee. Regal had his own private tent set up in the tourney grounds. After the first event concluded, he headed there to prepare himself for the melee. The others who were participating were doing the same. He was not surprised to see that Oberyn had decided to take part. Despite the prince's skill, he was not yet a knight, so he was allowed to compete with the rest of them. Euron's decision to join was more of a surprise, but one that Regal welcomed. It was also true for Brandon's decision to participate. Regal's former armor was gone, burned to a crisp on Skagos. Regal had another commissioned after he returned to King's Landing. It was very similar to his previous armor set, in that it was made of night black plates. Beneath the plate armor he wore a hauberk of ringmail, with his helm elaborately decorated with a draconic motif. The 3-headed dragon of House Targaryen decorated the breastplate, except this time the dragon was colored a dark green in honor of Ankalagan and his flames. Rhaegal's armor was similarly designed, except his brother's ringmail was gold and his dragon emblem remained red. It was an outlandish way to announce their presence, but Regal wasn't one for half-hearted measures if he could help it. Regal would not be carrying Bright Flame into the melee, nor would Regal bring Dark Sister. To avoid risk, the traditional blunted sword would be their weapon. Regal was not one to use a shield, but for today he would make an exception and carry one into the field. Regal was almost done with his preparations until he heard the flap of his tent opening. For a moment, Regal wondered if Ser Barristan needed something, but that thought went away when he noticed that it was Ashara who had stepped inside. The girl was smiling. She was wearing a white cloak over her silk dress to conceal her features. "I feel like a spy sneaking in," she said as she hurried over to him. Regal was a bit amused. "How did you convince Ser Barristan to let you in?" "There was no need." When he saw my face, he understood. The knight was more aware than Regal realized. Then again, out of the King's Guard, he was the one who was around Regal the most. "You should not be here. If your parents realize dash." Regal's complaints were silenced as Ashara wrapped her arms around his neck and began to kiss him. They had been more affectionate with one another since Regal had returned, but with all of the festivities their private time had been cut short. The last thing either of them wanted was for someone to walk in on them. Still, in the privacy of Regal's tent, he allowed himself to kiss her back before pulling back when he noticed she was trying to unbuckle his armor. "Ashara, you know we can't." There were many reasons for Regal's refusal to move further with their relationship. "You worry too much. And you too little." Regal caressed her cheek, which she leaned into. "I will not shame you or my sister by risking a bastard." His decision to try and marry both Ashara and Sheena was already going to bring turmoil. In his desire to bring stability and prosperity to the realm, Regal found his personal cravings walking him closer to conflict. He just knew that he could not bear the thought of seeing her with someone else. It was a terrible thing for him to have all the power that he did but unable to stop his own heart in this matter. "Besides, I have spoken to Kyburn about it. Motherhood at your age is too risky. My mother was older, and she is still not fully healed from when she gave birth to Rhaegal and I." Queen Emma Arryn's pregnancies were perhaps the most famous in recent history when it came to this issue. She married when she was 1 and 10. King Viserys I only waited 2 years before he consummated the marriage, which many Maesters argued was the reason for her many troubled pregnancies. The fact that this phenomenon was observed throughout Westeros and not just in the royal family made Regal understand that this was no Maester conspiracy. Childbirth was a messy and complicated affair, and he would not risk Ashara for it unnecessarily. Pragmatically speaking, there were many other considerations Regal had to take into account before he became a father. Despite his desires, Regal was still conscious of the fact that having 2 queens brought forth new problems that had to be weighed. He would not leave the realm in a state prime for civil war after his reign as King Viserys I had. That would make all of his work meaningless, and the resurgence of House Targaryen would be short-lived. "I'll be patient," Ashara said after a moment's silence. She was younger than Regal but still more bold. That said, she went for his armor again. "There are other ways to satisfy ourselves and still be safe." Regal almost snorted. "Are all Dornish women this wild, or is it just you? Careful now. I do not want you thinking of anyone else during this moment." As Regal still had time before he had to present himself in the field, he decided to amuse her and let her do as she wished. It would not be a decision that he would regret. Ned was seated with his family in the stands as the participants of the squire's melee began to walk onto the field. There were many, more than Ned had expected. There were not as many as in the melee the day before, but the fighters today still numbered more than 100. The entire realm really had gathered for the occasion. It was a sight to behold. Many were disappointed that the Targaryens had sent the dragons away, but the fact that the lords who had arrived early were present to see them was enough to dispel any notion that the dragons' return was a myth. Robert still seemed to think so, though, much to Ned's amusement. Although with his participation in the melee, his friend was more concerned with facing the crown prince in the field than of any talk about dragons. "Look. There's Brandon," Lyanna said excitedly as she stood up. Unlike the days prior, she was sitting with them today, mostly because the crown prince's group was not seated together. Many of them were participating in the melee, after all, including the prince himself. Benjen stood up as well, looking eager to see their older brother in combat. On the field, Brandon was wearing traditional northern armor. It was less elaborate than the armor of southern knights, but it was still practical and would keep him safe. Their father just watched in silence while their mother was focused intensely on Brandon, not wanting to lose sight of him. Ned didn't know if he should cheer for his brother or Robert, but in the end he decided to cheer for them both, hoping for the best. The crowd began to clap and cheer when the crown prince stepped onto the field with Prince Rhaegal at his side. They wore similar armors, but the dragon symbols on their respective breastplates set them apart. "It's just like his dragon's flames," Lyanna said with growing excitement. Benjen nodded enthusiastically. His dragon's flames. Ned repeated, confused. His dragon. Ankalagan. Lyanna didn't look away from the two Targaryen princes. He breathes green flames. It was so cute. How is that cute? Ned thought, unable to understand his sister's mind. Lyanna, calm yourself, Ricard said, annoyance flashing on his face. Have I not told you how to behave as a proper lady of House Stark? Lyanna pouted, but she listened as she sat back down. She was not happy, though. Ned didn't think too much about it as his eyes caught movement coming from the royal box nearby. He saw the beautiful lady from before, who he now knew was Ashara Dane, arriving before the king and queen, with the queen gesturing to one of the available seats for her to take. She seemed to be in a good mood as well, but why Ned did not know. Ned had been surprised to know that she was a long-time friend of the royal family and very close to the princes as well as the princess. Robert had been enamored by her as well, but thankfully his friend had been more focused on the melee rather than give her any serious thought. Ned gave her one final glance before he refocused on the fighters down on the field. There would be more time for Ned to think about her later. Regal would admit to feeling lighter and in a better mood as he stood in the field with the rest of his competition. I guess we're here, Rhaegal said as he stood beside Regal before glancing at him. You were almost late. Something came up. Oh. Regal would not explain. While his brother was left feeling curious, Regal scanned the field. Arthur had chosen to start on the opposite end while Euron and Oberyn were grouped together in between them. Were the two of them following Regal and Rhaegal's example and teaming up until they had to turn on one another at the end? Tytos and Brandon were on their own, as was Robert. Most of the participants were wearing less ornate armor than Regal, which was not surprising. Many of them were squires still, and what equipment they had was provided by the knight they served under. There were exceptions of course, such as with Oberyn and Euron. Robert wore no recognizable armor apart from his shield which he had emblazoned with a stag. The young Baratheon only had basic chainmail and a breastplate. I guess I've made myself a target. Despite his status, Regal recognized the glances that the others were sending him. They were looking eager to fight him it seemed. It was just as well. Having his victory handed to him would not be fun. He wanted to see just how good he was while the realm watched. His family was watching at least. He spotted his father waiting eagerly while his mother had her hands clasped, no doubt praying to the seven to keep him and Rhaegal safe. Sheena and Darren were both just as eager as their father, which did not surprise him. The start of the melee began by the sound of trumpets. In an instant, the fighters on the field began to either turn to the nearest opponent or pick out specific targets if they could. As was their plan, Regal and Rhaegal would fight side by side in the beginning to thin out their competition. He was not planning on using his magic to win. That would just defeat the purpose of waiting to be knighted. There were some ambitious squires who immediately went after Regal and Rhaegal, no doubt with thoughts of glory of defeating a Targaryen prince. Regal did not recognize them, but it was easy to parry their blows and strike back with his own powerful swings. They did not have the skill or sense to be able to fight back after their initial attack was fended off, which left Regal feeling dissatisfied as he cleared through many of his early encounters with ease, all the while ignoring the cries of pain and anguish around them. While blunted weapons were the norm, injuries and death were still likely, just as it had been with the regular melee the day before. Regal had not grown in war. By all accounts, he had lived as one of the more pampered Targaryen princes in history. And yet, he was still astounded by his calmness in the face of battle and blood. Of course, when compared to his actual battle with the Skagosi, this was child's play. Regal's easy victories did not last for long as he found himself facing Oberyn. The Dornish prince did not announce his presence, rather ambushing him while Euron did the same with Rhaegal. Now that isn't very knightly of you, Regal mocked as avoided the downward slash from Oberyn's sword. The Dornish prince did not seem amused as he faced off against Regal. TCH, blame this damn competition. They wouldn't let me use my spear. Not safe, they said. Bullshit I say. Regal chuckled, his voice muffled by his helm. It's supposed to be a celebration, not a bloodbath. Yeah, well, it still left me at a disadvantage. Fighting you in close quarters is not something I look forward to. Regal tilted his head and accepted the compliment before rushing forward. The armor slowed him down, and with Oberyn's reflexes he was able to block the first few strikes as he tried to avoid getting too close to Regal. You'll never win that way, Regal thought as Oberyn continued to merely dodge and not make any counterattacks of his own. For a moment, Regal wondered what Oberyn's plan was, but when he saw Rhaegal still locked in combat with Euron, he realized what the Dornish prince was really after. "He's stalling me." No doubt, Oberyn was waiting for Euron to bring down Rhaegal so that they could then take him down together. It was just the sort of plan that Oberyn would come up with. It was a saving grace then that this was not the first time that Rhaegal was facing Oberyn in combat. As he'd learned, Rhaegal pressed the attack by trying to close the distance between them. He knew Oberyn was quick enough to make that an almost impossible task, so Rhaegal combined that with feints and breaking his rhythm. Rather than keeping his speed, he began to slow at times and vice versa, which caught Oberyn off guard several times, disrupting his own quick movements. He heard the Dornish prince click his teeth in annoyance. "I hate when you start doing that." Oberyn knew that time was not on his side. This was not a private match. At any time one of the other fighters could feel inclined to step in and interrupt their duel. Rhaegal noticed Oberyn eyeing the others around them while he continued trying to keep his distance, which divided his focus. "That's only going to make you lose faster," Rhaegal thought as he suddenly stopped before turning away from the confused Oberyn. "What are you dash?" Oberyn looked stunned as Rhaegal turned to where Rhaegal was, intending to help his brother rather than stick with their match. "Son of a dash." Cursing, Oberyn panicked and ran after him. With his lighter armor and natural speed, he was currently faster than Rhaegal, so Rhaegal was not surprised when Oberyn was able to catch up to him and swing his sword at his exposed back. Finally, quickly turning on his heel, Rhaegal raised his shield and parried Oberyn's sword. Rhaegal redirected Oberyn's sword to the side with his shield, and his quick movements caught Oberyn off guard. No doubt he did not think that Rhaegal was capable of moving so fluidly in full plate armor. It was just the opening Rhaegal needed to strike the Dornish prince down. Oberyn fell to the ground with a cry full of pain as he was struck right in the torso. His lamellar armor still absorbed most of the impact, but Rhaegal knew his strength. Even with a blunted sword, he could potentially shatter the bones of others his age if he struck them more than once. It was why he had not chosen a mace, not wanting to accidentally kill someone on what was supposed to be a festive day. And with Oberyn's more slender build, he was not meant to take direct hits. The Dornish prince was out of the competition with that hit as he groaned from his down position. "Sorry about that, but I mean to win this." Oberyn just groaned again in response. At least he was still able to do that much. Handling Euron after was far easier. Unlike Oberyn, the Greyjoy was no great warrior. He had been able to keep up with Rhaegal mostly through trickery. Unfortunately, Rhaegal still kept to the normal ways of knightly combat and was not used to someone like Euron who did not care for such things. His brother still had some growing to do. Euron went down after letting out a string of curses, which was expected of him. The twins were able to clear through more of the competition after that. They had little reprieve during this time, as many had been waiting to jump in. They had waited to see who would come out on top before jumping in, wanting the winners to be too exhausted to put up a proper fight. Unfortunately for them, Rhaegal had more than enough stamina and endurance left in him. Rhaegal was keeping up so far, but Rhaegal knew that it would not take long for his brother to slow down. In the midst of the chaotic fighting, Rhaegal began to lose sight of his brother as there seemed to be a more concerted effort in bringing either of them down. Rhaegal found that this had little effect on him. Most of these squires were slow and lacked the strength that he was used to when sparring against the bold himself. They could not even come close to Oberyn, least of all Arthur. Still, they had the numbers, and Rhaegal was not all that surprised when Rhaegal was starting to be beat back. He would have come to the aid of his brother had it not been for a mace coming down on him from above. Rhaegal was able to raise his shield just in time to block the powerful blow from the mace. It was almost strong enough to push him back, which caused his eyebrow to raise. There was someone else apart from Arthur with that kind of strength. Stepping back, Rhaegal was able to get enough space to see that the one holding the mace was none other than Robert. The Baratheon must have discarded his sword and shield at some point in the melee and picked up a mace instead. There were no words traded between them as Robert charged at him with a wide grin visible through his open visor. Right away Rhaegal could tell that the younger Baratheon was having the time of his life. Unlike Oberyn, Robert was more akin to the type of fighter that Rhaegal was. The kind that did not shy away from close encounters but rather thrived in them. It was easy to see why. Despite his young age, Robert was already quite big. He still did not have the muscles to match his size, but no doubt that would come as he grew older. Unfortunately for Robert, stepping into Rhaegal's preferred method of fighting only meant that he lost that much quicker, as Rhaegal was not only stronger than him but also faster. After a quick exchange between sword and mace, Rhaegal was able to make use of Robert's eagerness to knock the mace from his hand after the Baratheon overextended his form. Robert grunted in pain as Regal's sword struck his hands. The blow knocked out whatever momentum Robert had had, and so Regal was able to quickly knock him out with a blow to the back of the head. Not the safest way to go about it, but it was the easiest. No doubt Robert would be able to remain standing with any blows that Regal delivered head-on, and that would only risk further injury. Regal had no close relationship with his second cousin, but he did not hate him either. While Regal found success, Rhaegal did not. And it was not because he was ganged up on. Rather, it was Arthur, dressed in similar light armor to Oberyn's, who swooped in to defeat Regal's brother after successfully clearing his side of the field, which included Tytos and Brandon. This meant that Regal and Arthur were the last two standing on the field. There were no words of greeting or congratulations exchanged between Regal and Arthur as they faced one another. Instead, the two were instantly charging at the other. They had faced one another many times in the training yard, so it was a familiar dance between the two. Both their swords clashed many times as they moved against the other, their shields largely forgotten as they focused on being as aggressive as possible. They lost sight of their surroundings, and neither noticed how their attacks seemed to captivate the crowd. Their movements were quick and effective, and despite having fought for so long against so many opponents, neither seemed tired or close to collapse. Regal would not have expected anything differently from Arthur, who was thinking the same of Regal. Their strikes seemed to mirror one another's, as despite seeming bigger and older, Arthur was still able to match Regal without his magic reinforcing him. But this was the same boy who had climbed the walls of Sunspear with his sister on his back when he was just 5. He was just built this way. Neither Regal nor Arthur knew how long their match lasted. When it came to facing one another, it was never a quick contest. When it came to deciding the winner on this day, the deciding factor ended up being Regal's determination. He had more on the line today. He would not let himself be knighted after being defeated before the whole realm. His swings became more fierce. His form more controlled but eager. Arthur made no mistakes. He did not overextend himself, and he had the versatility to both block and counter with practiced ease. When the deciding moment came, it came quick. Regal suddenly raised his shield after Arthur came in with another well-timed cut. But it was a feint. Rather than connecting with Arthur's sword, Regal stepped back and moved his shield out of the way, causing Arthur to lose control of his body but for a moment as he stumbled forward, his sword hitting nothing but air. He had the foresight to quickly correct himself, but that split-second opening was all Regal needed. Regal raised his shield forward and bashed Arthur on the face, which caused him to stumble back. The shield bash disoriented Arthur just long enough for Regal to deliver a pommel strike to his jaw. These two blows caused Arthur to fall to the ground as he cried out in pain. He still maintained his grip on his sword and shield, however. Before he had a chance to readjust himself, Regal was already standing over him, foot on chest and sword aimed at his head. Despite the pain from the shield bash and the pommel strike, Arthur was still grinning as he looked up at Regal. "I suppose we're even now." His jaw wasn't broken at least. With all of the excitement coursing through his body right now, Regal could not recall what their respective scores on their many matches were. He just knew that he had won this one. Regal was just barely able to register all the cheering and clapping from the crowd as he was declared the winner of the melee. In the royal box, Aries was on his feet and looking the most excited while Rhaegal was more composed with her applause but still undeniably smiling. Darren and Sheena were both shouting and cheering with the rest. As Regal helped Arthur to his feet, Barristan came walking into the field with a pleased smile. The King's Guard walked up to Regal with a hand already on his sword. "Kneel." Regal's eyes widened briefly beneath his helm before he complied. With one swift movement, Ser Barristan unsheathed his blade and raised it over Regal's head while the crowd watched. As Ser Barristan rested the edge of the blade on Regal's right shoulder, he spoke. "Prince Regal of House Targaryen. In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the father, I charge you to be just. In the name of the mother, I charge you to defend the young and the innocent. In the name of the maid, I charge you to protect all women. In the name of the smith, I charge you to be strong in body and spirit. In the name of the crone, I charge you to be wise and to know the cost of every choice you make." With every sentence, Ser Barristan moved from Regal's right shoulder to his left. It was not an elaborate ceremony that was being performed in the Great September, but knowing his father he would want a repeat of the knighting done there as well. But for Regal, this moment was more powerful than any ceremony, for he was being recognized by perhaps the strongest knight in the realm. Regal did not move until Ser Barristan lowered his sword. "You may rise as a knight." There were more cheers and applause as the impromptu ceremony concluded. Regal Targaryen was knighted at the age of 14. Chapter 33, Secrets in the Glass Part 1. The joust lasted for 5 days total. There were no shortages of competitors. Knights from all across Westeros traveled to King's Landing to test their skills in knightly combat. 5 out of the 7 Kingsguard joined the joust as well, with only Ser Gerald and Ser Harlan not taking part. There were no deaths during the joust, only injuries, and on the 5th day the final matchup was none other than Ser Barristan the Bold versus Lord Yon Royce. It ended up being a heavily fought final, as both knights broke several lances on the other. However, in the end, it was Ser Barristan who came out on top by unhorsing the Lord. Lord Royce accepted the defeat graciously and did not demand a continuation once on the ground. Neither man suffered any serious wounds, but by the end they were pretty winded. As was customary, with his victory Ser Barristan was able to choose his Queen of Love and Beauty. Having no one specific in mind, the Kingsguard awarded the wreath of white roses to the Queen as a sign of respect to the King for hosting the tourney, a gesture which was met with approval by the crowd. There had been a smaller feast on the final day to close off the celebrations, with the climax of the feast being the knighting of Regal at the Great September with the eager approval of the High Septon. After the High Septon's argument with the king, he was eager to restore the public image of the faith in the realm, and Aries was more than happy to accommodate that on this occasion. After all, while Regal was not 12, he was still one of the youngest to ever be knighted in the history of the realm. To the king, that was another success tied to his name. It did not help that Regal's match against Arthur was already being sung in taverns and inns all throughout the city. Possibly throughout the Crownlands too. It might reach beyond that eventually. Each song only embellished the details further. If Ashara hadn't been there, then she would think her beloved and her brother had fought for an entire day while heavily wounded, displaying their knightly courage for the realm to see while wielding Bright Flame and Dawn respectively. The king did not discourage these interpretations. It did not help the king's ego any that Prince Rhaegal had won his event as well despite being defeated by Arthur in the melee. To the king, it was a clear sign of the strength of the House of the Dragon under his rule. It made Ashara want to roll her eyes when she thought about it, but she had enough self-control not to. That night, she and Regal celebrated together in private inside his chamber. Regal had defeated her brother, but that did not lessen her excitement any. She was aware of their private rivalry, but that had little bearing on their relationship. It was frustrating that they were still holding back, but Ashara accepted Regal's reasons. She knew that he was right. She was just being impatient. Her unique relationship with Regal was still something she was coming to terms with when he wasn't holding her in his arms. A part of her wondered if she was just letting her own passions get the better of her. It was not like she desired being the queen. She was more than happy to let Sheena take the spotlight in that sense. On the other hand, she was not one to be content to just be a mere lover either. Not forever. Involving herself with Regal carried the expectation that she would have to involve herself with the throne. It was scary to be honest. Regal's desire to marry both her and Sheena carried the risk of dividing the realm. The Targaryens had a history of breaking tradition throughout history, but Ashara was learned enough to understand that those breaks came with animosity and condemnation. Even back when dragons still roamed the realm, the Targaryens had not dared to take more than one wife after Maegor's disastrous reign. It was part of the compromise that was meant to heal the realm in the wake of the Faith militant uprising. Ashara had been studying more on the history of the Targaryens ever since Regal expressed his desire to keep her at his side. The implications of their situation were daunting, and yet Ashara remained. She knew that he wasn't chasing her for her family name. Her house had no great power in the realm. Perhaps she just desired Regal too much. It was the reality that Ashara was living in, and one that she would have to confront very soon. After all, Sheena would have to be told. The king and queen as well. Another daunting task. But now, with the celebrations behind them, the lords and the knights and all the others who had come to the capital looking for fame and wine were starting to leave, heading back to where they had come from. The celebration had been a nice reprieve from all of the tension that had taken over the court, but that would not last. Ashara knew that things were only going to become more complicated in the coming months, especially as Regal was already preparing for his next trip before he retreated back to Dragonstone with his dragons. Ashara did not know his reasons for wanting to go to Oldtown so soon, but considering what had happened after his last trip, Ashara was not going to question it. She was going to question the inclusion of Malora Hightower in court, more specifically her constant presence around him, but all Regal would say was that he'd tell her someday. Such a vague answer that inspired little confidence, but Ashara knew she wasn't jealous. Honestly, she was not. She did not get jealous. Her parents and older brother were soon departing for Starfall as well, but this goodbye was going to be shorter than the last. You did well in the melee, their father told Arthur as the family gathered inside his chamber in the royal apartments. I'm assuming this is not the extent of your ambitions. No, father. Arthur looked resolute as he stood before Lord Beric Dane. I will claim Dawn and stand alongside the princes for as long as I can. Ulrich, their brother, chimed in. Do you speak of a mere knight or? He left the statement hanging. The Kingsguard. Ashara was surprised. Her brother had not spoken to her about this. It was not as though Rhaegal was going to be the next king, so why did Arthur want to become a member of the Kingsguard? Their father looked less surprised. I had a feeling this was where your heart was leading you. You never spoke of any desire for marriage or to build something for yourself, but rather you've chosen to remain here. It is where I am meant to be. Their father nodded. Very well. When you feel like you are ready, return to Starfall. There, you may claim Dawn as your own. Arthur looked relieved as he returned the nod. Thank you, father. Despite his unexpected declaration, Ashara was certain that Arthur would succeed. And you, Ashara? Their mother spoke up, drawing attention to her. You will soon be 13. What do you plan to do? Remain in the capital as one of the Queen's ladies? Or do you desire more? Her mother's tone suggested that she knew something, but Ashara kept her face composed. She was certain that she had not let slip her true feelings while in their presence. I will remain here. Queen Rhaegal and Princess Sheena have been good friends to me. I would not dare abandon them without a plan. Lady Cassella smiled, but it was a smile that was full of mischief. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. The Queen spoke to me during the tourney. She told me that if we had plans for you that you need not worry about your position in court. She would not keep you tied down when you might build your future elsewhere. Your father has gotten some proposals for your hand already. Did you know that? Lord Ironwood's proposal was most promising. Of course the Queen had done such a thing. Her way of expressing her disapproval, no doubt. Ashara did not budge. I am quite content where I am, mother. I will not be given away without my consent. It was a bold statement coming from her, but as the third child Ashara knew that she had more freedom compared to either of her siblings. Otherwise, her parents would have already sent her back to Starfall. I'm sure. Rather than react negatively to her answer, her mother just continued to smile. It did not make Ashara feel any more comfortable. Her parents did not force the issue, though, and for now that was enough. Soon, they were sailing back to Starfall with the Princess of Dorne and the other Dornish lords, and life at the Red Keep began to return to normal for Ashara. Regal did not know what to make of Jon Cunnington. The young heir to Griffin's Roost was a year younger than Regal, which meant that he was the same age as Arthur. He had participated in the squire's melee but had been defeated pretty decisively by Arthur, so Regal did not have a chance to cross blades with him. Otherwise, he would have remembered the young Stormlander. After all, it was not every day that he met someone with fiery red hair and blue eyes. Now if only the boy would stop following him around all the time. After his victory over Arthur, Jon had met up with Regal at the closing feast and declared that he would pledge his sword to him. Regal didn't fully understand the young Cunnington's reasons for doing so. Something about Regal having the spirit of the warrior or him being the warrior in human form. Regal couldn't remember all that well. The redhead had rambled a lot, to be frank. The only reason Regal had not dismissed him already was because the young Jon seemed earnest enough. His family, the Cunningtons, were influential in the Stormlands. They were well established and controlled a lot of land right next to Storm's End. In short, it wasn't the worst connection to have. Jon's father, Lord Armand Cunnington, was pleased when Regal informed him that he did not mind Jon's desire to spend the remaining years of his squirehood in King's Landing. After all, Ser Barristan needed a new squire now that Regal had been knighted. He hadn't beaten the Black Dragon's record, but he had fought in one battle before he was knighted, so Regal felt that he had more than earned his in comparison. Or maybe was just a sore loser. Wait here, Jon. I have something to discuss in private with my brother. Regal did not wait for a response before he entered his father's private solar. He was not worried about Jon trying to listen into his conversation. Ser Barristan would ensure his privacy. Inside the solar, Rhaegal was standing by the table. He was finely dressed with Dark Sister hanging from his side. After their performance in the melee, Rhaegal had decided to take some time off from the training yard before resuming with his exercises. This was one of those days. Right now, their father was probably in the library preparing for another trip to Dragonstone. Now that the tourney was over, Aries wanted to visit Parthenax again and told Tywin to run things in his absence. It was just as well. Once Regal returned from Oldtown, the real work would begin. "I see your new fan is not here," Rhaegal joked when Regal entered. "You're only mad that I won the melee," Regal fired back as he walked up to the table. The map of Westeros from before was still here, and from the looks of things Rhaegal had been studying it. "So?" Regal crossed his arms. "What did you want to talk to me about?" "I'm a very busy person, you know." "I did not mean to take you from your affairs, brother," Rhaegal apologized. "But this could not wait. It's about Skagos and Crackclaw Point." "Oh." Regal perked up. Had his brother decided? "You probably noticed that none of the houses from Crackclaw Point attended the tourney. Neither did the Skagosi. Nor the mountain clans from the north. As always, those lords were the most isolated." "I'm sure you will want to speak to them in due time," Rhaegal said, "but I'm more concerned about the Crackclaws. They are close to the capital, but they too keep to themselves. There is little unity there." "I know that already." "So what's your point, brother?" "Construction of the new keep on the peninsula will begin right away, while Skagos will take more time. The lords will want a more stable hand once the unification begins. I think that's why I am more suited to make my seat there while Darren inherits Skagos." Regal chuckled. "You did not have to say all of that, brother. I am more than happy to give you either for your future." Rhaegal smiled. "I know. I just wanted to explain my reasoning for my next point." "Oh. There's more." "Yes. You've noticed it, I'm sure. There is a lot of discontent about your actions on Skagos. I'm sure even some of the Northmen still feel cheated despite you returning the gift to them. I overheard Lord Stark's second son talking to him about it. He did not seem happy." Yes, there was always going to be discontent with his decision to take over Skagos. No matter what concessions he made, Regal knew that the overgrown pride of the lords would never let them fully accept it. They had been accustomed to having a stronger voice in the realm for over a century now. His family's weakness had created these circumstances that he was now forced to contend with. Regal noticed the most discontent from the Rivermen and the Valemen, although the latter did a better job of trying to hide it. The Lord John Arryn was particularly distant with his greetings and gifts. "What are you trying to say, Rhaegal?" Regal asked his brother. "Despite our father's wishes for us to marry Valyrian brides, that will not strengthen our house. We cannot just keep to ourselves, even with our dragons. We should seek allies in the realm moving forward, ones that are forged not just through friendship but through blood." Regal did not answer as Rhaegal pointed at Skagos on the map. "If Darren is to rule Skagos, then I suggest we convince father that he should marry a northerner. That will make Darren's ascension go more smoothly and many lords will believe that Lord Stark planned this from the beginning. It might take some of the animosity away from us and direct it at the Starks instead, especially if Darren should marry one of their own." "You're suggesting that Darren marry Lyanna Stark? Is that such a bad idea?" Rhaegal said. "They're of similar age. I'm sure Lord Stark would agree. Our father might need some convincing, but it would strengthen our position in the north and bind the Starks to the crown. If we have the Starks, then we have the north. The Starks were beloved in the north. Some might even say that they were worshipped, so Rhaegal was not wrong with his assessment. A royal marriage would also bring the north closer to the realm, something that was badly needed. It was also true for the Iron Islands, but Rhaegal had no intention of tying anyone of his family to the Ironborn if he could help it. He wanted to bring them closer to the realm, yes, but he was not blind. More often than not, the Ironborn were more interested in chaos rather than prosperity. Any moves he made there in the future would have to be done with the utmost caution. That was a topic for another time, though. Right now, he had to consider Rhaegal's suggestion. "I had not given the matter much thought because I was waiting to see what you might decide," Rhaegal said. "To be honest, I was expecting you to want Skagos over Crackclaw Point. Skagos was going to be a second Dragonstone, after all." Now that there were more Red Priests under his control, Rhaegal was positive that he could restore life to the dormant volcano on the island. If everything went according to plan, then Skagos was the perfect staging ground to launch an invasion over the wall and finally control the entirety of Westeros. But again, a thought for a different time. After all, what lied beyond the wall was not just men. The land was also unknown, so any campaign would be met with danger. "It's more than a little tempting," Rhaegal agreed. However, Cracklaw Point will need immediate stability. I very much doubt the houses there would accept our younger brother, even if he is a dragon rider. We already have enough to worry about. We do not need potential enemies right in our doorsteps. Regal would not go that far. The Cracklaws were a quiet and distant people, but they had remained loyal since the conquest. From what the histories say, the only point of contention was their grudge against House Celtigar and their attempts to assert direct control over the peninsula. There were also talks of old rivalries among the houses, but they probably couldn't be worse than what the Blackwoods had with the Brackens. Then again, offending them too much could sour relations and the stability of the Crownlands, so there was no point in trying to risk it. Very well, brother, Regal said after a moment of contemplation. Once I return from Oldtown, you shall have my answer. You will love Highgarden, your grace. There is no other castle like it in all of Westeros. I'm sure you will not want to leave when you get there. Regal tried his best to not look bored as Mace raved about Highgarden as he sat next to him inside the carriage. It was not that seeing the heart of the Reach did not interest him. Highgarden was said to be very beautiful. He just had other things in his mind that required more attention than a beautiful and ancient castle. There are said to be some interesting sights there at least. The three singers came to mind. It was a good thing Melisandre wasn't here with him. The Red Woman might just go against his wishes and burn the godswood inside Highgarden because of the weirwood trees. As Mace continued to speak of the incredible beauty of the Reach and Highgarden, Regal glanced out the window of the carriage. They had left King's Landing some hours ago, so his journey to Oldtown was just starting. He was going to have to make some stops along the way in order to maintain decorum. The Rose Road ran right through some important castles. Bitterbridge was one such keep. A modest one supposedly, but a keep that was nonetheless steeped in history. It was where the Rose Road met the River Mander, so it was a very important crossing point. As the tourney finally came to an end, some in Regal's group began to head back to their respective kingdoms. Mace was one of them. As Lord of Highgarden, the friendly Tyrell was unable to stay in King's Landing indefinitely. There were already rumors that his mother ran his kingdom for him. No doubt the Lady Tyrell did not want those rumors to persist even if they were true. Mace was also now betrothed to Allery Hightower, a fact that he was very happy with. So Mace needed to return to Highgarden to plan for the wedding. Regal was invited, of course. Another who had left King's Landing was Tytos. Not because of animosity or disagreements, but because there were some personal matters that he needed to attend to back at Raventree. Tytos' father had been very appreciative of Regal's desire to reconnect with House Blackwood, so Regal knew that he had at least one ally in the Riverlands for the future. Montford was also taking some time to return to Driftmark in order to learn more about sailing and commanding ships from his cousins. Regal's friend had been most excited about the prospect. Regal could not begrudge him for it. The Valyrian love for ships and sailing was very much alive within Montford. Oberyn had left with his family too, saying that there were things he still wanted to do, similar to Tytos. But the boisterous prince declared that he would visit soon. After all, his sister remained in King's Landing. The ones accompanying Regal to Oldtown were Kyburn, Stannis, and Jon. Ser Barry Stan and Prince Lewin were also accompanying him by orders from his father, something which Regal did not object to. Malora Hightower was also coming. As she would be joining Regal on Dragonstone, this trip was her farewell to her family for the foreseeable future. Regal would admit to feeling surprised at the fact that Stannis would not be returning to Storm's End with his family. When asked, Stannis just said that he would learn more while in King's Landing. The young Baratheon probably did not want to get left behind by his older brother. If Robert was having his own adventures in the Vale, then Stannis wanted his own. Speaking of Robert, the heir to Storm's End had been furious but also determined about his defeat and declared that he would one day have his revenge on the field before departing with Lord Arryn. Regal just welcomed the challenge. You seem distracted, Prince Regal. Olenna Tyrell's voice snapped Regal from his thoughts. At some point, Mace had stopped talking just enough for his mother to speak. She was riding with Regal and Mace. Her youngest child was with them as well. It was her older daughter who had remained in King's Landing with Sheena. Keeping his face composed, Regal replied, "Not at all. If anything, I suppose I am a bit tired. The last couple of months have been hectic. I can imagine. It is not every day that one is able to bring the dragons back from the dead. A fascinating tale, no doubt. Mace has told me a lot about it. It was quite the journey, Lady Tyrell. I am glad that Lord Mace was there to accompany me." Regal's flattery was enough to make Mace look smug while Olenna's mood was more difficult to decipher. Indeed. Her dry tone was enough to convey her lack of belief in Regal's words. I suppose my curiosity has gotten the better of me. The dragons are not something we have experience with. They were more myth than facts. Magic is hard to put into words, my lady. If one does not have experience, then understanding can be difficult. How very queer. There are houses in the Reach who claim to possess magic, did you know that? Not the Tyrells, though. Even though we share ancestry with Garth Greenhand. Garth Greenhand. A legendary figure that was myth and history all wrapped in one. Then again, this was true for many figures throughout Westeros. Bran the Builder. Durin Godsgrief. Lon the Clever. And many more. Regal was particularly curious about Garth Greenhand. The descriptions of the men made him sound like some sort of hybrid. Part man, part something else. In a world where the old gods were real, and possibly the children of the forest, who knew what else Westeros was home to? Even in the Reach, there were rumors of a skin-changing house who could change into cranes. As with many other tales, the accuracy was debated. But with Regal's birth and the resurgence of magic, Regal wondered if wargs and other magically inclined individuals would become more common in the future. A potential future problem perhaps. While magic may be a foreign concept to most, dragons are a more tangible fact to comprehend. Olenna did not seem bothered by Regal's silence and continued to speak. Now, your entire family has a dragon. The power structure of the realm has shifted, don't you think, Prince Regal? This woman was being more direct than Regal would have assumed. Some might say that. Regal did not give anything away as he put aside his thoughts for now to give the conversation his focus. However, as the rulers of Westeros we have a mantle of responsibility to see the realm prosper. When House Targaryen thrives, so too will the kingdoms. My, you do have a honeyed tongue. Olenna's tone did not soften. It's a beautiful ideal, but ideals are rarely seen through. I'm sure many are more likely to fear you than to love you. Do you count yourself as one of those people, Lady Tyrell? While Mace was looking anxious as he glanced between them, Regal did not cow under Olenna's insinuations. He wasn't sure if she was bold or just arrogant. Olenna smiled. I consider myself a pragmatist. Especially when it comes to my family. Regal took the non-answer for what it was. Before the conversation could continue, the carriage came to an abrupt stop. There was plenty of daylight out, so there was no reason for them to suddenly stop in the middle of the road. Mace frowned. What is happening? Olenna's eyes narrowed but did not say anything. Regal reached for Bright Flame, which was resting against the door to the carriage. Just in case. Thankfully, it did not seem that he was going to have to use it as Ser Barristan appeared next to the window of the carriage by Regal's seat. The King's Guard did not look worried. Just confused. Relaxing, Regal opened the carriage door for the night. What has happened, Ser Barristan? Why did we stop? My prince. The older knight hesitated, his brow furrowed. Someone suddenly appeared in the middle of the road in front of the procession. A woman. Very old. Anne, of peculiar appearance. She will not move, and she speaks only about wanting to speak with the one with the soul of a dragon. We were considering just pushing her out of the way, but Maester Kyburn suggested that you might want to see her first. Kyburn was riding ahead in one of the other carriages with Stannis and Jon. Regal's carriage was at the back of the group. With a noncommittal hum, Regal stepped out of the carriage with Bright Flame in hand. Your Grace, are you sure that's wise? Mace asked, concerned. As they say. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The descriptor this unknown woman had used was one that not many should know. Since she did know of it, she was someone of interest to Regal. Olenna just watched him go in silence while her curious daughter stayed by her side. Out on the road, Prince Lewin stood with one hand on his sword, seemingly ready to strike at a moment's notice. Jon was out of his carriage while Stannis remained safely inside. The other personal guards that had accompanied Regal, as well as the contingents from Highgarden and Oldtown, were all on guard as they stood at attention. It might seem overkill for one simple woman, but appearances could be deceiving. Kyburn was standing beside Prince Lewin in front of the procession where the woman who had caused this entire commotion was. When Regal first saw her, he was taken aback. He had expected to see a normal woman, not a dwarf. She had very long white hair that it nearly touched the ground. Her eyes were blood red, and her skin was very pale. She wore tattered and dirty dark robes and had a gnarled black cane in hand. Despite the fact that this was the first time that he was seeing someone like her, Regal was almost certain that he had met her before. But why? And when? The woman was a few meters away, but Regal could see her lips moving. She was either whispering or just randomly moving her lips. My prince. Prince Lewin glanced at him. What are your orders? Do we just move her out of the way? Kyburn shook his head. You knights. All you do is think with your sword. Did you not hear what she said? She said many things. The ravings of a mad woman, no doubt, Baristan chimed in as he joined them. You two dismiss the truth too easily, Kyburn said. Regal was not able to respond as the strange short woman suddenly let out a gasp that was loud enough to be heard. It's you. Somehow, her voice was powerful enough to reach them. Oh, the old gods stir once more. All because of you. They sing of your birth. Your heritage. The sacrifices. So many for your pure blood. Oh, Jenny. It was my dreams that caused your death. Your burning. Sweet Duncan. Poor dragon. Their sacrifices were almost meaningless. But you stand here now, a dragon in human flesh. How? The dreams do not say. The old gods do not know, but they continue to sing. They do not let me sleep. Why do you not go to where the green leaves are? They await you, O Dragonborn. Why do you hesitate? Regal was immediately on alert. Dragonborn. The same title Malora had given him. What were the odds? Oh my. What is this now? Right as he thought of her, Malora emerged from her carriage with her father and older brother at her side. The maid on the tower, the old woman almost shrieked when she noticed Malora. I dreamt of you. You are intertwined with the dragons, meddling where you should not. Your family no longer has a connection to the dragon tamers of old. The glass. It reveals much, but you still see with one eye. The other rests, perhaps never to open. Unlike Regal, Malora did not seem caught off guard by the deranged woman. Rather, she seemed delighted. I don't know what you mean, but you must be the one who approached King Aries and turned the wheels of destiny so many years ago. I did not think that I would ever meet you, yet here you stand. Did you travel here just so that you could meet with my prince? But now you seem defeated. I wonder why that is. What? Regal almost couldn't believe it. He had heard the stories. His father told him of it once, and he had known of it as soon as he was born. He had seen it as part of his dream. A woods which had come to court one day, telling of a prophecy that convinced his grandfather to betroth his parents together despite their wishes. She was supposedly a friend of Jenny of Oldstones, the low-born woman who had bewitched his great-uncle into giving up the throne and marrying her instead. This woman was her. Why hadn't Regal realized that sooner? She did not look any different from that day. Old tales, the woman said with grief in her tone. My song brought nothing more than death. Summerhall has made me gorged on nothing but grief. I want nothing more of it. I need no more. But the voices. The dreams. They do not stop. There are more now. Too many. Too much time has been lost. Nothing will remain the same. What is right? What is wrong? Where will we go now? I know less now. Too little. But the old gods dream of possibilities. They see new ways to correct the mistakes of the past. They see a future where the seasons no longer struggle. Where the trees no longer bleed red. Where the guardians are no longer trapped. Where the land can return to its natural state before it was meddled with. The arrogance of green seers has corrupted it all. She was saying much, but Regal was struggling to understand all of it. This did not seem to bother the witch any as she looked at him. Go to where the leaves are green. They will welcome you. They are ready. But when will you be? Those were her parting words before leaving as abruptly as she had arrived. No one tried to stop her as she walked away. She did not take the road. No, she left through the hedges. To the trees. After that. It was uncertain. Malora beamed. How enlightening. Regal's reaction was different. He was starting to wonder if every trip he took through the realm was going to be like this. Chapter 34, Secrets in the Glass Part 2. Bitterbridge was a modest keep with a modest town. Regal did not spend much time at the keep, only resting for a day. Lord Caswell was more than accommodating during Regal's stay despite his modest holding. Unfortunately, Regal did not have a favorable impression of the Lord's son. Laurent Caswell was no impressive heir, not a warrior and no great administrator. He was spoiled and vain like many others. He was still young, so perhaps there would be improvements in the future. As historic as the keep and the surrounding area were, Regal's thoughts were more focused on the encounter with the Woods Witch and her cryptic words. More talks of dreams, of prophecies. How very troublesome. Regal questioned Ser Barristan about the witch and what he knew. The King's Guard did not know much, unfortunately, as he never met her personally until today, having only heard of her from Lord Commander Gerald and the gossip that erupted after Regal's grandfather announced the betrothal of his parents. In other words, Barristan knew as much about her as Regal did, probably less. Malora didn't know much either, only knowing of the woman's existence. However, the Mad Maid was happy to report that the witch was no fake. Her visions were real, and so were her abilities. Malora claimed that she sensed the usage of a glamour around the witch, which was an interesting detail to know. Was she hiding her true appearance? Why? And if so, what did she really look like then? And who was she working for? The old gods. Why would she take the time to relay a prophecy to the Targaryens then? They were not worshippers of the old gods. So many questions, and Jenny, the one who might have been able to provide the answers, was already dead. As always, more questions seemed to arrive at his feet with no answers. It was almost as if the world was screwing with him. After ignoring the annoying advances of Lord Caswell's daughters, Regal set off on the road again. They passed by New Barrel and then Appleton. These lords had been present for the tourney, but they had returned to their lands pretty quickly. They were all welcoming and dutiful. Regal did not have a chance to meet with any of them during the celebrations, but seeing them now it was clear that the Reach was pretty united with the Targaryens. Then again, perhaps he was merely seeing what he wanted. It was not as though he could truly know what was in their hearts and minds. From Appleton, the next major stop was Highgarden itself. The land surrounding the historic castle was like an endless emerald sea. Rolling green hills were the norm, filled with orchards and fields of wheat. It was different from the freezing land of the north and the more forestry land of the Stormlands. Regal could understand why the Reach was called the breadbasket of the realm. The fertility here was almost blinding with its abundance. The Reach is the jewel of Westeros, your grace. Mace proclaimed with enthusiasm as they came closer and closer to Highgarden. Regal just nodded. He silently observed all the villages teeming with life. The Rose Road was now swarming with activity, from merchants to other travelers. It made sense. Oldtown was not far from here, after all. Trade was bound to be plentiful. It was another hour before they reached Highgarden. The ancient castle was located on top of a hill overlooking the River Mander. The white stone that made up the castle walls was stunning. It contrasted heavily against all the vibrant green that gave the Reach its name, in a good way. Even from the outside, Regal spotted the famous Briar Labyrinth which made up part of the castle's defense as well as served as entertainment for its guests. Truly, it was a dichotomy that described both the Reach and Mace well. The welcoming ceremony at the entrance was grand. Regal spied singers, pipers, harpers, and other types of performers waiting for them as they crossed through the main gate. The castle garrison was also present and lined up. They were dressed in the Tyrell colors. Mace was giddy as he clapped from his seat while his mother did her best to hide her eye roll. Joanna seemed similarly entertained as her brother. Regal was somewhat amused but just continued to observe in silence. There were more guards wearing the Tyrell colors waiting for them inside the castle courtyard. Regal's presence was announced with much fervor as he stepped out of the carriage. After spending some time on the road with the Lady Tyrell, Regal hazarded a guess that this was not her work but rather the work of Mace. Judging from the proud look on the young lord's face, Regal had a feeling that he was right. It was a grand gesture, and from these frivolous displays alone Regal had a pretty good understanding of the wealth that House Tyrell commanded. The flowers had no gold mines under them, but they did have food. And when it came down to it, food was more valuable than gold. Regal and the others were then led to their rooms by servants of the castle, with the proud Mace leading them. Olenna excused herself while dragging her daughter behind her. The inside of the castle was just as impressive as the outside. It was very richly decorated with flowers and stained glass windows. According to Mace, the sept inside the castle was similarly furnished, with the windows displaying Garth Greenhand and the Seven. Even though he didn't walk inside, Regal could see that the sept here was almost as grand as the September of Baelor in King's Landing. Oldtown and subsequently the Reach were once the main seat to the faith, so Regal was not surprised by the splendor of the sept. Aside from the overabundance of flowers, Regal would come to enjoy the time he spent in Highgarden. Despite his troubled mind, seeing one of the most impressive castles in all of Westeros with his own eyes was time well spent. Stannis and Jon were similarly entertained, although the former less so. Stannis considered the aesthetics of the castle wasteful, and considering where he'd grown up his assessment was not all that surprising. It could be said that the practicality of Storm's End was the opposite of the abundance that was Highgarden. It was the Godswood that ended up becoming the most interesting place for Regal during his stay. The 3 singers were there, and the 3 weirwood trees were as grotesque as the ones in the north and Storm's End. The leaves were coated red, and the faces on the trunks were still screaming into the void, as if in constant agony. As he stood before the weirwood trees, Regal half expected for the 3-eyed crow to come for him again, but nothing happened. There were no voices and no visions. Just the stillness of the trees and silence. Regal was not sure if he was disappointed or relieved. Mace hosted several lavish feasts for Regal during his stay at Highgarden. No lords came, but the costs must have been the same with all the food and drink that Mace had prepared for him. Regal was surprised that Mace's mother never stepped in to question her son's decisions. Either she did not care or she was just willing to let Mace do as he pleased because Regal was here and the Lord already shared a positive relationship with him. The return of the dragons was making the supposedly sharp-tongued woman more docile, it seemed. It was interesting to see the contrast in behavior compared to the rumors that Regal had heard about her. Whatever Olenna's true thoughts, Regal did not pay her too much mind during his stay. She did not go out of her way to interact with him, so he saw little reason to do the same. Watching Mace make small talk with Aery Hightower was amusing to Regal. It was clear that the young Lord of Highgarden was enamored with his intended. Aery for her part returned his affections with due diligence. Malora had said that Aery had been eager to wed Rhaegal, but unfortunately the history between their families made that impossible. Aries would never tolerate it, and Regal saw little reason to push for it. At least she will not be mistreated. Mace had his faults, as anyone did, but he did not appear to be a bad man who would harm his lady wife. Hopefully some genuine affection could form between the two of them. Many times lords and ladies were not afforded such a luxury. When Regal finally departed from Highgarden, he knew that he would be returning in the coming months for the grand wedding. For once, Mace was more preoccupied with wishing his intended farewell rather than focus solely on him, which Regal did not mind. He almost laughed when he noticed the exasperation coming from Malora as she watched Mace interact with her sister. Looks like she cares for her sister. In her own way. Olenna and her daughter also bid them farewell, but Olenna's was more formal than heartfelt. The stay had been comfortable, as had been the sights. So Regal cared not for the older woman's mood. From Highgarden, Regal continued down south past the River Mander. Regal encountered the lesser-known House of Oldflowers with their distinct sigil during this time. It was a more flamboyant version of the more known and historic House Gardner. House Oldflowers claimed to be the closest living branch to the extinct house, having been formed from a bastard line of the Gardners a long time ago. However true their claim, Regal did not care much. House Gardner was nothing more than a distant memory now. When Regal arrived at their modest keep, they celebrated him, with the Lord not being subtle with his attempts to sell one of his daughters to him for more privileges. Now I see how Aegon IV was able to get around. His ancestor had no dragons and no magical abilities, and yet the crown on his head had been enough for the lords to whore out their daughters to the unworthy monarch. Power corrupted. It was a simple truth. Regal maintained a careful distance, but his displeasure was growing. He had little patience for such games. Thankfully Lord Beesbury had more tact, and his stay at his keep, the Honeyhold, was more comfortable. The keep was situated on the eastern bank of the Honeywine River, another calm and beautiful body of water further south. Honeyhold was no modest keep. Thanks to their monopoly on bees and trade with its related products, such as beeswax and mead, House Beesbury commanded respectable wealth in the Reach. Regal would go so far as to say that they were among the top 4 wealthiest houses in the Reach, only outdone by the Tyrells and Hightowers and possibly House Redwine. The furnishings inside the keep spoke for themselves. They were full of Lycene and Myrish decorations which many houses would be hard-pressed to afford. Regal spent his time enjoying the mead alongside Jon and Stannis. The young Baratheon took a strong liking to the mead despite his usual preference for lemon water. "It's not bad," Stannis said softly, trying to downplay his newfound love for the beverage. Jon just snorted but did not comment while Regal was silently entertained by Stannis' attitude. Compared to Robert, Stannis was far more serious. If not for their similar Baratheon looks, Regal would question whether the two were related at all. Regal expressed his compliments to House Beesbury while placing a personal order for more meat to be delivered to King's Landing. Hopefully by the time he returned from Oldtown, his order would have arrived. Regal probably spent more time in Honeyholt than he should have, but he enjoyed himself more than he'd expected. It helped that Jon and Stannis had a similar experience. Lord Leighton did not speak up against the delay as Lord Beesbury was an excellent host. No doubt the men felt elated that both the Crown Prince and the Lord Hightower were guests at his keep. Stannis' presence was also another bragging point. It was not every day that a Baratheon came this far south, after all. However, duty called, and eventually Regal had to set off from the comfortable keep. They followed the River Honeywine further south, and eventually they came across a very awe-inducing sight. "I think I see it," Jon said, squinting as he rode next to Regal. After leaving Highgarden, Regal had chosen to ride on horseback rather than stay cooped up inside a carriage. It just felt better, especially with the clean air of the Reach. Stannis, who was also riding alongside them, nodded. Yes. Where the river and the sea meet. Regal noticed the tall structure gleaming in the sun first rather than any body of water. They had still not arrived at Oldtown, and yet the Hightower was still visible to the naked eye. No wonder it's the tallest structure in all of Westeros. Taller than even the Wall. The sight of it sobered Regal's relaxed mind, as the Hightower was the symbol of the coming battle with the people who held his hatred. The Maesters. The Hightower was a massive structure of pale stone. It was a massive stepped tower with a beacon on top, built on Battle Isle. It was said that when Queen Alicent visited Oldtown she landed her dragon Silverwing atop the tower to light the beacon herself. Talk about a memorable entrance. Built around the Hightower was Oldtown itself. Much like the Hightower, Oldtown was a city built of stone, with all of its streets cobbled. Even from a distance, Regal could spot its many active markets as people went about their daily lives. The city was not just one single piece of land, however. There were many small isles, similar to Battle Isle, where singular structures stood, all interconnected by stone and wooden bridges. Regal's arrival had not gone unnoticed. As he and the others arrived at the main entrance of the city, they were greeted by a cheering crowd. City guards wearing the Hightower colors were stationed all around, holding back the crowd from trying to run up to them. Many were throwing flowers as performers welcomed their presence as if it were a sacred thing. No doubt by Lord Hightower's hand. Leighton had probably sent word ahead about Regal's upcoming visit. "Isn't this quite something?" Stannis observed with a calculating gaze. "Lord Hightower has set up quite a welcome for us." Prince Lewin chuckled as he rode with them. The Hightowers have never been shy about showing off their wealth. And they had much of it to go around. Regal greeted the cheering crowds with a wave, which was eagerly accepted. Of course, he was happy to see that his presence wasn't seen as something negative by the small folk, but the performance was a bit excessive. "I'm not going to burn you, Lord Leighton." This welcome was not needed. Regal kept his thoughts to himself. While he would have preferred to ride straight to the Citadel, once again he had to show proper respect to his hosts and visit the Hightower first. At least it was not a total loss. Much like Highgarden, the Hightower was filled with history, only this site was of particular interest to Regal as a Valyrian. The foundation on which the Hightower rested upon was said to be of black stone. The very same fused black stone that made up Dragonstone, or close to it. And yet, it was built long before Valyria came into power. Or so the stories went. There were no clear dates or information about the founding of Oldtown or the foundation that made up the Hightower, but standing before it now Regal could just feel its age. The stone was different from the fused black stone that the Alchemists Guild had been able to create. This black stone was fused with actual dragon fire. Regal could just tell with every fiber of his being. But where did that dragon fire come from? Regal did not have an answer. Leighton Hightower led them to the Hightower. On the way, Regal noticed just how clean and well-dressed the small folk were here when compared to the small folk of King's Landing. It had been true for White Harbor, and it was probably also true for Lannisport. Only King's Landing was filthy. One day, that will change. At the entrance to the Hightower stood the remaining members of Leighton's family, including his wife. She was Rhea Hightower, formerly Florent. She was Leighton's fourth wife. She was holding a baby in her arms while her stomach was noticeably round. Pregnant, no doubt. Next to her stood three young girls, all of whom shared Leighton's light brown hair at first glance. Although as he took a second look Regal swore that their hair could maybe pass off as a pale blonde color instead. The three girls also had blue eyes, a trait which Regal did not expect. He was certain that these three daughters were not of Leighton's first marriage with his Lycene wife. So why did they seem to share some Valyrian features like Malora and their older siblings? "Welcome to the High Tower, my prince," Leighton said as he stepped out from his carriage after it had come to a stop. "We are honored by your visit." "As are we, Prince Regal," Rhea said, bowing to the best of her abilities. Her long dark brown hair was braided neatly into a ponytail which fell down her shoulder. She wore a beautiful dress in the High Tower colors. The three young ladies copied their stepmother's movement to the best of their abilities, but their young age showed with how clumsy they were. Regal did not mind this as he dismounted from his horse with the others doing the same. He also spotted Kyburn emerging from his own carriage, his eyes wary as he glanced in the direction of the Citadel. "It feels good to be home." Malora celebrated as she jumped from the carriage after her father. Her two brothers and sister followed after her, more dignified in their movements. "Malora." Rhea's tone was not welcoming but neither was it hostile. It sounded more resigned. She then glanced at Baelor, Garth, and Aries. "I'm glad to see you are all doing well." Malora just waved at her while Leighton gestured to the entrance of the High Tower. "Please, Prince Regal. Follow me. I'm sure a good night's sleep will do us all good. After we fill our bellies, of course." But of course. The black stone foundation of the High Tower contained halls and chambers similar to the ones in Dragonstone, only that they lacked the dragon motifs. Underneath the foundation built into the isle itself were also several narrow and twisting tunnels. The description of these tunnels reminded Regal of the ones on Dragonstone and the ones underneath the Dragon Pit in King's Landing. More clues to the mystery. Regal did not stay in the lower levels of the High Tower. No. Lord Leighton invited him to the top of the tower where the apartments were housed. Regal rested in his own private chamber after another feast was held in his honor by the High Towers. Some cousins to Lord Runsford Redwine who happened to be at Oldtown at the time joined the feast, no doubt eager to meet the Crown Prince for themselves. The most devout of the Starry September made the trip to the High Tower in order to greet Regal personally, an honor which was supposedly very rare as the old man rarely left the Starry September due to his advanced age. Regal thanked one of the most prestigious members of the faith for his presence, acknowledging the gesture for what it was. "Before you leave, Prince Regal, perhaps you would be open to visiting the Starry September and accept the blessing of the Seven. For your future and the future of your house." It was a most surprising offer, but once more Regal acknowledged the gesture for what it was. "I'll be sure to make time before I depart, most devout Matthias." The bald man bowed his head to the best of his abilities. "I will pray for your continued health." Those were his parting words. It was an exchange that would serve Regal well in the future, he supposed. Faith has a way of making men unpredictable. During the feast, Regal was able to learn that Leighton's younger daughters were named Denise Hightower, Layla Hightower, and finally Alysanne Hightower. Baelor and Alysanne. Clearly Lord Leighton had a fascination with Targaryens of the past. Out of the three girls, Alysanne appeared the most Valyrian in looks, with her hair seemingly a pale blonde silver under certain angles. It was disturbing to some extent for Regal when he noticed this. They were born to Lord Hightower's second wife who had died in childbirth. His third had also died in childbirth without siring him any living children. Now it was Rhea Florent who was the current lady of the High Tower. She had given birth to the youngest of Leighton's children. Another daughter, whom they named Lynesse Hightower. Her hair was golden, and her eyes were a beautiful shade of blue. How disturbing. Regal did not know why he was uncomfortable by all of this. He had passed off Malora's more Valyrian looks due to her mother's heritage. Same with Baelor and Aries. Garth was the one who looked after their father the most. But the rest of them? There was no clear answer for their appearance. Combined with the fused black stone that stood beneath him, Regal was struggling to wrap his head around the implications to all of this. Neither Stannis nor Jon seemed to notice his troubled expression, which Regal was thankful for. Prince Lewin and Ser Barristan carried on as usual during the fast as well. Only Kyburn seemed to be studying his surroundings with great detail, but that was no different from usual. Also during the feast, Regal noticed Lord Leighton speaking to Stannis about something, which had the young Baratheon looking quite flustered. That was a first. The ones Regal spoke the most to during the feast were Baelor and the younger Garth. Garth seemed to have a fascination for the art of the sword, and so it was no surprise that he was excited to get a closer look at Bright Flame. He also congratulated Regal for his performance during the melee as well as his ascension to knighthood. "One day I'll be just as good," the young boy declared. "Maybe I'll even join the King's Guard and serve you, Prince Regal." Regal smiled. "Perhaps." Baylor just shook his head, amused. John scoffed as he cut in. "As if you'd ever be ready for such an honor." "What?" Garth looked offended. "Prince Regal will be known as the greatest of kings. Such a king will require the best Kingsguard in history. Do you really think that you can measure up to that?" Regal wanted to sigh. Since when had he inspired such confidence into John? Stannis and the others he could understand, but he barely knew the young Cunnington. Perhaps it was just his natural aura. "Right. I'll train." Garth was not deterred. It was the opposite. He looked more determined. "I might not be able to wield our Valyrian steel sword, but I'll still be good enough without it." "Who knows, brother," Baylor said gently. "I might not be half the warrior you are when you grow. Perhaps you might be able to wield vigilance in my stead." Garth looked shocked before his determination shot up again. "I won't let you down, brother." Regal chuckled. "I don't think that's something that you should say on a whim, you know." The young boy might feel betrayed when it did not happen. "Who says that it was?" Baylor shot back. "I know my brother. When it comes to fighting, he has potential." "Was that so?" Regal relaxed into his seat as he returned to his cup. "I'll take your word for it." More words were said, all of them pleasant. It was a comfortable evening inside the high tower, all things considered. Regal felt more at ease inside the tower than he'd guessed, and this was despite the many thoughts plaguing his mind. He also did not miss the fact that no Maesters came to greet him. After the feast concluded, Regal was led to Leighton's private solar by the Lord himself. "You've made quite the favorable impression on my children," Leighton said as he and Regal made themselves comfortable. The private solar was well furnished. Regal spotted several expensive-looking paintings adorning the walls. "From Essos, no doubt." "You have quite the family," Regal replied, keeping his words diplomatic. "Yes. I am quite proud of them all," Leighton admitted with a smile before it vanished. "Of course, Malora is something else. Her gifts have caused her to become isolated from a very young age. While I am not wholly pleased with her departure, I know that she will be happier with you." Regal frowned. He did not like the way the men phrased that. Leighton began to pour more wine for himself while also preparing a cup for Regal. "Forgive me. Malora is not the reason for asking you here." Regal rejected the wine. He had drunk enough for one evening. "I already know what worries you, Lord Hightower. And believe me, I do not plan on burning the Citadel down tomorrow." "Are you sure?" "They say a dragon's wrath is not to be underestimated, and while you've kept your composure well, I know that your anger has been stewing." Regal almost clicked his teeth together in annoyance. He needed to work better on hiding his emotions from others. "I can express my anger in other ways that do not include wanton destruction, Lord Hightower." Regal could cripple the Citadel in so many different ways in the future. Merely turning his flames on them would make them martyrs, and Regal was not going to give his enemies more cause against him. Maegor was a reminder that never-ending violence did not solve all problems. It had its place, and Regal would use it when necessary. His mind had been filled with thoughts of revenge ever since his initial conversation with Malora, but he could temper these thoughts with patience. It was unfortunate that not all Maesters were corrupt. They were going to become unnecessary casualties in his private war against the bad elements of their organization. "I see." Leighton studied Regal's face for a few moments before taking a sip from his wine. "Malora has assured me that there is more to you than just your flames, and I'm starting to see that. This may come off as unnecessary, but I will ask nonetheless. Please do not burn my city." Regal almost laughed. Burn Oldtown. That was the last of his desires. After all, just like the rest of Westeros, Oldtown belonged to him. And he would not hurt his possessions without cause. The night came and went fast. Regal bathed and ate his breakfast early. Prince Lewin and Ser Barristan were with him as Regal rode out of the high tower with purpose. Jon and Stannis were slower to awake, so Regal let them have their sleep. Kyburn's face was sour as he joined Regal on horseback. "Is this not a bit too early?" he said, trying to sound nonchalant. His face gave away his true thoughts, of course. He did not want to return to the Citadel. "The glass candles await me," Regal responded. Malora had not shown him hers the day before with everything else that had happened, but Regal was prepared in case she tried walking back on their deal. "Are you sure that they will just let you walk out of there with them in hand?" Kyburn questioned. "I do not think the Citadel is your biggest fan at the moment, my prince. They will have no choice." Regal was not going to mince words with them. In the back of his mind, he knew that he was perhaps being too hasty with this, but he did not let the thought persist as he ordered his personal guards to escort him from the high tower to the Citadel. Neither Leighton nor Malora would be joining him for this adventure, but Leighton was vigilant enough to provide him with extra security on his way to the Citadel. As they made their way through the city itself, Regal was once again met with the adoring crowds. It was still odd for him to see so many of the small folk cheering for him in what was essentially the heart of the faith, not taking the Great September into account. Regal spotted the starry September on his way to the Citadel. Just like the Great September, it was shaped into a dome with black marble walls and arched windows. It was an impressive structure which showcased the power of the faith to the world. How extravagant! Regal did not give the building a second glance. Along the way, more of the city guard came to help escort them, which thankfully was not a needed precaution. The people were energetic and cheerful as they waved at him, but they did not try to push their way to him. It was rather peaceful, really. Regal did not know how long they rode for, but the Citadel soon came into focus. Rather than one building, the Citadel was a complex of buildings. The many towers and other buildings were connected together by a series of arching bridges. Some of the structures were separated altogether on different small aisles scattered around. What stood out the most was the impressive pair of tall green sphinxes which flanked the main gates. As with everything else in Oldtown, every structure radiated power and wealth. Regal dismounted from his horse before reaching the main gates, as did the others. The horses were taken away by the guards while they continued on foot. There was a large group of Maesters gathered at the gates. Some of them wore masks of different materials, ranging from silver to Valyrian steel. These masks marked these men as the Archmaesters, the highest position within the Citadel apart from the Conclave. One of the Archmaesters stepped forward as Regal approached. "Prince Regal. It is a pleasure to have you before us," the aged man said, his head bowed in respect. Like many of his fellow Archmaesters, his hair was thinning, his face full of wrinkles. His mask was of bronze. "My name is Archmaester Vaelin." Many more thoughts raced through Regal's mind at this moment, but he kept his face composed. "Archmaester. I thank you for your courtesy. It has been far too long since a Targaryen prince has walked these halls. I wanted to see the center of learning of Westeros with my own eyes. We are here to serve, my prince. Your words are appreciated, and I'm gladdened to hear them. For one of my other purposes in coming here are the glass candles that you keep with you." For his bluntness, the Archmaester's back straightened as his fellow Maesters fell into hushed murmurs behind him. "The glass candles?" Vaelin sounded confused. "But my prince, those have been with the Citadel for more than 1,000 years. To take them now They are relics of old Valyria, and thus belong to House Targaryen." Regal stepped around the Archmaester to get a better look at the other Maesters behind him. There were many of them, but one of them stood out to Regal. He was short and squat with enormous hands. His mask was of Valyrian steel, as was the ring on his finger. For some reason, the unknown Archmaester had been staring at him more intently than the rest. "You have no use for them, do you?" Regal added as he looked back at Vaelin. "You have no magic, and thus they are worthless to you. They are priceless artifacts I must insist on their return." Regal cut him off, not having the patience to hear the man's excuses. "You did say that you were here to serve, correct? Right now, this is the best way of doing that. The crown would never forget of your continued loyalty to the realm. For these glass candles will benefit the realm greatly." Vaelin's mouth was shut tight, and it was clear that he was not happy. "Heh, I say let the prince try them." The Archmaester wearing the Valyrian steel mask stepped forward, joining their conversation. "He will see that he will be unable to use them, just like everyone else." "Oh. Is he trying to find a compromise?" Regal wondered, surprised that one of the Archmaesters would give such a suggestion. "Right. But of course." Archmaester Vaelin let out a sigh which seemed to steady him. "My prince, I am not sure what your intentions are with the glass candles, but they remain elusive to us all. Perhaps if you can uncover its secrets, you would be willing to share the knowledge with the Citadel." Regal inclined his head. "Perhaps." He had no intention of ever doing such a thing. "Then we shall lead you to them." One of the other Archmaesters stepped in here. His mask and ring were of black iron. I appreciate your understanding. I will make sure to compensate the Citadel for my selfishness one day. The words tasted like ash in Regal's mouth, but he swallowed his anger once more. But of course. We have heard of King Aries' refusal to allow us to study the dragons, Vaelin said. These are changing times, Prince Regal. Full of new discoveries. The Citadel will be more than happy to aid you in your endeavors. His eyes briefly went to where Kyburn stood, who had made sure to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Regal did not respond. He allowed the Archmaesters to lead him and his small group inside the Citadel. They were met by many curious novices and acolytes who were staring at Regal in wonder. These inexperienced and hopeful students were not yet corrupted by the inner machinations of the Citadel, but Regal did not trust them any. The Archmaesters provided Regal with a brief tour of the Citadel along the way. Despite the anger that he was suppressing within him, Regal was still able to admire the Citadel for what it was. The building was full of history, its halls filled with accumulated knowledge of the ages. Simply burning it down would be a waste. During the brief tour, some of the Archmaesters questioned Regal about his work with the Alchemists' Guild. Their words were filled with warnings about the dangers of such a partnership, stating that the pyromancers were nothing more than liars who were scheming for more power. Regal ignored these words too. The 4 glass candles were being kept inside sealed vaults within the Citadel. The Archmaesters explained how they were used for a test for their aspiring acolytes, also explaining the significance of the test to him. It sickened Regal to hear of this from their mouths, but once again he swallowed his anger. Under the instruction of Archmaester Vaelin, the 4 glass candles were brought together for the first time to one of the sealed vaults. 3 of the glass candles were black while the 4th was a more delicate green. They were all made of obsidian. It was just that the color of the obsidian was different. Most obsidian was black, but it could also come in green, red, and purple. The other colors were just more rare. So was the difference in color merely artificial? The question rang inside Regal's mind as Archmaester Vaelin gestured to the 4 glass candles. They were tall, twisted, and sword-shaped. These are the glass candles in our possession, Prince Regal. As you can see, they remain dark. True enough, none of the glass candles were burning. Regal walked closer to them. As Malora had said, he had no real training when it came to magic. What he did know was instinctual. Melisandre had tried to teach him some of her lesser spells before, but those were difficult for him to grasp. His fire, though, was easier for him to understand. As were the dragons and Valyrian steel. What of the glass candles? Regal could feel multiple sets of eyes on him as he stepped closer to the glass candles. It was faint at first, but soon Regal began to feel a pull from each of the glass candles. The lone green candle felt different compared to the 3 black ones. He did not know how to precisely describe that difference. It was almost as if it was more delicate or more fragile. As if the magic stored within was of a different kind. The 3 black candles on the other hand felt stronger and more direct, as if they were reaching out to Regal with such force that he almost collapsed. Regardless of the difference, right in front of the crowd of curious maesters, the 4 glass candles began to burn once more. Their fire was bright, and it produced an unnatural light which seemed to distort the color around them. The light also transformed the shadows of the vault into a pitch-black color that consumed all other darkness near it. Impossible. They are burning. How is this? Then magic really is coming back. Quiet, you fool. There were many whispers from the maesters, but Regal ignored them all. For the glass candles were calling to him. It was instinctual, and he would have never done this had his mind been more clear. Regal was certain that he could also hear a set of voices ringing inside his head. He did not know what they were saying, for he could not fully make out their voices. He just knew that there were many of them. My prince. It must have been Barristan's voice that cried out then, but Regal was already reaching for one of the black candles. When his fingers touched it, Regal's whole world collapsed around him once more. It was the 3rd time that the darkness embraced Regal. If Melisandre were here, then she would have probably cried out in terror. For the darkness was the enemy, and yet it kept welcoming Regal over and over. How fascinating. The dragon child has come. He is but a child. The dragons awaken, so must he. He knows some of what is to come, so he cannot remain a fledgling forever. Yet, he bears the same flaws as his forebears. His arrogance knows no bounds. Were we any different? The voices from earlier. They were around him, only this time they were much clearer. Regal could not see much of anything in the darkness, and yet right before his eyes figures started to materialize around him. They were distinct, almost ghostly in appearance. They were well-dressed, as if they were kings. There were many of them, all of whom were holding swords of pale fire. Regal could make out their hair. It was long. It was silver, gold, and white. They all had different colored eyes. They were opal. They were amethyst. They were tourmaline. And they were jade. And they were all staring at him. Chapter 35, Secrets in the Glass Part 3. He is here. But he does not understand. He can hear. But he cannot speak. The glass candles reacted to him. His dragon blood is true. As is his spirit. Yet he does not know. The dragons are awake once more. They will bow. The darkness grows. She knows of him. A new champion. A servant. The future is broken. What can he do? He will learn. In time, he might speak. The dragon must know. He must. The dragon will know. The ghosts were relentless with their words. Their chants became synchronized as they circled the stunned Regal, who found himself frozen in place. The darkness grew around him, but he could not speak. His mouth stayed shut, his words unspoken. Regal didn't know what to expect, and a part of him feared the worst. And yet, as the countless ghosts continued chanting, the scenery around him began to change. In a matter of seconds, Regal was no longer floating in the endless darkness. Now, he stood inside an elaborate tent where 4 others were also present. 3 of them were on one side while the other stood by himself, facing them. A large wooden table divided them. One of the 3 was seated, a hand resting comfortably on the armrest. He was broad-shouldered, with short silver-gold hair. He was wearing armor and a circlet of Valyrian steel with big square-cut rubies. A Valyrian steel bastard sword rested on the chair beside him. One of the others, a woman, was draped over his shoulders, her arms wrapped around his neck. She was beautiful. Like the men, she had silver-gold hair, only hers was long, reaching down her lower back. She wore an elaborate black and red gown with gold trimmings which accentuated her slender form. The third, another woman, stood to the side with her arms crossed. She too had long silver-gold hair which was braided as well as purple eyes. She wore ringmail for armor, which did not detract from her sensual and rather voluptuous form. Hanging from her side was a very familiar-looking Valyrian steel longsword, Dark Sister. The lone man facing them was tall, pale, and gray-eyed with wild brown hair. He wore the traditional armor of the north as he stood tall before the 3. Right away Regal recognized who the 3 were. The Conqueror and his sisters. But while he could see them, it did not appear like they could see him. Glancing down, Regal quickly realized why. As with the ghosts, it seemed like his body had become incorporeal, shimmering in a blue hue in the tent. How? His question would go unanswered. You already know my terms, Aegon said as he looked at the northerner. You had me send the Maesters away. My brother is ready to negotiate. Do you really think that your army can stand up to our flames? Visenya cut him off with a harsh glare. We've already torched the so-called King of the Reach and his men. We can do so to yours as well. The northerner did not back down. Your dragons are not the only magic in this world, Targaryen. Rhaenys chuckled. My, he does have a spirit to him. Shame you're only a snow. My blood is no less true than my brother's. That much is true, Aegon said. My sister was overzealous with her words. We do not mean to engulf you in our dragon's flames. For you already know what lies beyond your wall. The true enemy. Killing you would be wasteful in light what is to come. The northerner looked stunned. How do you know of such things? The dragons have many secrets of their own, Brandon Snow, Aegon responded. Your brother may not understand the full situation, but I know that you do. I know you believe in the stories of your ancestors. You've seen them. We've been made aware of them as well. This is why I have set out on my conquest. To prepare Westeros for what is to come. My sisters and I stand united in this goal. Brandon swallowed the lump in his throat. You seek to stop them? Yes. For fire can melt their magic. A second era of winter must not come, Visenya declared, her voice full of conviction. Brandon looked stunned once more. To know of such things. He tried to regain his composure as he clenched his fists at his side. What do you want from us? Nothing more than your cooperation, Aegon answered with a wave of his hand. The Starks will keep their kingdom. You will become the wardens of the North. All I ask is that you acknowledge me as king and for your brother to give up his crown. I'm sure you understand what refusal will mean. Regal could not believe it. This was the moment when the last king in the North would kneel to Aegon without a fight. Was this the reason why? Did the king's bastard brother convince him to do it? Regal would never get to see the conclusion to the conversation as the air shifted. Right before his eyes, Regal's surroundings changed again. He remained in his spirit or ghostly form, only now he was standing in a different location. There was a large and sealed vault with two people standing in front of it. Regal recognized the fused black stone that made up the walls. Is this dragon stone? Mother, what is this place? The younger of the two asked. He looked tall for his young age, with a thick neck, heavy shoulders, and huge arms. His silver-blonde hair was short, and his purple Valyrian eyes were full of uncertainty. A much older Visenya stood before him. She wore a modest silk gown. This is the secret that my father once shared with me, which I will now pass on to you, Maegor. Secret. The treasures of House Targaryen. Everything that we brought with us from Valyria is housed in this vault, accessible only to those who share our blood. Understanding dawned on the young Maegor. You sealed it with blood magic. Visenya scoffed. Don't be a fool. It was done under the orders of Enar Targaryen more than a century ago. It's been our greatest held secret. Why do you know of it? Why not, father? My father saw more potential in me than Aegon when it came to blood magic, Visenya said. You forget, Maegor. I'm the firstborn. I wield Dark Sister not just for show. Forgive me, mother. I did not mean dash. It matters not what you meant. Visenya ignored his attempts at an apology. Aenys is weak, Maegor. I have tried teaching him, but he does not understand. Westeros does not love us. They do not accept us. They still see us as outsiders. They mock us. Aegon's processions throughout the realm have done little to appease them. They only fear our dragons. Maegor just listened. If our dynasty is to survive, then we must remain firm. Do not forget our words, Maegor. They were chosen for a reason. We took up a sigil to better appeal to the Undulls, but it highlights a truth that none of them can understand. What truth, mother? I will teach you that and more. When you have your own children, then it'll be your duty to pass on this knowledge to them. Aenys is undeserving of it. His children will be no different. Yes, mother. Then come. I will teach you how to open the vault. Regal was engrossed by the conversation between mother and son, but before he could see the conclusion he was once again interrupted as the vision began to fade. What he presumed was Dragonstone disappeared, as did Visenya and Maegor. Now, Regal was standing in a large chamber filled with books with an elaborate table placed in the middle of it. A man was sitting, his hands resting on the table. He wore the robes of a maester as well as an archmaester mask of gold. Neither could hide the silver gold hair nor the purple eyes. Another archmaester stood before him, the man's hands folded behind his back. His archmaester mask and ring were of Valyrian steel. This archmaester was bald. Both were in their elder years, that much was certain. The realm will tear itself apart, it seems, the bald archmaester said. The purple-eyed archmaester just stared at him in silence. Despite your father's attempts, the dragons mean to kill each other. A dance of dragons. Spare me your flowery words. This is nothing more than two fools grasping for power. I suppose my father never realized the disappointment Viserys would end up becoming. I wonder if he would have allowed Rhaenys to become queen if he had. He was king. And now he's dead, with his children planning to kill the other with their dragons. Of what use is he? The bald archmaester shook his head. You've never been kind to your family. Family has rarely been kind to me, but that matters little now. All of them are dead. Now there are only two fools who have allowed themselves to be manipulated. The Conclave dash. It has little to do with me. He glared at the bald archmaester. You can proceed as you like. Dragons have never interested me any. Regal would never hear the response to the purple-eyed archmaester's statement as the scenery once again switched. Now, he was standing inside what appeared to be a chasm. Having been to Dorne once, Regal recognized the sands that stood on one end of the chasm, while the mountainside on the other was new for him. What he did recognize was the fallen form of King Darren I, the so-called young dragon. His gold and black plate armor was now stained with blood, his eyes opened wide even in death with sword in hand. The conqueror's crown was still on his head. There were many men standing around his body, laughing and jeering. One of them walked up to his body and roughly removed the crown from Darren's head. The men wore the light armor of the Dornish. The sigil on the armor was recognizable to Regal. It belonged to House Will. As you see, these so-called dragons are men just like the rest of us, he mocked as he held up the crown. They couldn't conquer us when they had their dragons. They cannot do it now. Dorne will never submit. His words were met with approval from those around him as they let out powerful cheers. The scene did not last. The sands and the mountains vanished as they were replaced by a burning scene. There was a chamber crackling with putrid green fire. The air was full of smoke. Men were screaming. There was a dark-haired woman who wore a dark crown with a red ruby in the center sprawled on the floor, tears racing down her cheeks as she watched two men face off in the middle of the room. One wore a purple and gold doublet, with a red cape over his shoulder. His silver-gold hair fell down to his shoulders. He wore a gold circlet. The other was a tall man donning the famous Kingsguard armor. The two were old, and yet their forms were imposing even as the green flames roared around them. This was never going to work, the Kingsguard cried out. Going behind our backs dash. It was the only way. If you had not interfered dash. They're your family. I did this for my family. For the realm. Once the dragons have returned dash. There's no more time. I will not let you go through with this. You will follow my commands. The wildfire is already spreading. The ritual failed, Your Grace. We must dash. The green flames began to burn even hotter, if such a thing was even possible. Even in his form, Regal could feel them. And it was the last thing he felt as that scene too faded from existence. The darkness was returning again, but before it could fully consume Regal he saw quick flashes of more visions. He saw the Balerion flying from what looked to be an incomplete King's Landing to Dragonstone at great speed. He saw the Black Dread again, only this time it was engaged in fierce combat with a smaller silver dragon near a large lake. There were other visions, but the only other which stood out was that of another silver dragon, this one more gray than pure silver, flying over the god's eye. There was a young rider on the dragon's back, a man with silver hair and purple eyes. His armor was emblazoned with the familiar silver seahorse that Regal had seen many times. Regal had no time to digest any of this as he found himself once more surrounded by the darkness and the ghosts. He saw nearly 300 years. It was his first. He does not understand. He will, in time. He must. More time. The candles will respond to him. The dragons will remain his eyes. Yes. The dragons understand. The dragons understand. Regal had no way of responding. He just watched on as the ghosts continued with their chants. It was loud, and it felt as if his mind was going to shatter with all of the noise. Then, as quickly as the darkness came, it vanished once more. The ghosts as well. And Regal. He could only close his eyes in exhaustion. The Citadel was in an uproar. Marwyn could see it. His fellow archmaesters were not pleased. They had not only been rejected by the king to study the dragons, but now the crown prince had visited the Citadel just to take away some of their most prized artifacts. At least, this was what they would want you to believe. The glass candles were no more than decorations now. They did not function, and none of the maesters knew how to make them burn once more. No, the real issue was the fact that Prince Regal had proved that he could make them burn again all by his lonesome. Whatever delusions these learned men might have had about the prince's magical abilities were gone now. They could not deny the existence of magic when the instruments that had been used to disprove magic were now used to show the opposite. Perceptions mattered, and the archmaesters were displeased indeed. After the prince went into a trance after touching one of the glass candles, he collapsed. There had been some concerns about the prince's health, but Kyburn quickly saw to the prince's care and concluded that he had only passed out. Prince Regal was going to be fine. Just as well. The king might really burn this place if his heir was killed while in these halls. Marwyn still valued his life, and he didn't need to be a learned man to know that an angry Targaryen with a dragon was a scary proposition. The prince was being transported back to the high tower to rest. The two kings guard with him were keeping a close eye on him as they rode back to the high tower. It was unfortunate for Marwyn that he was unable to speak to the prince in private, but as he stared at Kyburn who now stood inside his chamber, Marwyn knew that he would have another chance in the future. At least, he was able to see something interesting. Your prince has made a lot of enemies. They were never going to be his allies. Oh. Marwyn was taken aback by Kyburn's retort. I knew you were growing tired of the Citadel, but to say such things dash. I have seen many things while in the service of Prince Regal. Kyburn cut him off. I have learned many things as well. This world is a big place. What the Citadel considers knowledge is but a small fraction of the truth. I know they do not like that. I know that they will act against it. The realm is going through a rapid change, Marwyn said. Everyone is trying to keep up. Are you? Marwyn was able to crack a small grin. I'm thriving as much as you are. For I have seen my own share of things during my travels. I've come to realize that this is a big world as well. Which is why I want to know how committed you are to witnessing as much of it as possible. Kyburn's hand twitched. I'm still waiting to fully begin my studies. I have much conjecture. Even for the smallest scraps of knowledge, we are willing to do what we must, Marwyn agreed. Sticking with Prince Regal grants me many benefits. Marwyn grunted. I'm sure. Your prince does not allow that benefit for the rest of us. He does not trust you. Smart of him. The Citadel has many agendas. So I've been told. So you have. Marwyn studied him. You know some then. Good. That means I don't have to worry. Then you should also know this. I'm willing to pledge myself to your prince as well. Kyburn raised an eyebrow at this. What? There is someone who's very interested in your prince, and I find myself being their errand boy for this ride. But it also aligns with my desires, so I'm willing to go along with it. I want to join you on Dragonstone. Kyburn's response was quick. Prince Regal would not agree to such a thing. Especially when you're an archmaester. Recent events have made him more distrustful of you than ever. If I'm such a danger, then why tell me such a thing? Marwyn argued. It's because you know that I don't follow the same beliefs as many of these fools. I have my own aspirations. Yes. The return of magic. Precisely. Marwyn could barely contain his own excitement. I've always had doubts. Beliefs. But now, I'm more confident than I have ever been. Just think of it. A new age, not stifled by men too afraid of their own shadows. And you believe Prince Regal will help? Marwyn resisted the urge to scoff. Don't you? Kyburn did not reply. Those old fools want me to make you bend the knee to them, Marwyn carried on. It's why I summoned you here. Or rather, why they think I did. They'll believe that they have someone on the inside if you accept me. It'll make them more confident and less volatile. For a time. Marwyn cared little for all the politics occurring in the realm. He cared less for the politics of the Citadel. But if they helped him get what he wanted, then he was not ashamed to use them. I know what they want, Kyburn said, looking frustrated. And your idea has some amount of merit. I know the type of person that you are. Marwyn looked hopeful. Kyburn then added, however, it's not my decision to make. I can make an argument for your case, but Prince Regal will have the final say. Marwyn was still pleased with the outcome. That's all I ask for. Regal frowned as he awoke to the beaming eyes of Malora staring down at him. It took him a few seconds to realize that his head was resting on her lap. It took him a few more seconds after that to realize that he was in his own private chamber inside the high tower. I've been hearing of the stir that you caused at the Citadel earlier today, my dragon prince, she said, her voice chirpy. It's too bad that I missed it. Those old men must be freaking out about what all of this means. Regal was a lot less chirpy. Why are you here? Weren't his king's guard supposed to keep intruders out? Or did they think that Malora was not a threat? But you must tell me. Malora ignored his question altogether as she stared intently down at him. What did you see? What did the glass candles show you? She pouted here. The fact that you were able to make them burn from just approaching them makes me mad. You have too much magical power in you. It must have reacted strongly to the glass candles when you approached them. Regal felt exhausted, to the point that he wasn't sure if he could walk properly right now. But even so, he remembered everything that the glass candles showed him. Not that he would ever tell Malora this. I saw little. I was able to see the wall. That's all. Malora huffed. Okay, fine. Don't tell me. I didn't think that you would. Your distaste for my family is still too strong for you to see my usefulness. Yeah, sure. That was all it was. Can you at least tell me if you accomplished what you wanted? Malora asked, her tone softer. More than that. Those ghosts were an oddity. He did not know how to explain them. Regal knew that he was going to have to practice hard to master the glass candles before he arrived at any conclusions. He had a feeling that the more he delved into the glass candles the more he would see of them. Whether that was good or bad was anyone's guess. There was a tangible fact that he could discern from all of this, however. There's a secret vault in Dragonstone. Regal had no idea what it contained, but if there were any relics of Valyria within then they were invaluable. A part of him always wondered if there were more secrets that his Targaryen ancestors brought with them to Dragonstone when they escaped the doom. Just 2 Valyrian steel swords felt insufficient, but that might have just been his greedy nature of wanting more. Now he knew that there was indeed more to the Targaryen fortune. After Maegor's death, that knowledge was also lost. How careless. Perhaps the Conqueror had informed Aenys of the secrets of Dragonstone. Maybe Aenys also told his firstborn son. But after the chaotic period following Aenys' death as well as the succession crisis, the knowledge was never able to be passed down to subsequent Targaryens. Another mistake. His predecessors had committed so many of them. Well. Malora's expectant eyes broke Regal from his thoughts. I have achieved plenty, Regal answered simply. His vague answer just made Malora huff again. Fine. Keep your secrets. But when I have a super cool one, then I won't tell you. Yes, yes. How unfortunate. Regal's tone was as monotonous as it could be. Now leave me to my rest. I have no desire to sleep in the same room as you. Regal ignored her disappointment as his thoughts drifted toward the future. After making sure that the pouting Malora was escorted from his chamber, Regal would get his needed rest. He would spend several more days at Oldtown. Thankfully, he would recover quickly from his exhaustion and was once again mobile within a few hours, finding that his fatigue was more mental rather than physical. If one quick use of the glass candles exhausted him this much, then more training was needed. More heirs and lords from the Reach would come to pay him a visit at the High Tower, offering personal vows of loyalty that were probably not worth a damn. Still, Regal was a gracious prince and accepted these pledges, recognizing their practicality. The Maesters, as well as Kyburn, would come to him with an offer about taking one of the Archmaesters into his service. To better help guide him against the trickery of the Alchemists' Guild, or something along those lines. It was not something that had ever been done before as far as Regal was aware. For an Archmaester to leave the Citadel and enter into the direct service of the Crown Prince, well, it would send quite a message throughout the realm. The desperation from the Citadel was plain to see, but their squirming did little to appease his anger. Regal would also follow through on the most devout of the Starry September's suggestion and receive an official blessing of the Seven. It was not done out of an act of faith but more so an olive branch to the faith. Stepping inside the Starry September did not fill Regal with a sense of devotion. The sept itself was magnificent, but there was no presence of a deity that he could feel. If the Seven did exist, then it did not exist inside this temple. Most of Oldtown came to see the moment that Regal was blessed. He knelt before the most devout and accepted his kind prayer, almost as if he was mimicking the Conqueror's official coronation within these walls almost 3 centuries ago. What would a genuine believer feel in this moment, he wondered. What had Aegon felt? For this was an honor that many aspired to. For Regal, it was nothing special. It did not stop most devout Matthias from feeling like he had accomplished some great victory after the ceremony concluded. Regal's visit to Oldtown had been most prosperous indeed, and his accomplishments here, combined with those in the north, would have great ramifications for the future of the Targaryen dynasty. Brandon enjoyed the cold air on his skin as he rode through the barren road with the rest of his family. I've missed this. It was the first time that he had traveled outside of the north, and Brandon would not say that he had enjoyed it all that much. Sure, seeing Regal again was fun. So was seeing all the beauties the south had to offer. But the north would always be his home. Speaking of southern ladies, there was a dark-haired beauty with striking purple eyes that caught his fancy in particular. Unfortunately, Eddard had seemed interested in her as well, and Brandon did not want to hurt his little brother and so never made a move. Perhaps he should have. Brandon did not know if he would ever see her again. Ashara Dane. A Dornish lady of all things. Brandon wondered if the old gods were playing a trick on him. Yuck. You're thinking about that Ashara person again, aren't you? Brandon's daydreaming was interrupted by Lyanna, who was riding with him. Unfortunately for his little sister, their father forbade her from riding her own horse during their way back to Winterfell. A punishment for her insolent behavior with the princess apparently. What are you talking about? Brandon tried to pretend that he did not know what she was talking about. Lyanna stuck her tongue out. I see it in your face. Ned was looking like that too. What makes her so great? Even Sheena said that she was like a sister to her. Really now? She's close to the princess. Brandon was interested. He did not have much of a chance to interact with her. He had noticed her hanging around Regal and Rhaegar at times, but he assumed that was only because her brother Arthur was a close friend to the Targaryen twins. He did not think that Ashara herself was close with the sole princess of the realm. Yeah. Something about her being honest. I don't know. I didn't really see it. She didn't look special to me. Oh. Was Brandon imagining things, or did his little sister sound jealous? Despite their constant bickering, had Lyanna found a kindred spirit in Princess Sheena? And so she didn't like the fact that someone else was close to her. Cute. One day you might understand, little sister, Brandon teased her. When you fall in love. Lyanna grumbled. I don't get what that means. Do you love Ashara? Love? Probably not. But Brandon wasn't about to talk to his sister about his less than platonic admiration toward the young Lady Dane. As I said, one day you might understand, little sister. Lyanna shook her head. You make no sense sometimes. Brandon had to chuckle. Their ride continued in peace until one of the riders up front suddenly shouted. Lord Stark. A moment please. There is something you might want to see here. The rider was pointing to something off the road where the snow was piled up high. Brandon recognized the rider. He was one of their household guards from Winterfell. Right away Ricard rode to the front while Liara stayed behind with them. Wait here. Brandon and Benjen didn't need to be told twice. Lyanna on the other hand was trying to peek over his shoulder. What? What is it? What happened? Their mother shushed her while Ricard dismounted from his horse. He followed the guard off the road to where he had been pointing at with several others trailing after them. They stopped after several meters, forming a circle around something. Even from a distance it was not hard to see that Ricard and his men were amazed by what they were seeing. Brandon squinted his eyes to try and see what they were gawking at, but all he could make out was the snow. Benjen looked worried. What do you think father has found? I'm sure it's nothing, Liara tried to reassure her son. Lyanna whined. I want to see. Let's go see, Brandon. Their mother fixed them with a glare. You will do no such thing. You will stay where you are. Do you understand me? Before Brandon could respond, Ricard started to walk back toward the road. Only that he was not walking empty-handed. In his arms were two small creatures, while the guard from before carried two small bundles of his own. Two of the bundles were gray while another was more silvery gray. The last one was black. Ricard. Dear, what is it? Liara asked right away as Ricard approached them. The Lord of Winterfell gazed down at the two bundles that he was carrying which soon began to move, squirming in place. Dire wolves. Brandon's breath hitched when he heard this. He was certain that Lyanna shared his reaction, especially after the two bundles in their father's arms opened their eyes, revealing two sets of golden eyes to the world. None of them noticed the raven flying over their heads.